adventure. Tonight we tell the story Critical Point by Christopher Charles. Perfect when we took off from Heathrow Airport. The aircraft, a supersonic passenger jet, behaved beautifully. And if it weren't for the fact that it was the first time we'd carried passengers, it would have been an ordinary, if not a boring, flight from London to New York. At 40,000 feet, small malfunctions started to appear in the aircraft's various guidance systems. It had happened before in the test flights, mere teething troubles. But on this flight, I felt a certain uneasiness. A nagging doubt that all was not well.
But, Captain, we've had that guidance problem before.
Yes, Dave, I know that.
So why the frown?
Well, this time it's different. By the way, we've got a security officer on board.
Oh? What's his name?
Mr. Stewart, I think. Yeah, Mr. Stewart, I was wondering if you'd like a cup of tea.
Oh, I won't say no, Tar.
All right, you are then. 3 teas up on flight deck, please.
Fine. Give me a few moments.
So, Mr. Stewart, you're here to protect us, is that it?
Well, not only you, but the passengers as well. There are 4 of us. Me and 3 other blokes back there in the cabin.
This is a routine flight. And granted, this is the first time we've had passengers on board.
Well, they're very important passengers, so I'm told.
Uh-oh. Looks like we're still having troubles, Dave. Look at number 2.
Revving a bit above normal, Captain.
Alarm light as well.
What caused that?
I'm not sure.
Not sure, huh?
Well, it could be a lot of things. Trouble with the fuel injector corrector, tiny bit of dirt, maybe. Oh, anyway, it's been corrected. And at this stage, that's all that matters.
Here's your tea. Oh, and the sugar is there.
Oh, Tar, miss. See you in the galley?
Not likely.
She's married.
Uh-huh. I was married. My wife was killed a number of years ago.
Accident?
No, she was murdered.
I'm sorry.
It was a long time ago, as I said. 1959, the year.
1959. And that was the year that I... No, it's not important.
Go on.
Well, it's not a tale that I like relating.
Sounds interesting.
Well, it happened in the Belgian Congo. Don't know the name of the country now. I hadn't been flying long. I was with the East African Airways at the time. An appeal for volunteers was made. The date was... I'll never forget it. 24th of November, 1959. Well, I heard about this flying of refugees out of the Congo, and it appealed to me. Well, to cut a long story short, I signed up for the job, if you could call it that. I flew to the Congo, and in the beginning it was very exciting. We skipped around the country like crickets, evacuating refugees from the most obscure places. And that was in the beginning. And then the tragedy of the whole thing struck me. It was at a place called Musadi. That's the place down there. Looks like we'll have to get in and out of it really fast. The strip's crawling with timber.
Okay, Dave, take it down to 50 feet. We'll just clear those trees. Take on refugees, then there's enough runway left to clear straight out.
Hold tight. Here we go.
People in, Dave. The timber is through the fence and streaming towards us.
That's enough! Can you hear me? I said that's enough! I can't take any more. We'll all die. Bill! Bill, take it away before it's too late. Take it away! You can't leave me behind! Andy! Let go or shoot! Don't leave me behind! Help me,
keep low now. We'll just make the trees at the end.
You won't come up. We're overloaded. Come up, come up.
You're all right. Pull her up now. Up!
You okay?
It's my left leg. It's shattered.
Just lie there, mate. I've got to keep this crate in the air.
But
I've been hit in the hand. You'll be okay. We're losing height.
the plane crashed in Tanganyika. Everyone managed to get out all right. After that, I didn't fly again for 2 years. I was too scared.
I don't blame you. What a terrible experience. I wondered about that scar on your hand.
I don't think you were lucky. You should have died at Masadi.
Stuart, what the blazes got into you?
Evans, tell me, what did it feel like to pull that trigger on an arm? And then you get that feeling deep inside you in your belly. That feeling that spreads through you like fire. You most probably had a smile on your rotten mouth.
Gee, gosh, what's got into you two? We'll end up in the drink. Watch that guidance control. Oh, no! We're going into a dive. You all right, Dave?
Sorry, Captain. What can I do? He lost his mind or something.
How is he?
Completely out, I'm afraid.
He'll have to stay in here.
But what happens if he wakes up?
Sheila, please send in one of the security men.
Right away, Captain. Right away.
Oh, excuse me butting in, but that hostess of yours told me I was needed up here. And name's Arnold Jeff, security.
Oh, yes, your buddy Stuart caused a spot of bother, I'm afraid.
Yeah, I'll look after him. Make sure he doesn't cause any more.
Yes, thank you. That would be a great help.
Can I take this empty place here?
Sure, do that.
Captain, how long before we touch down?
Oh, about, let's see, say 17 minutes. Oh, here we go again. Drifting indicators flashing. The electric trim warning lights. Let's get Heathrow.
Trouble?
You're dead right. This is Skybird 1 calling Heathrow ground control. Come in, please, Heathrow. Over.
This is Heathrow Ground Control here. Receiving you, Skybird 1, over.
Heathrow, we're experiencing some trouble with one engine. A little over-revving. Apart from that, the ADS system is playing up. We're losing our trim and drifting slightly. This isn't too serious as I can adjust it manually, but the situation is deteriorating. There's nothing here to show why that flight computer didn't make the small adjustment. No short circuits or anything like that. The situation is becoming rather worrying. Over.
Skybird 1, everything down here is registering that you're having a perfect flight. In fact, it couldn't be better. Oh, hold it. Warning lights have just shown up. 2 short circuits to be exact. We're monitoring the course at the moment. Having a spot of trouble here as well. Calculus direction on your computer is not being very cooperative, I'm afraid. Sending out rather hazy signals.
Dave, check that, will you?
Will do.
Skybird 1, your signals are getting worse. Hardly discernible now. Unless you get that flight computer operating at 100% efficiency, I'm afraid we'll not be able to help you anymore. Over.
Heathrow, we're doing the best we can. She's still quite easy to handle, so we're not in any immediate danger.
Captain Elliot, what are your chances if you ditch her? Over.
Completely out of the question. There's a hurricane down there. And apart from that, mountainous seas. Dash it all, man. You know what the weather's like down there. Not a hope in Hades. It's New York or nothing. Over.
Right, let's make it New York then. Have you completed that systems check? Over.
Dave?
It's very strange. Doesn't appear to be a thing wrong. Try automatic pilot again. It just doesn't figure.
Switching over now. She's working. Now, I wonder what all this
Skybird
is.
1, come in, please. Are you still there?
We're still here.
Captain, the switch.
Switch? Oh, I see. Hello, Heathrow. We're still here. We seem to have earned a brief respite. It's all rather queer. Over.
Skybird 1, you have. Receiving you loud and clear. Flight computer is working perfectly. Over.
We'll contact you if trouble rises again. Over and out. Dave, I'd like you to make a systems check right now, especially the ADS system.
result. It's unbelievable. Nothing. Hold on. Just one small thing. It looks like a minute pressure drop in the central hydraulic system. That's it. Can't really position it there.
Let's have a look at that.
See there?
It's tiny enough, though, hardly discernible. I wonder. Hello, Heathrow Ground Control. Come in, please. Heathrow, come in, please. Over.
Receiving you loud and clear. Please identify.
Skybird 1 here, Heathrow. We have a slight pressure drop in the central hydraulic system. It's a very small leak, but it is a leak just the same. If things should come to a head, well, there's still the manual system. But I hope to heaven that it doesn't come to that. Over.
Captain Elliot, I'm sorry, but we're rather helpless here until a full analysis computer check is completed. I suggest you hold on until we're able to give you the results. Over.
Heathrow, there's something else. I'd like a full report on the security guard we have here. His name is Andrew Stewart, a Cockney. Became hysterical and we had to sedate him. Could you please check with Scotland Yard or Interpol, or whoever employed him, who gave him clearance for this flight, etc.? Over.
Will do, Skybird 1. Over and out.
I'll make Mr. Stewart a little more comfortable. This pillow will do for a start.
Mr. Jeff, I suggest that you go back to the passenger compartment. Mr. Evans and myself will be rather busy up here.
I'll do that.
I was sure that our time was limited, but I didn't tell Evans of my fears, as there was no point in distressing him further. With growing apprehension, I registered the slow decay of the aircraft's electrical and guidance systems. An unconscious man, a sick jet, was my responsibility. Critical point. That point where I would lose control of the jet was close. But when? Minutes? Seconds?
Skybird 1. Skybird 1, Heathrow here. Come in, please. Over.
Skybird 1 here. Receiving you loud and clear. Over.
Skybird 1. The location of your trouble spot is directly beneath freight compartment G. This is extremely near the hydraulic center for aileron and rudder trim. This automatic system of direction control is affected by an unknown cause. However, there's no cause for alarm, as electrical system is duplicated by manual control.
Thank you, Heathrow. Over. A frequency to stay open.
Will do, Skybird 1. Over and out.
That compartment is not pressurized, so we still can't tell what's up.
Well, maybe it'd be better if we didn't see the fault. It might scare me.
Maybe. Oh, trim warning lights on again. What's going on?
Captain, cabin pressure dropped slightly.
That's odd. Now what's going on? Heathrow, Skybird 1 here. Come in, please. Over.
Heathrow here, Skybird 1. Over.
Our cabin pressure has dropped 02 points. Over.
There's no indication of that happening here. Are you sure? Over.
Of course I'm sure. Emergency indicates the same. Over.
We suggest emergency procedures. I've just been told that our flight computer is no longer in contact with yours. It's completely dead. The computer here has been checked and it's functioning perfectly. We can no longer give you advice. You have approximately 10 minutes to touchdown, and with regard to cabin pressure, drop altitude to 15,000 feet. Over.
15,000 feet? There's a heck of a storm down there. Over.
There's no alternative. We will inform JFK to let you have the whole airport. Emergency procedure will be followed. Good luck. Over.
Thanks, Heathrow. Over. Computer contact gone. Cabin pressure dropping. Vibrations a lot. For some inexplicable reason stemming from freight compartment G. What do you think, Dave?
Oh, something broken loose in there. No, it couldn't be. Flight hasn't been rough enough. Pity the compartment isn't pressurized, otherwise we could have a look in.
It's not pressurized, don't you see? The skin between the compartment and the cabin must be punctured. But how? I've got to take it down to 5,000. It's going to be a rough ride.
Pressure's dropping faster than it was. I'm not serious. It's going to get rather cold up here.
That's one of the reasons we have to take her down. Now, ready?
Ready.
Good. Off with the automatic pilot. There we are. Now, steady. I'm going to get her down fast.
5, 13, 25, 13, 2, 13, 12, 9, 10, 45.
Smooth her out now.
23, 10, 14, We're nearly there.
There. Oh, it's not smooth, is it?
Skybird 1, JFK ground control here. Come in, please. Over.
Now what? Skybird 1 here, JFK. What can we do for you? Over.
We've cancelled all air traffic to and from here. That is, all except yours. The weather conditions are very bad. Under normal conditions, you would have been diverted. But as emergency procedures are underway, that is impossible. Also, the state of your aircraft makes the diversion dangerous. You have the whole airport to yourself. Your designated runway is East 7. Did you get that? Over.
Yes, thank you, JFK. Out. Dave, we're losing hydraulic fluid fast. Drifting again. The quicker we get to JFK, the better. Keep your eyes glued to that horizon indicator.
The autopilot's gone. We're diving.
Manual now. Come on. Up. Up.
It's responding.
Take the aileron controls. Hurry! It's coming round. More! Come on!
Nearly there.
There! Wow. Nearly cocked it. That was too close for comfort. We're 500 feet above the drink. This storm.
350 feet.
Brace yourself. 400. Afterburner. Now. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That's it.
2,500 feet.
Take her up a bit more. 3.5 will do.
Will do.
Heathrow. Heathrow. Sorry not replying. I was occupied at the time.
Hello, Skybird 1. Glad you're back with us. JFK was worried. You disappeared off their radar screens. Nothing else we can do for you. The channel will stay open. Over.
JFK, you're not the only one. Over.
Hello, Captain. Everything all right?
Oh, sorry, Sheila. I forgot about the rest of the crew. Are you shaken up?
Yes, I got a bang on the head. What happened?
I've no time to explain now. We're having technical hitches. How are the passengers?
Oh, shaken, of course, but no damage. This storm was awful. Can't we go up again?
Sorry, Sheila, we can't. We've got a punctured fuselage.
Oh, what?
A hole in the side.
Sorry, Captain. I heard first time. But how it's so incredible.
I'll tell you about it when we touch down.
All right, then. Do you want anything?
Captain, control column is becoming increasingly hard to manipulate.
That's to be expected. We're losing that hydraulic fluid very fast now. JFK should be coming in soon. Now, what's the situation? Automatic pilot has been knocked out. Cabin pressure is the same. Fluid tank 58% full. That's bad. It would be better to lower the undercarriage now, just in case it backs up before we get there.
There's a beautiful green light shining.
Good. It's down. Now, what else?
Number 2 engine seems to have sorted itself out.
Things are looking up. Drifting is under control. Right. Let's hang on. We'll get there yet. Brake pressure has dropped a bit. Not too bad, though. How are the reserves?
Fine. They haven't been touched.
Excellent. Check on how much afterburn fuel.
About 6 seconds worth.
We may need that. Throttles? Check. Temperature reading in the tail is rising. That's odd.
Fire?
No, it couldn't be. Short circuits, maybe. The electrical systems of automatic pilot must be going haywire. We're still in the air, and that's where I aim to stay. Oh, what's happened to JFK?
No doubt we're on their radar screens, being put through hundreds of computers in a true American style.
Most probably.
What are you going to do with our excess fuel?
Jettison as much as possible before touchdown. I'm not going to fly around in circles to do it. We're going to put this crate down as soon as possible. It's rather unhealthy to stay up here.
At least the storm has abated a bit.
That's a consolation. Oh, here we go again. Tail stress is increasing.
A weakening tail assembly?
Unfortunately, yes. It's getting bad, Dave. Very bad. 6 minutes to go. Where is JFK?
Shall I call them up?
You can't. Our transmitter equipment is damaged. We can't even hear Heathrow.
Receiving?
Only on high frequency from JFK. We're in the radius now. We should be in contact.
They should have got us there.
They should have. Yes, I'm hoping they don't think our whole radio system is backed up.
Oh, hey. Our stroppy companion's coming around.
Oh, why did he choose to wake up now? Tap him again, David. We've got enough on our hands without another brawl in here.
1959. Musadi. Don't worry, honey. I'll get him. I'll get him. He won't get away with it. He's nearly gone. Soon.
air coming through again. We've regained contact.
Skybird 1. Skybird 1. Are you receiving us? I'll talk you in. Drop speed to 650. 650, Skybird 1.
Throttle's giving trouble. Easy. How am I doing?
Beautifully. 650 it is.
Degrees north-northeast. 5 degrees, 3 minutes to touchdown. Keep it up.
Temperature's getting a bit high in that tail.
Captain, manual linkage is becoming slack.
Hold on, Dave. Hold on. What's happened to JFK?
We're still on receive, and it's working. Must be something wrong there.
Let's hope so. Drop to 1,000. Right. Speed down to 600. At least we're on the right flight path.
Sorry, Skybird 1. Trouble in our transmission. 20 kilometers to go. Take her up 200. You're getting a bit low. Up 220.
We can't do it.
Yes, we can. Make it a 2-second burst. Now.
That's better. Drop speed to 590.
Oil pressure on number 2. Touching critical danger point. If we don't...
We're on fire. Dave, help me to get her up.
Skybird 1, you're dropping. Get her up. Get her up. You're at 200 feet.
2-second burst.
Get up. Get up. That's better. 450. 500. You had me worried there, Skybird 1.
Extinguishers are on, Captain.
Number 2 engine's not functioning.
Visibility here has improved a lot, though it's still raining. Visible contact should be made soon. 2 minutes to go. 8 kilometers. Keep speed at 500.
What's stalling, Dave? I'm increasing throttles. Height 500.
Linkage is getting worse.
We're nearly there. 6 kilometers. Take height down to 450.
It's looking good. Alter flight path 2 degrees. Reduce 350 feet. Yes, that's good. There's a surface wind of 7 knots, so it could come in handy. You're dropping too fast. That's better. You're doing well. It's beautiful. You're right on course. Keep her there. 200 feet. It's too low. Get her up.
No go.
Soon, honey. Soon.
Come on, darn you. Up. Up.
100 feet and dropping. 70 feet. 50 feet. 20 feet.
Too much fuel on board. Can't. Oh, losing control. Stalling. 1-second burst. Now. Reverse engines.
We made it. We made it.
I was the only survivor. Ironically enough, it must have been Stewart's body that shielded me from that dreadful explosion. In hospital, I received the report on Andrew Stewart. He was David Evans's cousin, though they never met each other during their lifetime. They didn't even know of each other's existence. Evans shot Stewart's pregnant wife at Masadi in 1959. Stewart got his revenge by placing into a freight compartment acid canisters which were set to explode at 40,000 feet. Who said that revenge is sweet?
Adventure is produced by Anne Freed and directed by Henry Diffenthal. High Adventure. Tonight's story by Ron Evans is entitled The Man Who Couldn't Change.
Marquis. This is the smoking taste you can tell blindfolded. This is Marquis. Marquis is the filter-tip cigarillo with a difference. As mild and smooth smoking as a cigarette. If you're a cigarette smoker, Marquis is made for you. Try one. You'll enjoy the difference. Marquis.
Raise your glass to Witzenberg. Since 1700, the heart and home of our finest wines. Today, Witzenberg has a wine for every facet of your glass. Dry white or Stein, dry red, Perle or Perle Rosé. Raise your glass to the magnificent Witzenberg range. You're enjoying true wine of the country.
What is this new kind of cleanness women are discovering for their dishes?
It's sunlight cleanness.
What's sunlight cleanness?
A fresh, sparkling cleanness you've never known before.
Why fresh?
New Sunlight Liquid has real lemon juice.
And sparkling?
Sunlight Liquid is concentrated. It's got the greatest grease-cutting power to give you sparkling dishes every time.
And new Sunlight Liquid with real lemon juice means real economy. Just 1 teaspoonful washes a whole sinkful of dishes sparkling clean. Sunlight clean.
It was a hot summer in the sprawling Texas town of El Paso, 1895, and the wildest parts of the Wild West were now tamed by the Texas Rangers. The bad men were either dead or in jail, and that was how the embittered John Wesley Hardin found it when he returned from a 10-year stretch in Huntsville County Prison. John Wesley Hardin, a veteran of 100 gunfights, and a man with 40 notches on his guns. He'd been brutally treated in prison, and when he finally emerged, he looked 20 years older than his real age of 42. He was a legend in his own time and started to take advantage of it. In his favorite haunt, the Acme Saloon, John Wesley Hardin's voice was the loudest. Around him always gathered a group of cronies and admirers, many of them women. His current lady love was Barbara Rose, the wife of a nasty little cattle rustler, Martin Rose, a man being hunted down by the chief of the local Texas Rangers, Captain Jeff Milton. One afternoon, Martin Rose rode up the main street, and Milton was waiting for him.
Stand right where you are, Rose. No, don't turn around.
That you, Milton?
That's right, boy. Now unbuckle that gun belt and let it drop. Make it slow and easy now.
What are you taking me in for? I ain't done nothing. Yeah.
Can't say you weren't warned, boy.
The death of the cattle rustler caused quite a stir in town, and nobody was more delighted by his demise than John Wesley Hardin.
Well, I'm kind of annoyed that Texas Ranger shot Martin Rose. I was going to do it anyway. Well, now the way's clear for me to pay court to his cute little widow. You know, that Jeff Milton did the killing, maybe, but I got the prize, huh, fellas?
Yeah, Wes. She's all yours now.
Well, here comes a little lady herself. Hey, sorry about your husband, Barbara.
You ain't, Wes. You're making a celebration of it, and I'll join you.
You ain't sorry, Babs?
Sorry about that little snake, huh? He asked for it a dozen times over.
I guess it would have ended up with him and me fighting it out in the main street if Jeff Milton hadn't gotten first.
So I heard you yelling before, Wes.
I reckon it's maybe that Jeff Milton might be fancying you, Babs. I saw him eyeing you last night.
You're saying I killed Martin Rose so I could take his wife, Hardin?
Well, hello, Captain Milton. I reckon you'll have to draw your own conclusions.
Don't tangle with him, Wes.
I want to put on record before all these witnesses that Martin Rose was killed because he drew a gun and tried to resist arrest. I did my duty to this community. Wes Hardin was a damned liar if he said different.
Harsh words, Milton. Very harsh words. You wouldn't talk to me like that if I were carrying my guns.
You're lying again, Hardin. You got those guns of yours under that fancy long coat. I'm standing here giving you a chance to use them. Or tell everybody in here that you're a liar. Well, Hardin, what's it to be?
Gentlemen, I reckon I must have told a lie. Seems I got some business to attend to in Jairus.
Well, one thing.
Hey, I don't think Wes will show his nose in town again after that, Babs. Fancy Wes Hardin backing down like that.
Who'd ever believe it? After all the big talk, too.
Yeah, times had changed. 11 years before, Wes Hardin would have gunned Milton down without a second thought. The confrontation was the talk of El Paso for weeks after. Wes's cronies maintained that he'd only backed down because of Milton's position. They all knew that Wes still had his famous calfskin waistcoat, which was specially fitted to carry 2 guns. In spite of having to cross-draw them, Wes was faster than most men with conventional holster, and would be sure to use them against any lesser man than Captain Milton. Their theory was to be put to the test 2 months later, when Wes rolled back into El Paso. While he was booking into the hotel, a drama was being enacted in the Acme Saloon, where young John Selman, a deputy sheriff, was having trouble with Barbara Rose.
Get your damn filthy hands off me!
I'm taking you in, Barbara, and mean it.
I've done nothing to you.
Last night you pulled out a gun and fired 4 shots down the main street. There are plenty of witnesses.
So what? I didn't hit no one.
Makes no difference. You were causing a disturbance. Now, come on. Don't make no more trouble here.
You gonna lock me up for that?
Are you gonna come, or do I have to drag you out of here?
You wouldn't dare.
Oh, no?
Hey! Let go of me! Help me, somebody! Why, you big punk! Help!
Young John Selman pulled her all the way to the town jail and handed her over to the sheriff. Meanwhile, having now booked his room, Wes Hardin walked into the Acme Saloon. The English barman quickly told him what had happened to Barbara.
Yes, he was very rough with her.
Yeah, she said he wouldn't have dared done it if it had been with you around, Wes.
She did? Well, I reckon she's right at that. Well, I'm ready to avenge her honor. Will you take a message to someone for me, Jake?
Sure, Wes. What is it?
Tell him I'm waiting in here for him.
Yeah, do that. He'll be over at the jailhouse.
Pour me a long whiskey, Jackson. Hey, better still, give me the bottle.
Wes, you and I have been friends since you came out of jail last year, right?
That's right, Jackson. What about it?
Yeah, well, don't take it amiss if I say what I feel, all right? I think you're making a big mistake in calling out a lawman like this.
Ah, he's only a little lawman. A deputy, you said.
It isn't like the old days, Wes, believe me. Shoot even one little lawman and you'll have 1,000 or more Texas Rangers hunting you down.
Not if I make him draw first. The law ain't changed in that respect.
And if he don't draw?
Then that makes him a yellow-bellied coward. Now, don't look at me like that, Jackson. When I backed down from Milton, I knew he wouldn't draw first. He was only using the situation to get a name for himself as the man who killed John Wesley Hardin, a privilege I'll give to no man. I made the wise move. But one day, we'll face up to each other again, and I'll blast him off his feet.
But, Wes, that's what I'm trying to tell you. You can't get away with that kind of thing nowadays. It's all gone law and order, church, business.
I don't believe it, Jackson. A man with guns as fast as mine is still king.
Yeah, well, I'd hate to see you go back to jail, Wes. Or lying out there in the dust.
You won't. There'll be others who'll be lying out there in the dirt. Men like Selman Milton and a few others I can mention.
Here's Jake, coming back.
Well, is he coming?
Hey, sorry, Wes, he refused. Says it ain't his job to go dueling.
He backed down?
Yeah.
Well. Well, you hear that, everybody? That big hero Selman won't come here and face me. That's because he's only fit to fight and manhandle women, like y'all saw an hour ago. Now, what kind of lawman is he?
He's scared of you, Wes. Knows your reputation.
Well, let him come here and fight like a man. He's a chicken liver coyote, and I'll shame him into facing up to me.
You got the drop of Wild Bill Hickok once, didn't you, Wes?
Yeah, that's right, boy. Tried to arrest me in Abilene. Told me to hand over my guns, and when I did, I gave him the old border roll and took him by surprise.
For 3 days, Wes Hardin called young John Selman every name he could think of to make him take up the challenge, all to no effect. However, Selman's father, known as Old John, lived a few miles outside El Paso. He'd been a gunslinger in his day, but had changed to the side of the law in later life. At this time, he was sheriff of Precinct 1 of El Paso County. But now that the Texas Rangers had tamed the Badlands, Old John's job was easy. He'd run to fight, rarely wore a gun, and spent most of his time farming. He lived in a small house, alone, with his daughter, Betsy.
Hey, Pa!
What is it? You're back early from town.
There's trouble there, Pa, and John's right in the middle of it.
What do you mean?
Wes Hardin's back in town, and he's trying to force John into shooting it out with him. It seems John arrested Hardin's girl.
Well, better ride in and see what it's all about. Hardin's got a big mouth, and one of these days some feller's gonna permanently shut it for him. Hey, Robert, bring my horse up here. You go and get my gun belt from the bedroom, Betsy.
You're not going to talk to Hardin, are you, Pa?
Oh, just a few gentle words of advice, that's all.
But he may try to fight.
No, I don't think so. He's all bluff. His argument with Milton a couple of months ago proves that. Hardin ain't going to risk prison or a noose just to settle an argument. He knows he can't get away with it in the same way he did in the old days. Now, hurry, fetch my gun belt. I don't want to be getting there at sundown.
Okay, Pa, so long as you promise not to go risking your neck against that madman.
There must be a reason why, all over the world, the swing is to Rothman's king size. It's simply this: Rothman's extra length, finest filter, and the best tobacco money can buy give you true king-size flavor. Rothman's king size really satisfies.
Call Lillian Sachs.
I can't. My nose is blocked up.
He can't. His nose is blocked up.
He can't. His nose is blocked up.
Use Tristan nasal spray.
Use Tristan nasal spray.
Use Tristan nasal spray. Call Lillian Sachs.
It was just afternoon when Wes Hardin walked down the street with some of his pals, his arm linked in Barbara Rose's. Sheriff Bronson had just released her from the jailhouse, where for 3 days she'd shouted and cussed. To relieve himself of his noisy prisoner, he'd reduced her 7-day sentence for good behavior. As the group walked towards the hotel, old John Selman rode in from the other side of town.
Bronson will be sorry he kept you in for 3 days. You'll see if he ain't, Babs. One day he'll cross me and he'll end up lying in that dirt over there.
Oh, he ain't such a bad guy. Takes his job too serious is all.
Makes no difference you're pleading for him. He could have found a technicality and let you go 3 days ago. What do you reckon, Will?
Yeah, that's right, Wes. No need for him to have locked her up. Hey, you see who that is riding down the street?
Well, if it ain't old John Selman. Come to give that boy of his a talking to, I'll bet.
He's coming over here, Wes.
Good day to you, Wes. You mind if we have a friendly chat?
Oh, come and join us for a drink at the hotel, John. Haven't seen you for years. Where you living now?
Got a spread just outside town. Now, look, Wes.
Yeah?
What I gotta say won't take long enough to last through a drink. Better I say it right here.
You want to talk about that son of yours? The one who doesn't know how to treat a lady?
Oh, he knows how to treat a lady when he meets one. Don't get too much practice in this town.
By that you mean Ma Barbara ain't a lady?
I ain't saying nothing, except this. Keep your big mouth shut about my boss.
I'll say what I like, and nothing I've said ain't true.
Look, John's a good kid, Wes.
Oh, yeah?
Times ain't like they used to be when the man with the fastest gun was the man most likely to live.
That's so.
Today's kids don't go in for this fast draw, fast shoot stuff. Now, you and me, Wes, we fought together and drank together. Oh, they were great days, great memories. Now, look, take my advice, Wes. Hang up your guns and confine yourself to telling stories in the act.
Well, the world's gone soft. It's full of lily-livered cowards, and your kid heads the list, John.
My kid's all right, Wes, so you better keep quiet. He won't fight you because he's got enough sense to know it's suicide.
Well, you just better take him back to your spread and put him in the chicken run where he belongs.
You're forcing me to make a hard decision, Wes.
I'll say it loud so as all the world can hear. Young John Selman is a yellow-bellied coward. Now, that satisfy you, John. Now, tell him to save your family pride and meet me here in the street like a man.
No drunken jailbird says that without paying for it.
Hey, did you hear that?
Go on, clear away there, folks. There's going to be lead flying.
That's all you need, Wes. Gun him down.
Old John Selman backed off into the street, his eyes fixed and hardened, and his right hand hovering inches away from the butt of his gun. The townsfolk who'd gathered around moved out of the light of fire. It was like a scene from the old days again. Wes Harden patted his long, elegant black coat.
I'm waiting, Wes. Mackerson, you give us a signal, huh?
Okay.
I haven't got my guns with me, Selman.
That ain't like you.
Never reckoned I'd need them today.
Well, go get 'em. I'll wait here.
Yeah. You wait here.
Inside the Acme Saloon, Wes Harden bought drinks all round. He was his old boastful self, while outside an old man sat on a barrel and waited.
Pa, they just told me what happened. You can't fight Hardin.
You get back to your job, son, and let me deal with
Look,
this.
this is my quarrel, Pa. If anybody has to stand up to him, it's me.
Look, you keep out of it. But if I come off worst, you still stay out of it.
Please, Pa. Go back to the ranch. Forget it. Folks will understand.
Oh, you don't understand, John. Since Wes Harden backed down from Jeff Milton has been spoiling for a gunfight to bolster his reputation. Too many folks have laughed at his loudmouth boasting in the Acme, and it's hurting him. You were to be the sacrifice, boy, and I ain't going to allow it. He knows you're no good with a fast draw, so you were perfect for the part.
You're gonna be the sacrifice instead, is that it? Listen, Pa, you're so out of practice with that gun, you'd put up a worse show against him than me.
I give you that. But you got a lot of years ahead of you. I'm old and spent. The world can afford me.
Don't talk like that, please. Okay, so we can both pull out of town and forget all about it. Maybe folks will call us cowards, but we'll still be alive.
The Salmons ain't cowards, John. Just mite cautious, maybe.
What good is your dead body lying in the street out here gonna do us, Pa?
I told you, son. Wes is spoiling for a gunfight. If it ain't us he guns down, it'll be some other poor feller who can't use a gun properly. Until he's dead or he's killed somebody, this town ain't safe. No lawman can do anything about it until after it's over. On top of that, he's got so many friends in town, he'll more than likely get off with a self-defense plea. You know how it goes.
Never thought of it like that before.
So you just go back and do your work and leave this to me.
Don't seem right, though. He started the quarrel with me, not you,
Let's
Pa.
not go into that again, huh? It's our quarrel.
Okay. Where is Harton anyway?
Said he was going for his guns, but I saw him mosey off into the Acme. But I ain't hurrying things none. We got all day.
Hey, Wes, tell the boys about that time them Gilos tried to drown you in Huntsville Pass.
Yeah, that sure scared the pants off them when I played possum and they thought I was dead. hey, Jackson, put up another round along the bar. Well, what do you say, boys?
Sure will, Wes.
Hey, what about the rest of that story, Wes? Yeah, give me a chance, Jake. Well, that's better. My throat was getting drier than a Navajo Creek. You know, those warders of the pen hated my guts. It made them feel big to have me at the wrong end of their cusses and kicks. One day, they dropped me down this hole in the ground and started pumping in water. I had a hand pump down there and had to pump it back.
It should be you out there, not Pa.
I tried to convince him of that, too. He chased me away. Said it was a matter of family honor and his duty to the town.
It don't seem right. Why should Pa have to do the dirty work? I'm going to him. Lend me one of those shotguns.
Stay away, Betsy, for Pa's sake.
Lend me a shotgun.
No, keep out of it. I ain't gonna let you get mixed up in this. It ain't women's business.
No, we'll see about that.
Betsy, come back here. What's the use? Pa'll soon chase her back here. She's as cussed and as stubborn as he is.
And that was another one for good health.
Say, that must be some kind of record, Wes. 3 Cook County sheriffs in a row.
Hey, say, when you gonna get your guns, Wes? Old John will be dying of old age soon. Yeah, you're right. I guess it's time to kill that stupid fat fool out there. Yeah. Well, all of you drink up and get out there in the street ready for the show.
Yeah, you're right.
You hear me? Everybody outside.
Well, Wes, I don't intend to miss the show either.
Jackson, you just stay here and pour me another drink. Yeah, have one yourself.
You think that's wise?
Let me be the judge, huh?
Anything you say, Wes.
Why don't you go on in and get him, John?
Pa?
Oh, Betsy, what are you doing here? I told you to stay at home.
I just talked to John. I can't let you go through with this. Oh, come back to the ranch with me. Please, Pa.
I can't do that. Now go back and leave me alone. This ain't your business.
It is my business.
Girl, you've made up my mind for me. Pete, Sam, take a hold of her for me.
No, Pa. Oh, let go of me. Let go of here. Pa, don't go in there, please.
Old John Salmon walked towards the saloon and pushed open the bat-wing doors. The crowd pushed forward to peer inside as he disappeared from sight.
What are you moving away like that for, Jackson?
Don't bother about drinking that, Wes.
Huh?
Look who's behind you.
Turn and face me, Hardin. I waited outside long enough.
I ain't turning, Selman. Besides, I still ain't got my guns.
You've had time. Plenty of it.
You should be glad I'm giving you extra time to enjoy before I kill you.
Somebody's got to die in this town today. Everyone knows that. Why are you so damn sure it's gotta be me?
Because you're fat, slow, and the size of a yellow-bellied kid. You deserve to die, Selman.
Turn round and face me, Harding.
Go outside again and wait. I'll deal with you later.
You gonna turn?
Go away, fat man. Can't you see you're bothering me?
Old John was in a torment of indecision. His breathing was labored, and his hands shook with pent-up fury, waiting to be unleashed. And Hardin's final remark did it.
Jackson, will you oblige me by kicking that old goat into the street where it belongs?
That's it, Hardin.
You shot him from behind, John.
Somebody had to die. Can't you see that? And who deserved it most?
Raise your glass to Witzenberg, since 1700 the heart and home of our finest wines. Today, Witzenberg has a wine for every facet of your glass. Dry white or Stein, dry red, Perle or Perle Rosé. Raise your glass to the magnificent Witzenberg range. You're enjoying true wine of the country.
Shield gives a confidence that actually shows.
In your eyes.
Put on Shield deodorant and it's dry in seconds. That's the way it stays right through the day. Shield never makes you feel sticky. It just protects you and keeps you dry, feminine, fresh. Wear Shield and the only thing you show is confidence.
Shield gives a confidence that actually shows.
In your eyes. In your eyes.
There must be a reason why, all over the world, the swing is to Rothman's king size. It's simply this: Rothman's extra length, finest filter, and the best tobacco money can buy give you true king size flavor. Rothman's king size really satisfies.
After Hardin's death, Captain Jeff Milton arrived back in El Paso. Hearing the commotion, he pushed his way into the Acme saloon and surveyed the scene. He stooped down and unbuttoned Hardin's coat. It fell open.
You see that, huh? Hardin had both his guns all the time.
But he said he was going to get them. That's why he wouldn't turn and face old John. Reckon the old man wouldn't shoot him in the back.
Reckoned wrong this time, didn't he? Tried that game with me once, as you all know. Seems it didn't work so well the second time around.
Now that the feared John Wesley Hardin was dead, the crowd sided with and supported old John Selman. His plea of justifiable homicide was accepted, and he was allowed to return home to his family. This story is based on fact, and even today many historians of the old American West are puzzled why Wes Hardin made no attempt to face Selman. Could it have been his arrogant self-confidence, or had his terrible experiences in Huntsville Penitentiary turned him into a boastful coward, living in his world of past glories?
High Adventure is produced by Anne Freed and directed by Henry Diffenthal.
adventure. Tonight's story by Norman Partington is entitled Tea Kettle Number 4630.
How's the old tea kettle? When you going to consign to the scrap iron department, get yourself a real locomotive, eh?
Oh, a real engine, you say? Is that what you call that mobile fuse box of yours with its metal coat hanging on top? Hey, what kind of pleasure do you get driving that thing? Flicking over switches and all that. The thing doesn't even sound like an engine.
It does the job darned efficiently, though, Coopers. It'll not be long now before the whole country's electrified. Then you can retire that tea kettle of yours and stop polluting the air.
Ah, Frank, they'll never retire old 4630. There isn't a gradient in South Africa that this brute couldn't pull a freight train up. Listen, man, once I've got steam up, I could take it from here to Cairo.
With or without a railway line, eh, Coopers?
Ah, man, Frank Parsons, take your little spinning dynamo away and let the real engine get on with its work, man.
See you later, Coopers. I guess he's right, Mr. Fleury. These old steam engines are just about finished. And they never let us take any trains on any decent journeys. Just something about the marshalling yard. That's all we ever do.
Harry, hey, stop your moaning. You'll get your chance someday when they give you your engine. And then you can make your own choice. As for me, oh, man, I'll stick with the old tea kettle number 4630 until I retire. And listen, young man, take the oil can and give those driving shafts a bit of juice. Hey, and put your coat on unless you want to get soaked in the rain.
Rain, I'm sick of it. It's been going on like this for 7 days. Here, did you hear the radio news about the Tugela River? It's nearing its record height. What about them bridges that cross it?
Oh, nothing for you to worry about, Harry. The line superintendent keeps a pretty close check on them. He'll blow the whistle quickly enough if he's worried. Now push up with that oil can.
How'd you like to take a ride with us in the cab, eh, Superintendent? At least more comfortable in these electric locos than old Corpus Fleury in his old tea kettle.
You can say that again, Frank. Even so, I spent many years on the footplate of engines like old 4630. And I know you can get attached to steam engines like you can never feel about electric ones.
Yeah, but they're more efficient.
I agree. Cleaner and more efficient in every way. There's a kind of soul in a steam engine that... Easy with that throttle, Frank.
Yeah?
So much darn rain about, you'd hardly see the lights.
Yeah. Well under the permitted speed for this stretch, Superintendent.
Slower still, Frank. We're only a couple of miles off that big bridge across the Tugela.
What was the last report, Super?
No danger to the bridge, but the water level has gone past its highest recorded mark. And that means thousands of tons more water pressing against the supports. As breakdown superintendent, I thought I'd better check it myself. Might have to stop traffic over it if this continues.
Oh, come off it, Super. I've taken trains over that bridge when the whole river's been so in flood that it looked as if we were crossing the Pacific.
Slower still, Frank. You've got a weight behind you, plus 1,000 passengers. I remember 20 years ago taking a freight train across... Frank!
Yeah?
Slam on your brakes! Into reverse!
Right.
The bridge! Hold it! Hold it, Frank! The wheels aren't holding!
It's slipping forward.
Well, use the sandbox!
It's stopping. Holding. Heavens, Super! We're at an angle.
Get out of the cab and uncouple that engine from the coaches. This thing's likely to slide onto the bridge. Can't you see where the bridge is buckled slightly? The whole thing will go if it gets the added weight of the engine. And it'll take the whole train with it. Open the door.
Right. Oh, the couplings have jammed with the angle of the engine and the sudden stop. Merciful heavens! The bridge is breaking up at the other side.
Stay with the couplings. Use a sledgehammer and see if you can part them. There's a line telephoned by the signal. I'm going to get help.
But how can you? The power line's down.
There are other engines besides electric ones, Frank. Now, you stay there. Hello? Hello? Why the blazes... Hello? What took you so long to answer? Breakdown, Super... The Tugela Bridge. Yes, the bridge, the main one. It's going. Halt all traffic both sides and get a breakdown train up here. An emergency. As fast as you can. Well, use 4630. Get her coupled up and tell Corvus Ferry to break every blasted record in getting here. We've got a train on the bridge approaches. The engine's on an incline and slipping. Well, hurry then, man. Get moving.
Breakdown train coupled, Harry.
Coupled, Mr. Ferry.
Climb aboard, Harry, and get shoveling coal. I want top pressure. Here we go. 3 notches. Show him what a real engine can do.
The bridge is starting to buckle. The line's done about 9 inches. Are all the passengers out?
Most of them, Frank. But the lot refuse to get out because of the weather. The guards going through the train hammering those who won't get out. Like us, they see no reason why they should get out when the train looks so safe.
If the bridge goes any more and the line sinks down, even just a few more inches, the loco's going to slide forward and drag the whole train with it. Where the blazes is the breakdown train? We've just got to get those couplings loose.
Corvus Ferry and our 4630's on their way.
What?
This is one time, Frank, you can be grateful we still have a few steam engines available. The whole power line's down and all the electric locos are stopped.
If Corvus gets here in time and saves this lot, I'll get down on my knees and pray out loud all night.
Middle on the gauge is nearly in the red, Mr. Free. It won't take any more pressure.
Keep shoveling, Harry. Maybe the old boilers aren't what they used to be, but they'll take that pressure.
Please, Mr. Free, the speed limit's 50 and we're doing 70.
Do you know, Harry, when the old tea kettle was new, it was actually tested at 85 in England before it was sent down here. Not that I've ever done that speed myself, and it's against regulations, you know. But I think this is one time I shall find out if those manufacturers were telling the truth. Let's up 2 more notches, please. Just bend your back to that shovel. Let's hope the breakdown gang and the trucks behind are enjoying the ride.
Train I hit, Mr. Free. Here, did you see the people in that station we just passed through? They could hardly believe their eyes at the speed we were going.
Oh, maybe they'll start thinking it's quicker to go to Johannesburg by train than by jet aircraft.
The river's even higher, and it's taken half the bridge with it on the other side. Did you get all the passengers out, Frank?
Honestly, I don't know, Super. As fast as the guard chases them out one side, they crawl underneath for shelter or else climb back into the coaches from the other side. It seems daft to them to stay out in the rain and get soaked when there's apparently a good, healthy train standing empty next to them.
Well, it's not going to be there much longer if Corvus Ferry doesn't get here quickly with their breakdown gang.
Yeah.
Frank! Oh, come away. There's another section of that bridge going.
Blimey.
Just look at it. Must be 100 feet in length. And the river's just ripped it away. I'm going to have another look at the track under the locomotive. I put a marker in here. The track's tilted down 2 more inches these past 15 minutes. Darn those couplings!
Well, suppose Corvus does get here on time. Do you think he'll be able to pull this lot far enough back to safety, Super?
I doubt it. If the locomotive tilted down on such an incline, he'll never be able to pull it against its dead weight.
Yeah.
And candidly, if we don't get those couplings smashed within this next half hour, the rest of the bridge will go. And so will the whole darn train.
Harry, keep a lookout for the line ahead. This is a real bad area we're going to pass through now.
Why is that, Mr. Furry?
Because the whole land about here dips right down until it's almost the level of the river. Each time we have a bad rain, the river overflows and floods this part here. I remember once, many years ago, taking a train through when the track was under 12 inches of water. I can tell you, young man, my heart stopped beating for 15 minutes till I got through.
What? 12 inches? It's a miracle it didn't get to the piston chambers and stop the engine.
No, I had a fair margin of safety, and I felt it was worth the risk.
Oh, damn it. Stand on the track, Harry, quickly.
It's underwater, the whole track. Hey, it's just like an inland sea. But we'll have to back up, Mr. Furry. We can't take it through that lot.
Oh, shut up, Harry. Let me think. Can you see the signal gantry?
Yeah?
Look where the water's there, up to the third cross member, isn't it?
Yeah, that's right, yeah.
About 2 feet 6 inches from the ground. 2 feet 6. Our piston chamber's about 3 feet 6 inches to spare. I think we can do it, Harry. But we'll have to take it easy.
Mr. Furry, you don't know the condition of the track underneath. How about if it's been washed away or the bed loosened? So if you put the weight of the engine on it, the whole train could slide sideways into the river. As it is, we can't even tell where the track's supposed to be and the river starts. It's just a mass of water for nearly a mile.
Let me tell you something, Harry. When a call goes out for a breakdown train, it's an emergency.
And they teamed up with you at the depot. They all said you were a bit crazy. I'm convinced of it. But to take a train through 2.5 feet of flooded water, that's the craziest thing I ever heard of. Okay, Mr. Furry, I'll still shovel coal. I just hope the insurance pays our families well. Useless, Superintendent. The couplings are so twisted at that angle, we'll have to cut through them with an oxyacetylene torch.
We're not going to have time, Frank. If that bridge section slips any lower. Now, look, you people. Get out of here. Can't you see you're in danger? Keep clear of the train before the whole lot slides into the river.
Oh, where the blazes are the police to keep control?
Can't get through to us, I suppose. This is low-level ground, and the whole area around here is flooded.
What about Corbus and his breakdown train?
I'm expecting no miracles. The river's probably burst its bank by now and flooded the track.
Yeah.
The only thing we can do is stand back and try to see no lives are lost when that bridge goes completely.
Oh, I don't know. Old Corbus is such a stubborn chap. He's quite likely to swim through and pull the train along with him.
Even the most stubborn chap in the world can't take a steam train through water 2 feet deep. And that's what I imagine it'll be by now.
Slow. Even slower, Mr. Furry. It's kicking up such a bow wave it'll flood over the piston soon.
The line is level at this part here, but there's just a slight gradient down about half a mile ahead, Harry.
How are you going to get through it? It'll be over the piston.
Can you handle the regulator, Harry? Just keep it at the walking pace.
Yeah, but what are you doing, Mr. Furry?
Walking on the line ahead. Then as soon as the line dips, I'm going to take it at speed.
The water'll be up to your thighs. If you're not careful, you get swept away, Mr. Furry.
Take over now, Harry. I'm getting down into the track. Jam your brakes from the moment I hold my hand up.
Right.
But the water's cold. Right, Harry. Wait until I'm in front of the engine, then up the regulator 1 notch. Right? Harry, stop it now. The blaze here. Phew. At least the rain stopped. Right, Harry, move over. Get that pressure as high as you can. The gradient's only 200 yards in length. I'm We're going to back up, then accelerate like the devil. We'll just burst our way through the water like a cruiser going into battle. Not that I've ever seen a cruiser going to battle. They don't have many of them in the Free State, you know. Right, into reverse. Good. Pressure right?
Pressure? The yard foreman could see that pressure gauge this minute. We'd both be out of it looking for a job.
Oh, in the red, is it?
Right in the red.
Then here goes. Hold on to your hat, Harry.
It's moving. It's taking me. Here, look at that wave. It's pouring right over the boilers.
Don't let it get into the furnace. Taking all right. Good old tea kettle.
Oh! I see it shallowing. We're going to make it, Mr. Bravery. The old tea kettle's doing it. Come on, old 4630. Come on. Few yards more. Oh, dear old tea kettle, I love you.
Wait out, Harry, my boy. Wait out. I told you the old girl had it in her. Now the regulator and as fast as devil can take us to the bridge.
Frank, check with the guard that he's put out the boxing.
I'll check. He's done it. He's a good man, knows his job. Though what train's going to explode them, I wouldn't know. Nothing can get through in this weather. How's the bridge holding, Super?
Just listen to it. Creaking away. If I just put my weight on it, I'm sure the rest of it will go.
I just looked at that marker. The locomotive's down another 2 inches, and it's tipped forward nearly 3 feet. It's not going to take it. Yeah. Do you hear that, Super?
A fog signal detonated. Surely old Corbett can't have...
be. Yeah, that was a bang.
Fog signal, Harry. Find that the guard knows his job. In his end of the breakdown, he rushes back along the line and fixes these fine explosives on the track. That was the warning one. In a minute or two, we'll hear 2 consecutive bangs, and then we'll slam on the brakes. Any sign of the train yet?
No, not yet, Mr. Bravery. Though with a night as black as this one, we could smack into it if it were only a dozen yards ahead.
Keep your eyes skinned, my boy. Only... There they are! Down, regulator! Up with the anchors, Harry boy!
Glad to see you. Everything okay?
It's now, Super. What can I do for you?
I'll shake out the breakdown, too. I want oxyacetylene torches on the couplings. The locomotive is ready for going into the river and pulling the train with it. Corbus, when the men are out, back up your train half a mile. Uncouple, then bring the tea kettle down here and couple onto the back of the train, okay?
Corbus, take it easy with that coupling. No jarring or you'll push the entire train into the river.
Jarring me? Man, I can couple onto that train as softly as a mother kissing her baby. Just watch it. Just watch it and see how a real railwayman does the job.
Slowly, Corbus. 12 more inches. Slowly. 6 inches. 3 inches. Easy now. Perfect. Now lock your brakes and be ready to reverse if we get the signal.
Corbus, I've got a very light from out of one of the breakdown trucks. If I fire it, uncouple and back away darn quick, because that'll mean the train's sliding into the river. Working on the couplings. I think we're going to be too late. Foreman tells me it'll take him nearly an hour to cut through those links.
The bridge isn't going to last that long. You can almost feel the line slipping down. Down the river.
I'm just wondering.
What, Super?
If I dare take the risk.
Risk? What have we got to lose? Except the whole train. What have you in mind, Super?
Those couplings.
Yes?
We can't wait an hour to cut through them. We've got to get them unfastened within minutes.
Nothing can do it quicker than a torch, Super.
Except
what?
Blast them. With dynamite.
Dynamite? You'll only have to cough near that bridge and the whole lot will go into the river.
We always have a supply of dynamite in the breakdown trucks for emergencies. Tell the foreman, Frank, to bring me 3 sticks immediately. I've heard of some mad thing.
Get a move on, Frank. 3 sticks and a fuse.
Right.
Corbett! Corbett, free! Down here!
Okay, what's it now, Papa? What's it now? I hope you're not going to ask me to drag the train and the loco back off the bridge. Because even the old tea kettle can't do that with a loco at that angle.
Not that, Corbett. I'm going to blast the couplings, free the train from the loco, and then you've got to drag the train back to safety before it follows the loco into the river. Can you do it, Corbett?
Ah, man, even miracles, so long as they're only little miracles, are possible with old 4630.
Well, this is going to be a big miracle, Corbett. I'm setting dynamite on the couplings. I warn you with a shout. You'll have just 3 minutes before they detonate. Have steam up to maximum pressure. Put the loco into reverse. Take up a slight pressure, not too much. And the very second the dynamite blows, get that regulator up and back away with the whole train as quickly as possible. Have you got that, Corbus?
Got it, Super.
And look here, Corbus, Ferry. No heroics. The chances are that when the dynamite blows, so will the bridge. And if the couplings haven't been cut, then the train and the old tea kettle is likely to be dragged forward, straight into the river. So you and your fireman be ready to jump if that happens. Okay, Corbus.
And have no fears about that. If old tea kettle starts to go for a swim, then we're going to part company pretty darn quick.
It's right there, Super. Then we should have a clean break.
Leave the explosives to me, Frank, and go and make sure everybody's out of the area.
Right, I'll do that.
Tell that guard to go through the train again. And if he finds anybody inside, to boot him out.
Right.
There's less than a 50-50 chance of pulling this off. Now, hurry it up, Frank.
Harry, for this little laugh, I think you'd better clear out the camp. And there'll be one less for me to worry about.
Oh, no, I'm staying, Mr. Ferry. You can't look after the engine and stoke the furnace at the same time.
Don't be a crackpot. Now, clear of this woodland.
No, don't do that, Mr. Ferry. I want to stay. It's my job just as much as it is yours.
Corbett, free! Corbett!
Ready, Super!
Lighting the fuse now, Corbett. 3 minutes from my signal. Ready?
Ready?
1, 2, 3. Fuse lit, Corbett!
Get away from there, Super. Come back here. When the dynamite goes up, the whole lot's gonna go.
I'm safe here, Frank. I'm sheltering behind this carriage. Get down, Frank. 2 minutes to go.
Brake up. Brakes hard on. Into reverse. 1 notch on the regulator. Harry, more sand on the tracks beneath the driving wheels. Ready. 15 seconds to go. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Come on, get blowing. Devil! There it is. Race off, up regulator. More sand, Harry.
He's not moving, Mr. Ferry.
Yes, darn well is, but the wrong way. She's being dragged with the train.
The piece of the coupling's still holding. Give me the sledge.
Get back. The bridge is going, and the loco's going with it.
Into forward gear for a few feet. Try and jerk stop to see if we can snap the coupling.
The old train's sliding forward. There's the loco. It's crashing into the river.
We've done it! We've done it! The coupling's gone. It's reverse again. Regulate up 2 notches. More sand, Harry. We've got it. We've got the train. It's coming back, Harry. It's coming back. Dear old tea kettle. Keep pulling.
Corbus, old chap. You pulled off the miracle.
We've lost the bridge and the electric locomotive, but we've saved the train.
And not only the train, Corpus, but at least 200 of those darn passengers who got back into the coaches. What do you think we ought to do about them, Super? Get the police to charge them for disobeying orders in an emergency? The whole lot of them could have lost their lives if the train had gone into the river.
Oh, man, leave him alone. Just let old Tea Kettle 46 Stucky take the train back in real style. It's a free ride for them today, Super.
It certainly will be. And it looks as if old Tea Cat was going to be on regular service until we get all these power lines fixed up again.
Oh, Superintendent, why don't you scrap the electrical lines and get real locomotives to do the job again? I can easily teach Frank to drive a steam engine again.
High Adventure is produced by Anne Freed and directed by Henry Diffenthal.
Tonight we tell the story, Fireflies and Gunfire, by George Candy.
I've just been to see my friend, Bull Turner. He's in hospital after being injured in a gliding accident. Imagine, gliding at his age. But he was always a wild, stroppy character. I should know. I spent 9 months with him on the loose in the German-occupied Italy during the war. After the Italian armistice, we did a duck from the Ferro Sabina camp and holed up for the winter in a mountain village where the peasants were strongly anti-German. Then in May 44, we went south, hoping to get through the front. By the time we'd reached the area behind the casino, our civilian clothes were in tatters, and our boots were falling apart. Cool. We looked like tramps. Hey, Bull, I don't like this. The whole place is swarming with Jerry troops.
Well, what do you expect? We can't reach the front without going through the base area. And let me tell you, Arthur, we haven't much further to go.
Oh, come off it. That gunfire isn't as loud as it was this morning.
These hills ahead are masking it. According to my reckoning, casino's less than 15 miles away. That big town back there must be Sora. And the river over on the right is the Liri.
Yeah, the ferryman told us the Allies had captured Casino.
Well, so much the better. It means the front is closer than I thought. Let me have another look at that map.
But you can't look at a map now, Bull.
Why not?
Well, the Jerrys will see you. There's an old mob of them in the vineyard on the other side of the edge. And remember that carabinieri we passed a few minutes ago? Oh, he gave us a very suspicious look.
Oh, so what? He's only an Italian policeman.
Yeah, but they work with the Jerrys. Hey, watch out. There's a truck coming along behind.
Get to the side of the road and keep your voice down.
Sure. You should have seen the way that driver stared at us.
Stop panicking. We're dressed like Italian peasants, aren't we?
Yeah, but we don't look like Italian peasants. Well, that hair of yours is over a foot long, and you're not wearing an hat.
I couldn't worry about that. There's only two things that interest me at the moment. The first is finding some grub, and the second is getting through the front.
Well, we're not likely to do either, the way things are going. Where are you going to find grub for a start? Every field's occupied by the Jerrys, and if we did come across an Italian farm, well, they'd probably refuse to help us. The Itais in these parts aren't nearly as friendly as those in the mountains.
So I'm going to get hold of some grub if I have to steal it from a Jerry field kitchen.
Hey, Bull, you see what's happening behind us?
What's the matter now?
We've been followed.
Pills.
I'm telling you, that carabinieri is definitely trailing us. He's got a Jerry with him. But the pair of them are jabbering away like mad about us.
If you keep on looking back like that, you're bound to raise suspicion. Darling, I think you're right. They are following us.
Oh, blimey, now we're...
Shut up and listen. We've got to get off this road, and we've got to act fast. Is there anything in that orchard on the left?
Yeah, an hospital tent.
And on the right?
An AK gun under a camouflage net.
And we must keep walking till we get level with those bushes at the bend in the road.
And then?
And then we duck into them, of course. We'll wait till I give the word. Come on, step it up a bit. Okay, move.
God, there's barbed wire.
Now get through it, you nit.
Blimey, here's a ditch.
Get down and shut up.
Lange Kerl ist doch ein Engländer. Zum Teufel. Wo sind sie jetzt? Na, wo ist alle? Komm!
They're gone. They're searching the field on the other side. Shut up. He's coming this way.
Hey, Colo. Money in auto. Blimey, it's all up, Bull. He's found me. Dio mio! Oh! Heavens, Bull, what did you do?
Knocked him out. That rock on the back of the head will keep him quiet for a bit.
You might have killed him.
So what?
Well, if that Jerry finds us...
He won't. We'll cut straight through these bushes away from the road. But first, I want to take a souvenir from our friend.
He's automatic? You're not taking this automatic, are you?
Yes, I am.
But, Bull, think of the consequences. I mean, if they catch us as we are, we'll be treated like ordinary prisoners of war. But if they catch us armed, they regard us as partners.
Oh, stop belching. Save your breath for the rest of the journey. We've got to get away from this area as fast as we can.
Oh, for heaven's sake, Bull, can't we rest for a bit? I'm all in.
You're out of condition, Arthur. You've had too much soft living in the Abruzzi.
Oh, darn it, we've been going flat out for the last half an hour. Oh. Hey, did you see what's ahead? It's a huge gorge. Oh, blimey, look at them cliffs on the other side that we've got to climb up.
So that must be the River Melfa down there. Yeah, let me study the map. Yes, you see? It is the Melfa. We're getting close. Casino's only 10 miles away. Look, I can see shells landing on that hilltop. It must be a good 5 miles from here. I reckon we'll get through the front tonight.
Oh, I'm still worried about that carabinieri. When the Jerrys find out what you do to him, they'll start a man up.
Oh, tripe. Do you think they're going to worry about a carabinieri at this stage of the game? Perhaps you didn't notice just now that they were dismantling tents and loading trucks. I'm telling you, they're withdrawing. You can hear from the gunfire that the Allies have broken through the plains. If the Jerrys don't pull out of this area, they'll be encircled. Okay, I'll tell you what we'll do. We'll wait till nightfall, then cross the Melfa. In the meantime, we'll find some grub. I haven't eaten for 2 days. Do you see over there?
What?
The house. And someone's standing in the doorway. It's probably the last inhabited farm between here and Casino. It's our only chance of a meal.
Do you think it's any use worth trying? Well, they're probably like the rest of the Italians around here. They'll refuse to help us.
Well, in that case, I'm going to use force. I didn't take that automatic for nothing.
Oh, Bull, don't be mad. Well, what do you think will happen if you start pulling a gun on the Itais?
What do I think will happen? I know what'll happen. They'll cop up their hoarded supplies instead of refusing us like they did yesterday. I'm damned if I'll be treated like a beggar again. How many houses do we call that?
Well, at least 50.
And we weren't offered so much as a slice of bread anywhere.
Oh, come on, we were. What about those shepherds who gave us that stuff that tasted like spinach?
That doesn't count. It's like eating grass. I don't care what these ites here offer us. It can be dry polenta if they like, but it's got to be something or else someone stops a bullet.
Oh, fool, for heaven's sake, don't...
You and your wishy-washy ideas. I suppose you're going to refuse to eat the grub if I produce it with the help of this automatic? We're not on a guided tour of Italy, as you sometimes seem to think, Arthur. And when we get to this house, please keep the conversation strictly to business. I don't want to hear any waffle about land tenure and Roman remains. I'm sure that was the only reason why you learned Italian, so that you could natter about nothing.
I like that. I'd like to know where we'd be now if I hadn't learnt Italian.
On the other side of the front, I expect. At any rate, use your Italian to good effect now.
Buongiorno, signorina. Siamo prigionieri di guerra.
You are English.
Oh, gosh. You can speak English?
Yes, I have lived in England. Before the war, my father goes to England for summer. We work at the seaside, Tonelli's ice cream stall. Oh, we go to other countries also, France, Germany, Belgium.
Well, that's very interesting. Pleased to meet you, Miss Tonelli. I'm Arthur Saunders, and this is my mucker in, Paul Turner. We're English.
Afternoon, Senorina. We're in need of food. That's why we've come here. Can I speak to your father?
My father, he is not here. The Germans take him.
Why did they do that?
To work on the roads. He only come back on Sundays.
Oh, that's really tough.
Yes. Can I speak to your mother, then?
She is in hospital in Sora. She's very sick.
You mean you're all alone?
Yes. My brother has been conscripted.
Conscripted? But how's that possible? The Germans don't conscript Italians.
He's in the Italian Republican Army. That's Mussolini's army. They have to fight for the Germans. So, you see, I have to do all the work on the farm myself.
Oh, I wish we could help you.
Our job is to get through the front. I hope nobody's going to forget that. Now, look here, Senorina. I'm sure you can spare us some food.
I have a very little food.
I'm sure you can spare some.
Bull, listen.
Yes, I can spare some food. I will cook you some supper. I like to help the Allies.
That's more like it.
You'd better come inside. Do anyone see you come onto the farm?
No.
Well, we got chased by a German and a carabinieri about half an hour ago.
Oh, that is bad. I think they will come now and search the house.
Why should they do that? They surely don't search every house in the neighborhood whenever they spot an escaped POW.
They always search our house.
Why yours?
Because they know I come from England.
But you don't. You only went to England in the summer to sell ice cream, and to other countries as well.
But you see, we often help escaped prisoners. After the armistice, many of them come past this house. They go to the front. English, American, Australia, New Zealand. The Germans know we help those men. So now they always search if they think that we are...
Well, if they come searching today, I've got something for them. You see this?
What do you? A gun?
Yes, Senorina, a gun. A gun that'll be used if any German, or anyone else for that matter, tries to stop us getting to the front or refuses to help us.
Bull, you can't use an automatic if Jerry comes here. Miss Tonelli will be executed.
There won't be any Jerry left alive to execute her.
But how could you hush up a thing like that?
Oh, pipe down, Arthur. Now, Miss Tonelli, you said something about taking us inside.
Yes, please come quickly. It is not good to stand outside with a gun in your hand. If my neighbors see you. Now, please follow me. I take you to my brother's room. If you are in here, no one will know.
Oh, it looks first class, Signorina.
And if the Germans come, there is a place to hide.
Where?
Up there.
You mean in the ceiling?
What, is that a trapdoor, then?
Yes, it is a trapdoor. You must climb into the wardrobe to push it open. Then you must get into the ceiling and wait until they've gone.
Oh, that's a great plan. But I hope we don't have to use it.
I go and cook some food now.
Well, it's a bit of luck finding this house, eh? She seems to have a lot of guts, that girl.
I think she's phony.
Why'd you say that?
How did you ever hear such a fishy story?
What?
All that rot about the Germans suspecting her because she's been to England. She's been to Germany, too, hasn't she? And then that sob stuff about her brother being conscripted. I bet he volunteered in order to keep in with the Jerrys.
Oh, I think it's a pretty mean thing saying that about her. The way she's given us food and shelter.
Oh, the food part's all right. But I feel trapped in a room like this. Yeah, what sort of view do we get from the window?
Oh, not much. Trees are only about 20 yards away.
Well, that gunfire's getting louder. That means the Allies are still advancing. They ought to be through the front by midnight.
Oh, sun's setting already. Oh, heavens, Bull.
What?
A Jerry.
Where?
Coming through the trees.
Well, don't just stand there. Move. Jump through the window and run for it.
It's too late. You'll see us.
Then I'll use the automatic.
Oh, Bull, please. Look, do you want the old Tonelli family to be wiped out? At least try the ceiling first.
Oh, all right then. Climb on the wardrobe and open the trapdoor while I keep watch. Can you reach it?
Yeah, but it seems to be jammed.
The Germans come.
So I've noticed, Miss Tonelli. I'm ready for him.
Please, no guns. Get him to the ceiling.
This trapdoor won't open.
Push hard. It often sticks like that.
I can't move it. I'm getting down.
Get under the bed, quick.
Not on your life. It's a stupid place to hide. We'd better make a duck through the window.
No. Perhaps there are other Germans outside.
Do what she says, Bull.
Get under the bed.
All right, but if he comes in here,
Aufwachen! Aufwachen!
Now, please, not a sound.
This is the worst place she could have thought of.
Why'd you say that? We can't be seen from the doorway.
Oh, look, if you were searching a bedroom, where would you look first?
Under the bed.
Exactly. We're like rats in a trap under here. Maybe Red Arthur. I want a clear field of fire.
I wish I knew what was going on out there. They've been talking for ages.
Yeah, talking in German, too. She seems very fluent in that language, which makes it all the more suspicious.
How does it make it suspicious?
I wonder if she's asking you what the reward is for giving us away.
Hang on. Shh, they're coming in.
Well, I'm ready for them.
Haben Sie in England auch gesehen oder nicht?
Ja, ein halber Dutzend. Marken für Schranke auf den Südensachse.
Na, danke, Dame. Ich werde den Leutnant rausrichten.
That was a narrow escape, eh? Blimey, it was touch and go whether I pulled the trigger. Did you hear what she said?
Well, I heard what she said, but I mean, I
She
don't understand
said
a
we
word.
were hiding here and told him to look under the bed.
Oh, come on. How'd you know that? You don't understand German any more than I do.
Oh, yes, I do. I took German at school. And I've definitely heard her say something about unter das Bett.
Well, wasn't it a way of maybe calling his bluff?
Bluff? What do you mean calling his bluff? If he'd looked, he'd have found us, wouldn't he?
What are you worrying about? He's gone and we're still on the loose. In fact, there's no point in staying under this bed any longer, is there? Let's get out, eh?
Yeah, all right. You know what I think?
What?
I think he's going to get reinforcements.
Ah, nonsense. Reinforcements in order to capture 2 men.
Now, look. When they were nattering in the kitchen, I bet she told him we were armed. And then she opened the door so he could see where we were hiding. Listen, just you watch. He'll be back with other Jerrys.
You know, you ought to become a script writer or something. I wish I had your imagination.
You can wish if you like, Arthur. But if you think about it, you'll see it all hangs together. She's been to Germany, right? She even speaks German. Her brother's in Mussolini's army. She tells us to hide in the ceiling, knowing full well the trapdoor doesn't work. And then she gets us under the bed where we're completely helpless. And now she's sent him off to get reinforcements.
Nah, she seems a straightforward sort of person to me.
Yeah, well, maybe she does. But her character's got nothing to do with it. It's the situation she's in, that's all. You've seen how much these people have suffered in the war. They're desperate. Well, obviously, she's hoping for the reward. 10,000 lira, or whatever it is, for giving information about escaped POWs.
Oh, well, I don't know what to think. I'm sure she's trustworthy.
Well, maybe you are, but I don't. I think we should clear off while we can.
What, and miss the meal she's cooking for us?
All right. We'll hang on for the meal. But I'm keeping the automatic at the ready with the safety catch off until we leave here.
Hey, be quiet. This is her now.
All right, she's gone. You shouldn't get out from under the bed until I tell you.
I think I feel a little safer on my feet than under the bed, Senorina.
Miss Tonelli, what did the Jerry say then?
He's telling me that 2 escaped prisoners attack a carabinieri, and that the carabinieri is in hospital. Then he says he can't search no more because the Germans is retreating. He's got to get back to his company.
Yeah. That's a very interesting story, Senorina.
Aren't you pleased they are retreating?
Mm-hmm. I'm just afraid they may retreat right up to this house.
I don't think they do that. There's no road here.
No, you see, what Bull means is that you can't trust these Jerrys, you know. They might be lying.
Yeah. Other people, too.
I go and finish the cooking now.
Look, boy, I wish you'd stop these insinuating remarks. There's no proof that she's planning to ditch us. It's only an hunch you got.
A pretty sound hunch, in my opinion.
Well, I just hope you'll apologize to her when we get out of here and without being caught. Well, I've got another hour to wait, I suppose. If we'd any sense, we'd get some sleep now with a bed here and all. We'll be walking all night, probably.
Yeah. Well, you can if you like. I'd sooner sleep in the middle of a minefield than in this house. You'll see, Arthur. That Jerry will come back, and he'll come back with a squad.
Well, if you feel that way, I better not sleep either. I'll read something, then. Oh, you got a lot of books on this shelf. Hey, look at this.
What's that?
It's a copy of Pirandello's plays. Oh, I read some of these when I was learning Italian, you know. Hey, and believe it or not, there's an Italian translation of Uncle Tom's Cabin.
Now, look, I suppose you do realize, Arthur, that our job is to get through the front and not make a study of Italian literature.
What's the harm in reading while we're waiting?
Read as much as you like, but I'm sitting next to the window with the gun in my hand just in case that Jerry comes back.
This is delicious polenta, Signorina. It's about the best I've ever tasted. After 2 days without food, a meal like this is great.
Oh, well, I'm sorry it's only polenta. I'd like to give you pasta squita, but there's a ration on the flour, and the Germans have taken all our hens, so there's no eggs. They take our cows, too.
Yeah. Well, I can tell you, I'm so hungry now I could eat an horse. This isn't a horse, is it?
No. And I wish your friend wouldn't eat with a gun in his hand.
Oh.
It is safe to eat even in the kitchen. The Germans won't come back.
Well, I believe in taking precautions, Senorina. And you should, too. For instance, it's not a good idea to give away all your food like this. Unless, of course, you know of a way to replenish your supplies.
I got a little flour left, and you need food more than me.
No doubt you'll be able to buy all you want.
I can't buy. There's a ration.
Perhaps some kind friend will present you with a large sum of money, and then you'll be able to get food on the black market, eh?
I don't know what your friend means.
Oh, he's just trying to be funny, you know, a comedian. In my opinion, you've been extremely generous. And later on, I'm sure Bill will agree with me.
Yeah. Well, what I can't understand is why the Senorina has put a lamp in the window. Have you noticed that? Don't you have blackout regulations, Senorina?
Yes, there is the regulations. The Germans is very strict on the towns, but out here, they don't bother very much.
Well, that's strange. I should have thought that close to the front like this, they'd enforce the regulations more strictly than ever. You realize that anyone standing outside must be quite certain by now we're having supper in here.
It's not dangerous now.
Well, I hope not. Well, think we've eaten all your food, Senorina? We'd better be on our way. It's dark enough outside.
Don't go yet. I got some coffee for you.
Well. We'll still end up in the bag if we don't get a move on. Hurry up, Arthur, and drink that coffee. It's time we left.
Wait. Let me go and look outside first.
If anyone's there, he'll have seen us already. I'm not such a mug as to be taken in by all this.
Oh, darn it, Bull. If she was planning to give us away, the Jerry's have been here by now. But where are they?
That's just what I'm wondering.
Oh.
I'll tell you in advance what she's going to say when she comes in again, shall I? She's going to tell us how to get to the front, which direction to go in, which path to follow. Now, why is she doing this? I'll tell you. Because she knows where the Jerrys will be waiting to intercept us.
Oh, tripe. Careful, she's coming back.
There's no one about, so it's quite safe to leave now. I'll lead it away. Now, I tell you the best way to go. First, you walk through the vines until you come to the stone wall. Then you take the path that goes down to the river. But be careful. It is very steep. You follow my footsteps.
Oh, but it's guarded by Jerry's.
No, I never see Germans there.
You see this gun, Senorina? I'll use it. Who's waiting down there?
Where?
Quiet. Listen. Someone's out there.
Oh, come on, Bull. I can't hear anything. Hey, you're right.
Get into the room. Get under the bed. Hurry.
Not this time.
Bull, for heaven's sake, put that gun away. Look, if they find you with it, we're finished. You can't take on a platoon of Jerry.
We're finished anyway. It won't matter where we hide. But I'm going to make sure that someone else doesn't escape either.
Don't point that gun at me.
You're a German spy, Mr. Nelly.
Bull, are you out of your mind?
We're taking you with us, Senorina.
No.
Talking English.
Open the door, we'll smash it down.
By heck, they are.
Okay, you three jokers, stand against the wall. Put your hands up. Where are the Huns? Search the house, fellas.
There are no Germans in here. They're just us three.
Then who fired that shot? How come you wops speak English?
Oh, we're escaped prisoners of war. We're not wops. We're English.
Oh, now there's a thing. And this dame, who's she?
Well, if it wasn't for her, we'd be in the bag again. Senorina,
Mistakes is easy to make these days. And now you don't have to go to the front.
No. The fronts come to us.
Is produced by Anne Freed and directed by Henry Lippenthal.
Tonight's story by Norman Partington is entitled The Magazine at Delhi.
By June 1857, 1/3 of India was aflame with revolt, as regiment after regiment of sepoys mutinied against the British, and in doing so committed unparalleled massacre. It wasn't a spontaneous uprising, and in the early part of May, a number of cities still remained uneasily peaceful, though neighboring communities were in the midst of grim fighting. On the 11th of May, 1857, in Delhi, capital city of the great Mughal Emperor Bahadur Shah, this aged monarch was being severely harassed by his two sons.
No, you ask too much of me.
But now is the time, my lord father.
Now, my lord, whilst the British Ferengi is uncertain and ill-prepared.
We must attack. Strike now.
But why? The British do not bother me. They do not interfere in my lands, and they pay me respect. They have not infested Delhi.
Infest? They are here in Delhi. 200 at least, my lord.
A mere 200 peaceful citizens and 50 soldiers. 50 soldiers, my sons. The British promised never to station more in my city.
In what better moment than now? There are 4 regiments of sepoys here, all eager to revolt the instant the great Mughal commands them to do so.
But the English soldier has offered me no insult.
You say no insult, my father? Do they not demand of the Muslim that his lips touch pig fat? Do they not smear pig fat on the bullets they make? There can be no greater insult to one of the faithful.
They explained their mistake and they offered apology. Their colonel, I forget his name, came to make amends. He explained.
The British Ferengi is gifted with devious explanations.
I am too old. My bones are too weary for revolt. My days of warring are long over, my sons.
So, the Emperor of all India, the great Mughal king of Delhi, Bahadur Shah, descendant of Akbar the Great and of Genghis Khan, will go to his grave with the Ferengi pig fat on his lips.
Bake me not too much. I am still king, and the blade of my executioner is still sharp, my son.
Then use it, my lord Emperor, on those who have usurped your sovereignty, the British Ferengi.
Listen to the voice of your people, Bahadur Shah. They cry to you to lead them.
In but an hour, we can destroy the British in Delhi.
No. Age shall have no part in this. Take command yourselves if you must, but not I. My years weigh too heavy on me.
This we shall gladly do.
But in your name, my lord father, we may demand all in the name of Bahadur Shah.
Yes, all. Now let me be. But think well on the magazine when you decide to attack.
The magazine, my lord?
You plan, and yet you know not what you plan. The magazine, foolish boy. The magazine near the Kashmir gate. Did it not occur to you? Capture the magazine first, and then you will have weapons and powder enough to defeat any force sent against you. Remember, my son, attack first the magazine.
And the curtain walls between the fortified bastions around Delhi were 12 feet thick, making the city confidently impregnable. But inside the fortifications, near the massive Kashmir gate, was an open space 2 acres in extent and surrounded by a very modest wall. The brick building inside this area was the British magazine, a storehouse for gunpowder, flint, and shot. It was under the command of a Lieutenant George Willoughby, with 2 officers, 6 warrant officers, and 20 sepoys to comprise its tiny garrison. At the time of the mutiny, the only substantial strong point the British possessed near Delhi was the Flagstaff Tower just outside the walls. Here the garrison comprised 30 soldiers.
I don't like it, sir.
What, Forrest?
That superior air of Sergeant Major Buckley.
Been touching you on the raw again, Forrest?
No. Awfully impertinent at times, sir. You'd think he was the sole authority in India on artillery to hear him.
Well, I bet he's a bit much at times. But again, Forrest, he was serving cannon out here when the two of us were being served porridge by our nannies. In a way, I suppose he's a right to feel superior.
Even so, that mate of his, Scully. What the devil's Scully doing up that tree? Sergeant Major Scully!
Relax, Forrest. You'll be chasing your shadow soon. I sent him up there to see if we can get any signal from Flagstaff Tower.
But Flagstaff's a quarter of a mile away, sir.
He's got my telescope. Besides, I'd like to know what goes on outside the walls.
Me too. The city's as quiet as a grave. Anyway, I put 6 lookouts on the walls. You don't really think there's going to be trouble, do you, sir?
I don't know. It's just a feeling I have.
Let's hope your feeling's just your bad digestion, sir. We've 472 barrels of gunpowder stacked in that building.
And 700 Enfield rifles. Tempting lot, isn't it?
Begging your pardon, sir.
Yes, Sergeant Major Buckley.
We're down to 6 feet of the ditch near the far wall. I reckon that's deep enough, sir.
How wide is it?
As wide as a grave, sir, and about twice the length. Nice and handy if the worst comes.
That isn't funny, Buckley.
Sorry, sir, but it's well to face the facts.
This is a garrison post, Sergeant Major, not a funeral parlor. And don't let any of those ideas filter into the minds of the sepoys.
Right, sir.
They're jittery enough as it is.
Lieutenant Willoughby, sir, if you please. Scully's getting bleeding excited, isn't he?
Yes, what is it, Scully?
Catch the telescope, sir, and have a look, see from the top of the wall. Large body of men moving towards the Kashmir Gate.
Can you make him out, sir?
I know those pennants. 4th Indian Cavalry. They're supposed to be stationed at Meerut. What the heck?
They've gone mad!
Sergeant Major Buckley, sir, I left the garrison. Double bar the gate and barricade it as well. Send Scully here.
I wouldn't have believed it if I hadn't seen it with my own eyes. Come on, Scully, up to it. 4th Indian Cavalry, weren't they, Buckley?
They were. Came galloping straight across the bridge, and when the poor bleeding guard at the Kashmir Gate calls them to halt, gets a lance straight through his chest, and then on they gallop straight into the city. Let's get this gate rigged up. Come on!
I think we'd better prepare for a siege, Lieutenant.
A siege? If I didn't know you so well, Forrest, I'd suspect you were making a joke. Look around you. We have one substantial building, 2 acres of fine garden, and a wall 7 feet high. If the mob had a mind to, they could lean on that wall and it'd collapse. This is no fortress. And there'll be no siege.
But surely those 4 loyal regiments of sepoys in the city are enough to control that cavalry, sir. Would you like me to ride over to their barracks?
Only if you wish to commit suicide, Forrest. The very air reeks with mutiny. And as for the 4 loyal regiments, my guess is that they'll join with the cavalry rather than oppose them.
The gate's secure, sir, as long as they don't push too hard. Should I issue weapons to the sepoys on the staff, sir?
Yes, I think you'd better, Scully. It'll double our own firepower. When you've done that, come back here with Lieutenant Rayner, Sergeant Major Crow, Sergeant Edwards, and Stewart. Now go on, get a move on, Scully.
I think that's a wise decision, sir. Issuing rifles to the sepoys at a time like this, I mean.
Look, Forrest, I share all your doubts, but if we can't trust our own staff, then who the blazes are we to trust? I soldiered with these men for years, and they've never let me down. All we can do, Forrest, is keep an eye on them, and at the first sign of any trouble, we'll...
Just listen to them, Buckley. They're beginning to warm up, all right. Yeah, but what's all that deen they're shouting? You ever heard that before?
I can hear them, Scully, and I've heard that cry many times in the past. Too many times. And I've liked it less each time. It means kill, kill. It's what they all cry out when they're embarking on a massacre. However, let's get this flaming 6-pounder into position. Fit them up side by side so they can be fired in sequence.
Right.
Got it. Hold it there. Steady. That's it. 2 powder kegs here, Scully. Now put that round shot behind, but stack the grape shot near the end.
Right.
These guns are going to be serviced faster than they've ever been done in their careers before.
You're going to use sepoys, Buckley?
Not likely. I want people I can trust. There's going to be just you and me and the sergeant.
Hey, Buckley, that reminds me. Did you hear what Sergeant Edwards had to say? What Edwards had to say was for our ears only, not to be gossiped about the magazine.
And what was that, sir?
It's that newfangled telegraph machine that's been installed. According to Edwards, he was there when the message came through. The whole garrison of sepoys at Meerut have mutinied. What? Close to 10,000 of them. During the night when the garrison town was asleep, the sepoys crept from their camps in the outlying districts, broke into the military prison and released all the convicts. Then went on the rampage.
They broke into every house nearby and slaughtered the European occupants, women and children as well. Then put the torch to the building. Having done that, they started toward Delhi.
That's only 40 miles away. A day and a half's march. That means the 4th Indian Cavalry
was just the advance guard of the mutineers.
Well, it looks as if Lieutenant Willoughby's got some news, too.
It's happened. The sepoys in Delhi have joined in with the cavalry. The Emperor Bahadur Shah has done nothing to stop them. And I suspect he's providing them with the leadership and authority they want.
I hardly think the Emperor... he must have been influenced by his 2 sons. They hate our guts, those 2. But old Bahadur Shah has always been a friend.
Not any longer, it seems.
There must be about 200 European people in Delhi, sir.
The killing started already, Scully. I looked over the wall. Even children. They were showing them no mercy. Anyway, let's snap out of it. Buckley, those 2 6-pounders, line them up near the magazine building and aim at the gate. Double charge each one with grapefruit.
Right, sir.
Scully, get Edwards and Crow and put the other 2 cannon under those trees across the other side of the garden. Lieutenant Forrest, sir, take command of that gun crew and keep the gate as your target. Synchronize fire with me at my signal. And get Lieutenant Rayner to wheel up that big 24-pounder and sight it near the trench we had dug.
Right, sir. That 24-pounder's not very reliable, sir. Shouldn't be used unless there's an emergency.
And what in tarnation do you think this is, Buckley? It's not an emergency. Now push off, quickly.
Aye, sir.
All right, sir.
This place is undefendable. You know that, sir. Even with a company of soldiers, we couldn't keep out the mob that's likely to come at us.
You're telling me nothing that I don't know, Forrest, but we've got to make the effort. This was my first command, and it looks as if it's going to be my last.
But if we make a break now, sir, whilst the mutineers are still disorganized, we could possibly reach Flagstaff Tower. But if we
We've no
stay...
choice, Forrest. We have to stay. We've to stay and defend this place to the best of our ability. Come what may, those rifles and those kegs of powder must not get into the wrong hands.
Well, you know the alternative. The last resort.
I know only too well. I've already made arrangements in my own mind to lay a trail of powder to that magazine. I shall hold on until the last minute, and if need be, I'll take my command and the magazine up to heaven with me. And half the mutineers as well.
There were many reasons for the mutiny of 1857, but the main one was the introduction of a new muzzle-loading rifle in which the bullet had to be bitten before insertion into the muzzle. This would have been acceptable to the sepoys had not the bullets been greased with a mixture of pig fat and cow fat, the cow being a holy creature to the Hindu, and the pig a horrifying one to the Muslim. Though the grease was changed, it was by then too late. Mutiny had begun and massacre followed.
Buckley, where's Lieutenant Rayner and Sergeant Major Crow?
On the wall behind the magazine, sir, with 4 sepoys.
What's what you're doing with that buckshot, Buckley? Nearly had it on my foot. What are you bothering with round shot for? It's grape shot you need for a charging enemy.
Grape shots all ready. It's as well to be prepared, isn't it, sir?
Pencil along back there.
Right, sir.
Lieutenant Forrest, sir, take the far wall with 5 sepoys. Right, sir. Quick, get moving. Scully, over to your left.
On the morning of the 11th of May, 1857, the attack against the Delhi magazine began. 8,000 armed mutineers against 9 British soldiers and 20 loyal sepoys.
Sepoys? They're running. The whole running lot of them.
Just be thankful for small mercies, chum. They could easily have shot at us before opening it. Oh, they're getting better, Buckley.
Soon they'll be the gate. They've got a battering ram. Ready, Forrest?
Battering ram? What do they need that for? One ready kicking that gate would fall in.
Guns ready, sir. Buckley, ready here, sir. Alternate firing. Aim.
As the main gate crashed open in a storm of dust, 1,000 suns glittered on the blades of the frenzied mutineers as they jammed together in the narrow opening.
Fire! One!
Blimey, that grape shot cut through them like chopped corn.
Reload. Ready with gun, 2.
They're coming in again, climbing over heaps of dead bodies.
Fire!
two. Number one's ready again, sir. Yeah! Buckley! Buckley! Scully! Fire! One! Put a bandage on him. Buckley, can you understand me?
Rear wall! They're coming over the rear wall!
Rayner! Edwards! Stewart! Use your bayonets! Got it? Fire! One! Fire! Two!
Get up, Buckley. Oh, come on, get up, mate. They ain't killed you.
Fire! One!
Shut that hole in your face, Scully, and lend me a hand.
Who was that?
It sounded like Edward's voice.
Fire! Two!
Come on, Buckley. Don't be so darn lazy. Use that ramrod as a crutch.
Fire! One!
The attack goes well for you, my son. Delhi is nearly cleansed of all the Ferengi English, my Lord Emperor. But at the magazine, they still fight like tigers. Do they not know that they are beaten? The bodies of my soldiers lie thick on the walls. Whilst at the gate, we must drag away the dead before each attack. Each time we rush, boom, and more of my men lie dead.
Did I not warn you? You began this thing against my will, and you have seen but the shadow of what the consequences will be. But where is that foolhardy, impetuous brother of yours?
He took his men through the streets, my lord, searching out for the Ferengi, dragging them from their fancy homes and putting them to the sword. To one such home he went.
He is dead?
Father, he broke open the door. The Ferengi rushed for him with sword leveled, but a spear was thrust into him. At this, his wife stooped and whipped up her husband's pistols from his belt, killed the man who held the spear, and with her second shot put a ball through my brother's mouth and out through his skull. I assure you, my father, that neither the woman nor her two children lived a minute longer.
It is the will of Allah. Go now, my son, and leave me to my grief.
Throughout the morning, and for the whole of the afternoon, in that torrid heat of summer, that handful of British soldiers fought and held off the hordes of mutineers. But the end was inevitable.
That's the last of the grape shot, sir. Only a round shot now. Tell Crow to lay the powder trail. Crow's dead, sir. Half an hour ago. Edwards is gone too.
Handle this gun, Buckley. I'll finish the powder trail.
Scully, lead it to the trench we've dug. Start crawling for the trench, Buckley. You can't handle both cannon yourself, Lieutenant Willoughby. And you darn fool, can't run. So get moving to the trench. Only after these next two shots. Begging your pardon, sir. Insubordinate idiot. All right. Load the round shot. Forrest! Sir! One more sequence. Then head for the trench. Right?
Right, sir. What about the...
Forrest! Forrest!
It's Stewart. He's been hit.
Coming in, Buckley. Fire one.
Fire one. Fire, down you. Fire! Powder trail made to magazine, sir.
Right, Scully. Light the powder. Light the powder. Buckley, fire two. Buckley, put your arm round my neck. And then hop along. Now, ready? We're always taught never to embrace the commissioned ranks. Right, Lieutenant Willoughby. Let's get up in.
Get down, sir. I see him.
Light of a line there, pretended to be dead. Then up he gets and tosses that spear.
Well, he's dead now, Scully.
Forrest, are they all here in the trench? All that's left of us, sir. Yes. Other three are dead.
Hey, Scully, you sure you lit that powder? Can't see any darn flame.
Ruddy thing's gone out. I'll put another match to it.
Come back, you fool. You'll be killed before you've gone 5 yards if you try to cross that ground now.
Well, I'll blast a magazine with round shot. Help me get the 24-pounder sighted on it, Buckley. Get back, Buckley. I'll give Scully a hand. What's the blazes, Scully? Sorry to shove you back in the trench, sir, but firing the cannon is my job alone now, sir. And duck your eggs and dry!
Help us. It's gone. Everything's gone. It's just a wasteland. Walls, building. All those houses nearby. They've all gone. There's just nothing but smoke. Smoke and debris. Scully. Where's Scully?
He's gone as well, sir. And he knew he would, being exposed as he were on top of that trench. Poor bleeding Scully.
And he deliberately pushed me out of danger before firing that cannon. Rest in peace, Scully. We'd best be moving towards Flagstaff, sir. Blimey. Explosions have even taken part of the main wall away, sir. Right. Quickly. Grab your weapons. With luck, we might be able to reach Flagstaff Tower whilst the mutineers are still dazed. Come on. Blasting.
Quarter of a mile. If me crutches hold out, and if Sergeant Stewart don't collapse...
How are you managing, Buckley?
I'll take a bit with Stewart and I'll get to Flagstaff before him.
That's the spirit. Down, everybody! It's not us they're firing at, Forrest. Well, sir, get Rayner to hang on to Stewart. You look after Buckley. And cover me, Forrest. Right, sir. I'm going on ahead over that open stretch. Move on when I signal it's clear. Take care, sir. I wouldn't... He came for that ruined house over there, sir. Keep down, sir. Stay there, Forrest. We've got to get across that open ground.
Would have been better if we'd gone round to the left.
Lieutenant! They've got Lieutenant Willoughby, Buckley. They've got him. They've shot him.
Best keep moving, sir. God rest his soul.
Rayner, Buckley, come on, Stewart. It's just a few yards more. Buckley, give me your arm.
Right.
Hurry. Flagstaff's opening its gates for us.
Yeah.
It's just a few yards. Buckley, keep going. You've got to make it. Buckley!
Out of the 9 soldiers who defended the Delhi magazine, 4 survived to reach the safety of Flagstaff Tower. They were Lieutenants Forrest and Raynor, the injured Sergeant Stewart, and the badly wounded Sergeant Major Buckley. Subsequently, each of the 4 heroes received the Victoria Cross, whilst the 5 courageous men who were killed were immortalized by a bronze plaque that stands to this day in Delhi, where the magazine had once been. At that time, VCs were not awarded posthumously.
High Adventure is produced by Anne Freed and directed by Henry Diffenthal. Tonight's story by Ron Evans is entitled Keeper of the Tomb. For several years, I've been waiting to tell you this very strange and frightening story. Even now, I'm wondering whether I'm doing the right thing by making some of the facts public. But here goes. Some years ago, I was contacted by an old friend, Julie Richards, whom I knew from university days when we studied archaeology and anthropology together. She begged me to come out to South Africa, where she was on vacation, as she'd found something that would intrigue me. My name is Mark Hyland, and in company with my assistant, Tom Raglan, we flew from London to Johannesburg. Julie met us there in a hotel, where she unwrapped a stone fragment from a cocoon of tissue paper.
Take a look at that, Mark. What do you make of it?
You're not having us on, are you?
No, it's no joke. I found that fragment only last week on a large farm in the Northern Cape Province.
Oh, let me see. It's definitely of Egyptian origin. 2 complete hieroglyphs.
Yeah, but what's it doing here? That's the $64,000 question.
Do you know what it's a part of, Julie?
Well, Mayan and Aztec archaeology is my specialty, but, well, I'd say it's part of a frieze.
You're wrong. This was once part of a tomb marker.
A tomb marker? But it couldn't be.
I agree with Mark. The hieroglyphs form a name. There's a slight difference from the Egyptian hieroglyphs we know, but it is decipherable.
Where exactly was it found?
On a farm owned by a man called Dirk Fender. Here, I'll show you on the map. Now, it's just there in the northern part of the Cape Province.
Yeah?
It's in a valley surrounded by 3 hills with a small river running through it.
You know what this means, don't you?
Tell me. That's why I sent for you.
Somewhere in the vicinity of where you found this stone fragment is a tomb of Egyptian origin.
But what would it be doing here?
That's what we're going to find out. A discovery like this is the dream of every archaeologist. A find which could sensationally revise our present knowledge of ancient history. 2 days later, we arrived at Dirk Fenter's farm and carefully went over the ground where Julie had found the stone. There was nothing. For 3 days we stayed at the farm as Dirk's guests, each day combing the valley in vain. At dinner on the 3rd evening, we'd almost given up hope.
But why go back to Cape Town tomorrow? You're welcome to stay as long as you like. Well, as a matter of fact, I appreciate the company.
Oh, that's very kind of you, Dirk. I'd like to, but I think we're on a wild goose chase.
No, I disagree, Mark. How did that stone come to be lying in the valley? As you say, it's only a fragment. So the rest of it must be out there somewhere.
Oh, buried, more than likely. Again, it could have been planted there by some joker. Well, it's happened often in the past, you know.
Some more wine, Julie?
Oh, yes, please.
Near where the marker is, there's usually a very deep, narrow shaft. But that's more than likely collapsed in by now, if it exists.
You know, I wonder.
What do you wonder, Dirk?
There is such a hole. It goes through the rock on the side of the hill nearest the stream.
Oh, there is? Well, how big is it?
Oh, say about 2 foot in diameter. It's deep, though, almost bottomless.
Has anybody been down it?
Oh, not likely. You know, one of my sheep fell down once. So I've had it covered by a bolt ever since.
Well, it could be what we're looking for.
How deep is it, I wonder?
Well, I threw some stones down before I covered it, and I didn't hear them hit bottom.
I'm going down there.
Hey, not without me.
Or me. If that is the tomb entrance, I don't want to miss any of the glory.
We arrived in the valley very early in the morning. Dirk came with us, saying he would stay on the surface in case anything went wrong. He also brought 2 walkie-talkies so we could keep in contact with him. As we prepared for our descent, several of the farm workers joined us to assist with the ropes. I was the first to go down. Long coils of rope had been joined together to form one continuous length, which, it was hoped, would reach the bottom. I went down slowly, my legs steadying me. Still, I descended, lower and lower, until I felt sure there must be no more rope left. On the verge of abandoning hope, the sides of the shaft suddenly widened, and I was, for a minute, dangling freely, until my feet touched the bottom. I was trembling and breathless with excitement when I switched on my battery-operated fluorescent lantern. Hello up there. Can you hear me?
Hello there, Mark. What's down there?
What we've been looking for. It's a stone chamber, empty apart from a lot of old animal bones. Definitely man-made. Yes, there are a number of hieroglyphic inscriptions on the walls.
They're bringing up the rope now, so I'll be joining you soon.
Put Julie on, Tom.
I heard what you said. So we found the tomb, huh?
I wouldn't go that far, Julie. There are no doors to be seen down here. It's just an empty chamber. But come on down and take a look for yourself.
Just you try and stop me. Tom's just being lowered down now.
Within the hour, all 3 of us were examining the chamber walls.
I can read some of it, but there's a lot of difference in them compared to the Egyptian forms. Oh, yes, it's very odd.
This is going to surprise you, Tom. You see that symbol there? What would you say if I told you it was Mayan?
Oh, I say you were wrong. Similar, perhaps.
It's Mayan, definitely. I've seen that symbol. Oh, and that one, too, many times on the Yucatan Peninsula in Mexico.
It's strange. I wonder if there could be an historical connection. Theories have been put forward that the Central and South American civilizations stemmed originally from the ancient Egyptian.
But it was assumed they sailed in reed boats from the Mediterranean.
What if they'd emigrated through Central Africa to here, then across to the southwest, and from there to South America in boats?
Well, it's a feasible theory, Mark. The current and winds would automatically carry them there.
Incredible, but it could be so, I admit. And this is pretty good evidence to support the theory.
Well, we've established one thing. This is, or was, a tomb. But why it's empty is a mystery.
Well, according to this, it belonged to Princess Narini, a first daughter of Lord Tagash.
We'll come down here tomorrow with a camera and photograph the hieroglyphics. Then we can translate them at leisure.
Oh, what was that?
Blast. Part of the rope has come away. Only a few yards, though, thank heaven. I'll call up Dirk and tell him to lower it some more. Hello, Dirk. Can you hear me? Dirk, are you there?
Hey, take a look at the end of this rope. Dirk. It's been burnt away.
It can't be.
Dirk, will you come in, please? The radio's dead.
Oh, no.
It's as though the batteries are finished.
Oh, well, here, let me take a look. Oh, you're right. It's deader than the dodo ever was.
But that means we're trapped down here.
I'm afraid so. But when Dirk gets worried, he'll be sure to send somebody down. Just have to wait.
I'll carry on studying these hieroglyphics.
Mark, what if Dirk doesn't send down help?
Don't worry about it, Julie. He's sure to. The hours dragged by. In the air in the chamber became foul. The fluorescent lamp began to dim. My watch read 7 in the evening. We took turns in shouting up the shaft, but got no reply. We were literally entombed.
I'm thinking that there must be another way out of this chamber. Or at least a hidden annex to it.
Tom's right. We must look before the lamp fades out altogether.
I've just thought of something. Why don't we... What's that noise? Did you hear it?
It sounds like wind, but there is none.
Leave me. Leave tell you?
Well, there's only us down here.
Leave my tomb. Leave it.
Is that Mark? It is a voice.
Oh, it's a trick of the wind.
What wind? I can't feel any.
Oh, relax. It's our imaginations running riot from the effect of being cooped up here.
Nonsense, Tom. I heard it clearly, and so did you. Now, please, let's listen.
Oh, right. If it'll make you happy.
Leave my tomb in peace. Go. Go.
Can you doubt that?
No, I can't.
It's scary, but keep calm. What we're witnessing is a psychic phenomenon. Oh, I know you're probably cynical about it, but I've had some experience of seances back in the States. You see, my parents were spiritualists.
Hocus pocus.
Then do you doubt that was the voice we heard?
Well, no, but
Well, laugh if you want to. But there's a spirit trying to make contact with us, telling us to leave this tomb.
We'll ask it how. I'll be only too glad to obey at the moment.
If you'll be quiet, that's precisely what I intend to do. Now, please listen, and don't laugh. Hello? Are you trying to tell us something?
Go away from this place.
Gee.
We'd like to go, but we're trapped.
It was I who trapped you.
Why? Are we doing you harm?
Yes. I want peace. You are disturbing me.
Why did you trap us?
I want to speak to you. The presence of your bodies in this chamber has developed enough power for me to speak.
What do you want to tell us?
I want to warn you not to disturb my tomb. You must go away. Never return.
Are you Princess Narini?
Yes. This is my resting place. Here are my treasures, my earthly goods.
But there's nothing here.
Why, Tom, let me do the talking.
My treasures are here. If I am to let you go, you will see them.
You will show us how to leave, Narini?
Only if you swear on your lives not to reveal what you have found and seen.
On our lives?
It is written that my tomb will remain undiscovered for many more centuries to come. What is here is not for your knowledge.
But it's an archaeologist's dream.
Do you swear?
I do. On my life and honor.
Yes, I swear to.
What about you, Tom?
All must swear. Without your oath, I cannot reveal the way out.
All right. I swear.
Turn out your light, and you will see me. Where I point, you will pull at the stone blocks.
Thank you, Princess Narini. Rest in peace.
I don't believe it.
Oh, she's beautiful.
We blinked in amazement. The princess stood in a corner, bathed in a shimmering phosphorescent light. Her hand seemed to rest on the chamber wall. It was as Julie had exclaimed. Princess Narini was beautiful, and certainly no figment of my imagination.
sauntered to the spot, the apparition dulled and began to fade. Her voice was heard for the last time.
You will enter my burial chamber through here. From there, you will go down a tunnel to where there is water. Swim under, and you will reach the sunlight. Goodbye, and be sure to keep your vow.
She's gone. Oh, what an experience. Oh, you can say that again.
I've heard of spiritual materialization, and now I believe
it. That's a fact. Anyway, let's get at those blocks and see if all this is true.
There's a lot of dust and cobwebs. Yes, there is a bit of give in this block. See where it projects, Tom. Pull outwards. That's right.
I'll help too.
Careful. Watch your feet.
Oh, look. Look, it's gone right through.
Stand back. I'll pull this bottom block away.
Right.
Oh, great. There's plenty of room for it to get through. Give me the lamp, Julie. I'll go first. Hey, it's a big chamber, and oh, gee, you've got to see this lot in here.
You go next, Julie.
Thanks.
It's incredible.
Oh, this makes Tutankhamun's burial chamber look like a downtown pawn shop.
So these are Princess Nerini's earthly goods.
Wow.
There's enough to restock the British Museum twice over, and most of it gold.
Princess Nerini's treasures were as incredible as her apparition. Though our lamp was dimming, the glitter of the gold artifacts made so many centuries ago were reflected back in clear detail.
You see this? It's 8th dynasty at least.
8? Let me see now. That
was approximately 4,500 years ago. Let me see it, Tom. Oh, yes, I agree. 8th dynasty Egyptian. What a find!
Yeah, but one which we must forget about.
Oh, look at it. It's beyond belief. It's understanding.
There's the doorway to the passage on the other side of the chamber. Let's go.
Oh, please, Mark. Let's examine the contents of this chamber first.
There's no time, Tom. The lamp is fading too quickly. Come on.
Oh, very well.
Hear that? She was right. There's water down there.
I can't see how much of a swim.
You'll swim all right, if it's the only way of saving your skin. We entered another chamber, the furthest part of which was formed by a natural cavern. Water flowed gently through from the darkness on our right.
Which way would we have to swim?
Downstream. This is part of the river that flows through the valley.
It's dark and murky. It gives me the creeps.
Oh, wish there was some other way.
There isn't. We'd better strip down to our underclothes and not waste time. Come on.
Now, you've mentioned time. What time is it?
Just after midnight.
We've been down here almost 18 hours.
Seems more like 80.
Yeah, we'll have to leave the lamp here. And our clothes.
Oh, that'll confuse the archaeologists if they ever rediscover this tomb a few centuries from now.
Yeah, that's a fact. I think the 8th dynasty Egyptians had fluorescent hand lamps. Are you ready?
Yeah, but it's freezing cold.
Stop lingering, Tom. The sooner we get this ordeal over, the better.
Oh, who's going in first?
I shall. You see the way the water swirls under that rocky shelf over there?
Yeah.
That's where we'll have to swim underwater. I'm praying it isn't far.
Oh, you aren't the only one.
You follow me, Julie, all right?
I think so.
It was not as hard as I'd imagined. The water swept me forward under the shelf, and I banged my head a few times on the rocky roof of a tunnel. Then, suddenly, I burst to the surface. In broad daylight. The current pushed me to one side, and I climbed up the bank. As I turned, Julie emerged from the side of the hill with Tom almost immediately behind her. I helped them both to the bank, and we sat in the warm sunlight to regain our breath.
Oh, thank heaven. That's over. I thought that tunnel was never going to end.
Something's wrong, Mark.
Oh, that sunlight's so warm and comforting. I'd never seen anything wrong if it were right under my nose.
It is.
I'm sorry, Julie. I'm not with you. What is it that's wrong?
The sunlight.
Huh?
What time did you say it was just before we went into the water?
Grief, you're right. I make it just after midnight.
Right.
What does your watch say, Tom?
Well, the same.
Maybe the dampness stopped your watch at midday.
No, not both our watches.
And look where the sun is. It's morning. For some odd reason, our watches have been running slow.
Well, I suppose there must be some rational explanation.
Who cares anyway? So long as we're safely out of that trap.
I suppose you'd better go and see what happened to Turk Center. I reckon he's got a lot of explaining to do.
Are you going to tell him about the tomb yet, or leave it till later?
What do you mean by that, Tom? You know darn well we're not going to mention the tomb at all to anyone, ever.
Come off it, Julie. You surely don't believe in that rubbish. I mean, well, it's absurd. Mumbo-jumbo and all that.
Better not call it nonsense, Tom. You made a vow in there.
Oh, please, Mark. You're not going along with that, too. Well, it was some kind of an hallucination. I don't know, but I'm sure a psychiatrist would have a name and explanation
Tom
for it.
Ragland, if you mention one word about that tomb to a living soul, you'll be very sorry. I promise you that.
If you don't dig up that hillside, I will. And I'm darn sure I won't let you stop me. Do you really think I could forget what's in that burial chamber? It could set me up for life. I'd be famous around.
Come to your senses, Tom, for heaven's sake.
You made a vow on your own life, Tom. Now remember that.
Ah, yes, to a spook. I think the confinement down there's gone to your head. I'm telling Ventnor, and in a few weeks this hillside will be ripped out. No.
Tom, what's the matter?
Oh, it's nothing. It's just a crook in my neck. It's probably from that damned icy water.
You've gone very pale.
My legs gone a bit numb too, and well, anyway, as I was saying, in less than a month. Oh!
Tom, what's happening to you?
No, it's my other leg. Oh, it hurts.
Is it cramped? Here, let me massage it for you.
No, don't touch me.
You better try and get into the fire, Mark. He looks awful.
Julie's right, Tom. Come on. Help me to your feet. Come on.
Come on, Tom.
Come on, Tom.
Oh, no. No! Let go of me! My whole body's on fire!
It took 5 terrifying minutes for him to change from a living human into what looked like a wizened, mummified corpse.
Oh, Mark, what are we going to do? What's happened to him?
I don't know. I've never seen or heard of anything like it before.
It's for breaking his oath to Princess Narini. There's no other explanation.
My mind boggles, Julie. Things like this just don't happen.
But it has, Mark. Just before our eyes.
Hey! Mark! Julie!
It's Spencer.
What are we going to do? He'll see the body and...
We must take him into our confidence about this. I just hope he's superstitious and believes it.
You'll be giving away the secret, Mark. You'll end up the same way as poor Tom.
It's a risk I'll have to take. I hope Princess Narini understands that I'm only doing this for the sake of her, too.
Hey, what on earth happened to you two? Why, that was quick. How did you get out?
Quick, did you say?
Yes. You only went down the shaft, let me see you. Oh, less than 2 hours ago. I was going to wait another hour and then send one of my farmhands down. So, just a tunnel into the stream, is it?
Not quite.
Hey, what's lying on the ground there? Where's Tommy?
That is Tom.
Ah, you're joking, man. That's not a...
Yes, it's Tom, Dirk. A lot of strange things have been happening.
Are you serious?
That's Tommy.
Let's go to the farmhouse, Dirk. I've got a long and complicated story to tell you.
After seeing what happened to Tom, I won't so much as go near that valley again, Mark. You can be sure of that. Hey, but what about his body? There'll be an inquiry into his death. You'll have to tell the truth, and...
We daren't tell the truth. It'll be suicide.
Now, what if Tom had decided to break his oath before you swam out?
Yeah, I see what you're getting at. He'd still be inside the tomb.
You're suggesting we put him back down there, Dirk?
Have you a choice, Julie? He broke his oath and paid the penalty. Now, why should you be made to pay the penalty also?
Dirk's right, Julie.
Only us three know how and when he died. Now, leave it to me to handle his disposal this afternoon. Meanwhile, you'll have to report his death down the shaft. Say he fell or something like that.
We'd be telling a lie.
I know how you feel, Julie. A lie it is, but a very necessary one. There's no other way out. We'll get changed and drive into town. We followed Dirk's suggestion. Tom Raglan's withered and dried-out body was lowered into the upper chamber of the tomb, and a large boulder was rolled over the top of the shaft. Shortly after, Dirk sold his farm and came to live in England, where he died some months ago. Over the years, I've often been tempted to reveal my dreadful secret, but courage always failed me. Last year, Julie Richards started to tell it, and Julie died. By now, you're probably wondering why I've told you the story, and why I haven't suffered the same fate as the others. I saw my doctor this morning, and I learned that by the time you hear this, I shall already be in a place where Princess Narini cannot hurt me.
Is produced by Anne Freed and directed by Henry Diffenthal.
Adventure.
Tonight's exciting story by Ron Evans is called Arctic Treasure.
Waited many years to tell this story. 50 to be precise. Yet, after all this time, I still doubt if anybody will believe me. It happened in the summer of 1920, and I had just graduated. Being in need of money because of the recent death of my parents, I decided to pander to my spirit of adventure before settling down to my chosen profession. I joined a Norwegian whaler, and during the trip into the Arctic was quickly promoted to a deckhand in one of the small whale chasers, which in those days was little more than a small tugboat in appearance, and crewed by 6 men. We went as far north as Baffin Bay, harpooning whales and flagging them for the mothership to collect later. It was a bad season, though, and as the time came close to our return, it was decided to add to the trip's profits by catching a few seals. From the whaling grounds, we sailed into Hudson Bay and north into Fox Basin, a wilderness of ice floes and towering bergs.
Aye, catching seals is not a job for a squeamish man, Tim. Shoot them, don't you? Only the adult ones. They pups have got to be clubbed. No need to pull a face, Tim. You'll get used to it. Why not shoot them? What's the difference? It spoils the fur. Yeah, the least damaged fur brings the highest price. And, of course, the pup's furs brings in the best price.
Cruel.
Oh, one sharp blow from the club kills them outright. And then we skin them on the spot.
Rather not have to do it myself, sir.
Well, since you're the junior on board, you'll probably be detailed to look after the ship anyway.
I've been seal catching now for 10 years, and it still makes my blood run cold. Their attitude, they look in their eyes when you lift the club, helpless yet trusting.
Well, it's got to be done, Snorri.
Yeah. So the fancy women can have their fashionable coats.
We get a good bonus from it, don't forget.
I can live without it. Well, they're okay. I don't have to look into their eyes.
What's that? Are we stopping? No. Now we're getting in among the icebergs. It becomes a long, tedious routine of slow ahead and full ahead. Keeps whoever's on the wheel on his toes, especially at night.
What's so special about the night? The searchlight on the bow?
We keep at half speed all the time, then, in spite of the light. It gives a man a chance to maneuver.
Remember, for every ton of berg above the surface, there's 10 tons below.
That's right. So one that's low in the water is difficult to spot with the light. But it could sink us if we hit it at full speed.
Yes, I see that. I'll be glad when the trip's finished. I can't say I'm a born sailor. Yeah, I remember how many times you get seasickness after we leave Glasgow. It took 4 days for my stomach to settle down. Still, I've had my fill of so-called adventure. This is my last trip, anyway. Brief. What's happening?
Relax, boy. It'll be happening all the time now. We must have hit a small underwater ice flow. Nothing to worry about.
I thought it was going to come through the bottom. No, these chasers are built strong.
It's nearly 4. Time I got ready to relieve Tom Brewer on the wheel. You're lucky, Tim. Only got the cooking to worry about.
I think I'll get some sleep, Freddy. I'm on at midnight, the worst darn watch. Tim, you don't call me for dinner, huh?
You seasick, Snorri?
No, boy. I have to have my wits about me for the hunting tomorrow, and the only way is to get as much sleep as possible.
When dawn broke next morning, I went out on deck. In every direction lay a white desolation of ice floes, so tightly packed that the clear blue of the water could barely be seen between them. Only one thing stood out. The huge iceberg dead ahead of us. Its peak was at least 50 feet high, and it was a quarter of a mile in width, though the greater portion of this was not more than a few feet above sea level. The skipper reduced speed as we drew close to the berg, and we slowly nosed our way through the pack ice, then hard a port on the wheel. We came alongside a flat stretch of the berg as neatly as we did the mothership. Fred, Snorri, and Lars jumped over the side of the ice, each armed with a sledgehammer and 2 steel pikes. These were hammered into the ice to hold fast our mooring ropes. We had moored at the point nearest to the steep rise of the berg, and the peak now towered above our tiny ship, only a few yards away. Littering the berg was a huge colony of seals, literally hundreds of them, most watched with interest, unaware of the fate in store for them.
Get your rifles and talk from the mate, boys. You, Barton, stay on board and keep a watch in the morning.
Yes, Skipper.
I hear you've no stomach for this kind of work anyway.
He's got you taped, Tim. More like you told him, didn't you? All right, I'll admit it. I'd have hated to see you being given the killing work, but I have to look after the mooring.
For that, I suppose I should be thankful. But why I should have to stand here and watch the ropes is a mystery. They look very secure to me.
You're dead wrong, Tim. Bergs can be very treacherous. They'll split in half, crumble even, on the slightest pretext.
Thanks for the cheerful news. What will you chaps do out there if that happens?
Make a mad dash back here if we can. Oh, there's little risk to the ship, laddie. We're all right, really, so long as we don't get dunked in the water.
And if you do?
A man's life expectancy in that water's less than a minute, I've heard.
Oh, here's the mate, Fred.
You ready, Freddie? Yes. Yes, I was just warning young Tim here of the dangers.
Oh, great. That saves me the job. But what do I do if the berg does start to break up? Into fragments, I mean.
Yeah, well, you see the slope over there?
Yes?
The main danger lies in a split appearing there and breaking away. The broken part could roll and drag the ship over with it. Now, if that happens, cut the moorings. Don't look so alarmed, kid. It's 1,000,000 to 1, but it's as well to know. Okay?
Yes.
You find a fire axe fore and aft. Go along and put them beside the bollards, just in case. Okay, Freddie, let's go. The skipper, Snorri, and Lars are waiting for us.
I watched them go, rifles slung over their shoulders and long clubs swinging from their hands. They didn't bother with a few sails in sight of the ship. The main colony was on the other side of the berg. I got out the axes and laid them on the deck. I shuddered when the shooting started. The ugly picture of the slaughter in my mind's eye. As the shots echoed out across the stillness of the icy waste, small chunks of ice broke away from the high peak and came down the slope in numerous miniature avalanches. At first it worried me, but I quickly realized it was of little importance and only caused by the sound waves of the shots. Trying to take my morbid thoughts off the slaughter, I studied the white peak, which had obviously once been part of a glacier. I looked at a point a third of the way up. A large chunk of ice dislodged itself and came tumbling down, breaking up into small pieces during its descent. The particles came to rest on more than 50 feet from the ship. When I looked back, there was a dark scar at the point where the ice had broken away. And the more I looked at it, the more intrigued I became. What could be the cause, I wondered. Something up there, I'm sure of it. If I could just get a closer look. Of course, there's the skipper's binoculars. With luck, he'll have left them in the wheelhouse. I'm darn sure he won't have taken them with him.
Here they are. Maybe I'm just imagining it, or it could just be a crevice in the ice. Now, where is it? Yes. Oh, darn these glasses where each eyepiece has to be focused. It can't be. How can there be a piece of timber up there? It's too timber at that. Perfectly rounded and neatly cut off at the end that's sticking out. It's almost as though it's the yardarm of another ship. It can't be. How can a ship be in the middle of an iceberg? I was both astonished and very curious. And this made me do a foolish thing. Yes, foolish it may have been, but I'm glad to this day that I did. Putting the binoculars back into the wheelhouse, I then jumped over onto the ice and started up the slope. It rose only gradually at first. But soon the going became harder as it got steeper. Chunks of ice slid from under my feet, but I kept on, my eyes fixed on that piece of wood. Then I had it in my hand, and solid, smooth wood it was. It poked out through a hole in the ice, which is about 2 feet wide. It must be part of a ship. I wonder how big it is. It goes deep inside the berg. There's just enough room for me to squeeze in here. It's like a tunnel. Reflects the light well. What's this? An iron ring around it. This looks like a piece of thick cloth. Better be careful, otherwise I'll... Oh, no! I must be seeing things. It's impossible!
floor of this cavern, like the sailor's ship in a bottle, was a complete ship. Not an ordinary ship, but a Viking longship. Hunched, fur-clad figures of men sat at their oars, exactly as they must have frozen to death 1,000 years before. Keels still lined the gunwales, and the remains of a sail hung stiffly down towards them from where I was perched. Everything was still, silent, a little frightening. I glanced around me, but there was no way down. And then stared in awed fascination, wondering what tragedy had befallen these Vikings so long ago, and marveling at the miracle that had preserved them for so long. Look at the man at the steering oar. He's still standing. There's others there, huddled in the middle as though they were trying to keep each other warm. Camera. If only I had a camera. It's almost as bright as daylight in here, bright enough to take photographs anyway. I wonder if any of the others have a camera. Possible.
Varden! Now, where is the boy? I want him to help us get these pelts aboard. Tom, where is he?
Gone down below for a minute. Hey, Fred, Snarly, put a bit more effort into it, will you?
We're doing our best. Blasted boy. He's supposed to be watching the moorings. He'll get a taste of my boot when we get on board. Martin, where are you?
Up here, Skipper.
What are you doing up there? Get yourself down here right now.
Must come up here and see what I found.
The damn cheek of that kid.
Come down here, I say.
Please come and look. I found a complete ship, a Viking ship.
So what? Get down here and lend a hand with these pelts, don't you?
What did he say he's found?
Some stupid nonsense about a Viking ship. Good, he's coming down.
I have a good mind to fine him for this. Dedication of duty, that's what I call it.
Dereliction of duty, you mean, Skipper?
I'll speak English my way, and you speak it yours.
Okay, you're the boss, Skipper.
You must come up and take a look, Skipper. It's unbelievable.
Yeah, so will the bruises be on your backside if you're not careful.
You grab a hold of these pelts here and start pulling, boy. I'll talk to you later about this. Hey, the ice. The ice, it's beginning to crack.
Hurry. Let's get these pelts on board.
Don't look back, Tim. Just keep pulling. Come on, boys. Not much farther to go.
Bloodied seal pelts. The ice under our feet shuddered. I looked back up at the peak. It had split almost down the middle like the first cut of the knife in a wedding cake. The nearest portion seemed to waver, balancing. And suddenly it collapsed. A huge wall of ice swung outwards and crumbled into an avalanche, which swept down the slope towards us. We were only a few yards from the ship.
Leave the pelts! Get on board! I don't need telling twice. Come on, Tim.
We dropped our burden and ran for it. We reached the deck in good time and looked back. The avalanche, thank heaven, was losing its impotence in the gradual slope. It reached the pelts, pushed them forward, and petered out.
Oh, good. It's even done some work for us.
Huh? I don't like the look of the other half of that peak. It's got... Hey, what's that?
There! You can see it all. It's the Viking ship. It must have been locked in the ice for centuries.
Gee. It ain't very big, is it?
Not much bigger than our whale chaser.
It's a miracle. A miracle.
It's a pity we can't go and take a closer look, Tom.
What, with the rest of the peak ready to collapse on top of it? You'd have to be crazy.
I know my history, and what's in that ship is worth 1,000,000 times more than those sea pelts.
What do you mean, kid?
Come with me and I'll show you.
What is it? Treasure or something?
No, nothing like that. It's evidence that'll change a myth into a fact. Has anyone got a camera so we can take a picture of it?
The skipper's got one.
Hey, you! I think it's safe now for us to get those pelts.
Skipper, can young Tim borrow your camera?
Camera? No, he can't. Come on, let's get those pelts.
Seems you're out of luck. Forget it, and let's get the job done before that peak collapses.
We hopped over the side and ran across the ice.
While the bundle was being dragged clear, I ducked away and ran off towards the Viking ship, which now stood out, clear and stark against the white background of the overhanging peak. I was crazy, I know. My curiosity overcame any fear. I'd actually reached the wooden longship when they missed me. I ignored their shouts and gingerly stepped on board, lost completely in the wonderment of the moment. Close to me, hunched on his rowing bench, sat a fur-clad warrior. His skin was frost-blackened, but otherwise perfectly preserved. It was as though he had died in his sleep, eyes closed and at peace. Lying in the center section was a battle axe, which I picked up. I counted 45 men and 8 women. Then I turned to the huddled group in the center. There were 8 of them, 4 men and 4 women. I gazed at their hooked noses and high cheekbones. At first I thought them to be Eskimos, till I pulled aside their stiff fur cloaks.
Tim, come here, you damn fool. Can you hear me? Oh, never mind him. Let's get these pelts on board. If that peak collapses, he'll be killed, Skipper. That's his fault. Now, come on, here. Look, Skipper, we can't just leave him up there. Why not? I didn't ask him to go. Look, there's something up there that fascinates him. I'll go and get him. No. First we get these pelts on board. Then if you want to commit suicide, you can. Okay. I'll go along with that. Right. Now cut the rope, Freddy. That's it. Now throw them over in small bundles. Like this. I'll go with you, Tom. No, you won't. You stay here, Freddy. That's an order. Well, let me go instead of Tom. No. It's my responsibility. Now shut up, Fred, and keep working. All right. This is the last one, anyway. Okay if I go now, Skipper? It isn't okay, but how can I stop you, huh? No, you can't. I'll see you later. Hey, Tom! Come back! You can't risk it now. The ice is starting to break up again. I won't be long.
As Tom Brewer raced up the slope towards the Viking ship, I was oblivious to the danger above my head. The gigantic umbrella of ice shuddered and creaked. I closely examined the bodies and was busy looking over the stores of dried food when I heard Tom shout. He was standing on a ledge of ice, looking over the row of bronze shields at me.
Tim! What the devil do you think you're doing? Get out of there, but quick!
Not yet, Tom. Come and take a look here.
You darn fool, the whole ice cap is about to come down around the ears.
Tom, you must come and look, please. Is there nothing we can do to save it?
Oh, that kid's gone crazy!
Look, do you realize the value of this find? It'll settle a lot of historical arguments, and obviously...
Oh, shut up and get wise to yourself. Are you trying to get us both killed?
We must find a way of saving the ship, Tom. Look at it.
I ain't looking at anything. Are you coming with me, or do I have to carry you?
Float, I wonder? If we could tow it back...
All right, you asked for it. Now maybe you'll do as you're told. He's heavy. The poor kid must have gone off his head. It's as though this old hulk has bewitched him. Better step on it. This berg's gonna fall apart any minute.
Even as he ran with his burden down the slippery slope, big cracks started to appear under his feet. At times he had to jump across widening crevasses. As he got closer to the chaser, Fred and Snorri jumped over the side and helped him get me on board, and then unceremoniously dumped me on the steel deck. I was just regaining consciousness while they unmoored the ship. Tom started up the engines and we pulled away from the ice. Still dazed, I stood up and looked out over the rails at the awesome sight. The ice had parted completely across the width of the berg, and the Viking ship was perched a few feet above the water, tilting towards it as though ready to be launched. I stared, transfixed. transfixed for what seemed like an hour. Then I turned and ran to the wheelhouse. Skipper, please let me have your camera before it's too late.
Get out of my sight, boy. What do you think you are, bloody tourist?
Please, this is important.
Down below with you. You hear me, boy?
I turned away from the wheelhouse and looked out across the chill water. From the corner of my eye, I could see Fred, Snorri, and Tom Brewer looking out over the rail, too. Slowly, the Viking ship slipped forward from its icy perch, and gathering momentum, it fell and hit the water. I held my breath as it floated, proud as it had 1,000 years ago, its tattered sail hanging limply. To my horror, I saw it settle lower in the water, and the bow suddenly rose up, and the whole ship gently and soundlessly slid out of sight below the icy sea. I continued to stare until Tom came up and slapped me on the back.
Well, you've come out of your trance. Would it have been worth dying for?
No, not worth dying for, but...
It's not uncommon, you know. Plenty of ships, even modern ones, have been trapped in the ice before now. They come to the same end. I remember one time a couple of years ago...
You don't understand, do you, Tom?
Huh?
This one was different.
Different? What way?
Did you see the faces of those men and women? The ones huddled together in the middle where I was standing when you came aboard.
Sorry, kid. I was only interested in getting you off there. Well, what about them?
They were Indians, American Indians, not Eskimos. I looked closely at their dress under the fur capes.
Well, what about it? So they were Indians.
Don't you see, Tom? If we could have preserved that ship or at least taken photographs, we could have proved that it was the Vikings who discovered America, not Columbus.
Who cares who found America? Does it make any difference?
There's a lot of people who'd like to know the truth, Tom. And you didn't even stop to look. Returned home, I went to great pains to identify the tribe the Indians had come from. By their dress. They were Tuscaroras, who had once lived in the area now known as New York. But though I knew this to be true, making others believe me was a different matter. I was laughed at and told I was a charlatan trying to make a name for myself. In the end, I gave up. This is the first time in 50 years I've told the story.
Adventure is produced by Anne Freed and directed by Henry Diffenthal. Our story tonight by Ron Evans is entitled River of Evil.
is 1875, some 30 miles upriver from Pilgrim's Rest, the booming town of tents and the mecca for gold seekers the world over. Women were few. Brawling was common, but unlike America of the same period, there was little outright lawlessness. The law was upheld by a gold commissioner and his deputy, who had little interference from the Transvaal government in the general running of the growing international community. 4 men had trekked in from Lorenzo Marx: Jock Cameron, Tommy Miller, Arn Lindhoff, and Tubby Mackerson. Heading for Pilgrim's Rest to get their prospectors' licenses, they'd met up with an American, Matt Ludlow, and a young woman, Martha Hendricks. Martha's husband had been killed 2 days previously by a rock fall. She and Ludlow were preparing to return to Pilgrim's Rest at the time, but had decided to carry on when the others joined them. For several days, the group panned the river with little result, until...
Hey, Tubby, Matt, help me move this boulder, will you?
What's wrong, Doc? Been finding you already?
We ain't liable to find much under there.
Oh, I don't know so much, Matt. Back home in Australia, a lot of fair-sized nuggets were found like this.
Have you two come over to help me or just discuss it? Okay. Look, I'll take the middle. All right, are you ready? Ready, right? Heave. It's coming.
There she goes.
Yeah. Well, you see, there's nothing under there. Come on, we could spend the next month turning over boulders. Hold it, laddie. Look there. What about it? It's just a little stone. Oh, no, there. I'm in the bottom of the boulder.
Hey, let me have a closer look.
Hit it with your pick, Tubby.
Wow. Just look at that.
I thought that boulder was abnormally heavy. Man, I don't believe it. Let's have a closer look.
Well, what do you make of it?
It's gold. It's pure, honest gold. That boulder must be the biggest nugget of gold ever found.
Tommy! On! Come and take a look at this!
What is it, Tommy?
We found a 500-pound gold nugget!
Yeah, my uncle's Father Christmas. No, we ain't joking. You come over here and take a look for yourself. There must be a few boulders like this along the riverbank. Yeah, well, it must be, Jock. There's no reason why this should be the only one. Hey, are you fellas serious?
Yeah. Take a look at that, Tommy.
Looks good to me. What do you say, Owen?
It's gold. No doubt about it.
We'll just take a look around for more like it. Yeah, I reckon we should concentrate on that. But first, I'm going up to the camp to tell Martha about it. Poor Alex, her husband. He always said there was gold on this stretch of the river. I'll back in a few minutes.
Oh, man, don't let's all stand here looking at each other. There's work to be done.
During the next 2 days, they found many more gold-bearing rocks, though none as large as the first. Even the panning of the river showed they'd hit pay dirt in a big way. It was decided by mutual agreement that they would all ride into Pilgrim's Rest and file their claims after Jock, Tommy, Tubby, and Arn had bought their prospectors' licenses. The night before leaving, they sat around their campfire, heads filled with the dream of wealth to come.
More coffee, anybody?
I'll have some, please, Master.
It's gone cold.
Yeah, and there's lightning over there in the hills. Could be a thunderstorm brewing up. Well, I hope it doesn't flood the river. Maybe Martha should stay back here instead of riding all that way to Monterey.
On my own? Never.
Well, you could stay with her, Matt. You've got your license, and we could file your claim. No, rather do it myself, and I reckon Martha must come, too.
Oh, don't you worry, I will.
Here it comes.
Oh, well, I'm not going to sit here and get soaked. See you in the morning. I'm going to my tent, too. Good night.
Oh, I was feeling we're in for a long downpour.
Yeah. Well, I reckon I'll go and dream about all that gold. Good night.
Jock Cameron quickly fell asleep in spite of the heavy rain outside. He didn't see the dark figure enter his tent, carefully fold tightly the blanket lying by his feet, and move into a position by his head. Then suddenly he stirred and sensed he was not alone.
Who is it? What do you want?
else he had to say was cut off when the blanket was forced down over his face.
No, there's the door.
Soon Jock stopped moving, and he lay quite still. Dead still. Then, as silently as it entered, the dark figure crept back out into the wet night. The morning dawned dull and damp. The rain had stopped, but the dry ground of the previous day was now thick mud. Tommy Miller pulled back the flap of Jock's tent.
Hey, Jock, time you're up and about. Do you hear me? Hey, Jock, come on, man. We're moving off soon. You know, you devil.
What's the matter, Tommy? The old coot wanted to lie in?
Hey, Matt, he's dead.
Dead? No, he can't be.
Well, he's not breathing.
Here, let me take a look at him.
The excitement over the last 2 days must have been too much for him.
Yeah, he's dead. And stone cold. Must have gone during the night.
Poor old devil. He spent his life looking for gold, and look what happened.
I guess he had a weak heart.
Pity he didn't tell us he had a weak heart. We could have given him lighter work to do.
Well, I'll go and give the others the bad news. They can help us dig a grave.
We don't even know his real name. Probably find it amongst his effects, though. Wouldn't it be better if we took the body into Pilgrim's Rest? His death will have to be reported.
Oh, why bother, Tom? The folks here might start asking awkward questions, and there'll be an inquiry, maybe. After all, who else knows he's in the Transvaal except us?
That's true, Matt, but...
Look, we can give him a decent burial here, and then we'd have no need to worry any more about it. Look, I reckon that's the way that Jock would have preferred it anyway.
You're right, I suppose. It'd save us a lot of time and trouble.
Yeah, well, come on then, let's go and tell the others.
Jock Cameron was buried on a hillside facing away from the river. They packed up the camp and rowed upriver to a drift. When Matt tried to cross, he was nearly swept away by the flood, so it was decided to set up camp on some higher ground until the water subsided and it was safe to cross. Martha Hendricks began to prepare supper and asked Matt to go down to the river for water. Equipped with a large pot, he left to do the chore and did not return.
Tommy, will you go and see what Matt's doing? He went for water at least half an hour ago.
Oh, I'll go with you. Need to stretch my legs some.
How long do you think the river's going to be in flood like this?
Oh, if it don't rain, I'd say we can safely cross in the morning.
Can you see him, Tubby?
No, he can't be far away, though. Matt! Matt!
Now, let's both try.
Matt! Matt! Tommy, what's that further downstream there? Look, you see it?
Where? I can't see anything except... Oh, yeah. Yeah, you mean that brown thing?
It's a hat. Just at the water's edge.
Hey, it's Matt's hat.
Can you reach it?
Yeah. Here it is.
It's all wet. It's been in the water and washed back onto the bank here.
A Yankee fool's gone and fallen in by the look of it.
Well, unless he's an exceptional swimmer, that's the end of Matt Ludlow.
Even a good swimmer stands little chance in that torrent. He'll have been smashed to a pulp by the rocks down there.
2 deaths in one day. I don't like it. It's as though that gold we found is jinxed.
Their companions in camp were horrified when they were told of Matt's death. A gloom descended on them as they watched Martha cook dinner. The evening sun glowed redly, making the flames of the campfire appear to be non-existent. As Martha put the food out, each of them took his plate and ate hungrily.
Yeah, I hope we can get across that darned river in the morning.
You see those clouds to the south? It could rain again.
Why are you always looking at the black side of life, huh?
That way, I'm never disappointed. But very often,
pleasantly surprised.
I think if you smiled, the hillside would crumble.
Please don't bicker. It's been a day of tragedy, and we're all feeling edgy, I know. Let's try to be cheerful, even if it has to be forced.
Martha's right. Tomorrow, we've got a bright new world to face. My throat.
What's wrong, Oz? You all right?
My throat. My chest. On fire.
Catch him, Tommy. He's going to fall.
Easy, hon. Easy. Here, lie down. Help me lay him down, Tubby.
What's wrong with him, then? The fit?
By his convulsions, I'd say yes. Or poisoned.
Oh, it must be an epileptic fit.
Is there nothing we can do to ease him?
I don't know. Get me some water, Martha.
Okay.
Oh, the fit must have passed.
He's dead.
No, he can't be.
He's dead, you say?
Yes, dead.
It's cursed. The gold's cursed. 4 men dead. Do you realize that? 4 men.
4 men?
My poor husband. Have you forgotten him? I tell you, the very ground we stand on is cursed.
Martha Hendricks went early to her tent. It had taken them a long time to calm her down. Tommy and Tubby found a piece of soft ground and silently buried their companion. For a while they stared across the campfire, lost in thought, and with little to say.
Don't know about you, Tubby, but I'm not superstitious.
Well, I am. I've seen some strange things in my time. You do well to respect it.
Respect what?
The supernatural. There's a jinx on us, Tommy. How else can these deaths be explained?
Oh, I don't know. But there must be some rational explanation.
Well, you won't find one. I'm scared to my back teeth.
Oh, so am I. But it ain't ghosts, banshees, and poltergeists I'm scared of.
This is Africa, Tommy. It's a strange country, and we just don't know.
You're letting your mind run wild.
Yeah, since we left Mozambique, we haven't seen another living person other than Martha and Matt. Doesn't it strike you as odd?
Yeah, I'll admit to that. But then I heard that there isn't much of a native population in this region.
That's right, boyo. But why? It seems like good land. It's fertile. Maybe Martha's right. There's a curse on it.
Nonsense. You've been reading too many books.
Yes, you can laugh. I just hope we're alive in the morning so we can cross the river.
Yeah, that's right. And when we're crossing, I'll remind you about this stupid conversation.
Oh, we'll see. I'm going to sleep.
And sleep well. I'll call you at first light.
Oh, I'm looking forward to it.
Sleep with your revolver in one hand. Maybe it'll scare away those ghosts of yours.
I don't think that's funny. Tommy Miller sat alone for a while, watching the flickering flames. Then he put a load of wood onto them, enough to keep the fire alight until morning. Inside his small tent, he lighted his hurricane lamp and started to undress. In spite of what he had said to Tubby Mackerson, he had a vague, undefinable sense of foreboding. It was true that Tubby was older, more world-wise. Taking his own advice, he lay back and looked up at the top of the tent, a revolver in his hand. His mind started to drift into sleep. Tommy's eyes flickered open, and he sat up, instantly alert. Then, still clutching his gun, he ran out. He looked quickly around him at the soft light from the campfire. The flap of Martha's tent opened, and she looked out.
What was that shot? Did you fire it?
No, I was asleep. Tubby!
Better go and take a look.
He's got his lantern on. Tubby, are you there? Tubby, are you...
Well, what's the matter?
Oh, no. Oh, he's dead. The right side of his face has been blown away.
Oh, how awful. Look, got a gun in his hand.
He could have done it by accident in his sleep.
Or committed suicide.
No. Oh, no, not Tubby. He liked life too much for that. Here, let me see this gun.
What are you doing?
This gun hasn't been fired.
But it must have been.
No. It's fully loaded, Martha.
Can't be. Here, let me take a look.
No. I'll take this. You know what this means?
You killed him. Is that why you're pointing those guns at me?
Tubby was my best friend, Martha. And one of us murdered him, right? Now I know it wasn't me. And that only leaves you. Why?
You're crazy. How could I have done it? You saw me coming out of my tent.
That doesn't mean a thing. You could have dodged into it just before I came out of mine.
No, Tommy, you're wrong. Why would I want to kill Tubby? I liked him.
That's what I'd like to know. Maybe you want this gold all for yourself. Maybe you were planning to kill me next.
I swear I didn't kill Tubby. Please believe me, Tommy, please.
How can I believe you? There's only the two of us here. Who else could have fired the shot?
I don't know. I tell you, this place is jinxed.
I don't think the gold commissioner in Pilgrim's Rest is going to believe that.
You're going to hand me over. It's your word against mine, then.
That's right, Martha. I suppose you killed the others, too.
How could I? I'm only a woman. How could I suffocate a big man like...
No, Jock was suffocated, was he? Yeah, you must be a lot stronger than you look.
I didn't mean that. If he was murdered, well, it must have been by suffocation. And how could I have killed Matt? We were all together in camp at the time.
His death could have been a genuine accident.
So could the others. My husband and Arn.
Arn was poisoned. I'm sure of that now.
You can't prove that.
The authorities will. All they have to do is dig him up and hold a post-mortem.
Oh, all right. You win. Things didn't go quite as I'd hoped.
You're admitting you killed him?
You'll find out the truth of that very soon. Meanwhile, what are you going to do with me?
I'm going to tie your hands behind your back and stand guard over you till daylight.
And then?
And then I'm taking you into Pilgrim's Rest.
I'll tell you something. You won't get there alive, I can promise you that.
How do you mean by that?
Wait and see, Tommy boy. You're not as clever as you think you are.
Tommy pulled her out of the tent after sticking the two guns into his belt. Out in the flickering firelight, she suddenly turned and looked at him, her expression a mixture of arrogance and triumph. He took a length of rawhide and pulled her arms behind her, about to tie her wrists. A shadow moved out of the surrounding bush and leveled a rifle at them.
Look over there, Tommy. It's the answer to all your problems.
Stand still, Miller. Keep your hands where I can see them.
Oh, darling, I'm glad you kept within earshot. He knew that Tubby hadn't killed himself.
Stay where you are, Martha. Don't come any closer.
But, Matt,
what... Seems you'll both have to die now.
Matt, you can't be serious. We're in this together. There's more than enough for both of us.
Sorry, Martha.
But we love each other, Matt.
I love that gold more. Besides, you'll never be able to keep your mouth shut. Now, women can't. Now, keep back, I tell you.
I'm beginning to see it all now.
Ain't gonna do you no good, Limey.
Matt, you must listen to me. Oh, no, Matt. No, no.
Matt's bullet tore into Martha, and she went down. But Tommy dived into the shadows and undergrowth before the American could take aim. Tommy had both guns in his hand. He waited, unable to see Matt. He waited in vain. As silently as he had appeared, Matt Ludlow faded into the surrounding bush. After what seemed like an hour, Tommy crawled out into the firelight, careful in case the American was waiting in ambush for him. When he considered it safe, Tommy went to Martha, who was sprawled out near her tent. She was still alive and groaning.
Martha, where did he get you?
The stomach.
Oh.
The spine. I never thought he'd...
Keep still if you can. I'll take a look.
I'll try, but the pain.
One look at her wound was enough to make up Tommy's mind. They would have to leave for Pilgrim's Rest right away and risk crossing the river. He saddled the one horse.
What are you doing?
We're leaving. Matt could come back any time and catch us off guard.
Tell me the truth, Tommy. Am I dying?
Yes. Yes, you are.
Even if we get to a doctor?
I'm afraid so.
I see. You're going to need me, though. Matt tells a long story about you to the commissioner. He'll be believed. He's known in Pilgrim's Rest. You're not. You'll need me alive to tell the truth.
Who did the killings? Matt?
We both killed my husband. Matt killed old Jock and Tubby. It was me who poisoned Arn. The plan had been to keep you alive to testify that they were all natural or accidental. When you realized that Tubby'd been murdered, the plan went awry.
And what about Matt? He was supposed to be dead, too.
He'd have wandered on foot into Pilgrim's Rest to tell everybody how he'd been washed away by the flood and to walk back.
And I'd suffer an accidental death later, eh?
Probably.
Sounds like a mad scheme to me.
It nearly worked.
Now, look, I'm going to lift you onto my horse. It'll be painful.
I'm ready.
Right. There we go, then. There now. You all right?
Yeah, I think so.
Just hold on tight while I climb up behind you. Try to relax. We've a long way to go.
The river had fallen. It was still deep, but with difficulty they succeeded in crossing. It was breaking dawn when they reached the office of the Gold Commissioner. While the deputy brought the doctor to Martha, the commissioner listened to their story. In the back of the office was a small room which contained a number of small arms and a bed, which the deputy used for night duty. Martha was gently placed on the bed. When the doctor examined her, he announced it was only hours she had to live. In fact, it was a craving for vengeance that was keeping her alive. After the doctor had gone, Tommy sat in the small room with her to await the end. In the outer office, the commissioner and deputy drank coffee and hoped for Matt Ludlow to put in an appearance. At 8, they heard a horse stop outside.
Hey, Jim, there's been a murder down the river there. There's a maniac on the loose. Salami, you better get up
We've
there.
got him, Matt.
You have? Where?
He's in the back room. Go, take a look.
Oh, that's great. Have you charged him yet? Hey, what's all this? Martha, no! Give me that gun, for heaven's sake.
I had to do it. The swine.
He's dead. She killed him. How did you get a gun, huh?
Well, there's enough of them in here. She must have taken one when I wasn't looking.
Man, this is going to take a lot of explaining to those folks in Pretoria. We never even had so much as an armed robbery here before. Now, suddenly, we get 5 killings to explain. 6. How'd you figure that out, son?
Martha, she's dead.
It was true. Martha Hendricks and her evil lover were dead. The Gold Commissioner was right. It did take a lot of explaining. But Tommy Miller was lucky, saved by Martha's dying confession. He was lucky in another way, too. The gold was his. And a few months later, he became one of the richest men in Pilgrim's Rest.
Adventure is produced by Anne Freed and directed by Henry Diffenthal.
Tonight's story by Ron Evans is entitled Drums Along the River.
At this moment, a great road is being laid through the dense Brazilian jungle in an attempt to open up this vast territory for settlers. Before this could be done, several aerial surveys had to be made, since many hundreds of miles of road were to be laid where no civilized human had been before. My name is Ken Driver. I'm a geologist, working for an international mineral exploitation company in Brazil. A female colleague, Sue Nolan, and I had been invited by Art Munro, an American surveyor, to visit a small jungle outpost near the Colombian border for a few days. The small outpost was accessible only from the air, and the three of us set off from a small town on the banks of the Amazon in a plane piloted by Rico Gomes, one of the few men who was familiar with the area and the Indian tongues.
The river looks so beautiful from up here, inviting.
An invitation to death, Miss Nolan.
It's so hard to believe.
That river's full of piranhas, and on the banks you'll find anacondas big enough to swallow a man. And not only that, Mr. Monroe. There are the Indios with their poison darts. Hafsha country. Headhunters.
Ugh, glad I'm up here. I hope it's not like that at the camp you're taking us to.
Oh, the Campo Rono is all right, so long as you don't try to bathe in the river. It's been cut out of the riverbank and is stockaded. The government has a small detachment of soldiers stationed there. No danger, so long as you follow the rules. Well, what time will we get there, Rica? About an hour, say just about 10.
I'm beginning to wonder whether it wouldn't have been better to have spent my 2 weeks leave in Rio. By now, I'd be lying on Copacabana Beach, soaking up the sun.
You told me you were the adventurous type of girl.
I am, so long as I'm surrounded by the comforts of home.
You mean like TV, restaurants, and ice cream?
You got the idea.
You won't find anything like that at Borono, Miss Nolan. I think you will find it interesting in many other ways. Rico, what's wrong? Fuel blockage, I think.
Oh, heavens, no. Do something, Rico.
Please, miss, I'm doing all I can. We're loose.
We're going to crash.
Relax, Sue. Rico's doing his best. There's nothing else I can do except crash land. The river. You can do a belly flop into it. Maybe we'll be able... That way we'll end up as food for the piranha. I'll have to use the trees to soften the landing. Please fasten your belts. Oh, what an unholy mess. Can't you send out a distress signal? No time. Hold tight.
The plane hit the tops of the trees, spun and tore its way through to the lower branches, coming to rest a few feet above the ground, cradled between two huge trees. Rico had made a magnificent job of it, and apart from a few bruises and scratches, none of us was hurt.
Are you okay, Sue?
Yeah, I think so.
I'm okay, too. Rico? Oh, just a small cut on my arm. No, Mr. Monroe, don't move around. As you can see, we're balancing between two trees. My golly, you're right. It's a miracle.
Brilliant landing, Rico.
We must get away from the plane quickly, before the Indians come. This is an automatic Mayday call, but I doubt it will help much. We must get to the river and follow it westwards, and pray the Indians don't come after us.
How are we going to get out of the plane without disturbing the balance?
One at a time, very carefully. There's some rope in the back. You can go down first, Mr. Monroe, and then Mr. Driver, and I will lower down Miss Nolan.
Oh, I used to be good climbing up and down ropes at school.
Here's the rope. I'll just force open this door. Oh, come on, darn you. That's it.
Do you hear that?
What? Yes. It's a drum. That's why I must hurry. The Indians have seen our landing.
We climbed out of the plane without any trouble. Down on the ground it was damp, and our feet sank deeply into the decaying vegetable matter. Above our heads, the tall trees completely blotted out the sky, and it was as though we were standing in the nave of a vast, darkened cathedral. Rico led the way towards the river. It was hard going.
Oh, I must rest a minute. Get my breath back.
Please, Miss Nolan, force yourself.
I can't. I'm out of condition.
Oh, come off it, Rico. A minute won't make any difference. Being watched right now, I'm sure of it.
Listen to those drums. They're much closer than before.
I can't see anyone. You won't see me. The Indians are masters of camouflage. Where those birds goes, so no genuine. But others, the Indians calling to each other.
What the heck? What's wrong? Well, something stuck into my arm. Yeah, look at that. It's like a super splinter.
Let me see. A blowpipe.
Gee, it's beginning to hurt.
Shh. You hear that?
Yes, a voice from over there.
It's in the Yarsha language. An order not to kill any more of us.
What does he mean by that? None of us is dead yet?
Mr. Monroe, the doctor's poisoned.
Oh, no. You mean that I...
Here's my knife. Come on. Maybe we can cut out the poison.
It's too light. Help him sit down.
You mean there's nothing you can do? My neck. It's gone stiff.
Please, there must be something. Art?
Yes. Let me look at him. He's gone.
Ken, what are we going to do?
Nothing. Look around us.
We blinked through the jungle gloom and saw we were completely surrounded by semi-naked tribesmen, some carrying small bows and others holding 6-foot-long blowpipes. We were unarmed, helpless. With agonizing slowness, they closed in on us. One, who was wearing a tall headdress of mud and feathers, obviously the leader, was addressed by Rico.
Wasame Melulu.
What did he say?
I asked him what he wanted of us. He said he won't be hurt. We don't try to run away. He's telling us to follow.
Let's go, then. Where there's light, there's hope. You all right, Sue?
Do we have to leave poor Art lying there?
Have we a choice? Come on, lass. Whatever happens to Art now, he won't feel it. As we moved off, I was glad Sue didn't look back to where 2 of the Indians had started to remove Art's head. Rico had been right. We were prisoners of a tribe of headhunters. We walked for what seemed like miles. In the distance, I could hear the river, and soon we came into a clearing filled with rush huts. A large crowd of women, old men, and children were already assembled for our arrival. They poked and pulled at us as though we were strange new creatures, which we were to them. However, on the chief's orders, the escort formed a ring around us and kept them at bay.
What are they waiting for?
You can speak their language. Doesn't it give a clue as to what they have in mind?
Dialect is difficult to follow because they speak more quickly than the other options I've run into. Something about a priest.
Priest?
Yes, a priest of some god. No, not a god. I heard the word Shamasa, which means doctor. But it was prefixed by Ma, which means God. So it means God Doctor.
So they're waiting for the priest to the God Doctor.
Will his arrival do us any good? That's what interests me most.
I don't think so, Miss Nolan. No white man who has come into this area has lived to return. There have been many, believe me. Missionaries, explorers, traders, who have never been heard of again.
But this is the 20th century. Things like this don't happen anymore.
Look around you and see the answer. It does.
Oh, when I think of Copacabana Beach.
Look over there. Something's happening.
It's a man. A European, too.
Oh, thank heavens for that.
Wait. No, he's not a European. A mestizo. A half-caste.
But he must come from some trading post. See, he's wearing trousers and a shirt.
Yes. And the large feathered headdress. You see how they bow to him? This man must be the priest they were chattering about.
He's coming towards us. The Indians are making a passage for him.
Vima Melulu.
It is better we speak in English.
We stared at the Messieurs, and the crowd became hushed.
Where are you from?
Well, I'm English. Miss Nolan here is American. I am Brazilian.
My name is Zambala. Or rather, that is the name I have adopted. Many years ago, I lived in Manaus. I was called Carlo then.
We're very pleased to see you here, Zambala.
Perhaps not. We shall see. I'm the servant of El Medico. For a long time, he has waited for an English and American to come by. We are lucky today. Both at once. El Medico will be very pleased.
Who is El Medico?
We'll meet him very soon now. We will go to his place. You, little fat man. What is your name?
Rico Gomes. I am a pilot for Astra.
I don't care about that. The less I know of your history, the happier I am. As El Medico has no wish to talk with you, there is no further need for you to wait.
You mean I can go?
Certainly. The Indios will help you. Manifesta the law.
No, not that. Let me go.
Oh! They're killing him.
Who? Keep back.
Oh, awful.
Look away, Sue.
You, Zambala. Why?
El Medico does not wish to talk to Brazilians. We can catch them anytime.
For heaven's sake, man, stop them from sticking those spears into him. He's dead now.
Lashima. Consider yourselves lucky you are American, English. Your nationalities have given you a little longer to live.
A little longer? You mean you're going to kill us, too?
All strangers who come here must die. But you are privileged to live a few extra hours for the sake of my master, who craves your company. Come, we must go to him now.
Our hearts were so heavy with dread that we barely noticed the route we walked. Still surrounded by our escort of Indian guards, we passed through the village and back into the jungle, Zambala leading the way. Soon the ground began to slope upwards, and the path ended at the entrance to a wide cave mouth. Fixed to the rock outside were innumerable crude wooden figures and symbols, whilst across the entrance itself was a line of 5-foot poles a yard apart, and topping each one was a grinning human skull.
Oh, what a hideous place.
It is the home of El Medico. The outside is very misleading and meant only to satisfy the superstitions of the Indios. Look, you see the way they stare. They would rather die than pass this line of skulls.
Is this where we get to meet your boss?
Yes, but first a word of warning.
Huh?
Be polite and flattering to El Medico. He will only order your deaths when he tires of your company.
Charming. Sounds like a real nice fellow.
He is. I've been with him for many years now. Come, let us go inside.
Zambala was right. The outside was very misleading. The cavern was really a tunnel which led 50 yards under the hill to the other side. Built against this far entrance was a timber house, not very big, but substantial. Zambala opened a door and gestured us inside. I gazed around in open amazement. It was a lounge, nicely, if primitively, furnished. What surprised me most was that 2 of the walls were completely lined with fully stocked bookshelves.
Please make yourselves comfortable. My master will come soon. Don't try to run away, though. The Indios are waiting at the tunnel entrance for you to try.
Well, what do you know about that? This El Medico fellow must be a European.
Yeah, with a highly sophisticated taste, judging by his literature. Most of it's in German, but there's also Shakespeare here and Spencer.
Never mind that, Ken. We've got to do something about getting away from this nut, whoever he is.
Ah, I'm very pleased to meet you. Zambala has just told me about you. May I inquire your names?
I'm Kenneth Driver, and this is Susan Nolan.
Very good. Miss Nolan is American, I presume.
Yes.
I'm known here as El Medico, but my real name is Heinrich Steiger. Welcome to my humble home. As you can see, I've tried to make it as comfortable as possible.
Steiger was an old man, 70 if a day. He was dressed smartly in white, clean and sprightly, a man very much out of place in this green wilderness. He smiled at us, but his thin lips were cruel and needed but a slight change of expression to change the smile into a snarl.
Please sit down. Zambala is bringing us some drinks. Then I trust you'll join me in the light lunch.
That's very kind of you, but hadn't you better explain to us what all this is about?
Yes. Why did the Indians murder Art and Rico?
This man, Art, you call him, he was killed in error. As for Asa, he was only a Brazilian. I didn't need him.
Look, are we your guests or prisoners?
Both.
But why? I can't understand your motive.
First, tell me about what is happening in the outside world. I get very little news here, you know. Zambala has been my only contact with civilization for many years. Tell me about Europe and America, the political climate, all the scandals, troubles. Are the Russians still aggressive?
Steiger pressed Sue and me with questions for over an hour. Then Zambala, who was now playing his part of the butler, announced lunch. We went into a dining room and were served an excellent meal. That our host was quite mad became obvious. Not a raving lunatic, but it could be read in his eyes, in his jerky movements, in his neurotic manner. There came a lull in the conversation while he digested some of the facts Sue and I had told him.
That was a nice meal, Mr. Steiger.
Dr. Steiger, Miss Nolan.
Oh, of course. Hence your local title of El Medico.
I treat the natives for their aches, pains, and diseases. In return, they think I'm a god and give me their absolute loyalty and protection. Zambala is my high priest and mediator. By the way, I taught him to speak your language. He does it well, don't you think?
Tell me, if you will, what you are planning to do with us.
Have you killed? But later, no hurry.
But why?
I could wring your scraggy little neck.
That would be a foolish thing to do. The Indians would spend a week killing you both. Very, very slowly. At least, when you die by my hand, it will be quick, I promise you that.
But this is sheer madness. Why can't you just let us go?
Yes, Sue's right. We could get a canoe from the Indians and paddle up river.
I cannot permit you to leave here alive. Don't you recognize me? Or my name? Does Heinrich Steiger mean nothing to you at all?
Nothing at all. Should it?
Oh, has it been so long that I'm now a forgotten man?
You're a wanted man. Is that it? You're wanted by the police.
I shall tell you. But first, let us have a drink. Zambala, bring us all another drink.
The time is before, Senorita Nolan.
Please.
Senor driver?
Yes, the same, please.
So, the world has forgotten Heinrich Steiger. That is good.
What did you do?
I was the doctor in charge of the experimental unit in Rosebank concentration camp.
A war criminal.
Yes, that is what they called me. But they exaggerated by saying I killed 10,000 prisoners. It was not so. 8,000 would have been more accurate.
You murdered 8,000 people.
It was my job. War is war. These people were the enemies of the Reich.
It's monstrous.
Put down the drink, Zambala. Then go and wait at the cave entrance.
I see. There's nothing else you want?
Nothing. To continue. First, the British, Russians, French, and Americans hunted me down. When they gave up, I heard that the Jews tried to take up the search. All these years I've lived here, safe. It was hard at first, but I soon became accustomed to the isolation. Now you see why I dare not let you go. If the authorities know that a white man lives here alone, they will suddenly get very nosy.
What can they do now? The war finished 29 years ago.
Revenge for my so-called crimes. I'm an old man, but I've no wish to die yet.
But there was an amnesty. You're a free man. There's no need to hide out here anymore.
An amnesty, you say? You mean I'm not wanted now?
I didn't know about that, Ken.
You should read your papers, Sue. Yes, 3 years ago. Or was it 4? It was decided no longer to charge war criminals.
If this is true,
then there's no point in killing us.
No! Don't drink that!
What's wrong?
Don't touch your drink either, Mr. Driver. They're both poisoned.
You were going to kill us. Now.
Yes. But as you can see, circumstances have changed. I want to go back to civilization, just to see what it is like. Zambala can guide us. It is 5 days' march from here to an old Indian trail. Zambala knows it well. We come out of the jungle at a small Colombian town and
You're Not going to kill us now?
No. We all going together. We are friends.
The sudden change in Steiger's manner astonished us. It was painfully obvious that he'd longed to be able to leave his jungle retreat. We don't know what he told Zambala, but the next morning we left the cave and started the long march westwards into Colombia. It was an arduous journey, through alternating rocky and dense jungle terrain. As we drew closer, Steiger's excitement grew until he was like a small boy at a picnic. On the morning of the 5th day, we stopped on the brow of a hill. Ahead of us was a wide path. Zambala pointed to it.
There is a road. It leads into Contapa. We can reach the town by noon.
So, you have done well, Zambala.
Do you want me to go back to the tribe or stay here until you return?
Zambala, I have decided not to go back to the tribe. I'm going to rejoin my own people. I have no further use for you.
Steiger was the only one of us armed, and he pulled out his revolver.
You're going to kill me? After I have served you for so long?
Steiger, don't!
You two keep away. This is my business.
Why'd you do that, Steiger?
Why not? There's no future for him. He was nothing but a nasty little pickpocket in Manaus before I took him under my wing. Come, let us go.
You have no respect for the value of human life, have you?
Oh, please do not moralize to me, Miss Nolan. People who have no value should be destroyed. Too many are parasites. But we cannot stand here arguing.
Look, Steiger. Zambala's still alive.
He is still...
As the old man turned to look, I jumped forward and grabbed for the gun. I managed to wrest it from his grip. He stood back and looked reproachfully at me.
I see. So you're going to kill me?
No, Steiger. I'm not a killer.
Why are you taking out the bullets?
All but one. I'm leaving you a choice. Kill yourself or go back to your Indian tribe.
I cannot go back. Without Zambalas, they will kill me.
That's your problem.
I'm going into Contapa with you.
Once they know who you really are, you'll be arrested on sight.
But amnesty!
What amnesty? I was only telling you that to play for time, and you swallowed it. The world would never forgive your crimes in 1,000,000 years. You're a dead man, Steiger, and it's up to you how you want to go out.
So you tricked me. Traded on my need for company. Civilized company.
You see that rock over there? Midway between here and the road? I'm going to leave this gun on top of it. Don't try to chase us and use the one bullet. It wouldn't do you any good. Merely ruin your one chance of taking the easy way out. Now stay here, Steiger, until you see me wave. From then on, it's up to you. Come on, Sue. Goodbye, Dr. Steiger. Have a nice trip to hell. I left the pistol on the rock, and we walked away down to the road, where I waved my hand to Steiger. Then Sue and I carried on walking. A few minutes later, I looked back and saw the lonely figure standing silhouetted on top of the rock where I had left the revolver. It was all over. The nightmare had ended.
High Adventure is produced by Anne Freed and directed by Henry Diffenthal.
High Adventure.
Tonight's story by Ron Evans is entitled The Man Who Couldn't Change.
Marquis. This is the smoking taste you can tell blindfolded. This is Marquis. Marquis is the filter-tip cigarillo with a difference. As mild and smooth smoking as a cigarette. If you're a cigarette smoker, Marquis is made for you. Try one. You'll enjoy the difference. Marquis.
Raise your glass to Witzenberg, since 1700 the heart and home of our finest wines. Today, Witzenberg has a wine for every facet of your glass. Dry white or Stein, dry red, Perlet or Perlet Rosé. Raise your glass to the magnificent Witzenberg range. You're enjoying true wine of the country.
What is this new kind of cleanness women are discovering for their dishes?
It's sunlight cleanness.
What's sunlight cleanness?
A fresh, sparkling cleanness you've never known before.
Why fresh?
New Sunlight Liquid has real lemon juice.
And sparkling?
Sunlight Liquid is concentrated. It's got the greatest grease-cutting power to give you sparkling dishes every time.
And new Sunlight Liquid with real lemon juice means real economy. Just 1 teaspoonful washes a whole sinkful of dishes sparkling clean. Sunlight clean.
It was a hot summer in the sprawling Texas town of El Paso, 1895, and the wildest parts of the Wild West were now tamed by the Texas Rangers. The bad men were either dead or in jail. And that was how the embittered John Wesley Hardin found it when he returned from a 10-year stretch in Huntsville County Prison. John Wesley Hardin, a veteran of 100 gunfights, and a man with 40 notches on his guns. He'd been brutally treated in prison, and when he finally emerged, he looked 20 years older than his real age of 42. He was a legend in his own time, and started to take advantage of it. In his favorite haunt, the Acme Saloon, John Wesley Hardin's voice was the loudest. Around him always gathered a group of cronies and admirers, many of them women. His current lady love was Barbara Rose, the wife of a nasty little cattle rustler, Martin Rose, a man being hunted down by the chief of the local Texas Rangers, Captain Jeff Milton. One afternoon, Martin Rose rode up the main street, and Milton was waiting for him.
Stand right where you are, Rose. No, don't turn around.
That you, Milton?
That's right, boy. Now unbuckle that gun belt and let it drop. Make it slow and easy now.
What you taking me in for? I ain't done nothing. Yeah.
Can't say you weren't warned, boy.
The death of the cattle rustler caused quite a stir in town, and nobody was more delighted by his demise than John Wesley Hardin.
Well, I'm kind of annoyed that Texas Ranger shot Martin Rose. I was going to do it anyway. Well, now the way's clear for me to pay court to his cute little widow. You know, that Jeff Milton did the killing, maybe, but I got the prize, huh, fella?
Yeah, Wes. She's all yours now.
Well, here comes the little lady herself. Sorry about your husband, Barbara.
You ain't, Wes. You're making a celebration of it, and I'll join you.
You ain't sorry, Babs?
Sorry about that little snake, huh? He asked for it a dozen times over.
I guess it would have ended up with him and me fighting it out in the main street if Jeff Milton hadn't gotten first.
So I heard you yelling before, Wes.
I reckon it's maybe that Jeff Milton might be fancying you, Babs. I saw him eyeing you last night.
You're saying I killed Martin Rose so I could take his wife, Hardin?
Well, hello, Captain Milton. I reckon you'll have to draw your own conclusions.
Don't tangle with him, Wes.
I want to put on record before all these witnesses. that Martin Rose was killed because he drew a gun and tried to resist arrest. I did my duty to this community. Wes Hardin is a damned liar if he said different.
Harsh words, Milton. Very harsh words. You wouldn't talk to me like that if I were carrying my guns.
You're lying again, Hardin. You got those guns of yours under that fancy long coat. I'm standing here giving you a chance to use them. Or tell everybody in here that you're a liar. Well, Hardin, what's it to be?
Gentlemen, I reckon I must have told a lie. Seems I got some business to attend to in Jairus.
Hey, I don't think Wes will show his nose in town again after that, Babs. Fancy Wes Hardin backing down like that.
Who'd ever believe it? After all the big talk, too.
Yeah, times had changed. 11 years before, Wes Hardin would have gunned Milton down without second thought. The confrontation was the talk of El Paso for weeks after. Wes's cronies maintained that he'd only backed down because of Milton's position. They all knew that Wes still had his famous calfskin waistcoat, which was specially fitted to carry 2 guns. In spite of having to cross-draw them, Wes was faster than most men with conventional holster, and would be sure to use them against any lesser man than Captain Milton. Their theory was to be put to the test 2 months later, when Wes rolled back into El Paso. While he was booking into the hotel, a drama was being enacted in the Acme Saloon, where young John Selman, a deputy sheriff, was having trouble with Barbara Rose.
Get your damn filthy hands off me!
I'm taking you in, Barbara, and mean it.
I've done nothing to you.
Last night you pulled out a gun and fired 4 shots down the main street. There are plenty of witnesses.
So what? I didn't hit no one.
Makes no difference. You were causing a disturbance. Now, come on. Don't make no more trouble here.
You gonna lock me up for that?
Are you gonna come, or do I have to drag you out of here?
You wouldn't dare.
Oh, no?
Hey! Let go of me! Help me, somebody! Why, you big punk! Help!
Young John Selman pulled her all the way to the town jail and handed her over to the sheriff. Meanwhile, having now booked his room, Wes Hardin walked into the Acme Saloon. The English barman quickly told him what had happened to Barbara.
Yes, he was very rough with her.
Yeah, she said he wouldn't have dared done it if it had been with you around, Wes.
She did? Well, I reckon she's right at that. Well, I'm ready to avenge her honor. Will you take a message to someone for me, Jake?
Sure, Wes. What is it?
Tell him I'm waiting in here for him.
Yeah, do that. He'll be over at the jailhouse.
Pour me a long whiskey, Jackson. Better still, give me the bottle.
Wes, you and I have been friends since you came out of jail last year, right?
That's right, Jackson. What about it?
Yeah, well, don't take it amiss if I say what I feel, all right? I think you're making a big mistake in calling out a lawman like this.
He's only a little lawman. A deputy, you said.
It isn't like the old days, Wes, believe me. Shoot even one little lawman and you'll have 1,000 or more Texas Rangers hunting you down.
Not if I make him draw first. The law ain't changed in that respect.
And if he don't draw?
Then that makes him a yellow-bellied coward. Now, don't look at me like that, Jackson. When I backed down from Milton, I knew it wouldn't draw first. He was only using the situation to get a name for himself as the man who killed John Wesley Hardin, a privilege I'll give to no man. I made the wise move. But one day, we'll face up to each other again, and I'll blast him off his feet.
But, Wes, that's what I'm trying to tell you. You can't get away with that kind of thing nowadays. It's all gone law and order, church, business.
I don't believe it, Jackson. A man with guns as fast as mine is still king.
Yeah, well, I'd hate to see you go back to jail, Wes. Or lying out there in the dust.
You won't. There'll be others who'll be lying out there in the dirt. Men like Selman Milton and a few others I can mention.
Here's Jake, coming back.
Well, is he coming?
Hey, sorry, Wes, he refused. Says it ain't his job to go dueling.
He backed down?
Yeah.
Well. Well, you hear that, everybody?
That big hero Selman won't come here and face me. That's because he's only fit to fight and manhandle women, like y'all saw an hour ago. Now, what kind of lawman is he?
He's scared of you, Wes. Knows your reputation.
Well, let him come here and fight like a man. He's a chicken liver coyote, and I'll shame him into facing up to me.
You got the drop of Wild Bill Hickok once, didn't you, Wes?
Yeah, that's right, boy. Tried to arrest me in Abilene. Told me to hand over my guns, and when I did, I gave him the old border roll and took him by surprise.
For 3 days, Wes Hardin called young John Selman every name he could think of to make him take up the challenge, all to no effect. However, Selman's father, known as Old John, lived a few miles outside El Paso. He'd been a gunslinger in his day, but had changed to the side of the law in later life. At this time, he was sheriff of Precinct 1 of El Paso County. But now that the Texas Rangers had tamed the Badlands, Old John's job was easy. He'd run to fight, rarely wore a gun, and spent most of his time farming. He lived in a small house, alone, with his daughter, Betsy.
Hey, Pa!
What is it? You're back early from town.
There's trouble there, Pa, and John's right in the middle of it.
What do you mean?
Wes Hardin's back in town, and he's trying to force John into shooting it out with him. It seems John arrested Hardin's girl.
Well, better ride in and see what it's all about. Hardin's got a big mouth, and one of these days some feller's gonna permanently shut it for him. Hey, Robert, bring my horse up here. You go and get my gun belt from the bedroom, Betsy.
You're not going to talk to Hardin, are you, Pa?
Oh, just a few gentle words of advice, that's all.
But he may try to fight.
No, I don't think so. He's all bluff. His argument with Milton a couple of months ago proves that. Hardin ain't going to risk prison or a noose just to settle an argument. He knows he can't get away with it in the same way he did in the old days. Now, hurry, fetch my gun belt. I don't want to be getting there at sundown.
Okay, Pa, so long as you promise not to go risking your neck against that madman.
There must be a reason why, all over the world, the swing is to Rothman's king size. It's simply this: Rothman's extra length, finest filter, and the best tobacco money can buy give you true king-size flavor. Rothman's king size really satisfies.
Call Lillian Sachs.
I can't. My nose is blocked up.
He can't. His nose is blocked up. He can't. His nose is blocked up. Use Tristan nasal spray. Use Tristan nasal spray. Use Tristan nasal spray.
Call Lillian Sachs.
It was just after noon when Wes Hardin walked down the street with some of his pals, his arm linked in Barbara Rose's. Sheriff Bronson had just released her from the jailhouse, where for 3 days she'd shouted and cussed. To relieve himself of his noisy prisoner, he'd reduced her 7-day sentence for good behavior. As the group walked towards the hotel, old John Selman rode in from the other side of town.
Bronson will be sorry he kept you in for 3 days. You'll see if he ain't, Babs. One day he'll cross me and he'll end up lying in that dirt over there.
Oh, he ain't such a bad guy. Takes his job too serious is all.
Makes no difference you're pleading for him. He could have found a technicality and let you go 3 days ago. What do you reckon, Will?
Yeah, that's right, Wes. No need for him to have locked her up. Hey, you see who that is riding down the street?
Well, if it ain't old John Selman, come to give that boy of his a talking to, I'll bet.
He's coming over here, Wes.
Good day to you, Wes. You mind if we have a friendly chat?
Oh, come and join us for a drink at the hotel, John. Haven't seen you for years. Where you live now?
Got a spread just outside town. Now look, Wes.
Yeah?
What I gotta say won't take long enough to last through a drink. Better I say it right here.
You want to talk about that son of yours? The one who doesn't know how to treat a lady?
He knows how to treat a lady when he meets one. Don't get too much practice in this town.
By that you mean Ma Barbara ain't a lady?
I ain't saying nothing, except this. Keep your big mouth shut about my boss.
I'll say what I like, and nothing I've said ain't true.
Look, John's a good kid, Wes.
Oh, yeah?
Times ain't like they used to be when the man with the fastest gun was the man most likely to live.
That's so.
Today's kids don't go in for this fast draw, fast shoot stuff. Now, you and me, Wes, we fought together and drank together. Oh, they were great days, great memories. Now, look, take my advice, Wes. Hang up your guns and confine yourself to telling stories in the act.
Well, the world's gone soft. It's full of lily-livered cowards, and your kid heads the list, John.
My kid's all right, Wes, so you better keep quiet. He won't fight you because he's got enough sense to know it's suicide.
Well, you just better take him back to your spread and put him in the chicken run where he belongs.
You're forcing me to make a hard decision, Wes.
I'll say it loud so as all the world can hear. Young John Selman is a yellow-bellied coward. Now, that satisfy you, John? Now, tell him to save your family pride and meet me here in the street like a man.
No drunken jailbird says that without paying for it.
Hey, did you hear that?
Go on, clear away there, folks. There's going to be lead flying.
That's all you need, Wes. Gun him down.
Old John Selman backed off into the street, his eyes fixed and hardened, and his right hand hovering inches away from the butt of his gun. The townsfolk who'd gathered around moved out of the light of fire. It was like a scene from the old days again. Wes Harden patted his long, elegant black coat.
I'm waiting, Wes. Mackerson, you give us a signal, huh?
Okay. I haven't got my guns with me, Selman.
That ain't like you.
Never reckoned I'd need them today.
Well, go get 'em. I'll wait here.
Yeah. You wait here.
Inside the Acme Saloon, Wes Harden bought drinks all round. He was his old boastful self. While outside, an old man sat on a barrel and waited.
Pa, they just told me what happened. You can't fight Hardin.
You get back to your job, son, and let me deal with
Look, this is my quarrel, Pa. If anybody has to stand up to him, it's me.
Look, you keep out of it. But if I come off worst, you still stay out of it.
Please, Pa. Go back to the ranch. Forget it. Folks will understand.
Oh, you don't understand, John. Since Wes Harden backed down from Jeff Milton has been spoiling for a gunfight to bolster his reputation. Too many folks have laughed at his loudmouth boasting in the Acme, and it's hurting him. You were to be the sacrifice, boy, and I ain't going to allow it. He knows you're no good with a fast draw, so you were perfect for the part.
You're gonna be the sacrifice instead, is that it? Listen, Pa, you're so out of practice with that gun, you'd put up a worse show against him than me.
I give you that. But you got a lot of years ahead of you. I'm old and spent. The world can afford me.
Don't talk like that, please. Okay, so we can both pull out of town and forget all about it. Maybe folks will call us cowards, but we'll still be alive.
The Selmans ain't cowards, John. Just mite cautious, maybe.
What good is your dead body lying in the street out here gonna do us, Pa?
I told you, son. Wes is spoiling for a gunfight. If it ain't us he guns down, it'll be some other poor feller who can't use a gun properly. Until he's dead or he's killed somebody, this town ain't safe. No lawman can do anything about it until after it's over. On top of that, he's got so many friends in town, he'll more than likely get off with a self-defense plea. You know how it goes.
Never thought of it like that before.
So you just go back and do your work and leave this to me.
Don't seem right, though. He started the quarrel with me, not you,
Let's
Pa.
not go into that again, huh? It's our quarrel.
Okay. Where is Harton anyway?
Said he was going for his guns, but I saw him mosey off into the Acme. But I ain't hurrying things none. We got all day.
Hey, Wes, tell the boys about that time them jailers tried to drown you in Huntsville Pass.
Yeah, that sure scared the pants off them when I played possum and they thought I was dead. Hey, Jackson, put up another round along the bar. Well, what do you say, boys?
Sure will, Wes.
Hey, what about the rest of that story, Wes?
Yeah, give me a chance, Jake. Well, that's better. My throat was getting drier than a Navajo Creek. You know, those warders of the pen hated my guts. It made them feel big to have me at the wrong end of their cusses and kicks. One day, they dropped me down this hole in the ground and started pumping in water. I had a hand pump down there and had to pump it back.
It should be you out there, not Pa.
I tried to convince him of that, too. He chased me away. Said it was a matter of family honor and his duty to the town.
It don't seem right. Why should Pa have to do the dirty work? I'm going to him. Lend me one of those shotguns.
Stay away, Betsy, for Pa's sake.
Lend me a shotgun.
No, keep out of it. I ain't gonna let you get mixed up in this. It ain't women's business.
No, we'll see about that.
Betsy, come back here. What's the use? I'll soon chase her back here. She's as cussed and as stubborn as he is.
And that was another one for Boot Hill.
Say, that must be some kind of record, Wes. 3 Cook County sheriffs in a row.
Hey, say, when you gonna get your guns, Wes? Old John will be dying of old age soon.
Yeah, you're right. I guess it's time to kill that stupid fat fool out there.
Yeah.
Well, all of you drink up and get out there in the street ready for the show.
Right, right.
You hear me? Everybody outside.
Well, Wes, I don't intend to miss the show either.
Jackson, you just stay here and pour me another drink. And have one yourself.
You think that's wise?
Let me be the judge, huh?
Anything you say, Wes.
Why don't you go on in and get him, John?
Pa?
Oh, Betsy, what are you doing here? I told you to stay at home.
I just talked to John. I can't let you go through with this. Oh, come back to the ranch with me. Please, Pa.
I can't do that. Now go back and leave me alone. This ain't your business.
It is my business.
Girl, you've made up my mind for me. Pete, Sam, take a hold of her for me.
Oh, no, Pa. Oh, let go of me. Let go of here. Pa, don't go in there, please.
Old John Salmon walked towards the saloon and pushed open the bat-wing doors. The crowd pushed forward to peer inside as he disappeared from sight.
What are you moving away like that for, Jackson?
Don't bother about drinking that, Wes.
Huh?
Look who's behind you.
Turn and face me, Hardin. I waited outside long enough.
I ain't turning, Selman. Besides, I still ain't got my guns.
You've had time. Plenty of it.
You should be glad I'm giving you extra time to enjoy before I kill you.
Somebody's got to die in this town today. Everyone knows that. Why are you so damn sure it's gotta be me?
Because you're fat, slow, and the size of a yellow-bellied kid. You deserve to die, Selman.
Turn round and face me, Hardin.
Go outside again and wait. I'll deal with you later.
You gonna turn?
Go away, fat man. Can't you see you're bothering me?
Old John was in a torment of indecision. His breathing was labored, and his hands shook with pent-up fury, waiting to be unleashed. And Hardin's final remark did it.
Jackson, will you oblige me by kicking that old goat into the street where it belongs?
That's it, Hardin.
You shot him from behind, John.
Somebody had to die. Can't you see that? And who deserved it most?
Raise your glass to Witzenberg, since 1700 the heart and home of our finest wines. Today, Witzenberg has a wine for every facet of your glass. Dry white or Stein, dry red, Perle or Perle Rosé. Raise your glass to the magnificent Witzenberg range. You're enjoying true wine of the country.
Shield gives a confidence that actually shows
in your eyes.
Put on Shield deodorant and it's dry in seconds. That's the way it stays right through the day. Shield never makes you feel sticky. It just protects you and keeps you dry, feminine, fresh. Wear Shield and the only thing you show is confidence.
Shield gives a confidence that actually shows
in your eyes, in your eyes.
There must be a reason why, all over the world, the swing is to Rothman's king size. It's simply this: Rothman's extra length, finest filter, and the best tobacco money can buy give you true king size flavor. Rothman's king size really satisfies.
Only moments after Hardin's death, Captain Jeff Milton arrived back in El Paso. Hearing the commotion, he pushed his way into the Acme saloon and surveyed the scene. He stooped down and unbuttoned Hardin's coat. It fell open.
You see that, huh? Hardin had both his guns all the time.
But he said he was going to get them. That's why he wouldn't turn and face old John. Reckon the old man wouldn't shoot him in the back.
Reckoned wrong this time, didn't he? Tried that game with me once, as you all know. Seems it didn't work so well the second time around.
Now that the feared John Wesley Hardin was dead, the crowd sided with and supported old John Selman. His plea of justifiable homicide was accepted, and he was allowed to return home to his family. This story is based on fact, and even today many historians of the old American West are puzzled why Wes Hardin made no attempt to face Selman. Could it have been his arrogant self-confidence, or had his terrible experiences in Huntsville Penitentiary turned him into a boastful coward, living in his world of past glories?
High Adventure is produced by Anne Freed and directed by Henry Diffenthal.
High Adventure.
Tonight we tell the story, Where Do We Find Such Men? By Denver Morgan.
Every General R280 radial has 364 little safety studs between its treads. The studs are there to brace and stabilize the treads and help stop them fidget under stress. And the fact that we've reduced the fidget in our treads explains why the General R280 brakes so well, corners so well, and has the longest possible life. General R280 radials. The long-living tires.
The Triumph Chicane is very fast and very luxurious, and we've kept it very quiet. But the motoring press hasn't. Car Magazine said of the Triumph Chicane,
our test crew found it a delightful car to drive, and it has magnificent balance between performance and easy driving.
S.A. Motor said,
the Triumph Chicane offers a standard of motoring way out of its price range.
Triumph Chicane, built by Leyland. Listen to what the experts say about it. Hello, John.
Thought you'd never get here. What'll it be?
The usual.
Barman, brandy and soda over here. Well, how does it feel to be a free man?
Be good. You?
Not bad. Do you know I met in the city? The Colonel. Looked me straight in the eye and gave me his, "This is it, chaps, look." Didn't say a word, just stalked by.
What did you expect him to say? Hello, Wade, old boy. Nice to see you out of jail. You and Smythe let the regiment down, you know, selling off army equipment. Bad show. Never mind. Come down to the club and have a drink.
Our only crime was we got caught. Where have you been, anyhow?
Walking around London trying to find a job.
Pretty much the same with me. Nora's left me, sold the house over my head whilst I was inside. My son's got hair down to his shoulders and tells me he's trying to find himself. He'll probably collapse in a heap when he does. Tell me, what happened to that girl, Susan, who used to write to you in prison? She had a bit of money, didn't she?
Yes, she's got a bit of money. I went round to see her. She's living with some foreigner.
John, you don't see me as a sort of criminal type, do you?
No? Why do you ask?
Well, the idea of going to work as a door-to-door salesman or clerk or something is quite repugnant to me. I was wondering if I could interest you in a little scheme.
Scheme?
Yes, scheme. Come, we'll catch the number 9 bus outside. It'll take us to the spot I have in mind.
Charles, it's pouring outside. Can't we go tomorrow?
Now, just stroll down the street with me and listen very carefully to what I have to say. You see that bank across the street?
You mean the North London Commercial?
Yes. If I gave you a foolproof plan for robbing that establishment, would it be of interest to you?
Me? Rob a bank? Oh, come, Charles. Flogging off army trucks is one thing, but robbing a bank? Oh, no, you can't be serious.
I'm deadly serious. I've thought very, very carefully about this. Done a great deal of research. Now, we won't talk here. Don't want to be noticed. Carry on down the street. Make a mental note of the general area. Then back to my place. You never know who's on the lookout. Let me take your coat. Now, sit down. Have a drink and hear me out.
You'll never convince me. I simply will not be part of anything criminal again.
You're going to change your mind. Now, listen. And listen carefully. There's a spate of bombs being planted around London. The Irish are taking most of the blame, but there are others. What do you think would happen if an Irish voice on the telephone advised the manager of the North London Commercial Bank that there was a bomb on the premises and it was scheduled to go off within 45 minutes of the call?
Call the police and evacuate the building, I suppose.
Exactly. Then what would happen?
Well, I suppose they'd either let the building blow up or call in the army bomb disposal unit.
And what do you think they'd do in this case?
Well, I should imagine they'd endeavor to save the property. An explosion in that area could cause serious damage. Might even start an uncontrollable fire. Oh, I don't know. I'm only guessing.
Well, don't guess. They would call in the army. It's standard procedure. Now, the bank's empty. The area's been cleared. First, we'll acquire from one of those army disposal places a Land Rover. We'll clean it up, give it phony regimental plates, and you, dressed as a sergeant, will be the driver. I'll travel with you as a major. After I've made the call to the bank, we'll give it 15 minutes. By this time, the bank will have been cleared and the area partially evacuated by the police. We'll drive up to the first roadblock we see and ask to speak to the man in charge. We'll pass ourselves off as bomb disposal men, sent to the scene.
Oh, it's a bit early, isn't it? Those chaps aren't supermen, you know. Denford Army camp's at least an hour away. Anyway, they'd probably use a helicopter to fly them in.
We'll only do this operation if the weather is such that an aircraft can't fly. No helicopter pilot will risk flying amongst tall buildings if his visibility is nil. The beauty of the situation is that we can do the job any Thursday. So, weather permitting, it'll be 4 weeks from today.
Weather permitting? You sound like a cricket commentator. And before you go on, why Thursday?
Because on Thursdays, it makes up the wage packets of some 50 factories. And I should mention here, John, dear boy, that I'm talking about over £500,000.
£500,000?
That's right. Where was I before you interrupted?
At the roadblock, conning the constable.
Ah, yes. Now, we get to the man in charge and the bank manager. Now, this, John, is the only part of the scheme which may go wrong. but I'm assuming that the bank manager will stay on the scene. I'll introduce myself, get all the information I can out of the bank manager, and his keys to the vaults.
Why is he going to give you the keys to the vaults?
Because when I phone him, I'll tell him that the bomb is in one of the vaults. I won't say which one.
So as long as he plays ball, we're now driving through deserted streets, and we arrive at a deserted bank.
I can see you're getting interested. Now, we go inside the bank, open the vaults, and pack all the money and goodies into the toolbox which you, my dear Sergeant, are carrying. And then, old boy, my piece de resistance. We take our uniforms off and put on overalls. We place the uniforms and a bomb. Yes, a bomb. I did a course in explosives, you may remember. Well, we'll place the bomb in one of the vaults, give it a 10-minute fuse, and leave the bank by the staff entrance at the back.
And that entrance is going to be open, is it?
I'm relying on the fact that people leaving a building in a hurry are not going to stop to lock doors. Fair enough. Now, 100 yards to the rear of the bank is Victoria Street, and on the corner is a manhole cover. It leads to the sewers, and we go down.
Oh, really, Charles, it's a bit melodramatic. If the police have cleared the area, there's nobody around to catch us anyway. We could soon disappear. Down the sewers, really.
Don't be frivolous. You see, the bomb I'll have planted in the vault will level the bank building, and I'll hate by some stroke of fate to be injured by falling debris. Now, before you ask, by destroying the building, they'll never know what money was stolen and what wasn't. And what is brought out will be untraceable.
You know the sewer layout?
Yes. Got my hands on a London County Council map, sanitation department. We'll come out about 3/4 of a mile to the north, and there'll be a car waiting there for us. I'll have hired it earlier in the day.
And, of course, they'll assume we have gone up with a building. Yeah. Nice touch. They won't even be looking for us.
Do I take it that I can count you in?
I didn't say that, Charles. A few things I don't like.
Such as?
You and I are going to be standing talking to a police officer and a bank manager, neither of whom will be fools. They're going to remember exactly what we look like. The police in their plodding, methodical manner will soon pin us down.
Firstly, I shall be wearing glasses and a blonde hairpiece. And I shall cultivate a moustache. I think it'll be effective.
Me? What do I do?
You wear 2 pairs of overalls under your uniform to give an appearance of excess weight. And I think perhaps a hairpiece of reddish color showing below your beret.
When we emerge from the sewer like highly odoriferous moles, where do we go?
Well, we come back here, divide the money up equally, and I'll return the car to the car hire firm. Then we part company forever. Where you go is your business, and where I go is mine.
Well, Charles, I must compliment you on your little drama. Let me think it over this evening. I'll meet you here tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock and let you have my decision.
John, I'm relying on you as an officer and a gentleman to say nothing about what has taken place.
You have my word as an ex-convict and potential bank robber. Good night, Charles. Oh, one other thing. You did say earlier on that you are contemplating stealing £500,000.
Yes, John, dear boy. £500,000. A gentleman wouldn't dream of stealing anything less.
Morning, Charles. I come in?
Oh, of course. Please sit down somewhere. I'm sorry the place is rather untidy. I must have overslept.
I didn't sleep at all, actually.
Really? Well, what's your decision?
I've decided that I'll join this little venture.
Bravo. Now, it'll take us about 3 weeks to organize everything. There's the vehicle, explosives, uniforms. It'll all take time. Now, I've typed out a complete plan of attack. Now, here's your copy. First, the Land Rover. We won't buy it in London. There's a surplus army place down in South Wales. You go down there and buy a vehicle. Doesn't have to be much good mechanically, as long as it looks all right. We can clean it up. Uniforms will be easy. I think we've still got our own, come to think of it. Hairpieces, well, relatively simple. Get those from any theatrical suppliers. Toolbox, then a moustache. Yes, it'll take me about 3 weeks to grow one. Right, I managed to borrow money for the vehicle. You take it and get yourself off to Wales.
Wales? Isn't that a bit far away?
Oh, far away, but necessary. The longer it takes them to trace us, the better chance we have of getting away with it. Anyway, apparently it's the only place you're going to get surplus army vehicles. I ought to know. I sold them most of the equipment they've got.
I'll see you when I get back from Indeed to Goodness Land. Well, we got everything together. It's been a long 3 weeks.
Yes. I've just heard the weather forecast. The weather tomorrow is lousy. Fog and rain, not very nice flying weather. So we can rule out helicopters.
Very well. And tomorrow it is. Tomorrow we steal £500,000.
Susan, what's the first thing your mummy would say if Daddy said, I'm taking you to Europe on holiday?
She'd say, can I go too and make a big performance?
No. I mean, if your mummy was going to Europe, what would she say?
She'd say, can the cat come too?
Anne, what's the first thing you'd do if you were going to Europe?
I'd see the Standard Bank about travel deal insurance.
You would? Yeah. Travel deal insurance, eh? Why?
Because Daddy said he won't go on holiday without it.
Ladies, now you can dress in high fashion at unbelievably low cost. Thousands of South African women acclaim Janome sewing machines, which not only simplify dressmaking, but give your work a real professional touch. Janome is a quality-built sewing machine which tacks, hems, smocks, darns, and does all kinds of fancy or plain stitching perfectly. What's more, Janome comes in a full range of models, and every machine carries a lifetime guarantee. You can do so much more with a Janome.
Evans speaking.
Is that the manager?
Yes. Can I help you?
No, you can't help me, but I can help you. Mr. Evans, there's a bomb in your bank big enough to blow your building sky high.
What?
It'll go off in approximately 3/4 of an hour.
Is this some kind of a joke?
No, Mr. Evans, this is not some kind of a joke. The bomb is carefully hidden in one of your vaults. Don't try to search for it. The slightest disturbance will set it off prematurely. Goodbye, Mr. Evans.
Hello. Hello, is that emergency? Oh, get me the police. Come on. Hello, my name's Evans. Yes, I'm manager of the Riverside branch of the North London Commercial Bank. I have just received a phone call to say that there's a bomb in my bank scheduled to go off in 45 minutes' time. That was about 3 minutes ago. An Irish voice. Yes, there's no panic. I'll arrange the evacuation of the bank. You're on your way? Your name's Dawson, Inspector Dawson, right? So I'll meet you at the end of the street, well clear of the building. Thank you. Nothing more I can tell you, Inspector.
The bank. Was it locked up when you left?
All the tellers' cages were locked, and the vaults. But the main doors and the staff entrance at the back have been left open. I saw little point in locking up. Anyway, it's too late now. Well, what plan of action have you formulated, Inspector?
Well, the whole area within a half-mile of the bank has been cleared. The army bomb disposal boys have been called in. And if they get here in time, they'll attempt to defuse the bomb. Assuming there is a bomb.
You mean this whole thing could be a hoax?
Oh, I'm not saying that. There are plenty of cranks around.
Surely the army could use one of their helicopters to get here.
In this weather, they can't get a helicopter off the ground. Even the birds are walking.
Oh, I'm sorry. I don't know much about these things.
Right, John. I made the call 10 minutes ago. It'll take 5 minutes to reach the first roadblock. Get moving.
Right.
A little faster, John. This is supposed to be an emergency.
This thing won't go much faster. You said to get a cheap one. I did. I'm glad we don't have to leave in it.
So am I. Now, straight ahead. Yes, you're being waved down. Pull in. Stay here. I'll go and talk to the constable. Find out who's in charge.
all day. Come on. You're like an old woman sometimes, Charles. What's happening?
Calm down. See? They're opening the barrier. And Inspector Dawson and the bank manager are a quarter of a mile down the road. Now, be a good driver and take us there. Through the first hurdle. Everything is going according to plan.
Hope it stays that way.
I'm looking for Inspector Dawson.
Yes, that's me.
Cartwright. Major Cartwright, bomb disposal unit.
Ah, you got here quickly?
Yes, they raised us on the radio. We were on our way back to the camp. Been down at the territorial camp most of the morning, giving a demonstration.
Huh.
Now, can I speak to the person who took the call?
Well, that's him over there, the bank manager. His name's Evans.
Morning, Mr. Evans. Cartwright. How'd you do? Can you tell me exactly what the man said on the telephone?
All he said was that a bomb had been placed in one of the vaults and it'd go off in 3/4 of an hour. That was...
16 minutes ago, Mr. Evans. Go on.
That's all he said.
How many vaults are there?
4.
Do you think it's possible for a bomb to have been planted in the vaults?
Well, the only time it could have happened was early this morning, when the security company delivered tomorrow's wages.
Our men are already at the security company, Major, but they haven't come up with anything yet.
Mr. Evans, which vault is used for the wage money?
Vault number 1.
The vaults are clearly numbered.
Yes.
The money. What is it delivered to your bank in?
Large metallic boxes, about 3 feet, 2 feet.
Today's delivery. Has it been attended to yet?
Yes. The system is this. Vault 1 is more of a maximum security office than a vault in the true sense. 3 clerks and a senior member of my staff remove the money from the boxes and, with the aid of computer information, the wage packets are made up.
They were doing this when you got the call?
Yes.
Had they emptied all the boxes?
No, they were quarters of the way through. All the boxes are unlocked, but there's 3 which haven't been attended to.
So we could assume that if there is a bomb, it'll be in one of those 3. And the other 3 vaults?
Well, they're the normal setup. Safety deposit boxes, legal documents, spare cash.
I see. Right. Now, how do we open the vaults?
Each vault door has a key, and each door has its own combination. The combination is changed daily. I'm the only one who can open them. If you're going in, I must come with you.
I have no intention of taking you in there, Mr. Evans. That would be asking too much. Please let me have the combinations and the keys.
But this is highly irregular.
Good heavens, man. Irregular? Until I get in there, I don't know what type of bomb it is. It might be big enough to destroy everything within half a mile. Do you want to see that happen? It's only money in there, and I assure you I have no intention of stealing it.
Very well. Here are the keys, and this is today's code. The tumbler switches are very simple to operate.
Thank you, Mr. Evans. Inspector, if there was any accuracy in the information the bank was given on the telephone, the bomb is scheduled to go off in 30 minutes. My sergeant and I will now leave for the bank. Under no circumstances is anybody to approach the building. I take it the area has been cleared.
Yes, it has.
Very well. I will endeavor to locate the bomb. If we can't find it, or we do find it and can't defuse it within the next 20 minutes, we leave the bank and return here. Are you in agreement?
Well, there's little else you can do. I wish you luck.
Thank you, Inspector. Goodbye, Mr. Evans. Hope to see you later. Very well, Sergeant. To the bank. That takes care of the second hurdle. There it is. The bank robber's dream. A bank empty of people and full of beautiful money.
Come on, forget the speeches. Give me a hand with the toolbox. You said the vaults were downstairs?
Yes. Over there. All right. First, the combination starting with Vault 1. 3 to the right, 4 to the left. That's the last of them. Now, the keys. Have it. Open them up. In we go. Pack the toolbox full.
Didn't expect to see it lying around like this. Thought it would be locked away in some kind of box. Needn't have brought the tools. He must have been in the middle of counting the stuff or something. Anyway, who we to reason why? This is going to be a very tidy sum. Stand there. Get your uniform off.
Certainly. Pass mine over, old boy.
Yeah.
Right. Oh, not a very good fit. Must have a word with my tailor. How's the time?
10 minutes to go.
Good. The bomb I'll put at the far end of Vault 1 with the uniforms. You wait here. The bomb's in there. I've set the fuse. It goes off in 19 minutes' time, which is exactly 45 minutes from the time the bank manager received the call. Quite brilliant, don't you think? Now, I tell you what. We're 5 minutes ahead of schedule. Let's go down into Vault 4. That's the one with the private safety deposit boxes. Now, bring a hammer and chisel. Let's see if I can smash some of the locks open.
Are you crazy? We've got enough already. Let's not waste time. Remember, there's a bomb in there.
I'm running this operation, John. Now, come along. Also like tubes. Must be 30 feet long. Pass me the hammer. We'll go down the end there. That's it. Now give me a hand with the safety deposit drawer.
Right.
Right. Pull. Now. Here we are.
What's that?
I don't know. Let's get out of here.
The vault door. It's closing. Run!
Announcing the complete detergent. New Darto. New Darto. It's all your whole family's wash needs for dazzling whiteness.
And brilliant brightness.
And stain removal.
And easy rinsing.
And all temperature action. New Darto. What more could a mother want for her family's wash?
Now you've got what you want for your whole family's wash. New Darto is a mom's best friend.
New Darto. The complete detergent.
When holiday driving gets hot and sticky, watch for the most heartwarming sight on South Africa's highways, a mobile restaurant oasis. Freshen up in a well-equipped restroom and enjoy a delicious snack or meal in a sparkling clean restaurant while mobile attendants top up your tank and clean your windows. Mobile restaurant road stops, now on most major South African routes.
It's closed. It's closed. I can't budge it. We're trapped in here, Charles. Trapped. What went wrong?
Something I didn't think of. When we smashed that safety deposit drawer open, it must have set the alarm system off and closed the vault door electronically. You know what this means?
Yes. There's nobody in the bank to hear the alarm. Nobody to let us out.
I'm terribly sorry, old boy.
Oh, that's all right. Yeah. Have a cigarette.
Thank you, John. Tell me, where were you going?
Spain.
Really? So was I.
think they got clear, Inspector?
No, Mr. Evans, I don't think so. And you know something? I can't even remember their names.
I don't suppose it really matters, Inspector. They were two very brave men. I shall always remember how they looked when they drove off to the bank. Calm, cool, and collected. Where do we find such men?
How would you like to feel years younger? If you're middle-aged and troubled by forgetfulness, restless sleep, lack of vigor, and odd aches and pains, try Solusa 45. Solusa 45's remarkable formula actually helps you feel and look years younger. Solusa 45 helps give you new physical and mental energy. It can even help combat the symptoms of aging too quickly. Enjoy life. Feel years younger. Try Solusa 45.
High Adventure is produced by Anne Freed and directed by Henry Diffenthal.
I was on my way to London via Amsterdam.
You overstayed?
Yes.
Me too. I was amazed. Such a fantastic atmosphere and the people. Fly KLM to exciting Amsterdam.
All right, let's look ahead a little bit and find out what we have in store for you. As usual, at 9:30 on Thursday nights, it'll be the epic casebook in which Inspector Carr investigates. Then at 10 o'clock, Music of the Americas with our featured artist, Dean Martin. 10:15, The World of Hammond Innes. Then follows our late-night newscast. Right now, a time check for 9:30 here on Springbok Radio.
Westpoint ijskaste en vrieskaste. Hou alles die koudste.
Kos op die tafel.
High Adventure.
In tonight's story, we present The Snakes.
Lock up when you're finished here.
Okay. Good night, Grace. See you tomorrow.
Oh, my watch has stopped. What's the time?
Oh, let's see. I make it about 11:10.
Thanks. Will you be much longer?
Oh, just a few more minutes. You know, I'm glad this is the last night we'll have to work overtime, at least for a while.
Oh,
anyway.
You're telling me. We'll be turning into bats at this rate. Good night.
Cheerio. Well, now, let's see. Let's get these files put away, and I can start winding my own way home. Yeah. I'm glad to see the last of you lot. Oh, well, the overtime pay will come in useful. Good grief, what was that? What the blazes is going on? It sounded like Grace. Grace, is that you?
Oh, get back inside and shut the door quickly.
Hey, what's going on?
Don't argue. Get back in the room.
All right.
Oh.
What's the matter? What did you scream for?
There's a snake out there.
What?
A snake. A huge thing. It's at the top of the stairs.
There's a snake at the top of the stairs.
But don't look at me like that. I saw it with my own eyes. It's a huge thing, and it's coming down the corridor.
There aren't any snakes in here. We're in the middle of town.
I'm telling you, there's a huge snake out there. Do I look like I'm playing the fool? Well, don't open the door.
I want to see this for myself.
Oh. Well?
There's just a snake out there. There's two of them. Oh. I think there's a third at the end of the corridor.
Where did they come from?
I'm not sure. The question is, are they dangerous?
Tiptronic tuning from Germany gives the best power reception you'll ever see. There's a tint control, and Blaupunkt has got more than 400,000 extra color dots. That's high fidelity. You get perfect color and clarity. Blaupunkt TV pictures high fidelity. High fidelity.
Peugeot 404 Automatique relieves traffic headaches. They're real value for money, incredibly reliable, have minimum maintenance requirements, low running costs. Whatever your motoring problem, the 404 can cure it. Peugeot 404, more than a sugar-coated pill.
We can't just sit in here like this. Call somebody on the phone.
The phone's connected to the switchboard in an office on the other side of the warehouse. At this time of the night, the board's closed. You know that.
You mean we can't get an outside line?
That's precisely what I mean.
Well, what are we going to do?
For a start, let's not lose our heads.
Well, you saw the size of the snake out there. I'm not going to try and get down the corridor.
Two of the snakes are pretty big. But the one at the far end of the corridor looked much smaller and of a different colour.
Well, don't you know anything about snakes? What sort are poisonous and so on?
All I know about snakes is that they haven't got legs.
Oh, for heaven's sake! But what are the creatures doing here?
I think I know the answer to that.
Well?
Look, Dave was down at the harbour this afternoon. He was collecting something for the zoological gardens in Marydale. Something that was going to be kept here at the warehouse overnight and transported tomorrow morning.
A consignment of snakes?
I didn't see the documentation. It could have been snakes. They keep them at Marydale, don't they?
Oh, I've no idea.
Look, maybe the snakes were in a container that got damaged and Dave didn't notice it. Now the slithering chums have got free.
You mean the whole warehouse may be full of them?
No, let's not exaggerate. Those three out in the corridor may be the only ones there were.
And on the other hand, maybe there's dozens of them.
We've got to get out of here.
Well, wouldn't it be safer to stay where we are?
This room's got an open ceiling. A snake may think the rafters are a good tree substitute.
Oh, I don't think I could stand it if a snake appeared in the rafters over my head.
I'll try to keep calm.
Oh, Norman, the door.
Well, what about it?
Oh, there's a gap between the bottom of the door and the floor.
Yes. Oh, it's not more than an inch wide.
But snakes can get through small openings, can't they? They make themselves flat or something. Well, don't they?
I told you I don't know anything about snakes.
Well, we'd better stuff paper under the door. Oh, come on.
All right, we can use some of the stuff in the bottom of the filing cabinet. Give me a hand. Here, take these.
Right.
Fold the pages.
There's something on the other side of the door. I can hear it.
Look, I'll put the papers...
Oh, be careful.
I will be.
I think one of the snakes is thinking about trying to come under the door.
Yeah, well, let's see if we can discourage him.
Oh.
Yeah. If I fold a few sheets of paper in half, they make a nice wedge.
Well, mind your fingers. Oh.
Sounds like a storm's brewing outside.
Only this room had a window.
That wouldn't help. We're on the second floor.
Oh, I think I'd risk jumping.
Yes, and you'd probably break your neck. Anyway, there isn't a window, so the question doesn't arise. That's got the paper wedged under the door.
We can't sit in here all night. We've got to attract someone's attention. Well, what about the night watchman?
Yes. It's a bit after 11 now. He won't be making his rounds of this part of the warehouse until about 12.
Well, maybe he'll see the snake somewhere else in the building and raise the alarm before 12.
Maybe.
Well, if he sees the lights burning here, he may come and investigate.
He knows we've been working overtime all week. He won't think it's suspicious that the lights are on, though.
But the later it gets, the more unlikely it is that anyone's working here.
Yeah, true. He knows we always let ourselves out about 11. I reckon we'll get help in about an hour.
Oh! That thunder wasn't very far away. The storm's going to break before long.
Now, try to relax. You want a cigarette?
Oh, yes, thanks.
Hang on. Here we are. You know, we could probably go down the corridor without being attacked. I mean, if we move quietly and slowly, why should the snakes bother us?
Oh, they give me the creeps. I feel weak at the knees just thinking about them.
To tell you the truth, they scare the daylights out of me as well. If only we knew something about them. That's what bothers me, my ignorance about them. The little blighter I noticed at the far end of the corridor looks like the strike now, ask questions afterwards type.
Well, that's the trouble. We don't know a thing about snakes. We could be sitting here making fools of ourselves. And on the other hand, going out into the corridor may be the stupidest thing to do.
Look, I'm going to get a look over the partition into the corridor. Maybe our chums have gone.
Well, stand on this chair.
Oh, thanks. I'll just put it against the partition. Now then, up we go. Now, let's see.
Well, are they still there?
Yes. 1, 2, 3, 5, 7. There's 7 of them.
What?
There's 2 really big ones, and the rest are medium-sized, if that's the right expression.
Oh, what are they doing?
2 of them are slithering. The others aren't moving.
Oh!
What's that for?
Oh, look up there! In the rafters!
Where?
Oh, to the right over there.
Oh, I see what you mean.
One of them is going along the rafters. He's going to pass right overhead.
Yeah. As long as he keeps going, that's fine.
I've never been so scared in my life.
I can't say I'm overjoyed myself.
Oh, I wish that night watchman would get here.
I wish we could phone out.
Perhaps the switchboard left a direct line through here.
Maybe.
She knows we've been working overtime. She may have left us on an outside line.
There's not much hope of that, really. She's a creature of habit, and every night before she knocks off...
We'll try the phone anyway.
All right.
Well?
The line's stone dead.
The snake in the rafters has stopped moving.
So I see.
It's on a beam right over this room.
Now stop worrying, will you? It's up there, not down here.
Oh, I can't stand to have a big snake a few feet above my head.
There's nothing we can do about it.
Suppose it decides to try and come down here.
Why should it want to do that?
Well, how should I know? I don't know how snakes think.
Oh, look, it can't get down here. There's nothing for it to climb on.
I've seen pictures of snakes stretching down from a branch to the ground. And that one up there is long enough to reach the floor.
Well, it isn't trying to do anything of the sort. It's just sitting there. Lying there, whatever you call it.
It's watching us.
Well, stop waving your arms around. I don't think snakes like sudden movements.
Where are my glasses?
What do you want your glasses for?
I read somewhere that snakes spit in your eyes. Haven't you heard of that before?
Yes, I think I have. Well, maybe the snake up there isn't that sort.
They're all that sort, aren't they?
He may not even be poisonous. For all we know, he's more frightened of us than we are of him.
Oh, don't talk rubbish. He doesn't look frightened.
How do you know what a frightened snake looks like, anyway?
I don't think snakes get frightened. I don't think they've got those sort of feelings.
I'm sure if we just ignore him, he won't do us any harm. And for heaven's sake, keep still.
Oh, that nearly made me jump out of my skin.
Oh, dear me. The rain's starting, listen.
Why doesn't that infernal night watchman come here?
It's another 30 or 40 minutes at least before he starts heading this way.
Something's pushing on the papers you jammed under the door.
I wedged them in tight. It's all right.
The big snakes I saw in the corridor looked like... What are they called? Pythons. Was it a python?
I told you I don't know anything about snakes. Maybe it was a boa constrictor.
Well, they crush you to death, don't they?
Yeah, something like that. But he can't get in here. I don't think they go around looking for people to crush anyway. At least I don't think so.
Oh, I can't handle this. I think I'm going to be sick.
No, you aren't. Oh, come on, sit down in this chair. Come on, sit down. That's right.
Fire. That's it. Fire.
What?
Snakes don't like fire. I read that somewhere. Snakes and all wild creatures, they're frightened of fire.
That's true. But we can't start a fire in here.
Well, can't you throw some burning papers over the top of the partition into the corridor?
It's a wooden floor. We could set the warehouse alight.
We can't just sit here.
Look, so far we're perfectly safe. We've just got to be patient.
I told you I can't take this. I'm terrified of snakes.
And I admitted that they scare me as well, but we aren't going to start making fires in here.
Well, think of something else then.
We've just got to be patient, Grace, until the night watchman shows up. When he does the rounds in this part of the building, we'll Call out to him.
It's moving.
What?
Up there. The snake, it's moving.
You're right.
It's coming down. Look at it. It's starting to come down.
Oh, that was close.
The lights are dimming. They're going out. The lights are going out.
Now, Grace, steady on with you. Steady.
Oh, it's pitch black now. We're in the dark and that snake is coming down.
All right, Grace, I'm with you. I'm right here.
We're in the pitch black, surrounded by snakes.
Pour out the coffee pot taste. Pour out the instant coffee haze.
Instant Coffee Haste's unique process actually traps that delicious taste and aroma of percolating coffee. So you get that coffee pot taste in every can of Instant Coffee Haste.
Coffee haze traps the taste that's too good to waste. Pour out the coffee pot taste. Pour out the instant coffee haze.
Choose from Instant Coffee Haste Medium Roast Powder and Instant Coffee Haste Full Roast Granules.
Peugeot 404 Automatique relieves traffic headaches. They're real value for money, incredibly reliable, have minimum maintenance requirements, low running costs. Whatever your motoring problem, the 404 can cure it. Peugeot 404, more than a sugar-coated pill.
Tiptronic tuning from Germany gives the best power reception you'll ever see. There's a tint control and Blaupunkt has got more than 400,000 extra color dots. That's high, 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 high fidelity. You get perfect color and clarity. Blaupunkt TV pictures high fidelity. High, 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 high fidelity.
I'll get some light from my cigarette lighter. Just a second.
Oh, hurry up.
There, that's better. Where's the snake?
It's just hanging there. It isn't moving. What's the matter with it?
I don't think there's anything the matter with it. It's just decided to stop moving.
But it's hanging halfway down from the rafter.
I think that's how some snakes behave.
Oh.
This lighter won't last long. We need something else for light.
Well, if we make a small fire in the waste paper bin, there shouldn't be any danger of it spreading. Not if we're very careful.
Get some more paper out of that cabinet. Right. Take the stuff from the bottom drawer. It isn't important. I'll get the metal bin. I don't like this idea at all. If we set the building on fire, we'll be in even worse trouble.
Oh, look what I found.
What is it?
Well, you remember Mrs. Castle's birthday last week? She brought a cake. Do you remember?
What's that got to do
Well,
with
there were a few little candles on it, and afterwards somebody must have put them in here on top of this cabinet, see?
They aren't very big, are they?
Well, it's better than nothing. If we use them one at a time, they should last until the watchman gets around here.
We can use this ashtray as a holder. Give me one of the candles.
You are?
Right. Slide it. Just run a little wax into the ashtray. Then stick the base of the candle in it before it's hardened. And hey, presto.
The snake hasn't moved again. It's still just hanging there.
Listen, do you hear that?
It's somebody whistling.
Ah, the night watchman.
Oh!
I'll give him a shout. Hello there!
The thunder was too loud. He didn't hear you. But call again.
Confound this infernal weather. Hello there! Do you hear me?
Oh, the rain's making a terrible racket on the roof.
No, I heard the corridor exit door open and close. He's gone.
Well, call again.
Hello there! Hello!
You're right. He's gone.
He must have just passed through the corridor without checking this far. The lazy fool. He won't come back for another hour at least.
I can't stay here another hour. Not with that thing dangling like that. I won't be able to stand it.
Maybe we should just try to get to the end of the corridor. The watchman didn't seem to see anything out there. He must have swept his torch around, surely.
It doesn't seem as though he was being very methodical. He was apparently just crossing at the end of the corridor without paying any attention to this direction.
With the electricity off, he probably thinks we've gone home.
I'm not going out into the corridor in the dark. There's boxes and things stacked out there. The snakes could be behind them or on top of them, anywhere.
Look, I'll tell you what, I'll chance it. I'll bolt down the corridor and get her.
I'm not staying here by myself.
All right, well then come with me. We'd probably get out perfectly safely.
I'm not going out there.
Listen, you can't be any more frightened of snakes than I am. Believe me, they really scare me. If I wasn't so blessed scared of them, I'd have gone out long ago. But we can't hang around in this room all night.
I'll faint before I get 2 steps away.
Well, I can't stay here with that snake dangling from the rafter.
What, do you think I like it? But at least we can see it. Going out through the warehouse in the dark is something else.
We're acting like a couple of silly children. Look, if we go out slowly and carefully...
No! Think of something else.
Wait a minute. I've just thought of something.
Well, what?
Mr. Rowland goes to the bank tomorrow, right? It is Friday tomorrow, isn't it?
Yes, it's Friday tomorrow, but so what? What are you talking about?
Well, he collects wages for the temporary staff.
Oh, yes?
And he takes a gun with him, a revolver.
Oh, yes. Oh, but he keeps the gun in his office, and that's on the other side of the building.
No. On Thursday afternoons, he puts the gun in the safe in here, because he stops in here first thing on Fridays and then goes directly to the bank.
You mean there's a gun in the safe? In here?
Well, there should be.
Well, do you know the combination?
Yes.
Well, don't just stand there. Get it open.
Right.
Well, why didn't you think of this before?
I don't claim to be perfect.
Oh, it'll be our luck that the gun isn't in the safe.
Well, it should be there. What's the snake on the rafter doing?
Nothing. It's still just hanging down like a piece of cable. Oh, hurry up with the lock.
I'm going as fast as I can.
Is the gun in there?
It should be in this drawer.
Well? Well, isn't it there?
Yes, here it is.
Oh.
See?
Thank heavens.
Oh, there's a problem.
What problem?
It isn't loaded.
But it must be loaded. What use is an empty gun?
Oh, you know what a fastidious character Mr. Rowland is. He probably thinks it's dangerous to leave a gun around loaded.
Well, it isn't lying around. It was locked in the safe.
Well, either he keeps the ammunition somewhere else and brings it with him to load the gun on Friday mornings before he goes to the bank, or the bullets are somewhere separately in the safe.
Well, look for them.
I am looking for them.
The snake's moving.
What?
Look, it's moving. It's making for the top of the petition.
So I see.
It's going to come down in here with us. Oh, for heaven's sake, find the ammunition.
All right. Keep your eye on the snake. Maybe the bullets are in one of these other drawers.
Oh, the candle's gone out.
It was just a little birthday candle. Light another one.
Well, you've got the lighter.
Oh, just a second.
Hurry up.
Oh, I left the lighter on the desk.
Oh, you idiot.
Take it easy, I'll fetch it.
You can't see a thing in this darkness, and the snake's coming down.
I left the lighter on the edge of the desk. I'll just feel around.
Well, can't you find it?
Oh, yes, here it is. Oh!
Oh, now what?
I knocked it on the floor.
Oh, are you crazy or something?
Relax, I'll find it. It's here somewhere.
Oh, please, find it.
Oh, I've got it. There. Where are the other candles?
Here, I've got them.
Right, let's get another one burning. Thanks. Now, hold it steady.
Right. Oh, hurry up.
Relax, will you? I'm just as scared as you are. There's no point in panicking. I can't keep my hand still. There. The candle's burning.
Look. The snake's gone. It came down in the dark. Oh, where's it gone?
Maybe it went down the other side of the partition.
And maybe it came down on this side. Oh, find the ammunition for the revolver.
All right.
Oh.
We're lucky it's in one of these drawers.
Well, isn't it there?
Apparently not. I wonder if he puts it in this firebox at the back of the safe.
Oh, I can see the snake.
What? Where?
In the corner. Over there. It's moving along the floor next to the petition.
Yes, I see him.
Norman, we're trapped.
All right. Oh, I found the bullets. Oh. They were in the firebox.
Well, load the gun.
Oh, glass, it's funny. I can't get the cylinder open. Oh, there must be a trick to it.
Oh, don't you know anything about guns?
No, I don't. At least not this sort of revolver.
Oh, you're marvelous. You know nothing about snakes and you know nothing about guns. Not how much use are you?
Oh, this is no time to point out my weaknesses. Please lay off. Where's the snake now?
He's reached the corner. He's going to start coming this way.
What are we going to do? Let's get on the desk.
Oh, right.
Now be careful with the candles. Oh, blast, it's gone out.
Oh, light it again, quickly.
All right. There. Now, climb on the desk. Don't wave the candle about or it'll go out again.
For pity's sake, load the gun.
I'm trying my best. Look, I can't help it if I don't know how the thing opens. It must be a blooming antique. Trust Roller to have a revolver that came out of the Ark.
Well, he looks in good condition. You know what a fusspot he is.
Yes, I know. Where's the snake?
Oh, it's going into the safe.
What? Well, we can shut him in there.
Well, he isn't properly inside yet.
He will be in a few minutes.
There's still all the snakes out in the corridor. Are you sure you can't load that gun?
I'm trying.
Well, try harder.
You're hardly a pillar of strength yourself.
Oh, it's in the safe. Oh, shut the door. Go on.
All right.
Oh, hurry before it gets out.
Well, don't push me.
Well, hurry up.
Oh, that's taken care of him.
Oh, help me down from the desk, please.
Here, take my hand.
Thanks.
Oh, blast, the candle's gone out again.
Oh, the electricity is working.
Oh, good.
The lights have come on.
Oh, that's a big help.
Well, now maybe the watchman will see the lights and come here to find out what's going on.
Ah, I've got the gun open, look.
Well, load it.
All right.
I'll get on the chair and take another look in the corridor. Now then, take a look.
Anything there?
Corridors, all of them. And there's a giant right in front of the door. Oh, you'd need a machine gun to fight your way to the end of the corridor.
You know, if you and I weren't a couple of bachelors, we could have expected our families to report us missing by now. But it looks as if we're going to have to wait for the watchman to come to our rescue.
At least we haven't got any more of the snakes in here with us. Mind, I'm coming down.
Now, if any do somehow get in here, at least we've got Roland's revolver now.
Norman, I'm sorry I shouted at you earlier on.
That's all right. I think we've both been a little rattled, to say the least.
To say the least.
You know, Grace, when we get out of here, I'll buy you a present. Nice snakeskin handbag, hmm?
Oh, Norman, I'm not sure I think that's funny.
All right, maybe not. Now, look, we'd better listen to the watchman. He didn't notice the snakes when he crossed at the end of the corridor last time, but now that the lights are on again, he's in for a nasty surprise.
Waspoeier het 'n unieke wasdagformule. Die ensiem-aksie week die ergste vuil en vlekke uit en die skoonmaak-aksie was dit weer skitterwit. Ja, Punch was al jou wasgoed vlekloos skoon en wit.
Week vlekke uit, waswitheid in met ensiem-aktiewe Punch.
Oh no, look at that frying pan. I'll never get it clean.
Say goodbye to elbow grease. New Lemon Swift is here, the grime-busting scourer.
Add water to new Lemon Swift and it goes green, releasing a grime-busting scouring power that cuts right through baked hard, stuck-down dirt. New Lemon Swift leaves nothing behind but a sparkle and the fresh smell of new picked lemons.
Lemon Swift goes green and grime is gone.
Peugeot 404 Automatique relieves traffic headaches. They're real value for money, incredibly reliable, have minimum maintenance requirements, low running costs. Whatever your motoring problem, the 404 can cure it. Peugeot 404, more than a sugar-coated pill.
What's the time?
Oh, let's see, it's just...
Oh, the phone's ringing.
So I noticed.
But the line was dead when we checked it earlier. The switchboard had disconnected.
Somebody must be phoning from the switchboard itself. Hello? Yes, speaking.
But who is it?
It's the night watchman. He saw the lights were still on in here.
Well, tell him to call someone to get us out of here.
Hello? Yes, I'm still here. I was talking to Miss Griffith. She's with me. No. Listen to me carefully. We're trapped by snakes. Yes, I know it seems unbelievable, but snakes. I don't know where they came from, but we think they might have escaped from one of the containers in the warehouse. There was a delivery from Maryland, remember?
Well, tell him to call the police.
Please, telephone Mr. Dave Watson at his home and then call the police, please. Yes, that's right. And in the meantime, you'd better keep away from this part of the building. It'll probably be dangerous. There are snakes all over the corridor. Yes, and connect this phone to an open line, please. Thanks very much. Thank you. Goodbye.
Well, Norman, why did you tell him to phone Dave Watson?
Well, Dave will get in touch with someone at the Marydale Zoological Gardens.
Oh.
Do you realize we'll be out of here before much longer? Snakes alive. But it's been quite a night, hasn't it, Grace?
High Adventure is produced by Henry Duffenthal. High Adventure. Tonight's story by Norman Partington is entitled The Redwood Tree.
Well, there it is. Straight in the line of sight. Unavoidable. Want to take a look-see through the theodolite, Mr. Harris?
I wouldn't dispute the word of the surveyor, Wilson, but I'd like to see for myself. Now, where's the focusing knob?
No, it's already in focus. All you have to do is look through it.
Yeah? Yeah, I've got it. Just where the shoulder of the road would come. Devil of a size, ain't it? Hey, Fletcher, you seen this?
Yeah, I've seen it, Mr. Harris. Not to worry. We'll take it down all right. A day to lop the tops off, and 2 days for the base cutting, and, 4 days to saw up the carcass and clear it away. It might take a few days to get the roots clear.
Seems a pity. That tree must have stood there for hundreds of years.
2,000 years would be a fair estimate, Mr. Harris.
So speaks our landscape gardener, eh, Smith?
Landscape designer, though gardener at heart. And I agree with you. It would be a pity for
Pity nothing. We got a contract to push this road through Northern California up into Oregon, and no redwood, giant or otherwise, is going to stand in the way. Swish, and down it'll come.
Your heart is like your machines, Fletcher. Just a metal pump. You see in your path a tree, a redwood, as you call it, but actually a Sequoia sempervirens, the oldest living things on Earth. Plants where Cleopatra was a little girl. And this particular one looks like the granddaddy of them all. I'd say it's 200 feet high and probably 28 feet in diameter at the base.
So right. Then I'll tip my hat to it before I cut it down.
Assuming it will let you cut it down.
Assuming what? Are you off your nuts, Smith? It's just a tree, isn't it? And we got axes, power saws, bulldozers, dynamite if need be. And what gives? Just 2 little days, and that dear old redwood will be lying prostrate, ready for trimming and carting away.
Maybe. But the Indians consider it a sacred tree with strange powers. Used to be worshipped at one time. Made a mild objection 3 days ago, and one of the loggers nearly had his fingers taken off when he was trying out a new axe in it.
Man, you get the nuttiest ideas. It was an accident.
You're an Indian too, aren't you, Smith? 4/5. Plus 1/5 enterprising Anglo-Saxon. Actually, my ancestors came from around these parts, between Northern California and Oregon.
Then how come Tom Smith? That's no Indian name.
Forked tongue of pale-face, no get-round Indian name. Hence, my parents decided that even the Americans would have no difficulty with Tom Smith.
Right, that's enough jawing. Let's get moving. We've a road to build.
Right.
Fletcher, collect your equipment and start work on that tree.
Okay.
We should reach that point in 2 weeks from now. You other two come with me in the trailer caravan.
Right, you are.
We can manage 3 at the front. Come along now. Let's get going. As a surveyor, Wilson, do you think it's possible to make a slight shift to avoid cutting down that tree?
Not a chance, Mr. Harris. You'd probably need an act of Congress for a couple of inches deviation. I shouldn't let Big Chief Tom Smith worry you too much.
This Big Chief isn't worrying. Just dismayed.
I think me too. When a tree's been standing there for 2,000 years, well, seems a crime somehow to think of cutting it down.
I never thought I'd hear Construction Chief Gregor Harris getting sentimental. I heard you once blasted a mountain apart to put a road through.
Earth and rocks are not trees. Just pull over there.
There we are.
There it is, Fletcher, in its full glory. How are you going to tackle it?
Well, I'll send up a couple of tree jacks, and they'll take the top 50 feet off. And then they'll move down and take off another 50 feet and so on.
Lop off 50 feet up there with a tree that thickness?
You know, the trouble with you surveyors is you ain't got no practical sense. Tree jacks don't use axes and something this size. They got portable power saws. We just haul them up to the top, set them in position, and switch on. Takes less time in cutting through than in getting them into position.
Mr. Harris, in all seriousness, I wish you would reconsider. This kind of tree has a mystique for Indians. They're not going to take its destruction any too kindly. And there's an Indian village near here.
Sorry, Smith, but it's got to come down. Go ahead, Fletcher.
Right, Mr. Harris. Okay, boys, get that stuff over here. Right. You two tree jacks shinny up the tree. You got your spike nose boots on?
Yeah.
That's good. We'll get up there and make an inspection. Throw down a light cord when you've found a spot, and we'll haul up the power saw. You just watch that first one, huh?
Hold it. Where did you spring from, mister? Hey there. I don't take kindly to having a shotgun pointed at me.
Have no fear. The gun will not be used unless you try to harm that tree.
Harm that? What goes on here? Who are you? Are you one of the locals?
He's a full-blooded Indian, Mr. Harris. Take him at his word.
That tree belongs to us, and you may not harm it. Too many big trees have already been cut down. Our land is bare of them, but this one shall stay.
Now, don't try anything crazy. You're not going to risk murder just for the sake of a tree. Now, why don't you put down that gun and push off back to your village, and we'll forget we ever saw you.
Yeah, the Americans would like to forget they ever saw the Indian. Look around you and see what you have done to our land.
Oh, now, this is getting ridiculous. It's like something out of a bad movie. Well, okay, then. If you want to keep it as a bad movie, then we signal for the 7th Cavalry. Smith, get over to my caravan, transmit a call to road headquarters, and ask them to get a squad car up here. Yes, sir. Now, look, it's been half an hour since we made that call. The police will be here soon. Now, let's settle this thing before they come. Now, you know I've no authority to take the road anywhere except where the plans say. We don't like the idea of cutting down that redwood, but for Pete's sake, it's in our way, and it's got to come down. So, are you going to kill me?
Take an axe to this tree and you will know the answer to that question, road boss. This tree belongs to my village, my people. It is the last of the...
Hey there, Indian boy, take it easy with that gun.
What in tarnation goes on here?
Policeman, come no closer if you want this boss man to live.
You darn fool, you want to commit murder? Well, take a look at my patrol car. 2 of my boys got Winchesters aiming straight at you. You'd be dead the minute I give the word. Now be sensible and drop that gun.
I do not mind dying, but the boss man here will not like to die.
Well, this is crazy. You want to kill somebody just for a tree?
Just for a tree. And for a principle.
Heck, Mr. Harris. This has got me beat. I could have this guy killed with a snap of the fingers, but think of what the press would... Oh, boy, and here they are now. Cameras to the front. Look, hey, you guys, look, get out of here. Hey, can't you see we got trouble over here? Now, please.
Hey, Smith, while they're distracted, get behind the tree. There's a bullhorn in there that Fletcher used to talk to the tree jacks when they're up the tree.
Yeah?
Switch it on full and boom something out.
Beat it, you guys. This is a private argument.
The police seem to fear the press more than they do the criminals, Mr. Bossman.
I don't think that any publicity this gets is going to save that tree or your neck if you use that gun.
Right. Hey, I got him. Now grab his gun now. Oh, okay. Hold him down. I'll get the cuffs on him.
So, you think that once more a trick has defeated the Indian, but you think wrong. It has defeated only me. The sequoia still stands, and there are no tricks that you know powerful enough to defeat it.
Well, take him away. A few months in jail will cool him down.
Thanks, Sergeant. That was a near thing, but I'd rather not press charges against him. Especially now the press have got hold of the story.
Oh, you don't need to press charges, Mr. Harris. The police will do that. We can't have gun-toting Indians threatening to blow people's heads off each time they cut down a tree.
The holy sequoia will defeat you in the end, bossman. You will never cut it down. It has powers you will know about. Leave it before it destroys you all.
Thanks, Smith. That was a bright idea of yours and Wilson's. And I never want to come so close to death again.
I just hope you're doing the right thing, Mr. Harris.
Now, look, Smith, I'm getting a bit tired of this. Fletcher, get on with the job.
Right, Mr. Harris. Okay, you tree jacks, start climbing.
Yeah.
When you get to the top 50 feet, drop your cord to haul up the power saw.
Power saw rig?
Yeah.
Hey, watch those electric cables. Don't twist too much. Drag it over the branch on your left, huh? To your left, right?
Is that okay?
Yeah.
Poor old sequoia. There are indeed spirits inside you. Now is the time to accept your fate with calm resignation.
Saw in position. I'm switching on power now.
How long for the first topping, Fletcher?
Oh, about half an hour. It's so thick, even up there, they'll have to take 3 cuts at it. Redwoods aren't so easy to cut, but we should, Oh, for Pete's sake! Quick! One of the tree jacks!
How's that other tree jack?
He's all right. We got him down.
The ambulance should be here soon. Now, let me lace that coffee with a bit of brandy. You look as if you need it. Here, steady on. Your hand's shaking like the devil.
Well, I just can't believe it, Mr. Harris. I had checked the motor, the dynamo, the whole machine. I inspected the power cables and the saw. They were perfect. Perfect.
I suppose there'll be an inquest, Mr. Harris?
Yeah, there'll have to be, Wilson. Has Smith come back yet?
Hey, just coming in the caravan now. How'd it go, Smith?
I've just been talking to the other tree jack. He said there was nothing wrong with the machine. They'd set it up and started sawing. Things were going quite normal when suddenly his mate slapped at his face just as if a wasp had stung his cheeks. It upset his balance of the saw he was holding. Well, it slipped down onto the power cable. It had cut through it in a second. It shorted. He was electrocuted. Dead, even before he fell from the tree. The sequoia seems to have claimed its first victim.
Now, don't talk such rot, Smith. Next thing you'll be claiming there's a juju on it or something.
That's what my ancestors have believed for centuries. And it seems it's what the local Indians still believe.
You're a man with a college degree, Smith. Surely you don't subscribe to this kind of superstition?
You know, Wilson, I'd like to scoff and put it down to so much primitive nonsense, but that 4/5 Indian blood in me warns me otherwise. Do you realize what that sequoia's cost us so far?
Yeah.
One man with a finger lopped off, another man dead, an Indian facing several months in jail, $3,000 in broken equipment, 2 days lost work. Don't you think I'd be justified?
No, you wouldn't. You'd simply be fired in return, and another construction boss would come in on the job and rip out the tree. You'd be cutting your own throat for nothing.
I know. We're having another go at it in the morning. Fletcher's decided to abandon the technique of topping, and he's going to attack the base of the trunk direct.
I've moved up the big bandsaw, Mr. Harris. It's going to be a long job to get through 28 feet. We're making 4 cuts, one from each side, because no bandsaw could ever get through that thickness with one cut.
I won't ask if you've checked the equipment, Fletcher.
Checked and double-checked. There isn't a screw on the big machine I haven't examined.
All right. Go ahead.
Generator, start up! Well, that's working all right. Start up tractor motor. Raise saw blade to height of 6 feet. Right. Now take it easy now. Tractor move forward to take first bite. Slowly. Easy does it. Right. Pressure on saw. Into tree.
Well, it seems to be biting all right. How long do you think, Fletcher? An hour?
An hour. More like 3 hours for the first cut. And then we'll move all the equipment to the side, hammer in wedges, and start the second cut.
Hey, 30 minutes sawing, and it's only cut in 9 inches. The sequoia's hard wood, Wilson.
Harder not, Smith. These bandsaws will cut through them. I've even tried them on lignum vitae, the hardest wood in the world. And you know... Cut the power! Cut the power!
Mr. Harris, I beg you. It's claimed its third victim. That bandsaw cut through Johnson, the operator.
I saw it, Smith. You needn't go into details.
I apologize. But as the man responsible for redesigning the landscape adjacent to the road, I could easily make a feature of the tree if you'd only deviate a mere 80 feet to the west. And at this stage, that's not impossible.
Darn you, no! Fletcher!
Yes, Mr. Harris?
Is the ambulance gone?
Yeah, a few minutes ago.
But what in tarnation caused that accident?
Smith will probably say the tree's evil spirits. But the real cause was a fluke. When the tree jack was electrocuted and fell down from the top... You know those long metal spikes they wear in the toes of their boots? Well, in falling, this was jammed into the base of the tree and torn off. It wasn't noticed because it had happened after I'd made my first inspection of the tree trunk. And when the bandsaw cut into it, zing! A blade snapped and whipped around on the operator.
Can't you see the omens, Mr. Harris?
For the last time, keep your darn mouth shut, Smith. Fletcher, I want that tree down tomorrow. Blast the base of it with dynamite and blow it over.
Ouch. I'm gonna need about 15 sticks, Mr. Harris. And then we'll have to notify the police and get them to clear the immediate area.
Then notify the police and get the dynamite prepared. A ring explosion around the trunk will kill once and for all Smith's superstitions. Hey, what goes on out there?
40 of them at least, women and children as well, all patiently sitting in a ring round the tree. Must have taken up positions before dawn broke.
Oh, heavens, not again. I just couldn't face it. I'd better notify the police and have them shoo them away. Yeah, that coffee, Wilson.
Yeah?
Nip of brandy in it, please.
Yeah, that other Indian was a tough one. But I got a feeling this is going to be tougher.
Why? They're not armed, are they?
Well, not so far as I can see. Yeah, let me borrow your binoculars.
Huh? Here.
Thanks. No, they ain't armed. About 4 men and the rest women and children. Just sitting there impassively all around the tree. Hey, you know something? 4 cars of reporters drawing up. TV news cameras as well.
Oh, no, what have I done to deserve this? All I want to do is get on with my job and build a road.
Oh,
Wait till I get my pants on and I'll go out and have a powwow with them. Oh, you better get on the radio telephone, notify headquarters. It'll have to be the blasted police again. All right, Smith. I know what you're going to tell me. I've seen your Red Indians on the ruddy warpath. I'm just setting up my Gatling gun.
It's more serious than you imagine, Mr. Harris.
Now, look, Smith. In a few minutes, the police will be here, and your dear Red Indian squaws and whatever will be gently moved on. Nobody's going to hurt them.
We are not going to hurt them, but they're going to hurt themselves to save that tree.
Oh, balderdash. If they don't go when they're told to, the police will just pick them up and gently move them away.
Come outside, Mr. Harrison. Bring your binoculars with you.
Let me tie my boots first.
How do you see her, Mr. Harris?
No, not yet. There's some leaves and branches. Yeah, there she is. Halfway up the tree.
Now focus very sharply and tell me what you see.
Uh-huh. I see a young woman. An Indian woman, she looks like. Standing on a branch halfway up the sequoia. She's got a... Smith! What the heck?
Now you can see her quite clearly.
There's a rope around a branch above her. She got a noose around her neck. She's not dead.
No, she's not dead. But with the slightest movement, she soon would be.
Oh, they're crazy, the whole lot of them.
I've been up to them, and they won't say a word to me. They just sit there looking into space.
They all speak English, don't they, Smith?
Of course. The national language of America. Didn't you know, Mr. Harris?
Now, don't be flippant, Smith. Now, look. Do you still speak their local lingo?
Yeah, quite fluently. Are you deputizing me to powwow with them?
Yeah, and don't be so darn smart. See what gives. And tell them to get that woman down. Wilson, do you think we ought to summon a fire brigade or something?
It'd take half an hour for the nearest one to get here, and that woman only needs half a second to walk into space and into eternity. Now it's up to Smith to see what he can do.
Try to keep back the reporters and photographers, Mr. Harris, and I'll go alone to them. I'll try to persuade them, but knowing my people, they won't be persuaded.
Please, not again. My great-granddaddy fought in the Indian Wars, but I thought we'd smoked the pipe of peace since then.
Here's the binoculars, Sergeant. Here, take a look. Halfway up the tree.
Right. Good morning, Sergeant. Mr. Harris, I've had a word with the leader of them. And we have two options.
Go on.
First, we take our road round the tree and leave the sequoia untouched.
On the second?
That we move on them and on the tree, and the young woman will step into space and hang herself.
Man, if she did that, we could never get up that tree fast enough to save her.
True. They know it.
Did they tie her up there?
No. She climbed up quite willingly. You can see she's not tied up. Just the noose loosely around her neck.
A woman willing to commit suicide for...
For a tree that means something to the people. And the woman, incidentally, is the wife of the Indian you arrested. She feels she has nothing to lose except her life.
There's about 40 cameras up there focused on the tree. And they got 2 television crews.
Well, Mr. Harris, the ball's in your court. What are you going to do?
I'll tell you what I'm going to do, Sergeant. I'm going to order you to shift those people, and then I'm going to blast that tree down.
And then now hold on there, Mr. Harris. This thing's kind of getting over my head. I think I'm going to have to report back to the station and get some clearance before I start making rushes on them Indians. I ain't hankering to have a suicide on my conscience.
The sequoia is now out for blood, Mr. Harris.
If you mention that kind of pulp again, Smith, I'll just about strangle you.
It'll be unnecessary, Mr. Harris. For the person your actions are about to strangle already has a noose about her neck. Use some sense, Harris, and some humanity.
Sergeant, remove those people. I've got a job to do.
Then let the responsibility be on your head, Mr. Harris. Come on, boys. Move on the range.
That's the radio telephone. I'll answer it. Yeah, Wilson here. The surveyor. No, he's just left. What? They who? Hold on, I'll try and get him. Hey, Mr. Harris, urgent. Is the governor on the telephone?
Coming. Yes, sir. Harris here. Yes, sir. No, we were going to... Yeah, she's still in the tree. No, we haven't... Yet. Yes, sir, I understand. Yes, sir, right away. About 100 feet west. Yes, sir. Bye, sir. Smith! Sergeant! Hold everything! Hold it! Sergeant!
Here's the loud hailer, Mr. Harris.
Smith, Sergeant, stop. Don't do anything. The governor has told us to divert the road. The tree will be left alone. Smith, tell them that. The tree will be left alone.
That was a near squeak. The police had started moving forward when we heard you.
The girl, did they get her down safely?
She's down. And she's safe, Mr. Harris.
And you told her?
Yeah, I told her that the governor had ordered her husband to be freed, and that no charges would be pressed.
Wow, I must have been out of my mind. Anyway, let's get this road built. I must admit, Smith, that Sequoia's got some pretty powerful spirits looking after it.
Plus 1 4/5 Indian with crest enough to alert the state governor.
High Adventure is produced by Henry Diffenthal.
Adventure. Tonight's story by Ron Evans is entitled Abandoned Ship.
It was a dark night in mid-June. The British cargo ship Morning Star was limping slowly across the Atlantic at 5 knots, plagued by engine troubles. She was coming from Cape Town and bound for New York. Because she had been unable to maintain the strict convoy speed, the other ships in the Navy escort had been compelled to leave her behind to struggle on alone. Even as she dropped back, her radio officer received a signal that a wolf pack of U-boats was in the vicinity to attack the convoy. A mile off her port bow, a periscope rose and cut a tiny white wake in the calm water.
Stand by, torpedoes 1 and 2.
1 and 2 ready, sir.
5 degrees to port. Steady now. Ready, Schultz?
Ready, sir.
Fire 1. Fire, back! Fire 2! Fire 2! Now we shall wait and see if we have made our first kill this boy.
Curse those Indians. Third mate, phone the chief down below and see if he's making any headway. We're a sitting duck crawling along like this.
Torpedo in the port bow, sir.
Helmsman, hard to starboard. Never mind the phone call. Sound the alarm.
What is it, Captain?
Torpedo, just past across our bow. Too damn close for my liking.
Torpedo heading amidships to port, sir. It's gonna hit. Look, there it is.
Now we can't avoid it. Hold tight.
It's a hit. The second torpedo got her right amidships. Our first kill. We can go and attack the main convoy now,
No,
sir.
not yet, Schultz. It is better if there are no survivors.
But, sir, Admiral Dunitz's orders are that...
I
don't care about his orders, Schultz. My wife and children were killed by their bombers over Essen. So why should I spare the lives of those Englishmen?
Water's coming in too fast. As you can see, we're listing heavily already.
All right, Mr. Hewitt, order all hands to abandon ship. With this list, they can only use the 2 boats on the port side.
Right on, Captain. We'll have to be fast before they send us another tin fish.
In less than 5 minutes, the well-drilled crew had succeeded in abandoning the doomed ship. Fire had broken out, and the flames lit the night sky with an eerie red glow.
21 men. 3 hurt, Captain.
Not too bad. We'll contact the other boat when we're well away from the ship. Now keep pulling. We don't want to be too close when she goes down and the boilers blow.
Right, sir. We're lucky the weather's good.
In that respect, yes, Mr. Hewitt. But as you're aware, we're 800 miles from the nearest land. That means we could spend the next few weeks in this darned boat.
We could be lucky. One of the escort vessels come back to look for us.
Well, don't pin any hope on that. If the wolf pack goes after the convoy, those escort ships are going to have their work cut out and won't have time to worry about survivors.
She's going down, sir. Aye, you see that? Her bow's lifting right up in the air.
Yeah, I've seen it all before. This is the 3rd time I've been torpedoed now.
There she goes!
The once proud Morning Star slid beneath the waves, her boilers bursting in her last dying gasp of defiance. As though it were the end of some show, the moon slipped out from behind some clouds and lighted the scene with silver. In the distance, Captain Shaw saw the other lifeboat.
Call them over, Mr. Hewitt. We'd better make some concerted plan.
Look, what's that over there?
It's a U-boat surfacing.
Here, help me off with my uniform jacket.
Why? Oh, won't you get cold?
I told you I've been through this before. The U-boats often pick up ships' captains so they can pump them for information. So I don't want to be identified. Do you understand?
I'll say the captain went down with the ship. Do you hear that, lads?
The men in the boats watched the distant figures on the submarine's conning tower. Then came the shock.
Everybody lie low! Down! Keep down! Rolling!
I ain't gonna let them...
If those swines keep this up, they'll sink the boat!
They'll give up shooting when they see no movement. I just hope they don't send one of their own boats off to check.
Ceasefire!
Can you see any sign of life over there, Schultz?
Nothing, sir. They could never have survived punishment like that.
Punishment it was, Schultz. Very good. Prepare to dive.
The U-boat slowly sank below the surface and headed north towards the convoy. The handful of uninjured survivors looked out across the now empty moonlit sea.
Check the casualties, Mr. Hewitt.
I have already. 11 dead, 5 badly wounded, and 2 with minor injuries.
Yeah, that's bad. I wonder how they fared in the other boat.
Not as badly as us, Captain. Seems they're rowing over towards here. Slowly, but making headway.
See what you can do for the wounded men.
The cook and boatswain are managing well, sir. Both had first aid training. What shall we do with the dead, though?
It'll be daylight soon. I'll say a few words over them before we put them over the side. Meanwhile, collect together their few possessions.
Ahoy there! Are you all right, Captain Shaw?
Aye, but our casualties are heavy. Come in alongside us. Where's the chief officer?
He was killed, Captain. This is Riley, the second engineer.
How many fit men?
8, sir. Just enough to man one lifeboat, Captain.
Yes. I think we'll have to abandon one of them. We'll see which one is the least damaged.
Watson and Tully, make faster!
Oh, what a ruddy mess, Captain. Where do we go from here?
I don't know yet, Mr. Riley. We'll have to wait till first light.
Well, the Don came and brought a hurricane lamp with him, and I've got some...
No lights! We don't want to attract unwelcome attention. If that U-boat's still hovering around, he may just decide to use us for target practice again. If you can manage to see in this poor light, take a check of what stores you have in your boat. The second mate will check ours. Oh, yes, and make a list of your dead. Collect their possessions together.
Before the sun rose on the eastern horizon, several of the more badly injured men died. As soon as it grew light, Captain Shaw read a short burial service, and the bodies were consigned to the sea. The second engineer's lifeboat proved to be the least seaworthy, and after the stores had been transferred, it was abandoned. A bright red sail was hoisted, and the boat made slight headway in a barely perceptible breeze. The captain had decided on an eastern course towards the Gulf of Guinea, some 700 miles away. It was early in the afternoon, when suddenly...
Look! A periscope over there, Captain.
To hell with caution. Wave. It might just be one of ours.
And if it isn't?
Have a little faith, Mr. Hewitt.
Maybe we're too far off.
If we can see them, they can see us. You can be sure of that.
Look, it's turning across our bow.
What a pity they don't fly flags on periscopes, then we'd know what it is. The suspense is painful.
They've seen us, all right. You see, it's turning round towards our starboard side, giving us a good look over.
It's coming up!
You're right, Harris. She's going to surface. But remember, if it's a U-boat, the captain was killed. I'm in no mood to be interrogated by some Nazi.
There's the conning tower coming up now. Then we'll know the answer.
Well, it isn't a dairy, boys. Not with a conning tower like that.
Could it be a Yank?
Possibly, but I've got my doubts. And it certainly isn't Royal Navy either.
Free French, maybe.
No, they're using British subs. It's quite a mystery, unless... It could be an eye-tie.
What would an Italian sub be doing around here?
Following their Nazi masters to certain destruction as usual, I suppose.
But why surface if she's Italian? There'd be no point.
There's very little point in anything the eye-ties have done so far in this war.
Look, they're coming out onto the conning tower.
Identify yourself. Who are you? Who are you?
You're right, Captain. That's an Italian accent. Should I reply?
Well, it won't do any harm, I suppose.
Survivors of the British merchant ship Morning Star, sunk last night by U-boat.
Is your captain there?
No, he was killed. Went down with the ship.
Bring your boat alongside. I want to talk to your senior officer.
The survivors had little choice but to comply. The sail was lowered, and they pulled in to the side of the Italian submarine. The Italian commander, a short, fat man with a large, bushy moustache, watched the operation through a pair of binoculars. When the lifeboat bumped alongside, he leaned out over the conning tower rail.
Who is your senior officer? You with the 3 gold bands on your sleeve. What are you? I'm the second engineer. Have you no navigating officer on aboard? Well, yeah, I'm the second mate. You, The older man in the stern.
You mean me?
Yes, I mean you. I think you are the Capitan.
No, you're mistaken. I'm the bosun.
Wearing a tie, senor? I don't think so. Please tell me the truth. I wish it to help you.
Help us? I can't believe that. Why should you? You're enemies.
Enemies, perhaps, senor, but not the Germans. Tell me, are you the Capitan?
Yes, I am. But you're wasting your time if you think I'm going to answer any of your damn fool questions.
Oh, please, come on board. I would like to talk to you. And I see you have some injured men, huh? My doctor will go down and attend to them while you're on the board.
Reluctantly, Captain Shaw went on board. 2 Italian sailors came down from the conning tower to help him. At the same time, a young Italian marine doctor and his assistant went into the lifeboat. Captain Mazzoli invited Captain Shaw down into the submarine's interior.
Please sit down, Captain. Captain...
Shaw. Harold Shaw.
I'm the Captain Mazzoli. Can I offer you a glass of vermouth, perhaps?
No, nothing.
Where were you trying to sail? Nigeria?
We were hoping to make Lagos.
Nearly 750 miles. Very poor winds this time of the year. It will take a long time. You have plenty of supplies?
Enough, I think. The usual lifeboat stock doubled. We abandoned one of our boats.
It is a bad war for us all, I'm afraid, Captain Shaw. You know, I have a brother and 2 uncles in London. In America are many other relatives. It is sad when I think about it. My officers and crew are the same. We wonder why we must fight the people we always knew as friends.
But you fight just the same.
Oh, no, we do not fight. We cruise around, fire 1 or 2 torpedoes at imaginary targets, and then when our duty time is up, we return back to our home base.
You're joking, aren't you?
Why should I joke, Captain? None of us on the boat here want to be involved if we can avoid it. Far better we enjoy our cruise and then go home safely. We stay far out at sea, away from the shipping lanes, and play cards. Then at night we surface and recharge our batteries.
Get in the Capitano.
Excuse me for a moment. What is it, Captain? Captain Shaw. That was the man who is assisting the doctor. He tells me that many of your men have a bullet wound.
Yes, the U-boat machine gunned us after my ship went down. Killed 22 men.
Oh, it makes me feel sick inside, Captain. I don't know what to say. But I do know the U-boat commanders are all desperate and doomed men. I've heard they are losing 9 U-boats out of every 10. That is another reason we would like to steer clear of the action zones. The reason why we are here is that we are instructed to intercept and attack convoy XJ410, which I assume you were a part of. However, we decided to develop some imaginary engine trouble and so dropped behind. Please, Captain, will you accept a glass of vermouth from me now?
Well, thanks. I will. I don't think I've tried vermouth before. Not a wine man myself.
Sweet or dry?
Wet, preferably.
I will give you sweet. I know the English like a sweet things. Oh, yes. I hope you don't object, Captain, but I've instructed my men to bring aboard your badly wounded. We can better look after them here.
Well, that means they'll be prisoners.
So better that than for the poor men to die in a lifeboat, too.
Yes, I suppose so.
Oh, I wish there was something I could do to make up for that machine gunning incident.
You can't bring back the dead.
No, but I can help save the living from the dead. It is crazy, but I think I know what to do. Please, wait, Captain. I want to discuss it with my officers and the crew. Luigi, Romano.
Captain Shaw sipped at his drink, wondering what on earth the strange little Italian had in mind. He could hear the raised and excitable voices, but was unable to decipher a single word. Then, his face beaming, Captain Bazzoli returned.
We have come to a decision, Captain. In view of what the Germans did, we would like to give you our maximum assistance, if you will accept it.
If you're thinking of bringing us all on board as prisoners, the answer is no.
No, Capitan. Our plan is not that. My men have agreed that we shall tow your lifeboat as close to the West African coast as is possible.
What? Tow us? Are you serious?
Oh, we can do 10 knots, which means that in 3 days you will be fairly close to Lagos. Then we shall all have a farewell drink and go our separate ways.
I don't know what to say. It all seems mad. Besides, you'll be taking a risk of meeting up with the British Coastal Patrol. What then?
Then you must cut the tow rope quickly while we crash dive.
They'll depth charge you.
Not if we remain under your lifeboat.
Don't be too sure of that.
My men have decided to take the risk, and they know the dangers. Will you accept our offer, Captain Shaw?
With pleasure, Captain Bazzoli, and thank you.
Within half an hour, the wounded men had been transferred to the Italian submarine, and Captain Shaw returned to his lifeboat. He explained what had transpired to his astonished crew, and within minutes, the towing operation started. At mealtimes, food was passed to the lifeboat along with several bottles of wine. For 3 days, the bizarre arrangement worked without a hitch, until they were 50 miles off the coast. Captain Shaw had gone on board the submarine to get an exact position, leaving the second mate, Sam Hewitt, in charge.
Well, Sam, with luck, we'll be on terra firma tomorrow. What do you reckon?
Just hoping you're right, Sean.
Hey, look over there. It's a plane, and it's heading this way. You're right. And the old man's on board the I saw. It's a Coastal Patrol Catalina. Look, the eyes have seen it too. She's going to crash dive. Release the tow rope. Wave to the plane, boys. Wave. It's circling back. Charlie X, calling control. Can you read me?
Control reading you loud and clear. Over.
I have spotted Italian sub. It was towing a lifeboat, I think. Over.
So what? Go on in and kill it.
Oh, she's submerging, but I can see her clearly. If I go in for a kill, the lifeboat will get it too. Over.
Don't let that stop you. Over.
Well, they look like ours in the lifeboat. I can see them waving. About 18 men, I reckon. Over.
Ignore them and go in for the sub, Charlie X. Over.
You can't ask me to do that. The sub's moving astern right under the lifeboat. Over.
I'm not asking you. I'm ordering you. Get that sub. Over.
Order received. We'll obey. Over and out. Frank, did you hear all that?
Yeah.
Well, what do you say we drop a few charges, like well off target, eh? What's he up to, Sam? That's the 5th time he's blown over us. Don't worry, just keep waving. Well, will you look at that? He's dropping depth charges way over there. It's after the eyesight. He must be blind then. They're right underneath us.
The plane's gone, you say?
It was very strange. He dropped a few depth charges about 2 miles away, and he must have known we weren't there.
Well, I'll have to rejoin my men. No doubt the lifeboat's position has been reported, and a patrol launch will be sent out to collect us.
We will surface, but first I want to tell you the news. I was going to tell you just as the alarm sounded.
What kind of news?
News that has made my men very sad. Early this morning, American and British troops landed in Italy.
They did? But that's wonderful news. Your men should be happy.
Oh, they are happy about the landing, but they worry for their families. Most of us are from southern Italy. Our base is at Taranto, and we cannot go back. It is a very big problem we have, Captain John.
Well, maybe Italy will surrender. Then it'll be all over for you.
Even then, Captain, it will not be easy for us to get rid of the Germans. They will cling and fight, force us to fight with.
When do you have to return?
2 or 3 weeks. By then, Taranto will be in Allied hands. We will have to sail in and surrender ourselves.
Well, what's wrong with that?
A voyage through the Mediterranean. It will be very dangerous. Allied ships and the planes will be everywhere. My crew and I were talking earlier, and we thought of a solution. But, Captain Shaw, it requires your assistance. Will you do us all a favor, Captain John?
Well, I do owe you a favor. What is it?
Well, Captain Shaw, it is this. If we surrender to you, will you take us into Lagos with you as prisoners? We'd consider it a great favor.
Captain Shaw blinked in amazement at the Italian, hardly able to believe his ears.
Did I hear you rightly? You want to surrender your crew and this submarine to me?
That is right. Everything is at your disposal, Captain Shaw. None of us wish to die in the Mediterranean, so close to home. The risk is too great.
Well, what do you know? I'll have to use your shortwave radio and call up the Navy there.
See.
But by heavens, I'm going to have the hardest job of my life in making them believe this.
Oh, grazie. And can I pour you a glass of vermouth while you're talking to them?
And that is how it happened that late one afternoon, a motley, tattered group of survivors sailed gaily into Lagos harbor in command of an Italian submarine, waving bottles of wine and singing along with their prisoners some very bawdy sea shanties.
High Adventure is produced by Henry Diffenthal. High Adventure.
An innocent business trip into Bulgaria becomes a journey into hell. Tonight's story by Ron Evans is entitled Night Arrest.
Ah, there you are, Blake. Good. Come in. Close the door. Sit down for a moment.
Yes, Mr. Billington.
Well, I suppose you must be wondering why I've sent for you on a Friday afternoon.
Yes, sir.
Yes, I'm sending you on a week's holiday.
What?
How does that strike you?
Oh, very nice, Mr. Billington.
To Bulgaria.
Bulgaria, sir?
Yes. Sophia, there's a trade exhibition there. I'd like you to go as an observer.
But Bulgaria's behind the Iron Curtain.
No, codswallop, Blake. It's more of a plastic curtain these days. Keep up with the times, man. Read your newspapers, not just the sports and comic strips.
Mr. Billington.
Now then, I have the official invitation here from the exhibition organizers, so you'd better take it. There you are. And I booked a seat for you, Sunday morning, Heathrow. There's your ticket. It's a direct flight.
But this is all very sudden, Mr. Billington. I mean, I haven't been east of Colchester in my entire life.
Yes, I've heard you're a bit of a recluse, Blake. 40 years old, aren't you, and still not married? Well, it's about time you spread your wings and saw something of the world.
But, sir, I'm in the accounts department. Surely going to Sofia would be a sales rep's job.
Well, I can't spare one, Blake. What with the recession ending and China now wide open for trade with the West, I've 9 of my best men there right now. And nearly $1 million worth of new business they pulled in this month. It's all expansion, Blake. Wonderful.
What exactly will I have to do?
Oh, it's quite simple, really. You've been booked for a week into the Hotel Byzantine, which is only 5 minutes' walk from the exhibition site. You'll take a briefcase full of our latest brochures and hand them around. You'll find dozens of reps who are interested in heavy engineering products. Just let it be known who you are. Get names and addresses, all that kind of thing. It's all a matter of using your common sense, Blake.
I have to miss my Sunday golf.
Well, there's more to life than whacking a silly white ball all over the countryside. So, that's about it, Blake. If you see Carruthers, he'll give you a letter of credit for £1,000 and all the brochures you'll need. So, have a nice trip. The weather in Bulgaria will be lovely at this time of the year.
I'm sure it will, sir.
Friday was a bad day for Arthur Blake. He was a quiet man, unworldly and rather narrow in his lifestyle. He lived alone in a small semi-detached where he spent most of his time gardening, listening to orchestral concerts on his hi-fi, or fussing over his stamp collection. His only outside interest was golf, which occupied his Sunday mornings. Then he would go to a quiet corner of his local, where he would drink 2 pints of mild before going home. And now suddenly he found himself being thrust out into the world for a whole week, and the very thought appalled him. On Sunday morning he nervously checked in at Heathrow and was airborne an hour later, his stomach churning with horror as he saw the land fall away and the puffy white clouds beginning to swirl past the window next to him. Luckily for him, the airways provided a sick bag for passengers such as Arthur Blake. It was 3 p.m, local time, when the plane touched down at Sofia, and Arthur thankfully made his way out into the warm afternoon sunlight. At the airport, he changed some traveller's checks and took a taxi to the Hotel Byzantine. His room was comfortable, and his window overlooked a well-tended park. Feeling even braver still, Arthur went down to the bar before dinner. To his considerable annoyance, they didn't have any pints of mild like his local, so he had to settle for a bottle of Polish beer. It was dark and vaguely sweet. And yes, it tasted foreign. He took his dinner in the restaurant and then went back to his room, resolved to take a bath and have an early night. He had no sooner taken off his shoes than...
Oh, now who can that be? Yes?
Good evening. I am Major Gregor Rukas of the State Security Bureau. Here is my identification. May I come in?
Why, yes, certainly.
My 2 men will remain outside the door while we talk.
What can I do for you, Major?
Your identification first. Passport, please.
Yes, it's here in my jacket pocket. I'm sure you'll find it all in order.
I hope so. Thank you. Arthur Blake. Where were you born, Mr. Blake?
It says in...
I know, but I want you to tell me.
Wimbledon.
You play tennis?
No, golf.
In Wimbledon?
No, I live in Hampstead now.
I see. And what is the purpose of your visit to Bulgaria?
Oh, business.
The trade exhibition?
Yes, that's correct.
Are you here to meet anyone in particular?
Oh, no, just to look around.
At what?
The heavy engineering exhibits.
Anything else?
Well, just to talk to the exhibitors, hand out a few of my company brochures.
And where are these brochures?
Here in my briefcase. Do you want to see them?
All in good time, Mr. Blake. Are you using traveller's checks for money?
Yes, and I also have a letter of credit for £1,000.
I see. I think, Mr. Blake, we shall go for a small walk.
Wait,
I was about to go to bed.
I think the walk will do you more good.
Where will we walk to? And why?
To my office. It will be more convenient for us to talk there.
I haven't done anything wrong.
Did I say you have? This is purely a routine matter, Mr. Blake. An hour, perhaps, no more.
Can you tell me why?
I'm not at liberty to discuss the matter here. Please, Mr. Blake, your shoes.
I'm not sure I should.
You would be making a terrible mistake to refuse. I and my superiors would be forced into believing you have something to hide.
All right. But please, I do want to be back as soon as possible. I have a very busy day ahead of me tomorrow.
I'm sure you have, Mr. Blake.
Arthur Blake accompanied Gregor Rukas from the room, fighting back a feeling of blind panic. The two uniformed policemen outside the door fell in behind them. After leaving the hotel, they walked a distance of 3 blocks to a squat black stone building and went inside. After passing through 2 doors guarded by heavily armed policemen, Rukas barked an order to his uniformed companions, and then he smiled at Blake.
They will take you to my interrogation room. I shall join you in a few minutes.
Rukas walked off down a corridor. One of Arthur's guards prodded him along another corridor, down a flight of stone steps and along a dark, narrow passage with a line of steel doors set into the walls on one side. Arthur's panic grew, especially when the policeman stopped outside one of the doors and unlocked it.
Wait a minute. This is a prison cell. No, it's a bloody dungeon.
Arthur was pushed forward, and the door was slid to and locked. Light came from a dingy bulb far above his head. The ancient stone walls were wet and moss-covered. The only furnishings were a bare plank bed, a chair, and a metal pot filled with water. A small hole in the floor was obviously intended to serve as the latrine. Succumbing to his terror, Arthur flung himself at the steel door.
Let me out! I've done nothing wrong! Let me out of here, please! For the love of heaven, listen to me! What have I done? It's monstrous what you're doing to me! Please come and listen to me! Don't leave me here like this! Please! Please!
Mr. Blake? What is this? Have you broken down so soon?
What are you trying to do to me?
You have been in here less than 10 minutes, and I find you weeping. I find that quite strange.
I'm scared as hell, that's why. Could you tell me what this is all about?
I think you know.
I don't know anything.
Who really sent you to our country?
Oh, Mr. Billington. I didn't want to. He forced me into it. All I wanted to do was stay at home. I should have known something horrible like this would happen. It always happens when you mix with foreigners.
You are the foreigner here, Mr. Blake.
It's not the same thing at all. I'm not a proper foreigner. I'm British.
Ah, yes. Which brings me round to the subject of your passport. It is forged.
Forged? But that's impossible. I got it myself from the passport office.
According to you, yes.
But it's true.
Tell me, why have you really come to Bulgaria? To spy on the new Soviet missile base at Constanza?
You think I'm a spy? Oh, no, that's absurd.
Is it? Can you explain the automatic pistol we found in your briefcase?
A gun? Oh, no, you must be having me on. I've never touched a real gun in my life.
I'm being very patient with you, Mr. Blake. But for your own sake, you must tell me the truth.
I am!
Then explain the weapon and the map we found stitched into the lining of your suitcase.
Am I going mad?
If you insist in playing innocent, I shall be forced to hand you over to Sergeant Savek for intensive interrogation.
No, this can't be real.
I'm sure you must have seen in movies what a medieval torture chamber looks like. The rack, the boot, thumb screws, all that kind of thing. Well, Sergeant Savek is an expert, and he has such a chamber only a few meters from here. You know, he even has a brazier and branding irons.
I won't listen. I refuse to listen. It can't be real. This is a dream. I went to bed, and now I'm dreaming. Having a terrible nightmare.
Oh, this is real, Mr. Blake. Or whatever your name really is. If you are not prepared to cooperate, then Sergeant Savek will be allowed to have his way with you.
No.
Now then, shall we start at the very beginning? What is your real name? The name of your superior officer, and who you have been instructed to contact in Bulgaria.
I wish to heaven I was a spy. Then I can tell you all you want to know. Is it lies you want?
I have heard enough lies, and now my patience is exhausted. Sergeant Savek, take him away. He is all yours.
Things in life are obvious and easy. If you have a business providing a good service or selling a product, you need to let people know. But how do you do that? Easy. Just tell them here on springbokradio.com. Internet radio is about talking to people in their own homes. Your message becomes part of the sound they've chosen to listen to. To find out more about advertising on springbokradio.com, contact Dave Dupree on Johannesburg 011 678 5176. Or for outside South Africa, 2711 678 5176. Or email Dave at springbokradio.com.
Splash the water hog, splashing all day long. Using up the water, it's too late when it's gone. If you want to help, then this is what to do. Make sure the water hog is never you. Just make sure the water hog is never, ever you.
A huge, burly man entered the cell as Rukus left. Sergeant Savek was accompanied by 2 policemen. They roughly grabbed Arthur and stripped off his clothing. He was then frog-marched out of the cell, along the narrow corridor and down a steep flight of stone steps. Arthur's eyes bulged in horror at the sight that met his eyes. Rukus had been right. The chamber he was dragged into was a medieval torture chamber. The only sign that it was the 20th century were the 2 fluorescent lights set high in the stone ceiling. He felt sick and faint. Savek barked orders to his assistants, and Arthur was strapped onto a circular rack. Arthur alternately cried and sobbed.
Please,
How do you like my workstation, eh? A pretty sight for an enemy spy, don't you think?
I'm not a spy. Honestly, I swear it.
Major Roca says you are, and I prefer to believe him.
I came here for an exhibition, I'll tell you.
Oh, now you are the exhibition. Well, shall we get to work? You surprise me, Englishman. Most suspects break down just at the sight of this chamber.
I've broken down too, believe me. I'm terrified out of my wits.
No, you cannot be, I can tell. You only pretend to be afraid.
Why should I do that, for heaven's sake?
To make us sympathetic and ready to believe you are innocent. Let me explain to you what there is to look forward to. The wheel you are strapped to is capable of pulling your arms and legs from their sockets. A very painful experience. Noisy, too.
You're sick.
But back to business. The wheel rather slack at present. Rodescu, swears it all to
No, please don't. No.
Oh, heaven help me!
You make such a lot of noise, yet we've barely taken up the slack.
What do I have to do to make you stop?
Just tell the truth. Major Rukas asked the questions, and I'll call him if you want to provide the answers. What's this, old boy?
No, please, no more. I'll tell him everything.
Are you sure?
Yes, I am certain. Slacken off the wheel.
I cannot do that. I'll call the major, but I must warn you. If you are bluffing for time, you will regret it. That is a promise.
No.
You do look a sorry sight, Mr. Blake. The sergeant tells me you want to cooperate.
Yes. Just let me off here, please. I'll tell you all you want to know, please.
Tell me, and then you can come off the wheel.
You didn't have to take away my clothes.
It was very necessary. Humiliation is part of the treatment. It brings a man down to the status of a caged animal. All his dignity and resolve fades away to nothing except for a desire to survive. Now to business. You are a spy, yes?
Yes.
Name?
Reginald Charles Ogden.
Service number?
334-079.
Strange one. Are you telling me the truth, Ogden?
Yes, it's a new department.
Who is its head?
Brigadier Summers.
He isn't on my list. What was his former position?
I don't know.
Very well. We'll come back to that question later. What was your mission here?
To gain information on all the Soviet installations here.
And who are you to contact for assistance?
Nobody. I was to work on my own initiative.
You're lying again.
No, it's the truth, please.
How could you tour the country and get your information without assistance?
By train. You found the map.
The map didn't tell us much. But all the sensitive areas were clearly marked on it. Yes, it's possible that you are telling me the truth.
Oh, yes.
We can go into the finer details later. Why did you risk bringing a gun into Bulgaria?
To defend myself, of course.
The custom officials could have found it.
I hid it.
Where?
In my trousers.
Why didn't it affect the alarm system at Heathrow Airport when you passed through?
It was arranged for me to pass through a separate entrance into the departure lounge.
Sergeant Savek, I'm sorry to have to deprive you of your night's work. Take the prisoner back to his cell while I go and check on the information he's given to me. I hope you've been telling me the truth, Mr. Ogden. One lie, and it's back to Sergeant Savek's playground.
Feeling weak but relieved, Arthur Blake was unstrapped from the wheel and marched back to the cell. Never for a moment would he have believed it possible to be thankful to be back in such a place, but at that time it seemed like paradise. He sat for a while on the wooden chair after putting his clothes back on. He wondered how long it would take for Rukas to find out he had invented the whole story. An hour, perhaps two, and then back to the torture chamber, the steel boots. He shuddered. Death would be better.
Yes, you look more dignified now, Mr. Ogden. Well, I'm pleasantly surprised to find you told me the truth.
I did? I mean, yes, I had to. The place was more than I could bear.
A confession is being typed out by one of my men, which you will sign. Then it will be all over. Does that make you feel better?
Wonderful.
It should be here in a few minutes. The execution will be at 8 in the back courtyard.
Execution?
Well, the usual reward for captured spies, is it not?
But this is monstrous.
Surely you didn't believe we would let you go.
But I did everything you asked of me. I cooperated.
It was that or Sergeant Savek. In my opinion, the firing squad is the far better choice.
So that's what it was. A choice between death and torture, followed by death.
Exactly. This must be the confession. Carlo Roggia, here it is, Mr. Ogden. Just sign each copy on the dotted line at the bottom, will you?
I can't read it. I don't know what it says. It's not in English.
This is not England. What it says is of no real interest to you. Now, please, sign.
Sign my own death warrant. What did I ever do to deserve this?
You became a spy. Now, kindly sign.
Here you are.
Thank you. Well, I'll see you when they come for you at 10 to 8. Have a pleasant sleep.
For a while, Arthur stared at the steel door that separated him from freedom, from the world he had seen so little of. His earlier panic had subsided, and now he felt strangely calm. There was nothing he could do to save himself, and Rukus had been right. A quick death was infinitely preferable to Sebek's barbarity. His mind pondered the outside world. All the good things in life he had missed because of his reclusive habits. If he could live it again, life would be different. He would make friends, become a more social animal. He sat on the edge of the planked bed. Sleep was out of the question, of course. Time dragged slowly until he wanted it to be 8. It was better to get it over and done with. And then he heard it.
It is time.
I'm ready.
I didn't bring you breakfast. We consider it a waste of valuable food. Shall we go?
Yes.
Slightly stooped, Arthur marched with his executioners up the flight of steps, down a long corridor and out into a courtyard. The sun was shining, and he straightened himself up, determined now to face the final ordeal with a show of bravado. The guards stepped away from him, and he found himself in front of a car. The rear door was opened, and Major Rukus was sitting inside. The driver was in civilian clothes.
Morning, Mr. Ogden. Please, get inside.
What is all this?
Do as I ask. Close the door.
Is this some more of your torture? I'm to be executed somewhere else?
No. It's nothing like that at all.
Where are you taking me, then?
There is a flight for London in an hour. Your things have been collected from the hotel and are waiting for you at the airport.
What?
This package contains your passport, money, and other documents.
I don't understand.
You're free to go, Mr. Blake. We found you were telling the truth the first time around. I must say, though, that your second attempt was very convincing.
What happened?
Oh, no doubt you will learn the truth in due course. I suppose the world looks a better place now, eh?
I'll never whine again. Believe me, I'm ready to enjoy every minute.
Oh, by the way, you can have this.
It's my confession.
Oh, not really. It was really your acceptance of an apology given by my government for your mistaken arrest.
So you knew I was innocent when I signed it?
Yes.
You bloody sadistic swine. I spent all night thinking that
It was necessary. Please believe that, Mr. Blake. It was vitally necessary.
The gun and the map you claim to have found?
Oh, those. Well, they didn't really exist. I think the whole incident is best forgotten. Please, have a nice flight home.
Had an exciting time, I hear, Blake.
I'm back from the jaws of hell.
Oh, Major Rukus saw you out safely, didn't he?
You know of him?
Oh, yes, one of our great operatives. Great chap. Intensely loyal.
What?
Oh, well, I suppose you deserve to know the truth. You were used as a scapegoat, Blake. It's a bit hard on you, I'll admit, but it was essential to get in a genuine agent. The Bulgars were tipped off, and they were looking for him. I sent you so that Rucus could use you as a smokescreen while the real agent got through.
Oh,
Yeah, it was a bit tough on you, I'll admit, but, well, you came out unscathed. There was very little risk in it for you. Oh, yes. I'm an administrator of Special Intelligence Services. We're rather an elite little group of hellraisers. Right, now then, Blake. How soon can you get the Atkinson account ready? Should have been finished last week.
I know, sir. I was a bit pressed for time.
Yeah, well, you better get on with it then, Blake.
Not before I tell you what I really think about you and your damned elite little group of hellraisers. And after that, I'm going to resign and enjoy life and all the petty vices I've been missing.
High Adventure is produced by Henry Diffenthal. High Adventure.
In tonight's story we present Desert Marriage.
This here's the eyes point for miles around. See if you can get Major Rawlins now.
Not much hope of that. Still, got to keep trying, I suppose. Badger calling Lynx. Badger calling Lynx. The bleeding batteries are getting low by now.
Keep trying.
Badger calling Lynx. Badger calling Lynx. Are you receiving me?
Lynx to Badger. Lynx to Badger. Thought you'd copped it. Over.
Near copped it, sir. We got spotted by a jerry convoy of trucks and half-tracks. We got clear, but Corporal Hawks and Private Thompson was killed by machine gun fire. Over.
So there's just two of you. Right. I want you to head back for base. We'll meet there. Huge convoys of German troops, tanks, and equipment are heading east to the front. So I'm advising you to go south and steer well clear. Over.
And you, sir? We can wait for you at the fuel dump. Over.
Negative. I'm going by the fastest route east to try and dodge them. There's still a few gallons of fuel at our Makara dump. Enough for us to get through. Best of luck, Badger. Over and out.
So we're on our own, eh?
Yeah. But I'd rather be going south like us than trying to work our way through Rommel's Africa Corps.
Let's take a look at the map and see what we're in for. This here's really the story of Spike Tyler, who was one of the toughest men I ever knew. I'd seen him fight off a German patrol single-handed, armed only with a Bren gun. I'd seen him lead a group of volunteers to rescue a batch of prisoners, and in doing so, put to flight an entire brigade of Italian troops. Oh, I could describe a dozen more such incidents to illustrate Tyler's courage What happened to us in the North African desert that September of 1942 reduced this brave young man to an half-crazed, whimpering lump of flesh and bones. We were part of the long-range desert group, and our job was to patrol hundreds of miles behind the enemy lines to spy on their troop movements, often aided by nomadic Berber tribesmen. Now we were on our own, just Spike Tyler and me, with 700 miles of desert between us and our base.
Looks a long way on the map, Sergeant.
Yeah, depends on the route. 700, give or take 10 this way, and 900 plus this way.
A convoy that shot us up heading southwest. So if we take the shortest route, we'll bump into them again.
Yeah, that's just what I was thinking. Yep, I think the longer route the best. See? There's a dump here.
Yeah.
And another one here.
Uh-huh.
So there'll be no shortage of petrol and food.
And bleeding sand. Oh, crikey. I could use a couple of weeks leave in Cairo. Cold baths, dancing girls, cold beer, more dancing girls.
Hey, that's enough. Now start the engine. I wonder if Major Rawlings will make it.
If his luck, he can't miss. Anyway, all I'm worried about is will we make it?
Yeah, with your luck, we can't miss either. We drove south for a day and a half, seeing nothing but sand and the bare rocky outcrop. We refueled and restocked at the first dump and then headed due east. In the early evening, we drove between two rocky hills, low ones, not more than 100 feet high. We'll rest for the night on the other side of those hills.
Are there any oases marked on the map round about here?
Nope, not a thing. Even the contours aren't marked for this far south.
So even these hills ain't there?
Nope, just a blank space.
Oh, bloody marvellous, isn't it?
Nobody in their right mind would fight a war this far south. That's why the ordnance boys haven't bothered.
Yeah, well, nobody in his right mind fights anywhere, if you ask me. Give the bleeding politicians a catapult each and stick 'em in Wembley Stadium and let 'em fight it out for themselves. That's what I say.
Funny talk from a man who's earned himself 2 medals.
Well, if you've got to fight, you've got to fight and make the best of it, I suppose. You don't have to like it, though. Yeah, what are you doing, Sarge?
Just keep driving straight. I'm going to man the Bren. I saw some movement up on our right.
Oh, there won't be no Jerry's down there.
I don't imagine it, if that's what you're thinking.
Oh, maybe it's a bunch of wandering wogs. All right, them's wogs all right, and I'm friendly ones.
I can't see the blighters, but just keep on driving.
There's a few on the other side as well.
It's like shooting at shadows. What's wrong, Sarge?
Must have hit the engine.
Okay, over the side and take it from there.
Hello? What now?
Yeah, they know they've got us in a trap, so why waste their ammunition?
Hang on. I'm going to jump into the back and give 'em a bit more hell with the Bren.
No! Stay put and let's see what happens.
I'll tell you what happens. They cut our bleeding throats and leave us for the ruddy vultures. That's what happens.
Why should they? Most of these nomad groups know us as friends.
Yeah, well, maybe the news hasn't spread this far south.
Now, don't risk both our necks unnecessarily. Just wait and see.
Okay, it's your neck, too. Yeah, got a fag on you. Mine's all gone.
Yeah. Here you are.
tar. Well, I wish them Johnnies up there had let us know what's on their bleeding minds.
I wonder.
Well, tell us what you're wondering, Sarge.
Well, maybe it's a problem of identification. I think we should put that Union Jack of ours on the radio aerial.
Yeah, and that might bring more bullets our way.
Nope, I don't think so. Let's try it.
I'll stick it up, but I'll bet these blighters don't even know what it means.
Big white king from across murky waters with more warriors than sand in desert brings your greetings and beads. Play music and bring forth your maidens.
Cut that cackle, Spike. It's not funny at a time like this.
All right, there it flies, Sergeant. It'll either get us killed or make 'em surrender.
Duck down again before you get your head shot off.
Well, there's not much happening. Maybe they think the Union Jack's some kind of code signal.
I said cut that cackle. You're getting on my nerves.
Hello!
Here you are. Do you hear that?
Yeah. First they shoot at us, then they wish us merry hello. Always knew these wogs had funny customs.
Hello!
Identify yourself.
Soldiers! English!
Put down your weapons and walk into the open where I can see.
Yeah, well, that's it, Sarge. We walk out and we get a bullet in the nut.
Nope, he's just being careful. Come on, there's nothing to lose.
Only me future, that's all.
Well, I walked out into the open and Spike Tyler followed, grumbling behind me. For a full minute, nothing happened, apart from seeing a number of shadowy figures quickly passing across the top of the hills on the other side. Then we saw a tall man in a flowing white robe and a burnoose walking towards us. He stopped a few feet away and eyed us.
Oh, you are English.
Yeah, we're driving east to rejoin our forces.
English, eh? You know London?
I should too. I was born there.
Then you can tell me the name of the, what do you call it? Yes, a monument outside Hyde Park entrance.
Well, it's got more than one entrance, you know.
The one where people stand on boxes and talk to others.
Ah, you mean Speaker's Corner? Let's see, a monument, eh? You must mean the Marble Arch.
Very good. It is a Marble Arch. You see, I have been to London.
Crikey. The blighter is being careful, ain't he?
Shut up.
And you, the short one. You tell me 2 roads that lead to your Trafalgar Square.
Well, that ain't easy. You see, there's quite a few.
You will answer the question. I am waiting. If you are really English, you will know.
Well, there's a Strand.
Yes, that's one. Another one?
Well, there's a Mall.
Ah, very good. Yes, I think you are really Englishman.
Oh, so it's okay if we go on, eh?
I insist on offering you my hospitality for a while. My encampment is not far from here.
Thank you. We accept. Our vehicle's damaged and it will need repair.
I will have some of my men bring it to the camp. Please, follow me. I trust you can both ride camels?
Oh, no. Do we have to? I mean, I might be able to fix up the Jeep in a tick.
Just do as he says, Spike. I'm told these people get offended if you refuse their hospitality.
Oh.
We need to keep them friendly. Now, don't worry. He obviously likes us, and it'll be a pleasant break for a few days. The Arab party consisted of more than 50 men. We were mounted on camels, and it was almost dark when we arrived at their camp, which was beside a real storybook type of oasis lined with date palms. Their leader, Sheikh Al-Karim, showed us to a fair-sized tent and assured us we would be given every comfort. A woman came and attended to our needs and then led us to the Sheikh's tent where we were to join him for the evening meal. I enjoyed it. A big improvement on eating hard rations and sleeping on the sand like we've been doing for the past 8 weeks. After the meal, I returned to our tent, but Spike insisted on taking a stroll round the encampment.
Oh, sorry, I didn't see you standing there.
It is all right.
I can see the water on your face. Lapping it up like a puppy dog, was you?
It is cooler and sweeter to drink directly from the pool.
At that moment, a cloud passed from the moon's face, and for the first time Spike could see the girl's features clearly. His mouth went dry and his fingers clenched at the sight of her. It was the most beautiful face he had ever seen. Now, Spike was no ladies' man. He had a love 'em and leave 'em philosophy. But this was something entirely different, as though this beautiful Arab girl had cast a spell of enchantment over him. Seeing Spike's expression, the girl instinctively covered the lower part of her face with a yashmak, leaving only the brightness of her eyes exposed. She went to move away to the tents.
Here, don't go. I want to talk to you.
I cannot stay. It is forbidden for us to talk.
Well, it does no harm. What's your name?
Yasmin.
Yasmin. It's a nice name. Sounds like a flower. I'm Edwin Tyler, and my friends call me Spike. Why do you have to cover such a pretty face like that?
It is our way.
Where'd you learn to speak such good English out here in the desert?
My father was educated in your country.
Ah, and you learned it from him, I see. The tall bloke, the sheik, is he your old man?
Yes, Sheikh Al-Karim. I must go now.
Here, hang
we must
on
not be seen alone together.
Listen, can't we go somewhere alone? You know, just for a chat. talk about each other?
It would cause trouble. No.
Oh, I don't mean now, tomorrow, just after it's gone dark. Look, there's a hill over there. I'll see you on the other side. It's the date.
I cannot do it.
Come on, think it over, Yasmin. I'll be waiting there for you.
You do not understand.
As soon as it's dark.
Enjoy your stroll, Spike? Not much to see, is there?
Plenty. Look, you ain't going to believe this, but I met a girl. I tell you, she's the most beautiful thing on 2 feet.
Ah, you've been away from women so long, Spike, even an old crone who's gone bald would look like Betty Grable.
Now, don't skip me, Sergeant. I'm serious. She fair made me eyes pop out. She was drinking water at the pool, and I got chatting to her.
Now, look, all right, if you want me to be serious. Don't meddle with these women here. It's dangerous. If one is given to you by the sheik, then it's okay, but don't go round chatting them up. These people have got some damn funny ideas, and we can't afford to give offence in return for their hospitality. Are you listening to me?
Yes. Her name's Yasmin.
You're not listening.
Oh, the Sheikh's daughter.
You must be out of your tiny little mind. A Sheikh's daughter? Now, take warning, Spike. I know these people. And if you're caught with this girl, they'll bury you up to your neck in sand and deposit a few scorpions close by to keep you company. Now, lay off her, Spike, for your own sake.
I've made a date with her for tomorrow night.
Oh, no, the sun's gone to your head, it has.
The finest specimen of female beauty I've ever seen.
You're not to see her, and that's an order.
I don't take orders when I'm on holiday.
Don't you realise it's my life you're putting at risk as well? Just for a piece of skirt.
Look, you call her that once more and I'll thump you, Sarge. I mean it. I'm meeting her tomorrow night, and nothing's going to stop me, see?
Trying to reason with Spike Tyler was like trying to reason with a drunk. All I could do was hope it all turned out for the best. If the Jeep was not too badly damaged, there was the possibility we could get away in a day or two without any harm being done. But that hope was dashed when we examined the vehicle next morning. The fuel pump was shattered and the block cracked.
It's most unfortunate, I know.
Yeah, it's going to be a long walk, unless we can...
Unless I can provide you with camel transport? Oh, but no. I doubt if you would survive such a long journey.
Oh, we can't stay here forever, you know. I'm grateful for your kindness,
I
but
have
we must...
a better suggestion. Write a message to your superiors, and I will send it with 2 of my men to deliver it. And they will send transport for you.
But that might take ages.
2, perhaps 3 weeks. Write the message now, and my men can leave almost immediately.
It's so quiet out here in the desert. All I can see is your dark eyes. They're smiling. You happy?
Yes.
But a little bit frightened at what we're doing, eh?
That is true.
We've been meeting here for a week now. You still wear that yashmak thing?
It is proper for me to do so.
Yep, my mate tells me that a girl will lower it to the man that she loves. Is that right?
My face is for his eyes only. There. Now you can see my face. And what lies in my heart.
Yasmin, you're so beautiful. Come closer. You know what a kiss.
You mean the affair's gone that far? Honestly, Spike, I wish you wouldn't tell me all this.
Oh, but I'm crackish about the girl. I've got to tell someone. Put yourself in my boots, will you?
If I was in your boots, I'd forget all about it and start running all the way to Cairo, mate. Don't you see it can't go on like this? In a couple of weeks we'll be leaving, and what then?
That's a problem I've been trying to work out.
There's no solution except a secret bye-bye.
Yeah? Well, we'll see about that.
It would be a wonderful adventure, but so very dangerous.
Yeah, but with determination, we could make it.
For the next 2 nights, I will collect food. The night after that, we can go.
Look, I know a dump on the way where there's plenty of food.
No, we must not take a known route. It is better to travel far to the south. You, dressed as one of our people. A dumb servant.
Yeah, you've got your head screwed on right, lass. I'll have to leave the field work to you. Here, roll back a little. Look at those stars. Sad, right. I wish I knew how to read them. What the future holds for us.
Stand to your feet, my daughter.
My father! There! He has been watching us.
Do as I tell you, Yasmin. You Englishmen, lie as you were, or you will die.
Father, I want to explain to you.
I have seen your shame. There is nothing to be explained.
There is, and I am not ashamed. I love this man.
Love him?
Yes.
Real love? A love that will last through eternity? Or are you a plaything for him to enjoy while he is with our people?
I do love her. So much so that I'd marry Yasmin if there was a way.
Ah. So you would marry my daughter, eh?
Tomorrow. Now, if I had the chance.
It is not customary for our women to marry outside the community, unless politically expedient.
Father, please let us marry. It is for you to make or break our laws.
Ah, so it shall be. This man will marry you tomorrow. Now go. Join the women.
For a brief moment, Yasmin's eyes met Spike's, and then she turned on her heel, raised her yashmak, and walked away. Spike still lay on the ground, the grim-looking Sheikh Karim's gun pointing at his belly.
You may now stand up.
Look, I want to thank you. Yasmin and I really do love each other. I want you to know that. I'll look after her, I promise, and
I need no promises or assurances from you. Remember this. You are a man who has taken advantage of my hospitality. You have sullied the honor of my family. That is a truly terrible crime in this part of the world. She is not a cheap woman from Soho, yet you lay here with her in the disgusting manner I have seen of your people on Hampstead Heath.
Look, you've got the wrong idea. Our meeting was in secret, see?
I wish to hear no more from you. You will marry Yasmin tomorrow according to our custom. Then you may do with her what you wish. She will no longer be my daughter, nor of our people.
You mean he's going to let you marry her?
Yeah, according to their custom, he says.
Crikey, that's a turn-up for the books. Your luck's held out, Spike. His stay in England must have broadened his mind.
So, I'll be able to take her with us. And we can get married properly when I get a spot of leave.
You know, I'm dying to see the face of the woman who can send a man like you overboard. She must be something like out of a fairy tale.
I'm telling you, she is, mate.
During the next morning, I found out from one of our hosts something of the ceremony. It's customary for the bride and groom not to see each other until after the wedding, when he will be led to her. Towards midday, a large shelter was erected and a feast laid out. Spike and I were dressed as smartly as possible. A black-robed, holy man came with several attendants and anointed Spike, and this was followed by a simple ceremony. Neither of us understood a word of what was being said. And then came the feast. The tension of the preceding hours faded as we watched the singing and dancing. Sheikh Karim was pleasant but rather formal in his manner. It was late in the afternoon when the holy man, in company with Sheikh Karim, came up to Spike.
Come, we will take you to your bride.
Oh, Tar, I was beginning to give up hope.
We stood up. Spike walked between the sheik and the holy man, while I followed a discreet distance behind. The rest of the people followed behind me. We walked down an avenue of black tents and turned a corner. And there stood Yasmin, her face bared and expressionless, and I gasped at her beauty. She wore around her neck a long black and scarlet cloak that reached to the ground. She was flanked on either side by a female attendant. Behind Yasmin was a long, low bundle covered by a brightly coloured blanket. A dowry, I thought.
Your bride awaits you. No, wait. You will do it according to custom. Go to her slowly and remove the cloak. From that moment, you may do with her as you wish.
Take her cloak off? Well, all right.
Spike slowly walked over to Yasmin and unfastened the clip that held her cloak. As it fell away, he staggered back.
Yasmin! Yasmin! Oh, no! No, Yasmin! Oh, Yasmin!
It
was a sight so terrible I shall never forget it. A sight that reduced Spike Tyler from a courageous soldier to a gibbering idiot. As the cloak fell, we saw it was only Yasmin's head, fixed on a pole. Spike fell back to his knees, sobbing with horror and grief. One of the female attendants went to the bundle and whisked off the blanket, revealing the rest to the girl's body. A moment later, only Spike and me were left alone, standing there. What could I do? What could I say to him? I struggled with him to our tent and forced him to lie down. He gibbered and wept like a man demented. In fact, that was what he was. His mental balance had been destroyed. A week later, an 8th Army motorised patrol came and picked us up, took us to safety behind our own lines. Although Sheikh Karim's hospitality continued until that day, he never spoke to us again. High Adventure is produced by Henry Duffenthal.
High Adventure. For most people, Christmas is a time of warm family reunions, parties, and a chance to celebrate the fundamentals of Christianity. But not everyone's that lucky, as in tonight's story by Roger Service, which he calls Silent Night, Deadly Night.
Evening, Sparks.
Evening, Skipper.
Anything interesting coming through?
There is for wardroom steward O'Donoghue.
Oh, what?
He's the father of a bouncing boy, 8 pounds 2 ounces.
Well done, that man. Anything else?
Oh, half a dozen personal messages for crewmen, sir. Nothing for the bridge.
I don't know what the Ruddy Navy's coming to. Admiralty signals for the benefit of ordinary seamen.
Begging your pardon, sir. You could hardly call anyone on board vigilant ordinary.
Point taken, Sparks. But I still think some of the Navy's traditions are dying a little too easily.
Perhaps you're right, sir.
You know, when I was a boy, going to sea meant just that. Going to sea. No contact with friends and family for months on end. None of this mollycoddling you get today.
Well, I dare say in those days no one would have believed we'd elect a female prime minister either.
At least said about that.
Bridge radio? Yes, he is. It's for you, sir. Chief Engineer Roberts.
Oh, thanks. Yes, Chief? Can we be sure about this? I see. When can we be certain? I'll stay right here. Let me know as soon as you can.
Anything wrong, Skipper?
I can't be sure for the moment, Sparks, but the Chief's just reported a warning signal from the engine room.
Fire hazard, sir?
Something rather worse than that, I'm afraid. Unless we have a malfunction of the automatic alarm system, we have a full-blown radiation leak from the reactor.
Radiation leak? Shall I sound the emergency procedure alarm, sir?
No, not yet. However well-drilled a crew may be, there's always a chance of panic faced with the real thing.
Suppose it is the real thing. Aren't we wasting valuable time?
Captain Turling. I see. Very well. Stand by. And God help us all.
Bad, sir?
Couldn't be worse, Sparks. A secondary Geiger reading confirms radiation leakage well above tolerable levels.
What's to be done, sir?
Sound emergency procedure alarm immediately.
Yes, sir.
And now activate the watertight doors and radiation shields.
But, Skipper, we haven't given the men in the engine compartment time to clear it.
I can't risk more contamination. Now do as I say.
Yes, sir. What else can be done, sir?
I recommend very fervent prayer.
My name's Jimmy Webb, and I'm the communications officer aboard Her Majesty's nuclear submarine Vigilant. She's the latest thing in submarine design and equal to anything the Americans or Russians can produce. She may not be as big as the Colossus of some 30,000 tons launched by the Russians, but at 18,000 tons, she's the best we've got. She's fast, lethal, and capable of remaining submerged for up to 6 months. Though I hate to think what state the crew would be in if she did.
Well, here we are, Sparks. Sealed orders about to be opened, and you'll have the privilege of being the first to know.
Captain Mark Sterling, the Vigilant skipper. At 50, he's young for the job.
Well, Sparks, there's some good news and some bad news. In 72 hours, we're taking Vigilant on her maiden cruise to the South Seas.
You mean the Pacific?
No, Sparks, unfortunately not. The South Atlantic.
I see, sir. And bad news?
We may not be back until after Christmas.
That'll be a dampener on the lads.
Can't be helped, I'm afraid. It seems we're actually required to do something useful.
Am I permitted to inquire what it is, sir?
Technically, no. Nevertheless, since you're bound to find out anyway, I can't see any harm in telling you. It seems there have been some inexplicable flashes in the South Atlantic recorded by American weather satellites.
Inexplicable, sir?
Inexplicable, yes. Unless...
Unless what, sir?
Well, I gather from these orders that both the Ministry of Defense and the CIA have reason to suspect that the South Africans are up to something down there.
Oh, like what, sir?
Well, according to those who ought to know, these flashes could only have been produced by nuclear detonations of some magnitude.
You mean the South Africans might have developed nuclear weapons?
Well, it's hardly my place to speculate on that, but logically, I'd say that if they've been able to produce the goods in so many other fields, and the best goods at that, is there any reason to suppose they'd fail with nuclear armaments?
And what are we supposed to do? Start another war with them?
Not at all. By way of putting Britain's latest and finest nuclear submarine through her paces on a long cruise, we're to cruise the South Atlantic in a given area to see if we can throw more light on what the South Africans, if it's the South Africans, are doing down there.
I see, sir. And supposing they, or anyone else, are blasting away with nuclear bombs, what happens to us?
Neither Her Majesty nor Her Admiralty explained that to me, Sparks. But I imagine some good could come of it.
Such as, sir?
Well, you wouldn't have to worry about not knowing all the words to Jingle Bells anymore, would you?
The next 72 hours were spent in a flurry of dockside activity on an around-the-clock basis at Plymouth. It was my unenviable task to round up all crew members away on 24 and 48-hour passes and give them the good news. I naturally omitted the bit about not making it back for Christmas. Eventually, the time ran out as the submarine filled up with provisions and her crew. And finally, our matte black, sleek, menacing and deadly form slowly drew away from the quay and headed out into the grey, choppy waters washing our native island.
The last 72 hours have worn me out, Sparks. I'm going to get my head down for a while. So unless it's important, see that I'm not disturbed.
Aye, sir. Despite her 18,000 tons, Vigilant's living and working quarters were almost as cramped as on conventional submarines. From the communications room, the captain's quarters were reached through a door just forward of the transmitter, while above me was the bridge, the nerve centre of it all. Scattered throughout the rest of the missile-shaped killer ship were some 90 officers and ratings, all going about their appointed tasks. A trifle grim-faced at the prospect of being on the other side of the globe for Christmas. In need of rest myself, I left the communications desk in the hand of my number 2 and eased myself into my bunk. The Vigilant boasted a cruise entertainment radio channel, run by off-duty personnel who fancied themselves as disc jockeys, some with warped senses of humour.
And so, me hearties, you thought you'd be spending Christmas ashore in the arms of kith and kin and anyone else handy, did you? Well, you should know the Admiralty'll protect you from such sinful things as drink, women, and merrymaking. And here, just to take your mind off Christmas, snow scenes, holly, plum puddings and such like, is a little number expressly designed to help you.
Like I said, Vigilant wasn't short on warped humour, but I nevertheless shared the sentiment. I drew the line, though, at 3 Christmas carols in a row and decided to go up onto the conning tower deck, since we were still travelling on the surface. Might as well save a fresh air while the going's good.
No sleep for you either, Sparks?
No, sir. I thought I'd get a gulp or two of the real thing before the exercises begin.
I don't blame you.
Do we really have no idea how long we'll be away, Skip?
I'm afraid not. I have orders to take us to a position in the South Atlantic and await further instructions.
Oh, I hope we don't get into any sticky situations down there, what with an untried ship.
The war's in the Middle East, not the South Atlantic. Anyway, now's not the reason why.
I thought that only applied to the army, sir.
Don't you believe it, lad? Sterling?
Captain, radar room, unidentified object approaching from dead ahead collision course. Range 800 yards and closing rapidly. Request instructions.
800 yards? Whatever it is should be visible. Can you make anything out, Sparks?
Nothing at all, sir.
Range 750 yards, sir. Instructions, please.
Hard to starboard. Full power.
Hard to starboard it is, sir.
That should take us out of its path. Probably a ruddy trawler running without lights.
Captain Sterling, we have object now veering to port. Distance 500 yards. Request instructions.
Confounded idiots! 70 million pounds worth of submarine at risk because of some fools who don't know the rules of the channel.
Still can't see anything, sir. Captain Sterling, his face set and grim, peered fruitlessly into the darkness. Somewhere out there was a boat which, perhaps even without knowing it, has thrown the most sophisticated warship ever created into panic.
Captain Sterling, collision course confirmed. Request instructions urgently.
Suddenly, there was a brief parting in the dense overhead cloud, which allowed the pale winter moon to momentarily bathe the scene before us in its anemic light.
There it is! Look!
Just for a moment, before the clouds blotted out the moon again, I glimpsed what looked like a pleasure cruiser at full throttle cutting across our port bow. Unless she veered off her present course by at least 90 degrees immediately, I could see no way that Vigilant could avoid running her down and possibly being damaged herself.
Captain, radar confirms collision imminent. Object now 300 yards. Instructions, please.
Captain Sterling seemed unable to speak. He stared ahead as if mesmerised by the imminent disaster. His face was ashen. I gripped his arm. Captain, do something!
Yes, the only thing we can do. Attention all crew. Stand by for emergency crash dive. Sound the alarm.
Skipper and I clambered down the hatches that began to close electrically. 2 ratings swarmed up towards it from below to make good the seal manually. Vigilant, with all her complement at emergency stations, flooded her tanks and set her planes for crash dive. We reached the control room just as the flooded tanks and altered planes took effect. Her nose dropped away by perhaps as much as 50 degrees, and we had to grab hold of the console housing our radar and ASDIC to maintain our balance. Unbidden, the operator removed his headphones and turned up the ASDIC. The atmosphere was electrified with tension as those of us on the bridge waited, rigid with unbridled fear, to see whether disaster had been averted or not. We did it, Skipper. She's passing right overhead. Suddenly, brows were being mopped. Grins of relief were breaking out. The drama had passed.
See to it that the incident is reported to Coastal Command, giving full details of position.
Aye, aye, sir.
What's our depth?
After arresting the dive and levelling off, Vigilant's captain made his decision.
Maintain our depth at 45 fathoms and resume original course. We're staying down here the rest of the way. Seems to me we'll be a damn sight safer.
And so it was that Vigilant began her extended sea trials in earnest. She was put thoroughly through her paces, as were her crew, to ensure that she'd face any eventuality as the ultimate weapon she was. At the hitherto unheard-of speed of something in excess of 40 knots, Vigilant streaked silently through the chill depths of the Atlantic, heading for the position of the mysterious flashes. We reached the area at midnight on the 20th of December. At 300 hours, the Vigilance surfaced. By 400 hours, a good many of the officers and men were on her conning tower to watch the firing of 4 missiles in quick succession, which was the prearranged signal to be relayed by satellite back to the Admiralty that we'd arrived. It was quite a sight.
Countdown begins. 8, 7...
The faintest blue-grey wash in
5,
the sky heralded the dawn
4,
as the countdown was completed.
3, 2, 1, 0, fire!
That done, Vigilance slid once more beneath the bleak Atlantic and awaited instructions. None came except to stand by and maintain position. We did, for 5 boring and uneventful days. It was early on Christmas Eve when the skipper inquired.
Anything interesting coming through?
Well, there is for wardroom steward O'Donoghue. He's the father of an 8-pound 2-ounce baby boy.
Well done, that man. Anything else?
Well, apart from half a dozen personal messages for the crew, no, sir.
I don't know what the Ruddy Navy's coming to.
Bridge? Yes, he is. It's for you, sir. Chief Engineer Roberts.
Oh, well, thanks. Yes, Chief? Can we be sure about this? I see. When can we be certain? I'll remain here. Report as soon as you can.
Something wrong, Skipper?
I can't be sure for the moment, Sparks, but the Chief's just reported a warning signal from the engine room.
Fire hazard, sir?
Something more serious than that, I fear. Unless we have a simple malfunction of the automatic alarm concerned, we have a full-blown radiation leak from the reactor.
Radiation leak? What, shall I sound the emergency procedure alarm, sir?
No, not yet. However well-drilled a crew may be, there's always the risk of panic when faced with the real thing.
But suppose it is the real thing, sir. Aren't we wasting valuable time?
Sterling? I see. Very well. Stand by, and God help us all.
Bad, sir?
It couldn't be worse, Sparks. A secondary Geiger reading confirms radiation leakage well above tolerable levels.
What's to be done, sir?
Sound the emergency procedure alarm immediately.
Yes, sir.
Now activate the watertight doors and radiation shields.
But, Skipper, you haven't given the men in the engine compartment time to clear it.
I've given them all the time I can afford. I can't risk more contamination. Now do as I say.
Yes, sir. It was just on 0600 hours. I found myself thinking that this was one heck of a way to be spending Christmas Eve. All hands were now at their stations for emergency drill, with the exception of those still trapped in the engine compartment where the radiation leak had triggered the alarm.
I'm going below to assess the situation. You get a mayday away immediately.
I did. A serious view was taken of our plight because within minutes the Admiralty was on direct voice contact, advising that a Royal Navy rescue vessel was already altering course to render assistance. That was the good news. The problem was that she was some 18 hours away. Some minutes later, the captain, his brow beaded with perspiration, returned to the bridge.
Have we had any response?
Yes, sir. Help's on the way. 18 hours delay, though.
What?
All we have to do is surface and wait there.
That's no blasted good to us, Mr. Webb. We're completely without engine power, and that means we're unable to vent our tanks.
You mean we...
I mean we can't bring the ship to the surface. We can do nothing but remain suspended where we are, 45 fathoms down in the Atlantic, until we're either killed by radiation or lack of oxygen.
Captain Sterling, his ship and crew were in deep trouble in more ways than one. I went below to the main working level and threaded my way through frightened, pale faces to where the lead-lined radiation shield barred my way from entering the contaminated engine room. I found it shattering that there was nothing we could do for its occupants. Then the captain's voice was heard throughout the ship.
Attention all hands. This is your captain. As you are aware, we have a crisis on our hands, but there is no cause for panic. At present, we appear unable either to surface or, in fact, do anything which requires engine power. I can tell you that help is on the way. In the meantime, kindly expend as little energy physically as possible.
I couldn't help noticing that his last remark caused a number of raised eyebrows. As I passed the officer in charge of the depth regulators, he looked at me and shrugged his shoulders. The depth gauge read a steady 45 fathoms. At least we weren't sinking. I made my way back to the bridge, where I found the captain nervously twirling 3 fingers' worth of neat scotch while staring at the dormant instruments.
Pour yourself a drink, Sparks. Might as well.
He looked at me, and I could see defeat written all over his face. I couldn't understand it. He'd had to take drastic action, which might have sealed the fate of the men in the engine room, whose fates were sealed anyway from radiation. But for the rest, it seemed to me purely a waiting matter. It wasn't the first time rescue from a hidden sub had taken place, after all.
Maybe not, Sparks. The difference is that successful rescues take place where the oxygen hasn't run out.
But the Vigilant produces its own, as well as fresh water, simply by breaking down seawater into hydrogen and oxygen. And we've provisions for more than 6 months. I don't understand.
I can see that. Now, let me give it to you straight. We could produce oxygen and fresh water if we had power. The system works incredibly well, so long as the reactor does, too. But without it, well, without it, we have only the air we're breathing.
But that means...
What it means is that in about 12 hours from now, unless the Admiralty can pull something out of their hat, we face a particularly hideous death from oxygen starvation.
I suddenly understood the skipper's need for 3 fingers' worth of scotch and helped myself. What are the chances of anyone else picking up the Mayday? South Africans, for example.
What good would it be? They're not equipped for this kind of situation. Ironic, isn't it, that this should happen on Christmas Eve?
You're telling me.
Robertson tells me we have around 12 hours' worth of air left. That'll take us to the first hours of Christmas Day. I could think of better ways to spend it.
Instructions were given to break out Christmas rations. Champagne, the works. The idea being to lull the men, hopefully, into a peaceful state, causing them to use less oxygen while we waited patiently, yet without hope, for a miracle. The ship was shut down. Only the dim glow from emergency lighting was in use. An eerie silence fell upon us, each man deeply involved with his own thoughts. The men knew the facts well enough by now, and it's an eternal credit to them and those who chose them that they kept their heads. The hours crept by. 3, 5, 8. The air was now becoming fouler by the minute. Robertson had miscalculated.
I don't think we have much longer, Sparks.
Don't say that, Skipper. I dragged my oxygen-starved form to the transmitter and weakly punched out another Mayday with what dwindling power was left in the ship's batteries.
Don't waste your strength, Sparks. They know where we are. They just can't get here in time.
I painfully made my way down to the working deck with a vague notion of checking on the depth gauge. But I misjudged my reserves of strength and sank to my knees and slowly fell, wheezing for breath, against a bulkhead. All around me, men were in a similar condition. And then I heard it. A single voice, barely above a whisper, began to sing. Suddenly I realized, looking at my watch, that Christmas Day was dawning. One by one, other voices picked up the carol, until all who were able had joined in. Tears of frustration and irrational anger welled in my eyes. And then, suddenly, the now fervent voices were stilled by a frightening, screeching whine which filled the ship. Drawn, anxious and expectant faces turned toward me, but I could offer no comfort. My guess was the reactor was on the verge of blowing up, and all I could do and did was pray for a peaceful end. terrifying noise continued, and now seemed to come from different parts of the sub. I had no way of knowing what was happening, but instinct made me stagger and grope my way back to the bridge, gasping every inch of the way for want of air. Suddenly, as I drove my aching, oxygen-starved body past the now prone form of the depth controller, there came a sound of rending metal. A gush of water which was instantly replaced by a loud hissing. By now, I was prepared to disbelieve my senses. But within a few seconds, my ragged lungs confirmed that there was someone outside the sub, and it was now being pumped full of pure, sweet, life-giving air.
I can't believe it, Sparks. The nearest British rescue vessel is still hours away.
And he was right. But it didn't matter to us who our rescuers were, so long as they succeeded. Within minutes, most of the crew had recovered sufficiently to report happenings in various parts of the ship. The sounds of divers in the regions of the Vigilant's planes and fins were heard, and shortly thereafter she began to make way.
We're moving, Sparks. They must be towing us.
Anxious eyes were glued to the instruments. Very soon we found the Vigilant gaining momentum and rising. 15 minutes later, we were on the surface. No time was wasted in releasing the massive bolts holding the hatch in place. Willing hands above forced it open, flooding us with fresh salt air and the first glimpse of our rescuers.
You should have told us you were coming. We would have been here sooner.
Once on deck, we found ourselves flanked by 2 medium-sized submarines and being towed by a powerful tug proudly flying South African colours.
Allow me to introduce myself. Second Officer Gerry van Buren of the South African Navy at your service. ETA at Cape Town, where we might assist you with your reactor problems, is about, I would say, 5 hours from now.
You know about our problem.
And your mission, Captain. There's very little we don't know about in this part of the world. But never mind that now. Let me be the first to wish you all welcome to South Africa and a very Merry Christmas.
High Adventure is produced by Henry Diffenthal.
High Adventure.
Tonight's exciting story by Ron Evans is called Flight 603.
The Strata cruiser Silverbird 2X6 took off from London for New York on time. It was a calm, pleasant evening in July. In addition to a crew of 7, she carried 21 passengers, slightly less than 1/5 the normal complement. And among these was the newly appointed secretary of the World Peace Committee. Pilot Captain Alex Ormston had no reason to expect trouble. This was routine stuff, this long trip across the Atlantic. He had flown it 100 times before.
Nice time they must be having back there.
Hmm? Oh, the passengers. Yes, Skipper. Plenty of room to stretch out.
Anyone interesting?
Well, Brenda says you better do your stuff with Eric Smithstedt.
With who?
Smithstedt, head of the World Peace Conference. You know, the press have been playing him up as the biggest hope of the world yet, pulling out every cliché in the book.
Poor devil.
And why do you say that?
Because he'll fail. Can't help it, can he? Human nature being what it is.
He's a clever character.
Doesn't matter. Know who's lined up against a man like that?
You tell me.
Vested interests, Tab. Line after line of vested interests.
In other words, it's always going to pay someone to keep a war going somewhere, hmm?
You've said it.
You know, Skipper, flying hasn't put you up among the angels.
That's right. Well, I'll go and do my stuff. Must keep the paying customers happy.
Mm-hmm. Oh, incidentally, there's an 8-year-old child back there, travelling alone, an orphan. Parents killed in Ireland. Give her a smile, too, Skipper. Little Scrap looks as though she could do with it.
Handsome here goes aft. Okay, Tab, keep her on George. By now, she ought to be able to fly herself home.
The 8,000-ton freighter Molly Hawks, ploughing her cumbersome way through the Caribbean, began a corkscrewing motion. Sea had been piling on sea all day. For hours, the sky had been an unnatural cast of yellow. As darkness fell, a wind came up, lashing the waves into white crests.
Mr. Harris, I'm turning in. If the weather freshens any more, I want to know about it.
Do you think we're in for a blow?
There's one around somewhere. Get Sparks to raise the Met boys again and see what he can find out.
Aye, aye, Captain.
I suppose he's established contact again.
An hour ago. But he's moaning like blazes at the equipment he's got.
I'm not surprised. The owners ought to be pulled in for this lot. We're off the normal sea lanes here. If there's going to be some dirty weather, I'd rather not be out on a limb.
We should be back in action soon enough now. Mr. Cairns has completed the engine repairs.
I wonder if Mr. Cairns knew what he was in for when he signed on this line. Those ruddy engines. Might as well try to patch a bucket with sticking plaster.
Well, let's hope they behave now, sir. We're in for a bit of bouncing, whatever happens.
Aye, you're right about that.
In the meteorological station on Bermuda, the weatherman began to plot the course of Hurricane Laura.
Looks like Laura's a gal with a mind of her own, Dave.
You think so?
She's not conforming to any standard pattern. Take a look at this.
Whoa. I see what you mean. I should say she's a gal doesn't know her own mind. She'll be a hard one when she does hit.
Well, that's for sure. Well, hold it. There's something coming in now from one of the weather ships.
On course route 75, predictable as a clockwork train, Silver Bird cruised comfortably at 400 miles per hour, at a height of 32,000 feet, well above the path of the normal storm.
Sure is nice to be going home.
Is it?
Well, that's a funny question.
Is it nice to be going home with your conscience? That's what I mean.
Oh, come off it, Sylvia. Not that again.
I hoped and hoped all along that your takeover wouldn't be accepted.
You should worry. It'll put you in the millionaire class.
At a cost to a lot of people.
So what?
Other men have wives and families, Mike.
Now, listen, I can't carry the world.
We had enough without this latest venture.
I never heard a woman carp at a man making money before.
It's not the making of it. It's the means by which...
Honey, you can't protect all the people all the time.
And will being in the millionaire bracket make us any happier?
It's the first time you and I have traveled together anywhere for years. And now all I get from you is a load of morality talk.
Yeah. You know, the thing about money is knowing when to cry enough.
And that's never, Sylvia. And you do your part, make no mistake about it. You make demands on me all the time. Oh, yeah, you do. You and the kids.
No. Don't you shift your conscience onto me.
It's the old law of supply and demand, that's all.
Mike, which came first, wars or weapons? One of the weapons from the arms factory that you've taken over might... Well, it might blow your own son to glory.
Hey, that's a pretty crummy thing to say.
But it's a fact, though, isn't it?
You know, Sylvia, you seem crazy. People are not going to stop manufacturing arms just because I opt out.
The survival of the fittest. Is that really what you believe?
It's a fact of life.
No. The truth is, Mike, that you like making money. big money. It gives you a great feeling. You want us to demand things. You want your sons to have more pocket money than the next, despite the fact that you never see them. You want your wife's mink to be the most expensive.
So what if I do?
But it's meaningless. You've got your priorities mixed, can't you see? You spend your life getting at the expense of a family you never see.
You don't mind spending my priority, as you call it.
Oh, Mike, it's something you seem to expect.
Sylvia and Mike Dutton spoke quietly, despite their bitter differences of opinion. It was dark. Some of the passengers were already switching off the individual bulkhead lights, easing back their chairs, accepting pillows from the two hostesses, Brenda O'Brien and Diana Cameron. The small girl, who was travelling alone, was comfortably stretched out across 3 seats, a blanket pulled up to her chin. Her bright eyes observing Eric Smithstead, who sat across the aisle, chin on hand, gazing out at the night sky now thinly pricked with stars.
Tab, that compass reading you just gave me.
That's all okay, Skipper.
Well, one of us is wrong. One of us has to be.
What gives?
I don't know yet. Tab, I was back there chatting up Speasted. He was watching the stars.
So?
Take your nose out of your instrument and look for yourself. Well, tell me I'm crazy. For Pete's sake, tell me I'm crazy.
I wish I could. The compass can't be wrong. Can it?
We'll try a little correcting procedure based on observation.
Steering by the stars and the seats of our pants,
You have a better idea?
Sorry, Skipper.
Calling Bermuda Control. Calling Bermuda Control. This is Air World Flight 603. Do you read me?
Bermuda Control to Air World Flight 603. I read you loud and clear.
That's good. Bermuda Control, because we seem to be having a little trouble up here. Compass jammed. Would you give us a reading? What the blazes is that?
Bermuda Control. This is Bermuda Control. What's going on up there?
We're losing height fast, Skipper.
Flight, can you locate the trouble?
I'll try.
Tab, get back and see what's happening among the customers.
Well, what do I tell them?
Tell them anything but the truth. We're in trouble, Tab. Real trouble.
This is Bermuda Control. Do you read me? Do you read me, AWF 603?
I'll come back to you in a minute, Bermuda. Right now, I'm a busy man.
Despite the flippancy of his tone, Commander Ormston was a worried man. The plane continued to lose height, no longer with the speed of the initial shock, but with slow persistence. The needles in the altimeters crept round. 32,000, 30,000, 25,000, 20,000, 15,000. At 15,000, he managed to level off. The compass remained fixed. He was now in cloud and unable to take a bearing. His one hope lay in Bermuda.
This is Air World 603 to Bermuda Control. Captain Ormston speaking.
Come in, 603. What the heck's going on up there?
We've had some sort of an explosion aboard. My height now reads 15,000. Compass is still jammed. The flight engineer is making a check. Can you estimate my position, please?
This is going to take a little working out, 603.
Come back to me, but make it fast, will you?
Roger.
Sabotage, Captain Ormston. I'm not sure how or why.
That's for a later estimate, Flight. Just give me the damage.
As the flight engineer checked out the damages, First Officer Tab Hamilton returned to the flight deck and slid into his place. Together they listened to the estimated damages. They had long ago passed the point of no return. They knew they couldn't possibly reach New York, and with a sick feeling in the pit of his stomach, Captain Ormston guessed he was further off course than he realized.
The fuel leakage is bad, Skipper.
No hope of it being temporary? Okay, Flight, I read you loud and clear.
I'm sorry, Skipper.
Who isn't?
They were still losing height. Flight 603 still had contact with Bermuda Control. but the possibility of landing in Bermuda had to be ruled out. Fuel would not permit it, and the strato-cruiser had lost much of her maneuverability. Ormston called the cabin crew to the flight deck and put them in the complete picture. He then requested them to return aft and reassure the passengers that everything was under his control. And he thanked heaven those passengers could not sense the terror that gripped him. The aeroplane began to buffet as she flew into the storm path. The command to fasten seat belts blazed above the bulkhead.
I guess we're in a pretty serious jam, Mike.
Yeah. Kind of cuts you down to size, don't it? Scared, honey?
I'm out of my wits.
Don't worry. The captain's got everything under control.
It's okay, darling. I don't need soothing syrup. Listen, there's a little girl back there. What say we ask the hostess if she could take this spare seat with us?
Yeah, I'll get her. And if it's any use to you, I'm scared, too.
Oh, I'm
scared of blazes. What is it?
Why are we being thrown about so badly?
You're right.
Hey, Mike, it's getting worse.
Let's get that kid along with us, huh?
What's our height, Tab?
10,000.
Wind velocity?
Anemometer readings erratic, Skipper.
Flight? What would you give us for staying afloat if I can put her down on the water?
3 minutes, maybe 5, depending on height of waves. Maybe nothing. Have we any option?
No option, Flight. No option at all. This is AWF 603 to Bermuda Control. Do you still read me?
We're still with you, Captain Ormston, and we're staying that way.
That's fine, Bermuda. I am now flying at 10,000 feet, but I don't know how long I can maintain that height. We're getting a good deal of buffeting. I'd like to know the state of the sea right now.
The sea's pretty bad in your area. What have you in mind?
I request a ditching heading, Bermuda.
Captain Ormston, this is the Chief Control Office of Bermuda Control. Any alternative?
Negative.
We'll give you the heading and put you directly onto the Met Boys. We shall alert any shipping in your immediate area to stand by. And good luck, Captain.
All right, Mr. Harris, what's the word?
Passenger jet in trouble. She's going to ditch. We've been asked to render assistance.
In this?
Bermuda's in contact, sir. Request a personal talk.
Tell Sparks I'm on my way. What's the weather angle now?
Hurricane Laura's getting up to 60, but still moving north.
Ah, thank heaven for that.
Bermuda thinks she'll bypass us, but it isn't exactly ditching weather, is it, Skipper?
Must the poor blighter put it down here?
Seems he has no choice.
Time factor?
30 minutes.
Muster all hands.
Aye, aye, sir.
Good evening, Sparks.
Bermuda on the air now, sir.
Hello, Bermuda. This is McCulloch, captain of the Mollyhawks. I understand you need our assistance.
I'm glad to hear you, Captain. We have an Air World Strata cruiser in your area. She's gone a ditch. You seem to be the only people near enough to help.
Just tell us what you want us to do, Bermuda. Mr. Cairns, you've got the task of your career. If you're ever prayed over those engines, pray over them now.
Aye, aye, sir.
They've given us the estimated ditching area, and that's only a few minutes from our present position. It's a question of maneuverability. With all the luck in the world, they're not going to have much more than 3 minutes after they hit.
May heaven help them.
Never mind about heaven, Mr. Harris. We're the ones on the spot. We must break out to some sort of foam path. What can you give us?
Tab, give me that microphone. Ladies and gentlemen, this is your captain speaking. It seems we're having a bit of excitement this trip.
Understatement of the year.
I'm going to attempt a sea landing. Now, don't worry. This is all a part of rehearsed procedure.
Who are you kidding?
But it does rely on your absolute cooperation. Please obey without question anything, and I repeat, anything the crew may ask you to do. There is a ship standing by to assist us and take us off. I'm sending the first officer back to speak to you. Thank you, and good luck.
Sylvia half turned in her seat to look at her husband. Neither could say what they thought because of the child now sitting between them. They were fully aware they might only have a few minutes of life left.
First of all, ladies and gentlemen, I'm not going to fool you. This is a tricky operation and the weather's against us. On the credit side, we have the best and most experienced captain in Airworld's fleet. What we have to do now is remove everything liable to break loose on impact. And I mean everything. Handbags, briefcases, parcels. All light luggage, however small and insignificant you may think it. I'm also going to suggest you take off your shoes. The stewardesses will start collecting the gear now.
Mike, will we come down very hard?
Yeah, I'm afraid so.
The hostesses will hand you pillows. When you get them, crouch forward in your seats and push your heads down into them.
As Tab Hamilton gave instructions, the passengers proceeded to pile up shoes and hand luggage for the stewardesses to remove. Sylvia Dutton gripped the older woman's hand so hard, Sylvia's rings bit into her flesh. On the flight deck, Ormston now had direct contact with the Molly Hawks.
Can you give me the height and period of waves down there?
Captain McCulloch, sir.
10, 13 feet. 2-minute intervals. Wind's abating a little, but I'd still put it down at 45.
I'm going to try to ditch across the swell and get the passengers out across the wings.
Can you pick up the foam path?
I'm still trying.
Mr. Cairns, I want this ship lit up like a ruddy Christmas tree. Mr. Harris, that foam path's inadequate. Break out more drums with lights inside.
Aye, aye, sir.
Captain Ormson, let me know the minute you pick us up. We've boats and rafts at the ready.
I'll give you a countdown.
If he can't see us now, he'll never see us. If he's going to ditch, I wish he'd ditch. I'm not happy about this.
Shut up, Mr. Harris.
Aye, aye, sir. Do you think they've a chance?
The deceleration forces on ditching beggars description. If they hit a wall of water, that's it.
That means a pilot must have the judgment of heaven.
It does, Mr. Harris, it does. As they hit the water, they bounce off the sudden check. And on re-entering the water, although they're still traveling at the fair speed, they'll be brought to an immediate halt. I don't have to tell you what that means.
The deceleration smashes everything to blazes.
Anything not firmly secured is likely to be flung forward, and even chairs with their occupants may be torn from their mountings. Injuries may be severe. On impact, the fuselage is almost certain to be stove in. You want me to go on?
You sound as if you're quoting.
I am, from a flying manual.
If the fuselage is stove in, there'd be an onrush of water.
You're quite right, Mr. Harris. With immediate failure of light.
Flotation period?
Your guess is as good as mine, Mr. Harris.
My guess is there won't be any.
There's going to be. There has to be. There are 28 people inside that aircraft, Mr. Harris. If you're convinced they're doomed, I would be obliged if you'd keep your sentiments to yourself.
AWF 603 to the Molly Hawks. I see you well.
Oh, thank heaven for that, Captain.
How's the water, friend?
Warm enough temperature-wise. She's abated a little. Swell's still running high, but I give the braking period 2¼ minutes now.
Thank you, Captain. I won't be talking again before we hit.
We'll finish the conversation aboard then, Skipper. I carry the best whiskey in the world.
Roger.
Roger, and good luck. Break out the boats, Mr. Harris!
Aye, aye, sir.
Silverbird listened once more to Bermuda control, and it seemed to Ormston that Bermuda was throwing every instruction in the book at him.
We've jettisoned everything we can, Skipper.
Roger. Freeze fuel.
Fuel frozen.
Tab.
Skipper?
Everything secure back there?
All secured.
That kid.
She's okay, Annex, don't worry.
Stewardesses.
No panic, they've got the drill.
Flight. Buckle yourself in the cabin and stand by to open the emergency exits.
Roger.
Now, Tab, we've work to do.
The men on the deck of the Molly Hawk saw the lighted Stratocruiser come out of the air with a terrifying swiftness. On the water, easily lit now by the makeshift foam path, life rafts rose up and down to the fierce swell, while the men in the lifeboats waited on the surface of the water, themselves hazarding their lives almost in the path of the fated aircraft. There wasn't a man in the Molly Hawks, in the shore-based Met Station, or Bermuda Control who wasn't praying at that moment, however he prayed.
Sylvia?
Yeah?
I just wanted you to know that what you said made sense.
It's going to be all right, Mike. It has to be.
Sure, it's going to be all right.
Hang on to the kid, Mike.
I've got to. We're all gonna hang on together, aren't we, honey?
This is it, Tab.
They're coming out over the wing.
Aye. Are you counting, Mr. Harris?
I'm counting, Captain.
What is it now?
15. One's being helped, I think. Oh, if it wasn't so dark.
We need more flares.
Yes, sir.
22. 23. Can't they move faster?
If they panic on those wings.
There's a compliment to 28, Mr. Harris. 28.
She's going under fast.
25. 26.
She's going to plunge.
27. 27.
She's going.
Tell them to get those boats clear before they get caught, Mr. Harris.
Get away. She's going.
28. He's on the wing. He's jumped for it. Break out the whiskey, Mr. Harris.
Aye, aye, sir.
Sabotage, Captain Ormston? In the name of fortune, why?
Who knows? Some nut. Maybe they were warmongers after the head of the World Peace Commission. Or maybe they were peace advocates after the arms manufacturers. Either way, it was useless. All that happened was that 28 people lived this fear up there. I can taste it still.
You did a magnificent job, Captain.
I did a job, that's all. It's harder to be responsible for life than it is to destroy it.
Saboteurs should remember that.
Oh, here you are, Harris. Help yourself, man. You've earned it.
Thanks, Skipper. Now I've the chance. There's a question I want to ask you, sir.
Go ahead.
You quoted me a lot of stuff from a flying manual. Do you read such things?
Normally I don't, Mr. Harris. But we had one lying around at home.
Oh?
The flight engineer of 603 is my son, Mr. Harris. You might say I had a very personal interest.
High Adventure is produced by Henry Diffenthal. High
Adventure.
Tonight's story by Ron Evans is entitled Ordeal of Terror.
Gunston, superbikes at Ball Door. You scratch hard round the bend, turn it on to 270 Ks and you're out front, untouchable. You're close to the things men rate great, like Gunston Toasted. Gunston cigarettes are made from the best tobaccos a man can get, for that rich, rewarding, toasted taste. Get closer to flavor with Gunston Toasted.
Ain't it nice? I bought it with my slice.
Come on into the MBS and get your slice.
I got it in a trice. It's easy with your slice.
I got my slice. They treat you very nice.
Come on into the MBS and get your slice.
It cost a pretty price, but I got it with my slice.
Come on into the MBS and get your slice.
My name is Bob Ridgway. I own a fair-sized farm at the foot of the Drakensberg Mountains. It's a very quiet place to live, but I like it. I'm not a farmer at heart, really, so I employ a manager while I continue with my profession as an author. In this, my wife, Susan, is a great help, typing up fair copies and doing most of the research work. Our two children, Martin, who is 12, and Julie, 11, go to boarding school in the city. They love it, and I think they appreciate the country more when they come home during the school holidays. It was something that happened during their holidays that prompts me to tell you this story. Very early one morning, I drove down to Durban and wasn't due back until late that afternoon, unfortunately. Martin and Julie were playing at the back of the house.
That's not fair, Marty.
It is, and I should know. Anyway, let's go on out, and we can take a look round down by the bottom pasture.
Mum doesn't like us going so far from the house.
I don't know why not. Oh, let's go just the same. There's nothing there to be scared of. Come on, Julie.
Oh, all right, but...
Where are you two sneaking off to?
Hi, Mom. We're just going to play around the front. That's right, isn't it, Julie?
Yes, that's right, Mum.
All right, then. But don't be straying off.
Don't worry.
Are we going to go all the way down to the fence?
Of course.
But it's so far. Right down by the road.
That's all right. I know the way. Come on, Slowcoach. I'll race you to the first fence.
That had been 9 in the morning. Meanwhile, in town at the City National Bank, a deadly drama was being played out. 2 masked men had walked in and leveled machine guns at the staff and the few customers who were being served.
And that's just a warning. All of you keep your hands in your heads. Okay, hurry up, Frank. Just get where you can.
I'm doing my best, man.
Don't take any new notes.
Right, that's all the doors cleaned out.
Okay, leave it at that. Come on. Come on, let's get the heck out of here.
I'll go out first and cover you, Tiger.
Yeah, you do that. Move it. None of you make a move to chase us, huh?
Okay, Tiger. All clear.
Right, Jay. Step on it. Like it was charmed.
We were lucky. Just picked a time when no one was coming into the bank.
You were quick.
Well, that's the way to do these things. If you linger around, you get the fuzz in your neck. Just grab the nearest cash and get out.
Darn these robots. So far, everyone's been against us.
That's the way it is when you're in a hurry.
Just drive slow and easy, Jane. The tension's the last thing we want to attract. Even when we get out of town and onto the freeway, keep down your speed, okay?
It's all right, Tiger. I know how to drive. Sit back, relax, and leave it all to me.
Okay, sunshine. I'll do just that. Now, Frank, we can take a small vacation up at my place in the burg for a couple of weeks.
When do we hit the next bank, Tiger?
Well, if we do one every 2 weeks, it'll be just about right. I reckon we should hit some place in the Free State next. It's bad news to operate in the same area all the time. The first time they see a pattern, and, well, the next thing you know, they're waiting for you.
Should I go through the cases and count how much we got?
Hey, that's bad luck. No, when we're up in the cottage, there'll be plenty of time. Well, Jane, honey, about a year from now, we'll be able to retire and live like royalty.
If the cops are as dumb as you think they are.
Yeah, they are. You can stake your life on that.
Tiger's right, Jane. They're not going to go looking up in the mountains for us. The few people we do know around here, well, they think that we're husband and wife and brother.
Yeah, they don't see us leave, and I doubt if they'll see us return. If they do, we can always say we've been shopping in Ladysmith. Who's gonna be suspicious of that?
Oh, I suppose you're right. It's just that your optimism is unnerving at times.
Hey, it's nice up here. Look, Judy, you can see the tarred road.
I'm hungry.
Can't you think of anything other than your stomach?
We've missed our lunch now, and Mum's going to be very angry with us.
Oh, stop worrying. Hey, look at that big bird up there. I'll bet it's an eagle.
I don't care. Let's go home, Martin.
No.
Oh, please.
I want to watch that eagle for a while. It must have a nest somewhere up that cliff.
I'll go by myself.
Okay, tell Mom I'll be back before dinner.
Oh, come with me, Martin, please.
No, I want to sit here.
I'm frightened by myself.
Stupid girl. What's there to be frightened of?
Oh, I don't know. Animals and things.
Oh, all right. Sit here with me for 10 minutes or so, and we'll go back together.
10 minutes, then. What are you doing?
Pinched one of Dad's cigarettes. Don't tell anybody. Promise.
It doesn't matter to me. If you turn into a dwarf, I won't care.
To tell you the truth, I pinched 3. Oh, that's better.
Doesn't sound better.
Look at that white car in the distance. It's coming towards us.
Looks like a toy from up here.
Wonder where it's going.
Daddy says there are a lot of small cottages higher up on the mountain where people stay.
Gee, it's moving fast.
Hey, what's the big hurry, Jane?
Oh, why worry? There's no fuzz along here to stop us.
But be careful, huh? There's a sharp turn left down the dirt road in a minute or two.
I know the way, Tiger. Haven't I been living here for the last 2 months?
Okay, so you know the road. That don't mean you can drive like a nut.
I may be dumb in some ways, Tiger, but I can handle a car better than most.
Isn't that why we chose you as driver? Well, don't get uptight with Tiger. He's just thinking how awful it would be.
Hey, look, there's a turn-off, Jane. Slow down, you darn fool.
There's no brakes, Tiger.
The handbrake.
Look out!
Watch it!
We're going to hit those rocks!
Ain't that just great? At this stage of the game, too.
Oh, sorry, fellas, I couldn't help it.
Yeah.
The handbrake pulled me over to the one side.
If you hadn't been gone so darn fast.
Not much damage. I'll try the engine.
Hey, Frank, take a look underneath. I thought some of those small rocks give us a belt down there.
Stop turning it, Jane.
Well, what is it?
The sump's cracked. Oil filter's gone, too.
I ain't no expert with engines, boy. What does it mean? Do we go or don't we?
Not in this car, we don't.
Oh, now we're in a fix.
Yeah, you and your stupid driving.
Well, there's no use crying about it, Tiger. I think we'd better start walking.
Like heck, I'll walk. We'll stop some car, knock the driver off the head, and make use of it.
Isn't that too risky? So close to home?
Frank's right.
But it's miles and miles.
Not if we cross country away from the roads. That way it's not more than 15 miles.
15 miles? That'll kill me.
Well, by road it's about 25. You see that high ridge over there in the distance? Well, all we have to do is get over that and we're on the path to your cottage.
Are you sure?
Positive.
I'll get the bags out. And we can hide the car in that ditch over there. The sooner we get started, the better.
Hey, tell me something, Jane. How you know Frank?
Couple of years. Used to knock around with my kid brother before he ran foul of the fuzz and got himself locked up.
He seems a bit weak to me, eh? Squeamish. When he was grabbing that dough in the bank, he was shaking like a kid in his first day at school.
Don't worry about him, Tiger. He's solid, reliable, and loyal.
I don't like the way he looks at you.
You getting jealous, Tiger?
I get upset when punks start trying to horn in on my territory.
Meaning I am your territory?
Well, you do as you're told, yeah.
You have such a masterful way with women. Sometimes I think you're ready to drag me off to a cave by my hair.
Say, that's quite an idea.
Hey! Are you leaving me to do all the work?
You're getting well paid. Well, we'd better give him a hand before he goes on strike.
Now look over there. You see that depression?
Yeah, what about it?
And we can push the car over there. It's right out of sight of the road.
But any passing farm will be able to see it.
We can break some of the branches off those trees and put them over.
He's right, Tiger.
Hey, sure. We can make a good camouflage job of it like we did in our field guns in Korea.
Right. And help me push the car off these rocks.
Get down here behind this rock.
Why are you hiding from them, Martin?
It's the way they're acting. Look what the two men are doing now. Pushing their car into a ditch.
Why? Maybe it's no good. Broken.
They could leave it at the side of the road and get it fixed later.
Can you hear what they say?
Yes, if you'll be quiet.
Well?
No, I can't make it out. Let's go a bit closer and keep down out of sight. Sort of pretend they're spies or something like.
You go first.
Hey, Jane, stop standing there like a Miss World contender and give us a hand with these branches.
Will these be enough?
Oh, enough to keep the car out of sight for a few days.
Oh, this is what I call a man's type of job.
We're all in this together, so we all row together, savvy? Here, grab this one.
Oh.
Okay, just lay them over the roof like this. Here, come on, I'll help you. Yeah, right? I thought you were a woman's lib supporter.
Funny man. Got any more sour jokes?
Don't look around right away, but...
What?
There are two kids watching us from that bush, directly behind us.
This just ain't our day.
What'll we do?
Well, there's one thing we can do. Grab them before they call out the local vigilantes.
And what then?
Well, I know you're gonna argue about this, but we're gonna have to bury them somewhere in these hills.
There's only one thing harder than choosing a TV set, and that's the company you get it from. Are the prices honestly competitive?
With Teljoy, you should.
Will you have the option to rent or buy? Can you rent for a bit and then decide to buy?
With Teljoy, you should.
Can you be sure of same-day service if you phone before 10 a.m., including Saturday?
With Teljoy, you should.
And will they be around for years to come to honor your guarantee?
With Teljoy, you should. Because with no other business but you and TV.
It's the fun magazine for every member of the family. Family Radio and TV offers a brand new competition every week with fabulous prizes. Family Radio and TV gives you all the news about all radio and TV programs. It's a whole world of facts and photos, people and places. You'll find out why when you buy Family Radio and TV.
Family Radio and TV.
Joking when you say we're going to bury them somewhere.
Maybe I am, and maybe I ain't. But first, we gotta get them. Now listen, Frank. I'll go on the other side of the car, then dodge into the bushes coming up behind them. Start an argument with Jane and keep them occupied, okay?
So how do we argue?
Make a big show of it. Wave your hands about. Like this.
Okay, you asked for it. And look where your stupid driving got us. Stuck out here, miles from everywhere.
You should have shut up when I was driving. And you can shut up now, for that matter.
Tiger's right. You can never trust a woman to do the right thing.
Look who's talking.
Yeah.
Never know you to do anything right. Isn't that right, Tiger?
And don't bring him into it. I wish they'd hurry up. We can't keep this up all day.
Keep it up. You're doing fine. I'm fed up with the two of you anyway. You're always going on about women. You should take a really good long look at yourself sometime. Yeah. Sorry I got mixed up with you.
Look at them, Julie. They're having a nasty argument. He looks like he's going to hit her. Where's the other man gone? Can you see him?
No. Perhaps he's gone into the bushes.
There, gotcha.
No, let me go.
Hey, what are you doing?
You're both coming with me.
Please let me go.
Shut up, you brat. Come on. Come on and stop stumbling. I'll hurt you.
Oh, there are only a couple of youngsters.
Yeah, and a couple of youngsters that can get us locked up for a long spell.
And now you've got them, what are you going to do? I've seen the car. They can give us our descriptions to the fuzz and tell them which way we went.
They won't be telling the fuzz nothing, see? I mean, they can't when they're dead. We can stick the bodies in the car and then we can take them...
You can forget that plan. Murder isn't my line, especially child murder.
Frank's right. How could you even think of it?
Don't you see? It's the only thing we can do.
It isn't. We can take them along with us and decide later.
Ah, you're both crazy.
Put that gun away, Tiger. Or do you want Frank and me to turn against you?
Okay. We will talk more about this later. These darn kids are a danger to us every moment they're alive.
I won't tell on you, honest. Just let us go.
Shut up, kid. Speak when you're spoken to.
Take it easy on them, Tiger. There was no need for that.
The woman Jane held onto Julie's arm and Frank held Martin. In addition, Frank carried a small case of money and Tiger the larger one. It was rough going across country, but the real endurance test was the climb. The narrow path was steep and very rocky. At some parts, the path had been washed away, leaving only a narrow ledge. When I arrived home from Durban, I found Susan so worried that she had already detailed all the farm workers to look for the children. At 5, one of them reported that he'd found the car near the road. I drove down to look at it and returned to the house. To me, it was little more than an abandoned car, until I heard the news over the radio and put 2 and 2 together. By then, I was really worried. I sent Susan into town to inform the police, then set out with Sipho Zondi, one of my workers, whom I knew to be a good tracker. We were both armed with torches and rifles. Though there was little chance of picking up the trail before morning, I couldn't bear to be idle. Meanwhile, my quarry had gone to ground shortly after dark, in an old abandoned hut, to wait till morning. Julie and Martin were tied back to back so as to prevent them escaping. As dawn broke, they were woken by a gentle shake and a soft, whispered voice.
Shh, don't make any noise. I'm going to untie you, honest. You're going to let us go. Don't say any more. As soon as you're free, creep to the door, then run for your lives. Turn over just a bit more. That's right. Thanks a lot. Do me one favor for this, okay? Yes. Say you were lost on the mountain all night. You haven't seen her. All right. And thanks. Off you go then. Goodbye. And good luck. Thank you.
Hey, Jane, what are you doing?
Go back to sleep, Tiger. It's all right.
All right? No, it ain't. Hey, what are those darn kids?
What's wrong?
The kids have gone.
They must have got loose during the night.
You just let them loose, you mean?
Oh, don't be stupid, Tiger. Would I do a thing like that?
Because you felt sorry for them, that's why. I don't know. You just can't trust a woman.
Where are you going? Put that gun away.
Yeah? I'm gonna to get them.
Oh, Frank, for heaven's sake, stop him.
I'm beginning to wonder why I got myself involved in this mess. If he catches the kids, he'll kill them. If he doesn't, the cops will be on our trail in a few hours.
Just stop where you are. I can see you.
Quick, into these bushes.
You can't get away. Come back here.
What are we going to do? He knows where we are, and he has a gun.
Listen, you run straight on, keeping among these bushes. I'll go off to the right and try to head him away from you. All right?
But I'll get lost.
See down there on the other hill. The tree standing alone. I'll meet you there. Hurry.
But Marty.
Stay right where you are, little girl. Don't make one move.
Marty!
That's right, a right handful here will stop you running out.
Oh, no, please, you're hurting.
Well, that's just what I'm trying to do. Just so you'll scream and bring your little brother back.
Run, Marty, run!
Shut up!
I got your sister, son. And if you're not back here by the time I count to 10, I'm gonna blow her pretty little head off. And I ain't kidding, boy. Are you ready? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That's right. Come closer. Come on. 6, 7, 8, 9. Gotcha.
You're going to kill us anyway, aren't you?
Now you come to mention it, yes.
So you got them. Good. We don't want them going off and telling tales.
You just go back to the hut, Frank. Let me deal with this.
No, you don't, Tiger. I'm not having that.
You ain't, maybe, but I am. Now run off and leave this to me.
Frank, you down there?
Yeah, come on down. I'm warning you now. Kill one of those kids and I swear I'll kill you.
So that's the way it is, huh? You're looking for an excuse so you can have the money to yourself. Is that it?
Don't be stupid. Of course it isn't. I just don't want to be an accessory to murder. We'll take the kids with us to the cottage, grab our things and go and hide out somewhere else.
I heard all that, and I agree with Frank. It makes sense.
It was you that let them go, wasn't it? Well, I don't trust a woman around me at times like this. I never did.
Calm yourself down, Tiger, and point that gun away from me.
Tiger, you... Why'd you shoot her like that and...
I got a good mind to do the same for you. Now grab hold of these kids.
Give me that gun!
Hey, Jack, what are you doing?
Run, Judy, come on.
Sippo Zondi and I had found their trail during the night and had arduously followed it. We were already at the hut when the first shot was fired. We both ran towards the sound, as though by instinct Martin and Julie, hand in hand, had run towards us.
Dad!
Oh, thank heavens you're safe.
He's over there, somewhere, with a gun. And he wants to kill us.
Is he alone? I thought there were 3 of them.
It was horrible. He killed them because they wanted to stop him from shooting
Yeah, okay, I get the picture. I want you 2 to stay here with Sifo. The police should be here soon.
Where you going, Dad?
Man-hunting.
Be careful. He's mad, I think.
I'll be careful. Now, none of you move from here. I hazarded a guess. When we'd looked in the hut earlier, I noticed the 2 cases, which obviously contained the spoils of the bank raid. With luck, Tiger Barnett wouldn't run far without it. I was right, but too late. When I stepped into the clearing and cautiously looked into the hut, the cases had already gone. Disappointed, I quickly glanced around for a vantage point. It presented itself in the shape of a ledge a few feet up the cliff face. I worked my way up onto it and looked around, waiting for a telltale movement. I saw a figure dart from one rock to another, and I felt the hair on the back of my neck rise. I was a sitting duck, a helpless target up there on that ledge, and Tiger knew it. Because of the range, his bullets went wide, and his overconfidence was his downfall. In retaliation, I fired once. And he went down. I waited, cradling my rifle, but he didn't move. When I was certain he wasn't trying to play a trick, I dropped down and went over to the body. My bullet had drilled him neatly between the eyes, a real hunter's shot. Beside him lay the bags, one of them open, spewing its valuable contents. A few thousand lousy rand that had cost 3 lives, and very nearly 5. The wind blew some of the notes away as a searching police helicopter circled the valley. Sickened, I didn't bother to touch them. Instead, I slowly walked back to where I had left my children.
Ain't it nice? I bought it with my slice.
Come on into the MBS and get your slice.
I got it in a trice. It's
it's easy with your slice.
I got my slice. They treat you very nice.
Come on into the MBS and get your slice.
It cost a pretty price, but I got it with my slice.
Come on into the MBS and get your slice.
Gunston, superbikes at Bold Door. You scratch hard round the bend, turn it on to 270 Ks and you're out front, untouchable. You're close to the things men rate great, like Gunston Toasted. Gunston cigarettes are made from the best tobaccos a man can get, for that rich, rewarding toasted taste. Get closer to flavor with Gunston Toasted.
At the investigation later, it was learnt that Tiger Barnett was an American hoodlum who had come to South Africa under the impression he would find things easier. He'd picked up Jane Hadlow and Frank Knowles, who were just a pair of petty crooks, and had intended to use them to back him up on a series of bank robberies. Had they been successful, it's unlikely that he would have allowed Jane and Frank to live long enough to enjoy their ill-gotten gains. He was that kind of man, a born killer. Well, it's nice and quiet around here again now. I'm hoping it stays like that.
High Adventure is produced by Henry Diffenthal.
High Adventure.
In tonight's story, we present Cloud Curtain.
Tell Ralph to hurry up. I don't like the look of those clouds.
Well, he says to fetch him in the valley.
Well, that's nonsense. Let's get his hang glider in the trailer
It's too late. He's on his way down to the valley already.
What's the matter with him? Why can't he listen?
Are you two having a private fight, or can anyone join in?
Alice says Ralph's flying down to the valley.
Yeah, that's right. Come over to the crest and you can see him.
I told him the air's becoming very turbulent.
Don't be such an old woman, Gerald.
But listen to me. The air's becoming gusty, and Ralph isn't an experienced...
Look, there he is. Everything's fine. Yeah, fine.
Uh-huh. Well, one of our famous high-felt storms is on the way. Just look at those clouds. And you can see the weather closing in at the west end of the valley. I don't have to tell you how dangerous it can...
Oh, come off it. Ralph will have landed in a couple of minutes. There's nothing to worry about.
I told him we weren't going to fly anymore today, and I've had a great deal more experience at this sort of thing than any of you.
Don't start lecturing us, please. It's very sweet of you to be our mother hen, but
Wait,
really...
something...
What?
Something's wrong.
What?
Ralph, he looks as though he's in some sort of trouble. Look!
Yes, you're right. He's losing control of the glider. A sharp gust of wind nearly turned him upside down there. Did you see that?
Very far above the ground.
Well, maybe not, but he's high enough to be... Oh, no, look! He's dropping like a stone.
He's going to hit the ground.
Come on, get back to the car.
Right.
Well, don't stand there gawking. Move! Come on.
Look, he disappeared into the tall grass, and the glider went over and over.
I wish people would listen to good advice.
Oh, look, he's come down close to the road, thank goodness.
Well, it's going to take us a few minutes to get down to the valley. Come on, hurry up, you
We're
two.
going as fast as we can.
Do you think he's hurt?
We'll know the answer to that when we get to him. Here's the car. Come on, get aboard.
Okay.
That's it.
Gosh, those clouds look ugly.
Telling me. And that's hail heading this way.
Hail? Well, how do you know?
Because I've lived in the Transvaal for years. Believe me, there's hail coming. Those clouds are an ice storm.
It's a time for fixing corral, hacking pinyon pine, and a time for bringing in the horses off a winter feed down Mesa country. Maybe it's your kind of country. If so, Paul Revere is your kind of cigarette. Rich in flavor, big on taste. The pride of tobaccos. Paul Revere.
As jy oulik voel.
Die bedrywige, veeleisende lewe wat jy lei, verg baie van jou maag. Sprankelende, verfrissende Eno aktiewe vrugtesout begin dadelik oortollige maagsuur neutraliseer om jou maag na sy normale toestand te herstel. Eno sit weer lus in die lewe.
Sprankelende, verfrissende Eno, borrel jou oulikheid weg.
Eno aktiewe vrugtesout, gewone of verfrissende suurlemoen, noodhulp vir maag.
When you're so bone weary, you could cry and ache so bad you think you're gonna die. A rest assured bed, a rest assured bed will really set you free.
Yeah, rest assured beds. Comfort, support, pamper, and relax your whole body in more comfort than you've ever known before.
Rest assured beds, comfort that sets you free.
Ain't it nice? I bought it with my slice.
Come on into the MBS and get your slice.
I got it in a trice. It's easy with your slice.
I got my slice. They treat you very nice.
Come on into the MBS and get your slice.
It cost a pretty price, but I got it with my slice.
Come on into the MBS and get your slice.
Somewhere around here.
It's hard to be sure just where he is in this tall grass and bush.
Yes, but I think he's near those trees ahead to the left.
Are you sure?
Yes, I am. Well, I'll stop the car near the next curve in the road.
You know, it's strange. The sky's getting dark and it's only 4 in the afternoon.
And an old-timer in Pretoria told me about a hailstorm they had about 30 years ago, with stones the size of tennis balls.
Oh, come on, Gerald, you're trying to scare us to death.
Really? This part of the world gets some of the most vicious lightning and hail anywhere. I'm not trying to frighten you. I just want you to be prepared.
No, I can't get over the way it's getting dark. It's like a giant black curtain's being just drawn across the sky.
It's pitch black in the west, and over there in the east, the sky's just cloudless. It's weird.
Yes, and dangerous. Now, we've got to get Ralph under cover. Come on.
Are you sure you're not exaggerating about that hail?
Sometimes the hail's only the size of small marbles. But I'd say those clouds coming at us have got more of a punch than usual. You know, a few years ago I saw cattle which had been caught in the open during a severe hailstorm, and they were beaten to death.
Good grief.
And the lightning's no joke either. I don't want us to be standing out in the open veldt when the storm breaks.
Oh, look, there's an opening in the bush over there.
Huh? Yes, you're right. Now, come on, this way. Follow me. And hurry.
Oh, everything's so still at the moment.
Yeah, well, don't let that fool you.
The temperature's dropping. Can you feel it?
It was blazing hot earlier today, and now it feels like ice.
Yes, and that's precisely what it is.
Look, I can see a wing of the hang glider.
Where?
Over there, to the right.
Yes, I can see it.
Oh, Ralph! Ralph, can you hear us?
Over here.
Oh, there he is. Are you all right?
Probably a matter of opinion.
Well, he sounds hale and hearty anyway.
Yeah, you know what he's like. He thinks everything's a joke.
Well, this little lot is far from a joke. He's lucky he wasn't killed.
I'm over this way.
Oh, there he is.
Are you hurt?
Didn't manage a very good landing, I'm afraid.
Why are you lying down?
I do believe I've broken my leg.
Let's take a look.
A word of advice.
Oh?
Keep away from those rocks over there. While I was waiting for you, I noticed a couple of scorpions are there in residence.
Scorpions?
Yes, I've heard tell that the baboons around here eat them. They break off the stings and they...
I'm afraid you're right. There's a bone broken here, all right.
All right, take it easy. I already know there's a bone broken. My nervous system informed me.
Oh, that's nice. Now what are we going to do?
Well, as a matter of urgency, we've got to get away from here.
I've never seen a sky like that before. It's terrifying.
Yeah. Alice, now listen. You support him on the one side, and I'll support him on the other.
Okay.
Aren't you going to administer some first aid? On the other hand, let's get the blazes out of here.
Right, come on. I'll lift you. Oh. I want you to try and help with your good leg, okay?
All right.
Right, come on, go. There we go. Right. I'd carry you if you weren't such a heavyweight.
I'm not a heavyweight. It's you that's just a lightweight.
Lean on me, Ralph.
All right, thanks.
Okay, there we go. I'll support you on the other side. Now, can you hop along? Or is it too painful?
Hop? Are you kidding? All right, let's try. 1, 2, 3, go. All right. Isn't much fun, is it?
Can you two manage?
How far's the car?
It's not far. We'll be there in a minute.
There isn't a breath of wind. It's amazing.
That's right. But it'll all break loose in a minute. And when it does, I want us to be under cover.
Is the car going to be hail-proof?
If it's light hail, there's no problem. But any really heavy stuff, and well, I don't know. There are no houses in the valley. We'll have to try and get out of here and make up...
It's weird, the way there isn't a breath of wind. And everything looks such a funny colour in the half-light.
Oh. How much further to the car?
Don't worry, it's not far now.
Oh, good grief, did you see that?
I know, we saw it. Just keep moving.
The lightning hit the side of the hill and sort of streaked across the rocks.
Yes, but the car's just ahead. You go and open one of the back doors for us, will you?
Right.
If it gets any darker, we'll have to drive with the headlamps on. I mean, at 4 on a summer's afternoon. I can hardly believe it.
As soon as we get Ralph in the car, we can get going. The sky is going to open any minute.
I hope it's just rain that comes down and not hail.
Oh, this leg, it's killing me.
Yeah. Now then.
Careful now.
Let's ease you onto the back seat.
All right.
Careful now. Take it easy.
What a
easy.
weight.
Just look at the way those clouds are rolling. You know, it looks like washing turning in a machine.
Now just lie back on the seat, Ralph. You okay?
Okay as I can be. That's fine. Thanks.
Good. Now then, everybody into the car. That's it. Well, they do say that one of the safest places to be during lightning is inside a car.
Oh, why's that?
Well, the car has rubber tires. It's insulation.
It's not foolproof.
What do you mean?
Some time ago, I read about a garage that was hit by lightning. Oh, the petrol tank of a car parked and the building exploded.
Oh, charming.
Yeah, but wait a minute. The explosion was caused by a fire, which was caused by the lightning. Now, the garage was on fire. That's why the tank exploded.
Well, look, let's get going, shall we?
Right. Well, we'll be out of the valley in a few minutes.
I'll be happier when we're on the tarred road again. A heavy train is going to turn this track into a swamp.
What was that noise?
It was a hailstone. It bounced off the roof.
Sounded more like a baseball to me.
Oh, that was another one. The hail started.
The rear windscreen's just been bombed.
Right. We've just got to get under cover.
But there isn't any round here.
You can see what that hailstone did to the rear windscreen. When the full force of the hail starts coming down, we won't be able to see where we're going. It'll wreck the front windscreen as well.
Oh, no!
There goes the front windscreen.
Oh, no. Now, listen. There's a spanner in the cubbyhole. Please, pass it to me.
What are you going to do?
I'm going to knock a hole in the glass so I can see where I'm going. Now, hurry up.
All right.
The sounds of the hail, you won't need a spanner. The stones will do it for you.
Oh, it sounds more like bricks than hailstones.
Give me the spanner.
Here you are.
Thanks.
Just look at the size of that hail.
I've never seen anything like it in my life before. But apparently years ago they had a similar storm round here.
It's falling on the road like snowballs, or ice balls, or whatever you want to call it. The whole car's vibrating.
You can't drive in this lot.
It's smashing out the glass on the front and rear windscreens.
Oh, no. No, we're going to be killed.
Don't be stupid. We're not. Everybody move as far from the windscreens as possible.
The hail's getting into the car through the opening.
Oh, no.
Cover your faces. Some of the splintering ice is like shrapnel.
I tell you, we're going to be killed.
We'll be all right, I tell you. Now, don't panic.
Oh, how long do you think the hail will last?
Well, it should be over in 10 or 15 minutes. Maybe even sooner.
Yeah, and by that time it'll have smashed in the roof of the car.
You're a proper pessimist, aren't you?
Yes, she is, rather.
I'd keep quiet if I were you. It's your fault we're in this predicament.
I assure you that I have got no control over the weather.
No, but if you had returned to the car instead of making that last flight,
Hey,
it would be
now
okay.
listen, man. It isn't going to help matters by fighting.
Well, it's his fault.
All right, I'm sorry.
Fuck you. You're never sorry about anything.
What are you complaining about? The one with the broken leg.
Yeah, and before long we're all going to have our heads bashed in because of you.
We are not going to have our heads bashed in.
This tin can of yours can't stand the pounding forever. Just look at the bonnet.
Oh, just keep your face covered and stop squealing.
If you ask me, we're more likely to freeze to death. Don't believe how cold it's got.
Oh, you're probably feeling like that as a result of shock. It's your injury. There's a blanket on the floor. Just wrap it round you, will you?
No. I'm all right.
Oh, don't argue, Ralph. Here, I'll help you with the blanket.
If this hail doesn't stop soon, it won't be just a blanket. It'll be his shroud.
Rothman's Extra Length, finest filter, and the best tobacco money can buy give true king-size flavor. That's why, all over the world, Rothman's King Size is offered with pride, accepted with pleasure. Rothman's King Size really satisfies.
We're a family of 6, and Aquafresh serves all our needs. My husband's particularly fussy about a toothpaste that really cleans his teeth, and Aquafresh serves his purpose. My 2 teenage girls like the blue gel in Aquafresh that keeps their breath fresh. And for the 2 little ones, fluoride is essential. Not one of the children has ever had a filling.
You can see why Arlene Traub and her family prefer Aquafresh.
Aquafresh does it all in one. Mum.
Are you an Aquafresh mum?
Stopped at last. The hail stopped.
It stopped almost as suddenly as it began.
And the road's covered in the stuff. Just look at it.
Don't just sit there. Start the car.
Listen. The wind's beginning to rise.
Yes, the sky's still pitch black with cloud. I suppose the rain is next on the agenda.
Rain? Well, let's get out of here.
I've never seen so much hail in my life. It isn't going to be easy to get through it.
The car looks as though somebody's been over it with a sledgehammer.
Well, we're moving, and that's all that matters.
The wind is getting stronger by the second.
Look back there. The sheet of rain. Do you see it?
It's sweeping into the valley.
Do you think there's going to be a cloudburst?
We're riding with lights on virtually in the middle of a summer's afternoon. I'd say it's a fair assumption that there's more than a drop or 2 of rain up there.
Here it comes.
We'll be drenched, and the wind will blow it in here through the broken windows.
Why don't you try to cheer up?
Cheer up? Oh, sure.
Can't you drive any faster, Gerald?
Oh, for heaven's sake, I'm doing my best. The car's sliding all over the place. And this is a gravel track without any drainage in it.
Rain's getting thicker. We won't be able to see where we're going in a minute.
It'll turn the road into a quagmire. We'll be stuck here.
But you're a real little ray of sunshine, huh?
Well, it's all your fault.
I can't see further than the front of the bonnet. We're going to have to stop.
This is ridiculous. We can't just sit here.
Well, I can't see ahead to drive, can I? I mean, the rain's coming down like a solid curtain.
How far is the main road?
It's a few kilometres. 3 or 4, I'd say.
Maybe one of us should try and get over there and try and find help.
There isn't going to be any traffic along the road in this weather.
Well, there might be a car or two.
Yeah, Alice is right.
Are you volunteering to go and find out?
Suppose it starts hailing again, huh?
No. I very much doubt that. We've had the hail. Now it's just going to rain.
It isn't just raining. It's going to be a flood. Now, listen, we can't spend the night sitting here. We'll die of exposure.
I imagine we'll survive. It's Ralph I'm worried about. Tell me, how's the leg feeling?
It's rather unpleasant.
I can imagine it is. We don't have any splints, but let's see if I can make you as comfortable as possible under the circumstances. Now, listen, I'll climb into the back. Alice, the first aid box is under your seat. I want you to pass it to me.
Right, you are.
Now, what are you going to do?
You'll see. Just take it easy, will you?
Oh, look at that rain, will you? It's been pouring for over an hour.
We're sitting in the middle of a minor river. Well, it's not going to be easy to get the car out, even when the rain does stop.
It'll be hours and hours before this road is passable again. And I mean hours after the rain stops.
Well, what are we going to do?
Well, as soon as the rain lets up a bit, I'll make for the main road.
Well, why did you go right now?
Well, it's raining so hard it'd be like trying to walk along under a waterfall.
Well, it's bound to ease off before much longer, surely.
I certainly hope so. So do I.
Well, we've got to try and get help before it's dark. I mean nighttime dark, not this awful overcast.
Yeah, well, I'll just wait another half hour, and if the rain still hasn't stopped, well, I'll go anyway.
It'll take a 4-wheel drive to get down the road to here.
If you ask me, we'll need a helicopter to get out.
I've never seen so much rain in my life. Makes you wonder where it's all coming from.
Isn't this rain ever going to stop? What's the time now?
It's nearly 6:45.
Well, hadn't you better get started? You said you were going to the main road for help.
All right, I'll get started.
But it's raining so hard you can barely see your hand in front of your face out there.
Yes, but let's face it won't be any easier tonight.
You're right, it won't. And we've just got to get assistance for Ralph. Hey, what's the matter with him? Ralph?
Oh, goodness, he's unconscious.
Unconscious? Well, why's that? He was all right a moment ago.
Yeah, but he was in bad pain. Move aside. Let me take a look at him.
Oh, no. Is he dying?
Oh, do shut up, Felicia.
I think he's fainted from the pain.
But I don't get it. He was talking to us and then... Well, he didn't seem too bad.
Maybe. But unlike you, he wasn't trying to make us all edgy.
Are you going to start picking on me now?
For heaven's sake, nobody's picking on you.
It's not my fault we're stuck here, is it?
Now, listen. I'm going to head for the main road on foot. Maybe the rain will stop while I'm on the way.
No, Gerald. Gerald, you can't just leave us here with Ralph. He may die.
If you don't keep quiet, I'm going to slap you.
Oh, just you dare. Just you try.
Hey, now, will you cut that out? We've got enough trouble without fighting among ourselves. Now, I'm going to go
You're not going anywhere. You could get lost out there in the rain.
As I recall, you were all for sending Gerald to the main road not long ago, no matter what.
What are we going to do if Ralph dies?
He isn't going to die. I'll be as quick as I can.
Oh, this is terrible.
Well, you aren't making things any easier, are you?
I am cold and
Listen,
I'm wet.
Everything's going to be all right. Gerald will fetch help.
There is a deluge going on. You can't just stroll up the track to the main road as though he was taking a Sunday afternoon constitutional, can he? Oh, we know half the track has been washed away by now.
He'll get to the main road. It isn't that far away.
Oh, in this rain, it may as well be on the move.
Oh, stop talking rubbish.
What's going on?
Oh, Ralph, you're back with us, are you?
Did I pass out?
It seems so. Gerald's just gone to fetch help.
See the rain still coming down in buckets?
Hello. You want a lift?
Oh, thank heavens you came along.
Did your car break down?
Now, listen. I've left 3 of my friends in my car in the valley, and one of them's got a broken leg. Maybe internal injuries as well.
In the valley?
Yes, the car's stuck there. And the track's washed away in places. It took me nearly 2 hours to climb out of the valley. And I've been waiting here for nearly 20 minutes for a car to come along. When I saw your truck,
You say the track in the valley is washed away in places?
That's right. The incline leading up to the cutting, which leads out of the valley, is completely impassable. One side of the cutting has collapsed across the track.
Oh, it's possible to get into the valley from the north. The drainage around there is usually pretty good in bad weather. Although this lot is exceptionally bad.
Well, listen, let's get to the nearest police station and report the accident, can we?
The police have got their hands full at the moment. The hail and heavy rains
We've got to do something about the people I've left in the valley.
This truck of mine is a four-wheel drive vehicle, and I know the valley like the back of my hand. I'd say we would get your friends out from the north side.
Then let's go.
Right. Did you get hail in the valley?
You should see my car. It's been smashed. Front and rear windscreen's broken, and the bodywork looks like a load of bricks was dropped on it.
I was very lucky. My place missed the hail. I farm about 10 kilometers from here.
I see.
By the way, what were you doing in the valley?
Well, we'd been hang gliding.
Hang gliding?
Yeah.
I see.
Well, this morning it was a beautiful day. The storm came up so quickly.
You can say that again. And it looks like it intends to keep raining for hours here.
I must say, you certainly know your way around here.
I should do. I've lived in this area for 40 years.
All the same, driving along here at night and in the rain is like, well, feeling one's way through a coal mine.
The track's just ahead. We'll follow it southeast as best we can. We should eventually come across your car.
Hopefully they'll see our headlights through the rain. My car's fitted with those emergency flashes. You know, a gadget that makes the head and tail lights wink on and off. If they switch it on, we'll be able to...
That's just what they're doing now. Over there to the right.
What?
You see the lights?
Yes, of course, that's them.
We'll be there in a jiffy.
They must have been wondering what happened to me. I've been gone for over 3.5 hours.
It couldn't have been easy climbing out of the valley in this weather.
It wasn't, believe me. I feel ruined.
Well, we're here now.
Oh, thank heavens it's you. I was beginning to think you'd got lost or something.
Well, let's get Ralph into the truck. Open the door for me.
There's something I've got to tell you.
About Ralph?
No, about Felicia.
Well, what about her?
Well, about half an hour ago she left the car.
She what?
She said you must have got lost. She just panicked and ran off.
Which way did she go?
I'm not sure. That way, I think, down the track. In this darkness and rain, I lost sight of her in a couple of seconds.
Nice to see you back, Gerald.
How are you, Ralph?
I feel a lot better when the doctor gives me something to kill the pain. Otherwise, I'm fine.
I'll give you a hand to get him into the truck.
Good, thanks.
But what are we going to do about Felicia?
I don't know. We can't go looking for her now. Not in the night and the rain. It would be hopeless.
That's all my fault, as she said. I got us into this predicament.
This isn't the time to debate it. We've got to get you to a hospital.
If Felicia is left out all night in this weather, she'll probably die.
What do you suggest, Mike?
And it would be like looking for a needle in a haystack, as they say.
Are we just going to leave her in the valley?
No, a search can be organized at daylight. Other than that, I'm afraid there isn't anything anyone can do in this weather. She should have remained with you in the car, man. When she ran off into the night, she did a very foolish thing.
Introducing the special mild cigarette from Rothmans. Rothmans King Size Special Mild. Extra special, extra mild. Enjoy the great taste of Rothmans King Size Special Mild.
You've worked hard all week. It's Sunday, time to rest. And you can't very well rest if you spend all the time in the kitchen. That's why Enterprise meat products are such a good idea for Sunday lunch. They're easy to prepare and made from only the choicest ingredients. So give your family Enterprise and make Sunday your day of rest too.
Enterprise meats. They're grandma good.
Family radio and TV. The voices you know from your radio. The faces you see on your TV. The who's, the reviews. The news behind the news. what goes on behind the scenes.
Family radio and TV.
Voices and faces in faraway places.
Family radio and TV.
At least the rain stopped.
For the time being, I think it will start again later.
Why are we following the track in this direction? We came into the valley from the other side.
I'm going out this way just in case that friend of yours is heading along here. The chances are that she stayed with the track, and she couldn't have got far in the half hour since she left the car.
She had a torch with her, but the batteries were almost flat. I did warn her.
I don't see any torchlight.
Batteries are probably conked out.
It took me 2 hours to climb out of the valley, and I started in daylight. What's more, Felicia not only went off in the dark with a miserable little torch, but she headed in the wrong direction.
I'm going to turn off the track in a minute and make for the north. If we don't see her pretty soon,
Look,
then I'm...
look, there she is.
Where?
Straight ahead, in the lights. Look, she's running towards us.
Right. Oh, she's fallen. Come on, let's get to her.
Felicia, are you all right?
I think she's exhausted.
Well, at least we've found her. Good grief, this is like trying to walk in quicksand.
Felicia?
Give me a hand to lift her, will you?
I'll carry her back to the truck. I've lifted heavier loads than this young lady. Now, up she comes.
I saw the headlights. Just take it easy. You're going to be all right.
I got lost. I couldn't find the car again.
Everything's fine now. Don't worry.
I thought you weren't coming back. I thought you got lost.
Don't talk. Try and relax.
Hello, Felicia. This is beginning to look like a hospital train, isn't it?
Yeah, wrap my coat around her.
It started raining again.
Everyone aboard. Let's get out of here.
Here we are. Only a matter of 10 or 15 kilometers from civilization, and it feels as though we were stranded in the middle of nowhere.
When the weather goes berserk, it reminds us just how fragile we are. Not so? And we need reminding sometimes.
High Adventure is produced by Henry Diffenthal. High Adventure. Tonight we present The Gun by Anthony Robbins.
The Gun was an M16A1 rifle manufactured in the United States in 1967. .22 caliber, gas-operated, magazine-fed, capable of semi-automatic and fully automatic fire. It was 1 meter in length and weighed just under 3 kilograms. It was shipped out to Vietnam early in 1968, and before returning 4 years later, it had killed 23 North Vietnamese soldiers, 11 Viet Cong guerrillas, 2 peasant farmers, 3 women, and a 6-month-old baby. In 1973, the gun was stolen, and over the next 7 years, it added a petrol pump attendant, a liquor store owner, and 2 New York policemen to its list of victims. In 1981, it resurfaced in Northern Ireland. Then came the wealthy businessman, the UDA man, and an IRA informant. When its owner died of a heart attack a year later, his wife sold it to a relative to pay for the funeral. The relative, Ron Finnegan, occasionally dabbled on the black market, operating from a sweet shop in Manchester. For 3 years, the gun gathered dust on his storeroom shelf. It lay muzzle up between a case of chocolate bars and a case of Russian-made hand grenades. That was until Ron received a check in the post for £250. It was accompanied by a note with the words, "Payment as agreed." And below that a name and address, John Green, Yew Tree House near Fordingham, Devon. The name was false, but the address was genuine enough. Someone at Yew Tree House intended adding another 4 names to the gun's already impressive death toll.
Gunston, superbikes at Ball Door. You scratch hard round the bend, turn it on to 270 Ks and you're out front, untouchable. You're close to the things men rate great, like Gunston Toasted. Gunston cigarettes are made from the best tobaccos a man can get, for that rich, rewarding, toasted taste. Get closer to flavor with Gunston Toasted.
Hallo daar van Tommy Dill, die OK musiekman, met die strelende stem van C.S. Reiniger op sy nuutste langspeler, Macy.
Macy, is jou lewe sonder my ook alleen.
As jy op sproetjies verlief was, sal jy beenaf wees oor C.S. Reiniger se nuwe Macy. Teen slegs R9.49 eksklusief by alle OK plate toonbanke landwyd.
Yew Tree House was owned and run by the research department of Lincoln Electronics. Once the large rambling residence of a country squire, it had now been converted into the headquarters of a top research team. 4 men and 1 woman who together were responsible for the company's phenomenally successful line of microcomputers. After a fortnight's holiday, they began to return one by one to the country retreat.
Steve? You around?
Yes, in the lounge. Come on in, Dave.
Stephen Hodgson was the project leader, still a young man of 35 but going prematurely bald, and David Graham was an electronics expert. With his leather clothes and hair dyed bright green, he epitomized the unconventional approach that made Lincoln Computers market leaders.
When did you arrive?
A couple of hours ago. I wasn't expecting anyone else until tomorrow.
I was visiting a friend in Exeter, so I decided, what the hell, I'd arrive early for a change.
Well, I'm glad you did. There's a whole heap of supplies to buy in the village. You can give me a hand.
It's about time head office sent us some domestic help. We could do with some decent cooking around here.
Yes, I did ask him about that, but, well, there's too big a security risk. The less people who know what we are working on, the better. Which reminds me, where are your circuit charts?
In the boot of the car. I've made a few improvements to the general design.
Yeah, good. Now, if you give it to me, I'll lock it up in the safe before we go out.
Righto.
There was another break-in at head office last week. We just can't afford to take any risks.
Ron Finnegan set about packing the gun. First, he wrapped it up in a recent copy of the Manchester Evening News. Emptying a carton of extra strong mints, he placed the bundle inside, and before closing the lid, he scribbled out a note to the new owner. Finally, the carton was closed and wrapped in plain brown paper and tied with a length of string. On the way back from depositing the check in his private building society account, he stopped off at the post office. The postal charges came to £3. All told, not a bad day's work. Business was looking up.
young blondes back in town.
The first to arrive at Yew Tree House the following morning was Janet Gordon. She joined Lincoln Electronics shortly after gaining an engineering degree at Bristol. In what's generally considered a man's world, she excelled. So much so that at the age of 25, she was already one of the company's most prized employees.
Hi. Enjoy your holiday?
Lovely. I started off in New York, then California, where I got this tan. Then a coach trip right across the southern states, ending up in Miami. I enjoyed every minute of it.
Well, you're all set for some intensive work, I hope.
You bet.
The gun arrived at the Royal Mail Central Sorting Depot in London early that morning, having spent an uncomfortable night in the mail car of the overnight train from Manchester.
Hello.
Hi, Damon. Have you just arrived?
Yeah.
How was the trip down?
All right.
Steve and Dave are in the kitchen making a bite to eat. You hungry?
No.
Some tea?
No, thanks.
Did you sort out the problem with the operating system?
Sure.
Good. We should be all set to go then. Steve will be pleased.
That's right.
Well, sit down.
Now I'm going to put my bags away.
Fine. But how about a smile, Damon?
How's this?
Much better.
Damon Harris was the youngest member of the team and a man of few words. Unlike all the others, he had no formal education, having left school at 16, because he couldn't stand his classmates. His talents were spotted by Lincoln Electronics when he wrote his first computer game for one of their earlier computers. The game spent months on the top of the bestsellers list and was described by the micro press as revolutionary, the shape of things to come. In fact, it was so revolutionary that not even the designers of the computer could work out how it worked. So to satisfy their curiosity, they decided to hire the youngster. 4 years later, he was now a firmly entrenched member of their top research team. Half an hour later, the last member of the team arrived. Craig Williams was one of the few Welshmen without a sense of humor. He'd been with Lincoln Research as head programmer since its inception. That he'd been overlooked as project leader in favor of Stephen Hodgson was a constant irritation to him. Craig was older, more experienced, and better qualified than Steve. All that kept him back was his moody disposition and the fact that none of the others liked him. He arrived in an even worse mood than usual.
What do you mean by my responsibilities to the others? I haven't any.
Now, look, Craig, I don't want to argue with you again. I clearly stated before we took this holiday that everyone was to get all their own departments sorted out before coming back. Now, the others have done that. But now you tell me that you still haven't finished.
Well, that's fine for you. What'd you ever do but throw your weight about?
Now, look, I'm not going into all that again. You know the answer as well as I do.
Don't make me laugh.
Now, that would be downright impossible, wouldn't it?
Okay, Steve. Tell me what you did over the past 2 weeks.
You really want to know?
Sure.
All right. I made out a progress report to head office. In it, I said that they can expect results at the end of this month. And that's only 5 days away.
I'll be ready by then.
You better be.
And after you made your report, what did you do then?
That's none of your business.
That's right. And what I did over the past 2 weeks is none of your business either. But I'll tell you anyway. I worked 16 hours a day non-stop.
I'm glad to hear it.
I bet you are. And you'll probably get all the credits as well.
The parcel addressed to Yew Tree House was ready to embark on the 1:15 to Penzance. It lay on the platform among all the other westbound posts, waiting for the porter to finish his cup of tea. When he arrived, the porter's mind was more on which horse to pick in the 4th race at Doncaster than on the task in hand. He impatiently hurled the parcel into the compartment, neglecting to notice the "handle with care" warning. The resulting impact dislodged the safety catch on the rifle, and Ron's scribbled note slid in between pages 6 and 7 of the Manchester Evening News, nestling up to the latest stock share prices. Over the past year, Lincoln Electronics' share value had almost doubled, and this was in stark contrast to their competitors, in particular the British subsidiary of the Fairchild Corporation, whose latest computer had recently been branded as outmoded and an insult to the intelligence. Marcus Fairchild, the founder of the company, knew that something had to be done by fair means or foul, and he picked the latter option. Sitting behind his monstrous oak desk in a monolithic office block in New York, he waited for the phone to ring.
Yeah? That's the call I've been waiting for, Maureen. Put it right through, will you? Hello? Speaking. How are you? Good. Are we going ahead as planned? Great. Have the others arrived yet? Yeah. Fine. Right, here's my end of the bargain. When you've done the job, phone 80678 in Exeter. That's right. There'll be a man waiting to pick you up at the house and take you to Heathrow. He has a new passport and a completely new set of documents for you. By the time anyone cottons on, you'll be out of the country, a fully fledged U.S. citizen. Now for the money. I've opened an account in your new name, and as soon as I receive the plans, it'll be $1 million to the good. Once we've gone into production, your commission will be 2% of all sales. Yeah, I know 2% doesn't sound like much, but I'm talking about millions here. How does that sound? Great. All settled. You won't regret it. I'm looking forward to meeting you again. When do you think it'll be, the job, I mean? Tomorrow. Yeah. Excellent. The sooner the better. And goodbye to you. Maureen, I'm taking the rest of the day off. I know I've only just arrived, but what the heck? I'm going for a well-deserved round of golf. If any of the shareholders phone, tell them I'm in a meeting that's going to send Fairchild stock zooming.
The Fordingham post office received the plain-wrapped parcel late that afternoon. It was shelved for the night, all set for delivery the following day. At Yew Tree House, the newly arrived occupants slept well, except one, who lay awake till the early hours, deep in thought. Not about last-minute doubts or whether to go through with it or not, but about how, when, and where. $1 million down and 2% of sales. Now that was better than a lifetime with Lincoln Electronics.
Maak vandaag 'n sunshine dag.
Sunshine D, heerlike smaak, plus die sonskyn-vitamien wat ons liggame nodig het.
Word wakker en kyk wat daar op jou wag. 'n Vrolike lagdag, 'n sonskyn of reëndag. 'n dag vol van smaak, 'n lewe vol maak, ja.
Sunshine D, die margarien met sonskyn-vitamien. Kyk uit vir die groot rooi D.
Get the taste. L&M, the great American taste. L&M.
Get the great American taste of world-famous L&M filter cigarettes from Liggett & Myers.
L&M.
The rich-tasting, flavor-packed American.
L&M.
Now made in your country.
L&M.
L&M filters in the red and white pack.
Morning, Dave.
Hi, Janet.
Eating alone?
The others have eaten already.
But it's only 8 o'clock.
I think it's a new unwritten law.
What do you mean?
Well, you must have felt it. The atmosphere. Like something's going to explode.
Oh, you mean Steve and Craig. But it's always like this. They'll get over it.
Oh, I'm not so sure this time. You weren't here earlier.
Why? What happened?
Nothing. That's just it. Not a word was spoken.
Oh, dear.
Craig and Steve just scowled at each other. And you know how quiet Damon is. It was like being at a funeral. Thank heavens you're around to cheer me up.
What is it this time?
Oh, same as usual, I'd say. Craig's resentment and Steve's insecurity. It's bloody ridiculous when you consider what the team's achieved since we've been together.
You'd think they'd have grown up by now.
Well, I don't know about you, but I think we'd all do a lot better without Craig. Steve I can get along with, but Craig... Well, it's impossible to have a conversation without him snapping at you.
I know, but he's good at his job.
That's just the problem. He's the best. And Steve knows it. Why can't they behave like normal human beings? Like us two, for example.
You? Normal, with green hair and earrings.
Sure, I'm normal. All I want is to enjoy myself. Fun, excitement. Oh, and money. I've always had this obsessive desire to be a millionaire by my 30th birthday.
Oh.
I've only got a year left, you know. Pass the sugar, please.
Craig.
Are you talking to me, sir?
Yes.
Well, all right, get on with it then. I'm busy, or haven't you noticed?
I'd like to apologize.
Don't tell lies. Steve, you don't want to apologize. You're just trying to get me to cooperate like a good little boy.
Well, if that's the way you want to look at it, that's up to you. But I am sorry. I had no right to come down on you the way I did.
It's a bit late for all this now, isn't it? The damage is done.
What damage?
Between you and me.
There was very little between us in the first place. I don't like you, Craig. You're the most bitter and twisted person I've ever met. But it just so happens that we've both got our jobs to do. All I really care about is the success of this project.
The feeling is entirely mutual, Steve. I hate you, too.
I'm glad about that. Now, all I want from you is a short verbal report on the progress of the interpreter.
Why didn't you just ask me that in the first place, then? Here we are. Flow charts are complete.
Thank you.
And these subroutines complete and tested.
Mm-hmm.
And these fully explanatory notes on each. There may be a few spelling mistakes, but you can never tell. And here, a complete program listing, fully documented.
So what's the problem?
Well, there's a few bugs to be ironed out. Simple process of going through everything with a fine-tooth comb. In other words, bloody time-consuming.
But you don't have to be 100% at this stage. We can test it later. All I'm asking is to make sure that there's nothing wrong with the fundamental design of the interpreter, as long as it works.
Of course it will work. It's just a few bugs, that's all.
Great. At last, everything's coming together. You see, Craig? It wasn't so difficult. Thanks.
I don't need your thanks, Steve. I'm just doing my job, remember?
Can I come in, Damon?
Yeah.
Steve asked me to tell you. 3 o'clock in the lounge.
What for?
A meeting.
I see.
Mind if I sit down?
If you like.
Got your head stuck in a book again?
Yeah.
What's it about?
War.
War?
That's right. American Armed Forces.
I didn't know you were into war, Damon.
I've got hundreds of war books at home. Gives me ideas.
Ideas? For what?
Computer games.
Are you still writing them?
When I get the chance.
Do you like working here?
It's all right.
I mean, as a team.
Well, I prefer being alone.
That's what I figured. When you're not working, you're always in here, reading. You never mix. I don't mean to pry, Damon, but why are you like that?
Does it matter?
Yes, I think so.
Some folks are different, suppose.
And you're different?
Yeah.
Because you're from the north and we're all from the south.
Maybe.
Is it your education?
Maybe.
Shyness?
Yeah, maybe.
Well, it must be something.
Suppose it must.
Are you happy?
So.
Do you have ambitions?
One.
And what's that?
To live alone on a South Sea island.
Really?
Why all the questions?
Well, I thought that after 2 years of virtual silence, we might at least become friends.
Oh, I see.
But somehow I don't think it's going to work.
No, I don't think it will.
Oh, well, it's been nice chatting to you, Damon. Don't forget Steve's meeting at 3.
I won't.
The bright red van crawled up the road leading to Yew Tree House. It was the last call on the postman's daily round. The plain-wrapped parcel wasn't the only post for Yew Tree House that day. There were 5 letters and 3 other parcels of various shapes and sizes. The postman rang the doorbell. Janet was in the kitchen making a bite of lunch. She went through into the hall, opened the front door, and relieved the weary man of his burden.
Which you want to, ma'am?
Oh, the table would do.
Here?
That's right. Oh, here's something for your trouble.
Why, thank you, ma'am.
Steve?
Mm-hmm.
The post's arrived.
I'll be right down.
It was just after 8 a.m. in New York, and Marcus Fairchild felt strong, refreshed, and confident after his round of golf the previous day. He'd gone 18 holes with his accountant, and today he was ready to make his move on Wall Street. He phoned his stockbroker.
Hi, Billy. Fine. Yeah, she's fine, too. Listen, what price have you got on Fairchild stock? $12.50. Hell, I didn't know it had sunk that low. Plenty of sellers and no buyers, eh? Well, that's just fine. Sure, I'm in the market. No, I'm perfectly sane. Here's what I want. Start buying 5,000 at a time. That way it won't be noticeable. Phone me back when you've got $1 million's worth. You bet. But keep it to yourself for the time being. Sure. In another 6 months, we'll be back to $40 a share. I'll stake my life.
Something exciting about the post, don't you think?
Well, I always dread it.
Oh, not me. Presents, letters from long-lost friends, Valentine cards. All the things we look forward to always seem to arrive in the mail.
You know something, Janet? You're an incurable romantic.
I know I am. Well, is there anything for me?
No, doesn't look like it. There's a letter for Damon.
Oh, that'll be from his mother, probably.
Yeah. There's 2 for Dave.
Oh, that'll be record catalogues.
I don't know. Must be something important. He's been looking out for the post all morning.
What's that?
This? Nothing that'll interest you. It's a phone bill.
Oh.
And there's one for me. From head office, by the looks of it.
Well, what about the parcels?
Well, let's see. Equipment. More equipment. Wait a minute. What's this? Will you look at that? Champagne.
Champagne?
Yeah. Here's a card.
What does it say?
To the best in the business. Only to be drunk when the chip comes in.
Oh.
That's good. All our love, everybody at Lincoln Electronics.
Oh, sweet.
Yeah, isn't it? Well, mind you, I can't imagine Craig swilling down champagne, can you?
It does seem to stretch the imagination a bit far. What's that last one?
Let's see. That's to John Green. I'll have to go back.
Just leave it there, and the next person who goes into the village can take it with them.
Right. Well, that's it. Nothing for you, I'm afraid.
So what? I'll make do with a bottle of champagne when this is all over.
Stephen Hodgson's arranged meeting lasted an hour and a half. To his surprise and delight, it went well, despite Craig's caustic remarks and Damon's customary silence. As far as Steve was concerned, the project had come to a successful end. Lincoln Model 10 was well and truly launched.
Well, does anyone want to add anything before I crack open the champagne?
No, I don't
not
think so.
really. All right, then. Here goes.
Well, get the glasses ready.
There we go.
Watch it. It's going all over the carpet.
Don't worry. You going to have some, Craig? Bury the hatchet?
I'd prefer a beer.
Oh, you can't make a toast with a beer mug?
Since you put it like that.
What about you, Damon?
Thanks. Right. Everybody ready? Steve, you do the honors.
All right. Well, to the Lincoln Model 10. And to us.
To the Lincoln Model 10. To us. All together now. Oh, for we are jolly good fellows, for we are jolly good fellows, for we are jolly good fellows.
While 4 sat drinking and talking in the lounge, a 5th left the room unnoticed and entered the kitchen. A pair of sweaty hands were rinsed under the sink and dried on a dishcloth. Firm and steady footsteps retraced the path into the hall and stopped at the table where the parcel lay waiting. The knotted string was undone, a plain brown paper ripped off, and the carton tucked under one arm. Then the feet took over, moving stealthily back into the lounge, the door closing behind them.
I heard it down the grapevine that we're all in for a hefty pay rise next month. Now, I can't be certain, but I had it on good authority.
It's round about bloody time as well, isn't it?
Dear, I'll never make my million at the present rate.
Anyone for a refill?
Not quite Newport best, but I'll have another.
Damon, do you want some more?
No, don't think so.
Steve, I know you will.
What a question.
You all right there, Damon? Hey, I didn't know you were so bloody mad on extra strong mints. A whole carton full of them.
I'm not. This is for you.
What is it?
Stand back and I'll show you.
Hey, guys, I think you better take a look at this.
This is an M16A1 automatic rifle, and it's fully loaded. I know how to use it.
Damon!
Shut up!
What? Damon!
Shut up! Don't you understand? You're all going to die. Now!
Hallo daar van Tommy Dell, die ook muziekman. Met die strelende stem van C.S. Reineke. Op zijn nuutste langspeler, Macy.
Macy, is jou lewe sonder my ook alleen.
As jy op sproetjies verlief was, sal jy beenaf wees oor C.S. Reineke se nuwe Macy. Teen slegs R9.49 eksklusief by alle OK plate toonbanke landwyd.
Die ultra-ligte sigaret van die 80s is nou beskikbaar in 30s. Benson & Hedges, vervaardigers van Suid-Afrika se voorverkoper in ligte sigarette, bied jou nou Benson & Hedges Ultra Mild 30s. Jy kan nou oorslaan na ultra-sagtheid sonder om smaakprys te gee met Benson & Hedges Ultra Mild 30s.
It was 3 long years since the gun had been held this way, the stock resting in a tight palm and a taut finger wrapped around the trigger. 3 long years of standing end up between a case of chocolate bars and a crate of Russian-made hand grenades. 3 long years in a dusty, damp storeroom.
What the hell are you doing?
Damon Harris pulled the trigger and the gun blew up in his face. Shards of burning metal searing his cheeks, piercing his eyes, digging deep into his chest. He slumped to the floor, crumpling the carton and scattering the pages of the Manchester Evening News, which eventually settled down beside him, open at pages 6 and 7, the stock market report. Lincoln Electronics hitting new highs, the Fairchild Corporation plummeting to new lows, and Ron Finnegan's scribbled note fluttered to the floor.
Damon! Damon! You're wasting your time, Steve. He's dead.
But why would he do it?
I don't know. Something to do with being alone on a South Sea island, I expect. Craig? Something wrong?
I just found this.
I don't believe it, Craig. You're laughing.
It's a note from whoever he got the gun from. A bit rusty, it says. Needs a damn good clean. Hope it works.
High Adventure is produced by Henry Diffenthal.
High Adventure.
In tonight's story, we present Pursuit by Night.
We should be at Oliveville before much longer. I remember that tree we just passed is about 20 miles from the town.
Trees are so rare around here that they become landmarks.
Yeah, right.
I'm surprised you can see anything out there in all its rain. And in the middle of the night on top of it.
Well, I'd say the people who live in this area must be very pleased to see the rain. I think they only get it a few times a year, if they're lucky.
Uh-huh. Hey, Victor. Victor, what's that up ahead in the headlights?
Looks like somebody walking at the side of the road.
He's waving at us to stop.
Maybe his car's broken down and he's been walking to Oliveville.
Do you think it's safe to stop?
Well, we can't just ignore the man. Not in this weather.
Oh, look at him. He's soaking wet.
Which is to be expected under the circumstances.
Yeah, well, for Pete's sake, be careful.
Good grief, will you look at his face?
Yeah.
I think he's been in an accident. Hey, have you been in an accident?
Hey, thank goodness you've come along. I need help.
Are you alone?
Yeah, my name's Lambert. I'm a government treasury agent. I want you to take me to the nearest police as fast as possible.
Well, get in the car.
Hey, thanks.
Oliveville is about 20 miles away. It's the nearest place. It's only a small town, but it's...
Oh, that's fine. Can we get going?
Do you have any identification? You say you're a treasury agent.
Yeah. Here's my identification document.
Yeah, but what's happened to you? What's going on?
There's nothing for you to worry about. Let's just get to the police as fast as we can.
Where did you crash your car?
I wasn't in a car crash.
Well, you look as though you've been in some sort of accident.
Yeah.
Or attacked by somebody.
Well, the answer to both of those remarks is yes.
Who attacked you?
Some very unpleasant characters, and at the moment they're looking for me. So let's get to Oliveville before they pick up my trail. further?
About 12 miles.
Victor? Victor, there's something blocking the road ahead.
Yeah, you're right. Looks like a couple of jeeps.
It's them. Turn around, quick.
How did they get in front of us?
Oh, they must have gone cross-country.
Well, they won't be able to catch us. This car of ours has far more speed than a jeep.
That's not the point.
What do you mean?
Well, I mean, they're probably in radio contact with somebody blocking the road back the way we came.
For Pete's sake, how many of them are there?
Well, there's at least 3 jeeps and a truck. I'd say about 10 men. Hey, switch off your headlights.
What? I can't drive fast without lights. Not in this rain, anyway.
Then reduce speed, but get the lights off.
Okay.
Well, now what are we going to do?
Look for a place where we can turn off the road and hide. Maybe they'll go past and we can head towards Oliveville again.
I can see the Jeep's headlights. They're gaining on us.
Well, I'm not surprised. I mean, without lights, I'm reduced to a crawl.
Look for a turnoff.
Oh, there's just rocks and low scrubs on either side of the road.
Hey, look. There's a gap on the left, just ahead. You see it?
No.
I see it. Hey, turn in there. Get well away from the road.
Yeah, right.
Is this going to fool them?
Well, let's hope they think we're hightailing it. Roll down the window and listen.
Yeah, I hear them, faintly.
We'll see the lights when they turn the corner.
Just who are these people?
Hijackers. Very well organized, but something went wrong.
What did they hijack?
2 of them hijacked a plane which was on government business and carrying a consignment of gold. I was aboard that plane along with 5 of my people.
Oh, here come the Jeeps. I see the lights turning the corner.
Yeah, that's right. They're not slowing down.
No. But it's only 1 Jeep. Our friends aren't stupid.
What do you mean?
1 vehicle chased us and the others stayed at the roadblock in case we pulled the trick we have. The chase vehicle will soon meet the one further up the road, realize what we've done, and start moving back carefully.
Where's the plane you said was hijacked?
It was force landed in the wilds not far from here. The strip had been prepared, but all the same, the plane went out of control. That's how it was hurt.
What happened then?
In the confusion, I got away. Don't think anybody else did.
I don't get it. Why don't the hijackers just take the gold and escape?
They had 2 helicopters standing by. One of the choppers will have moved out the gold by now, and the other one is waiting to take out the men who are looking for me at the moment.
But why are they looking for you? Why not just escape?
In the confusion after the crash landing, I found out who their boss is. We literally ran into each other. After that little episode, he wants me dead. Because he works in my department, and I know he was the informer who set up the job.
Yeah, well...
Under the circumstances, my wife and I are now on that hit list as well.
Hey, listen, I'm sorry about that. I thought we'd be able to drive straight to Oliveville and contact the police.
Well, if we had a Jeep, we could go cross-country and get to Oliveville that way.
Well, we haven't got a Jeep. We've got a car, and it'll get stuck if we try any cross-country stuff.
We could abandon the car and try to hide in the scrublands until daylight.
In an hour or so, this car will be found. We'll be tracked.
In this rain? I doubt it.
Hey, look, it's nearly midnight. I reckon if we're not found by 2 o'clock, our friends will pull out.
Aren't they worried that the plane has been reported missing and a search will be...
Look, in this weather, an effective search is out of the question for some time. They know it, and that's why they're hanging around this long.
Oh, look, if we abandon the car and start walking through the scrub to Oliveville, in this weather, it'll take us until dawn at least to get there. That's provided we don't lose our sense of direction in the dark.
I've always believed that attack is the best form of defense.
Now, what are you talking about? We can't fight back. I gather we're dealing with some very determined characters, and presumably they're armed to the teeth. Have you got a gun?
Nope.
Well, then.
Well, a few miles down the road at the roadblock is a Jeep. We need that Jeep.
Are you suggesting that we try to take it away from whoever's waiting there?
If we wander off into the wilderness, we'll probably get lost or end up hiding until an air search locates us. I'd like to move a little more quickly than that.
If you don't mind, I think my wife and I would be perfectly satisfied just to emerge from this situation alive.
Okay. Okay, you 2 can take to the wilds and hide until dawn. I'm going to try and get that Jeep. Now, let's move.
Oh, wait a minute.
Yeah?
We'll come with you.
Hey, listen, he's talking about tackling armed professionals.
I don't like the idea of those people hunting us and killing us if they find where we are.
I'm not exactly crazy about the idea myself.
Then, let's hit back.
What?
Do you realize what you're saying?
I'm saying Lambert here has plenty of guts. Let's support him.
What he's doing is his job. It's got nothing to do with us.
If those men out there find us, they won't care whether or not all this has got anything to do with us. They'll kill us anyway.
Well, what's the decision?
It seems like I'm outvoted. I just hope you know what you're doing. At least the rain stopped. That's an improvement.
No, it's only temporary. It'll probably start pouring again before long.
How far are we from the roadblock now?
Not far. We should be able to see it from the crest of the hill. From there, the jeep should only be a few hundred yards away.
Hey, listen. I hear something.
Yeah. Sounds like an aircraft.
It's a chopper, flying very low. Yeah, I told you our friends had one waiting at the crash site.
What's it doing? It's too dark for them to see anything from the air.
I suppose our car has been found. And with this break in the rain, the chopper may be useful to them. If it's got a searchlight, and it probably has.
The machine isn't coming this way.
No, not yet.
Oh, wow. We're nearly at the crest of the hill.
Let's be careful. Ease towards the edge.
Yeah, right. I don't see the jeep.
There it is. I see it.
Oh, yeah.
There's no sign of the men. They must be sitting inside.
No. Hey, look carefully, and you'll see the glow of a cigarette beside the vehicle. In fact, 2 glowing tips. Yeah, they're standing beside the jeep and having a smoke.
You think it's just those 2 men? Maybe there's others.
No, I'd say it's just the 2 of them.
What happens now?
If we get that jeep, we can race for Oliveville.
We could just pass the roadblock in the dark and start walking down the road.
That helicopter we heard a few minutes ago is going to start sweeping the sides of the road with its searchlights.
How are we going to take possession of the jeep?
I have an idea.
What is it?
You and I'll circle around behind the men, and then your wife will come out of the scrub in front of them and attract their attention.
What?
Well, if she puts on a good performance, we can attack our friends from behind.
Attack them? With what?
Well, there are plenty of rocks lying around. A couple of them should make useful weapons.
Now, listen, I don't like the idea of Anne just strolling up to those characters. They may shoot her on sight.
I don't think they will.
Oh, look, let's not stand here debating it. Let's get started on the plan.
I don't like any of this.
How long will you need to get into position?
Say, 10 minutes.
10 minutes, fine. I'll come out of the scrub a few yards ahead of the men. And then I'll shout out to them. From there, it's up to you.
Right. 10 minutes, then. Come on.
Sounds suicidal to me.
Well, it won't be if you and Lambert act fast. Go on, move.
You ready?
Yes. But I feel like a caveman crouching here with a rock in my hand.
We're going to have to run at them like mad. And remember something.
What's that?
Don't have any qualms about using that rock. It's them or us. You understand?
Yeah, perfectly.
If we don't beat them, we're dead. They'll shoot us in cold blood. Now, I'll take the man on the right and you deal with his companion.
It's nearly time for Anne to appear, and that's the part I dislike most.
That wife of yours is quite a lady.
Yeah, I know.
Get ready. I see her coming out of the scrub.
Right. Here we go.
Wait till I give the word.
They've seen her.
Hello there!
They're looking towards her.
Now, rush them!
Okay, come on! Let's get her! Go, boy! Oh, look out there! Come on, give me a hand, Lambert! This one's strong as a horse! That's it.
Hey, wow, that's it. We got it right.
Well, I've got their rifles.
Hey, this one's got a revolver as well.
Get him in the back of the Jeep.
What?
We're taking him with us. I'll drive. You point that revolver at him. Come
Okay.
on. Help me put him in the Jeep.
Okay. Well, they're hardly a couple of featherweights. Look, is this necessary?
Oh, yeah, that's very necessary. Hold the door open.
Right.
Go, boy.
Oh, right, in they go.
That's it. There you go.
Now,
Look, there's
What?
headlights coming down the road.
Is it the other Jeep?
Yes, inside you two. Quick, our troubles ain't over yet. I'll keep the headlights switched off. Maybe they won't notice us moving away.
Oh, they'll see us all right.
This is charming.
Why are you stopping?
If we run for it, we'll end up in a gun battle anyway. Let's take the initiative again. Get one of those rifles ready. Fire at their radiator.
What?
I'll drive straight at them and you shoot at their radiator. Here we go.
Anne, get down. Cover your head.
Okay.
After you fire the radiator, pepper the front windscreen.
I'm not cut out for this sort of thing.
You've been doing very well so far. If we surprise them, we should get away with this. I'm switching on the light beams now. Lean out and start shooting.
Go on, Victor. Hurry up.
All right, all right.
Good. Now shoot at their windscreen.
Look out! We're gonna collide with them!
Are you two all right?
Yeah, I'm fine. Are you okay, Anne?
Yeah, we just sideswiped them. They've stopped on the other side of the road.
With their radiator full of holes, they won't be following us. We can make a beeline for Oliveville.
Thank heavens for that.
There's a light coming this way.
Have you seen another car?
It's not a car. It's that chopper with a searchlight.
Where?
Behind us, just above the road.
The people in the chopper will find out what's happened back there and be after us like a shot.
It looks like the machine's landing on the road.
Probably picking up the men from the wrecked Jeep. In a couple of minutes, they'll be after us.
So what are we gonna do now?
We're armed. It evens things up a bit. If the chopper gets close, shoot at it.
The people in the chopper will know we've got guns now. They'll be careful.
That's true.
What would you do if you were in their shoes?
Well, I wouldn't want to risk having the chopper damaged for obvious reasons. So, if I was them, I'd fly ahead and set up an ambush on the road.
We can go cross-country.
Yeah, but the chopper has a searchlight, remember? We'd be spotted anyway.
So we may as well stick to the road?
For the time being.
I don't see the searchlight anymore.
They probably turned it off so we can't see them.
We can't hear them because of the noise of the Jeep's engine.
Why are you slowing down?
We want to hear the chopper, don't we? I'll switch off our headlights so we don't stand out like a beacon.
Oh, this isn't going to stop them finding us.
Let's cross our bridges one at a time, shall we?
Hey, I can hear the chopper.
It's following the road.
It's trying to pick out our headlights, I guess.
When they go overhead, you fire at them. You ready, Victor?
Yes.
And you keep your eye on those two sleeping beauties in the back of the Jeep.
Right.
Uh-oh. The chopper's moved away from the road. It's flying a couple of 100 yards to one side.
Hey, those boys aren't stupid.
They're flying slowly, but they haven't got the searchlight on.
Could be. They got a pair of night glasses.
Yeah, which means they won't have any trouble seeing us here at the roadside. Maybe we should just keep driving.
If we drive, we won't be able to hear the chopper. They'll fly around the hills and ambush us somewhere ahead.
Hey, look. I can see the chopper now. It's hovering.
Do you think they've seen us?
Maybe.
They're losing height.
Losing height and moving towards the road behind us.
They'll land a gunman on the road behind us and then fly ahead and drop somebody in front of us so we can't go backwards or forwards without meeting opposition.
Well, we can take the Jeep cross-country.
Yeah, it looks like the road passes through a high cutting not far ahead. If we go cross-country, then we'll have to drive miles to get around the ridge. We don't know our way around here with the chopper chasing us, and we could probably smash the Jeep in the process.
Yeah, I've lost sight of the chopper, but it sounds like it's gaining speed.
It's on the way to drop a gunman ahead of us. Yeah, and then the machine will be back to keep an eye on things while the gunmen close in.
Well, we haven't got a choice but to go cross-country. Look, we can't just sit here and wait to be attacked.
Before the chopper gets back, I suggest we move away from the Jeep. Perhaps we can arrange a little ambush of our own.
Yeah, what?
These boys haven't got time to waste. They want to sort it out as fast as possible so they can move on.
Yeah, but come on, Lambert. How the blazes can we ambush them?
All right. Look, there's a slight rise in the ground over there, so let's make for that. Come on, and don't open the doors. Just jump over the sides.
Yeah, but what about our two friends in the back?
Leave them. Come on.
What's happened to the chopper, huh? We've been here nearly 15 minutes and there's been no sign of it.
We probably landed to save fuel. So still out there. If the Jeep was started up, they'd hear it.
Well, where are the men who are supposed to be closing in on us?
Well, there's the first answer to your question. To the right, over there.
What? Oh, yeah. Yeah, I see him.
Yeah, so do I now, but I don't see any others.
Somebody must be easing forward from the other direction. Keep watching the ground to the north.
Mm-hmm. And when that man gets to the Jeep, he's gonna find out.
I'm gonna see to that problem. You two wait here.
You're gonna tackle him?
I'm gonna try. Stay here and keep your wits about you.
Okay, but be careful.
Victor,
Yeah, what?
There's something moving in the scrub. Over that way.
Must be the other character we're expecting. Can you see him?
Not yet. Oh, yeah, wait. Wait, there's the movement again. Oh, there he is.
Yeah, I can see him. And he's not looking this way. It seems like he's gonna... Uh-oh. Keep still. He's changed direction.
Oh, he's coming straight towards us.
Yeah, that's not all. He's got a rifle.
What are we gonna do?
Oh, we're nicely hidden in this bush. Now listen to me. As he passes, I want you to pull his legs from under him. I'll club him with my rifle.
This isn't gonna be as easy as you make it sound, you know.
Listen, Anne, those characters are killers. It's them or us.
Uh-oh, wait for it. Here he comes.
Yeah, right. Okay. Easy now. Get ready.
Now! Okay,
Right,
go, get him! Get him!
Hey! Oh, that's fantastic. You did it.
Yeah, okay. Don't waste time. Get his gun away from him.
Right. Oh, golly, is
boy.
he dead?
Huh?
You gave him a terrific whack there.
Yeah, sure did, but, let's have a look.
Huh?
No, he's just lights out.
Hey, look at this, Victor. What's this thing he's got in his belt?
Huh? Let me take a look. Well, it looks like a flare gun.
A flare gun?
Yeah.
What for?
Oh, probably to signal the chopper.
Yeah, the other man had one as well.
Oh, hi, Lambert. Are you all right?
Yeah, I'm fine. Hey, I see you too. I'm taking care of this one very efficiently.
Thanks.
We make quite a team, don't we?
Yeah, we do.
Let's
Now?
fire a flare and see what happens, shall we?
Well, that'll bring the chopper, won't it?
Yeah, correct. I got a score to settle with that lot as well. And these people killed 2 of my men at the landing site just after the plane crashed. Since then, they may have murdered the rest as well. Now, let's fire this flare.
Look at it. There's so much cloud about. I doubt if it'll be seen for very far.
Yeah, the chopper will be waiting nearby. Now then, Victor. You and I are going to impersonate the 2 men who were sent to kill us.
What?
And you, Anne, will appear to be our prisoner. Should fool the chopper long enough to get it in range.
In range? In range for what?
Don't ask stupid questions, girl. The chopper will be coming in with its searchlights on. If we can inveigle the pilot into landing, we can try to overpower him on the ground. But if he gets suspicious before landing, we'll have to try and shoot the machine down.
I can hear the motor. Yeah, it's on the way.
Come on, Victor. Put that non-compos mentis character's hat and overcoat on.
Well, here he comes. And with the searchlights on, just as you predicted.
And stand with your hands behind your back as though they're bound.
Right.
You do realize that if this ruse don't work, they're gonna mow us down, hmm?
Yeah, they're in a hurry to get away from here. They should have been gone for hours by now if their plan had been running according to schedule. Let's hope haste is going to make them careless.
Oh, looks like the machine's going to come straight in on land.
Don't look into the searchlights, Victor.
Well, so far so good.
Anne, you look into the searchlight. Look distressed.
I am distressed, believe me.
Hey, look. The chopper's just hovering.
I hate to say this, but I think they're suspicious. We got their friends' hats and overcoats on, but we're the wrong build.
Then we're sitting ducks in the searchlight.
When I say go, start firing. Anne, you run for cover. Ready?
Ready. Go. Hey, we got the searchlight. It's out.
The machine's coming down. Watch out.
It's still in one piece.
Come on, close in.
Hey, are they still alive in there?
Yeah, there's just the pilot. He's alone and holding his hands up. We just wounded him. The 2 men who came after us on the ground must have been the ones he picked up from the jeep we had to run him with earlier on the road.
Oh, can we please go home now?
We got a little delivery to make to the authorities in Oliveville. First things first.
What's time?
It's 8 o'clock.
Wow, if I don't get some sleep soon, I'm just gonna pass out.
Hey, listen, I think that goes for all of us.
Has that bullion stolen from that plane of yours been recovered?
No, not yet. But I think it will be. A huge search is underway.
You know something? Victor and I were going on holiday. We've been looking forward to relaxing.
Well, they say a change is as good as a holiday. But in our case, I'd say the change was rather extreme.
Yeah, well, now you can get some sleep. And then...
But look, who are all those people coming this way?
Oh, no. I think the press has caught up with us.
Press?
You must be joking.
I'm afraid not.
Oh, come on, Anne, run!
Oh, no, not again. Hey, wait for me. Wait for me.
High Adventure is produced by Henry Diffenthal.
High Adventure.
Tonight, Ron Evans gives us a special Christmas adventure in his story, A Firing Squad for Christmas.
Come in, Miss Webster. Tucker said you had an urgent matter you wish to talk over with me.
Yes, Mr. Aldred. It's the beginning of December now, and I've got a lovely idea for a Christmas series of articles.
Oh, excellent, excellent. Sit down and tell me all about it. That's what I like to see, initiative from our junior reporters.
I'd like to go to France, sir. We'll visit the men in the trenches and let the people at home know how they're spending Christmas.
Really, Miss Webster, the idea is preposterous. A woman can't go up the front line. The War Office would never permit it. In fact, not even a male correspondent would be permitted. Elverson is over there now, and the closest he can get is a village called O'Till. No. Take my advice, Miss Webster. Stick to the more genteel type of reporting. Wedding, society, and the like. The front line is strictly for men, my dear.
You don't quite understand, sir. I've made up my mind.
Then unmake it.
Well, if you won't send me as an official correspondent, then I shall go as a freelance. I'm sure the Globe, the Herald, and the Mail won't reject my reports.
I see. So you're giving me an ultimatum, hmm?
If that's how you wish to take it, yes, sir. I'm going to see what it's like at the front line, and nothing and nobody's going to stop me.
Miss Kathy Webster was a pretty young thing of 22. She'd been with my paper for 3 years, and never, not once, had she ever shown the dogged determination she displayed at that interview in my office. I was shocked by her plan, and equally shocked by her sheer stubbornness. There was something more to it than met the eye. Of that I was fairly certain.
There are nearly 250,000 men there fighting in the rain and mud, Mr. Aldred. That's 250,000 families who want to know how their menfolk are spending the festive season. Well, think of what it could do for our circulation.
Oh, are you really concerned for the paper's circulation?
Well, it's what pays my salary, sir.
Not for much longer, if you persist with this harebrained scheme.
I am going. If you refuse to help me, then you must accept my immediate resignation.
What is behind all this, Miss Webster? You can't be wanting to do this to boost circulation or to satisfy a morbid curiosity, and most certainly not to elevate your status in the journalistic profession. No, tell me the truth. What is the driving factor?
I want to do it because it hasn't been done before.
Do I detect a blush, Miss Webster? Yes, most difficult to disguise. I would suggest that there is a gentleman involved.
Are you barking up the wrong tree?
Let me see. Yes, could it be Paul Harrison? He was paying you a lot of attention before he volunteered for the army. He's a captain at the front now, so I'm told. Probably you know better than I, my dear. Well?
I'd like to see Paul, certainly. He writes to me on occasion.
And you're determined to see him for Christmas, eh?
Well, if he's around while I'm there, why not? I shan't make a special point of looking for him.
I know a simple newspaper editor can have a devil of a job separating a woman from her chosen man, but a war, that's a different matter. No, you'll be wasting your time and money and gather a lot of hardship and heartache in the process.
I'll find a way, Mr. Aldred, even if I have to cut my hair and wear a uniform.
I see. Then there's no stopping you. Very well, I should hate to lose a valued employee like yourself. So, you can go on your own initiative and at your own expense. My paper will in no way be responsible for you, and your salary will cease until the day you report back here for duty. You will be a freelance in every way but one.
What is that?
I shall use the material you send back and bank your fees, which will be paid at top freelance rates.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Aldred.
Yes, there is one more condition, though.
Yes?
You must send no reports to other newspapers. Well, is that a deal?
Better than I ever hoped for. If it wasn't for your secretary's nasty mind, I'd give you a big kiss.
Oh, really, Miss Webster, you're getting out of line already. It was December 1914, and the First World War was in its very early stages. The fighting between the French and British on one hand, and the German invaders on the other, had been bogged down to a dreary series of attack and counterattack from one line of muddy trenches to the next. At that time, it was still possible for a British civilian to cross the English Channel and travel to Paris without a pocket full of military visas. But travel east of Paris was taboo to any foreigner excepting extraordinary circumstances. As a result, on the 18th of December, Cathy found herself stuck in Paris. From there, she sent me a report on the petty officiousness of the French and the high-handed officiousness of the British. I published it and drew a storm of controversy, and circulation was boosted by 10,000 copies. After exhausting all the official channels to get a visa, Cathy took to less conventional means to meet her end. She visited a number of underground drinking parlours in the French capital.
You know, miss, I can't believe you're English. You been here long?
A week.
I've been here a couple of months.
On business?
Yeah, sort of.
I know you bought me this drink, and I know you're going to think it very rude of me when I call you a liar, Mr. Wickens.
Hey, what's that?
I've been watching you very closely. The girls in the bar eye you with, well, a mixture of respect and fear. You run them, don't you?
Oh yes, well, that's very perceptive of you, miss. You like to join our happy little group? Be quite a novelty having an English girl.
You can drop that idea this instant, Mr. Wickens. I'm here on genuine business.
Well, what other kind of business could a pretty girl like yourself be doing in a place like this?
You're an army deserter, aren't you?
How do you know? I mean, what gives you that idea?
Female intuition. Desertion is a capital offence, you know. Firing squad and all that.
Yeah, what are you getting at?
I want your cooperation, and I can make it financially worth your while. I need a loosely fitting army uniform. Royal Artillery, 10th Brigade. Can you get it for me? For £5.
10?
10 only, if you get it for me by 9 tomorrow morning.
Well, it's going to be a rare old job, but I've got me contacts. All right, 9 o'clock sharp.
And another £10 if you can get me a fully stamped military visa that will take me to the front. I want it to appear that I'm returning to my battery from a weekend's leave in Paris.
Blimey, it's for you?
It makes no difference to you, does it? Well, is it possible?
Oh, pass is easier than the uniform. What name do you want in it?
John Francis, hang on. I'll use my own surname, Webster. Gunner John Francis Webster. I'm staying at a pension, Rue de Mail, Hôtel Étranger.
Got it. 9 prompt. How about an advance?
Cash on delivery, Mr. Wickens. Just like your girls.
The army deserter Wickens was as good as his word. The uniform fitted her well and succeeded in disguising the more prominent features of her feminine figure. Kathy paid her hotel bill, and with the uniform in a paper parcel under her arm, she went to a second-hand shop and bought a bicycle. She rode westward out of Paris, then turned south. On a lonely country road, she changed into the uniform and buried her own clothes. Whistling in a most unladylike manner, she cycled eastwards toward the village of Auteuil. She was sure that there she would be able to find the location of Paul Harrison's battery. It was now the night of the 19th of December, and there were still 6 days left to Christmas. As it happened, when she arrived in the village of Auteuil, affairs were in a state of chaos. Nobody spared her a second glance, and her questions, asked with a deep, husky voice, went unanswered. British and French troops were marching through to the front, buttons and weapons shining. On the other side of the village came a tattered array of British and French troops returning from the front, muddy, wounded, and totally disillusioned about the glories of war and blind patriotism. Kathy successfully passed 2 French and 1 British checkpoint and continued her journey eastward. Already she could hear the sound of the big guns and see flashes of light on the darkening horizon ahead. Suddenly, a shell exploded in the road about 100 meters ahead of her, and the blast threw her from the bicycle. It was now dark. To her right, she could see the charred ruins of a farmhouse. Hiding her bicycle in the ditch, she hurried across to it to take shelter for the night.
Who's that over there? Answer me, I'll blow your ruddy head off. Look, I can see you.
Gunner John Webster.
Where from?
10th Brigade, Royal Artillery.
Oh, fancy that. Same here. You get lost as well?
Yes, we were ambushed.
All right, well, come in. Isn't healthy close to the door like that. You know, shrapnel. Within range of the jolly big guns from here. I'm Eddie Thatcher. Whose mob are you with?
Captain Harrison's.
Oh, yeah, I was with old Blood and Guts Bates. He got blood and guts, all right. He got himself blown into the top of a ruddy tree, he did. Only his boots left on the ground. His feet still in them. All right, what are your plans, Johnny? Gonna stay lying low, or are you gonna go back and get yourself blown up?
I don't know.
Well, I say we stay here for a while. There's chickens and eggs in the barn outside, and I found a big dollop of that French cheese. Stinks to high heaven, but doesn't those taste bad? Have some.
No, thanks.
You sound a bit posh, didn't you? Where you from?
London.
Same here. Where'd I put that bleeding candle? I doused it when I heard you crossing the cobblestones. Yeah, I got it here. Yeah, that's better. Now I can get a good butcher's at you. Cool, you're only a youngster, eh? Your voice still squeaky. Ain't broken proper yet. You look more like a drummer boy than a ruddy gunner. Now, Johnny, where you going?
To find a quiet corner to sleep. I'm awfully tired.
Don't worry about it. It's all fixed up. Found a couple of tarpaulins and a load of straw in the barn. Make a nice, comfortable bed. We can share it.
It's all right. I'll fix a place for myself.
That's all right. I can see what you're thinking. Well, let me tell you something, Sonny.
No! I tripped over that stone.
Oh, you did you? Yeah. Isn't that funny?
What do you mean?
You can't fool me. Take that tin helmet off.
I will not.
Take it off before I make you take your pants off as well.
Well, you wouldn't dare.
I'm a big fella, as you can see. Well, do you do it or shall I? So I was right. There's no ruddy soldier in the whole British Army with a fancy haircut like that. Now tell me something, darling. What's a pretty girl like you doing up here at the front?
Gunner Thatcher was a big man, and his seemingly rough manners gave her cause for concern. Cathy decided it best to tell the truth and did so. He sat on a bench and listened without comment. When she finished, Cathy waited pensively for his reaction. She was now totally at his mercy. He chuckled.
You're quite a girl, eh? So, is this Captain Harrison you've come all the way to see?
A mixture of business and pleasure. I'll continue to write in my reports.
Oh, pleasure, she says. There's no pleasure here at the front, my pretty young miss. Like you get a German shell blowing your head off. Yeah, Captain Harrison, eh? Yeah, I heard of him, yeah. I think he's down Maru way.
Is it far?
About 50 miles south of there. Well, if I was you, I'd hang on a day or two. There's a story going round that his battery's moving out this way.
Can't very well stay here, can I?
Well, it's as good a place as you'll find in these parts. Can't go much further forward or you'll be in the trenches.
Well, I've got the uniform. I can continue pretending I'm a man.
In the ruddy trenches? They'll find you in 2 hours flat, I'll tell you. Look, can you imagine what they'll do to you finding a pretty young thing up there, eh? A great batch of men who've been shelled and machine gunned for weeks and weeks and weeks. Blimey, I shudder to think. Now, look, you stay where you're safe from everything except a direct hit from a Jerry shell.
The burly gunner made her a comfortable bed, and they spent several hours talking before she fell asleep. That night she gleaned enough information to write at least 3 more reports. The problem was going to be sending them back to Paris and avoid the usual military censorship. Although she was not going to give away any secrets, she was critical of many things the military would not approve of. She awoke next morning, and he gave her some tea in a tin mug.
Hello, hello, hello. What's going on here?
Oh, blimey, Mr. Sergeant.
Having a ruddy picnic, are we? So this is where you've been hiding, eh, Thatcher? I was ready to book you down as dead, missing, or deserted. And who's your friend? Yeah, where are you from, sonny? Hang about. You're a funny-looking soldier with hair like that. Stand up. Come on, you heard me. Attention!
I'm sick.
None of your nonsense now. Who's this you've been kipping with, Thatcher? Well, I'll be darned. A woman, no less. Where'd you pick her up?
Look, I'm sorry, Cathy. Look, I think you better tell him the truth. No, but it's all right. She's English, Sarge.
Shut your mouth, Thatcher. Get yourself down the road to the battery as fast as your big feet will carry you. I'll deal with this situation.
Yeah, but, Sarge, you don't understand.
Go, or I'll have you charged with desertion.
Please, Eddie, I'll be all right. Think of yourself.
All right. I'll let your captain know just as soon as I can, miss. I swear it.
Thank you, Eddie.
Well, miss, you could be English, and then again you might not be.
What do you mean by that?
The Jerrys have been using women spies, and a lot of them talk English like you, all posh-like. No, don't sit down. I'm taking you for a walk to brigade headquarters, lady. A lot of men are getting killed through women like you.
Don't be ridiculous, Sergeant. I'm not a spy. I'm as English as you are. My name is Catherine Webster, and I'm a freelance journalist. I'm on my way to the front to observe and make reports.
You got written permission?
Well, no, not exactly.
You must have come through a dozen or more checkpoints. Where's your pass?
Here.
See. Yeah, but according to this, you're John Webster.
I disguised myself as a soldier, as you can see.
False document and disguised as a British soldier. To my way of thinking, lady, that makes you a Jerry spy.
Why, that's absurd. Absolutely ridiculous.
Well, then prove that you're who you say you are.
Well, I can't at this moment. I had to leave my proper identification papers back in Paris.
Bloody convenient. I bet most of the German spies say the same thing. Now, just you start walking for the door with your hands on the back of your head. I'll be right behind you, and make no mistake. One move to run away and I'll shoot you dead. Not that it'll make much difference. It's the firing squad for you anyway.
Cathy was ignominiously taken to brigade headquarters, which was a partly damaged village community hall. There she was locked in a bare room while Sergeant Bailey made his report. Soon after, a stern-looking man entered and conducted her to an office which contained a desk with a chair on either side. The interrogation was harsh, and many of the leading questions were asked by Captain Dalton a dozen times over.
You're continually telling lies, young lady. This interrogation can lead to only one conclusion if you persist. Summary execution as a German spy. Do you realize that?
Please, you must believe me. Contact my paper in London. The editor, Mr. Aldred, will identify me.
We're fighting a war. A vicious, bloody war. Every day, hundreds of men are dying at the front. One more life means nothing. This editor chap won't be able to see you, will he? For all we know, there could have been a genuine Catherine Webster. Perhaps she was killed, and you've taken on her identity. It wouldn't be the first time something like that's happened. No, we daren't take the risk of letting you go. It's easier for us to execute you and file a report.
That's monstrous.
It's war, my dear.
What about Captain Paul Harrison? Or contact him. He'll vouch for me.
I'm sorry, but we're not prepared to involve one of our fellow officers in a nasty business like this.
It's not a nasty business. Well, you can't just sit there and talk my life away. We'll send to Paris and get my real identification papers for the love of heaven.
In the event of them being found, it would prove nothing. They can easily be forged, just as your military pass was. I'm sorry, but you'll have to do better if you want to cheat the firing squad.
What can I do? I've told you all I know.
As far as I'm concerned, you've told me only what you've been trained to say. Look, there's one way for you to get out of this mess. Tell me the truth. Sign a statement. Tell us who trained you, what part of Germany you come from, and all the military information you can. It could save your life.
I can only repeat what I've already told you. As for military information...
Good at that, aren't you?
Well, what do you mean by that?
We've found your notebook. It was brimming over with your observations. That in itself condemns you as a German spy.
Oh, my notes. Well, I told you, I'm a newspaper reporter. Where are you going?
Obviously, there's nothing more to be said. I shall report to the colonel, and he will decide on the time for your execution. Detail!
Sir?
Escort the woman back to her room. Shackle her. We can't risk having her escape.
Seems fairly conclusive, Captain Dalton.
There's no doubt whatsoever in my mind, sir. She is a spy.
What about this Captain Paul Harrison?
I've checked, sir. No such officer exists in the 10th.
I see. Pity, such a pretty girl, too. This notebook condemns her out of hand. Very well, Captain. I'll sign a warrant for her immediate execution while you organize a firing squad. Oh, cover her head, though. You know how squeamish the men get about shooting a woman.
I had a right old time getting to see you, sir, but why should I tell you a lie?
Damn it, man, I'm not calling you a liar. It's just so astonishing.
Kathy, here at the front. I talked to her for hours, sir. I'm making no mistake. She told me everything.
She was taken to brigade headquarters, you say?
That's right.
Oh, Colonel Radcliffe will be giving her a sharp telling off, mark my words. I've a good mind to let her sit there and sweat it out until tomorrow. She got a nerve coming all this way to write reports for old Aldred, eh? I bet he craftily put her up to it, the old devil.
Look, if you ask me, sir, she really came to see you, sir, for Christmas.
Silly girl. What kind of Christmas party does she expect to have here? A few snorts and a turkey leg in the officers' mess? She wouldn't be allowed in there for a start. Oh, well, I'd better hand over to Captain Rigby for a while, and I'll pop over to headquarters. Thought I was in the 10th, did she? Just like a woman to get a man's battalion number all wrong.
Cathy, shocked out of her wits, sat on a wooden bench, feet and hands shackled together by lengths of chain. An army chaplain visited her, but was deaf to her pleas of innocence. Her last visitor was the stern-faced Captain Dalton.
Very well, young lady. The time for heroics is over. But you can still save yourself with a confession. If you don't, the execution detail will be coming for you in less than a minute from now. Well, have you anything to say?
It's a mistake. A terrible, terrible mistake.
You're thinking you could spy on us? Yes, of course it was. But there are still many pretty Fräuleins like you who can speak perfect English. The Secret Service will use every last one of them. A pity, but it's a dirty war. All wars are. Here they come now, a few seconds ahead of time. Now, please, try not to make a fuss. I'll do my best to make it easy and quick for you. If you stand quite still and make a good target, there's no chance of the men missing. Oh, Colonel.
A visitor for your so-called spy, Dalton.
Kathy! What a funny way to spend Christmas.
Paul, we found you.
It was both embarrassing, yet a relief to the elderly Colonel Radcliffe. To have shot Cathy would have raised a terrible hullabaloo in a very short time, and he would have been fully responsible. Captain Paul Harrison's positive identification assured her release into his custody. Of course, she would have to be sent back to Paris as soon as possible, so the wily old colonel, to salve his own conscience, gave Captain Harrison a week's leave in Paris as Cathy's official military escort. It ended well, and Cathy's newspaper reports later caused more storms of controversy, much to my delight. In those few days, she succeeded in establishing a solid professional reputation for herself and spending that happy Christmas with the man she loved.
High Adventure is produced by Henry Diffenthal.
High Adventure.
Tonight's story by Terence Kerwin is entitled A Life for a Life.
Excuse me, are you Edwin Till?
Yeah? You the new replacement?
Yes.
Well, old Jessup didn't tell me a limey would be taking over my job. How long have you been in Canada?
I settled here with my family 6 weeks ago. Old Jessup, as you call him, didn't tell me it would be so cold here either when I applied for the job.
Well, wait until the snow comes, fella. You'll freeze to death in those English clothes. Take my tip, get yourself a real thick overcoat and earmuffs. You'll need them. By golly, you will.
Oh, I'm shivering at the thought.
How much experience have you had as a traffic control officer?
3 years at an airport near Blackpool.
Been here 15 years now. Gotta like the old place, though. Gets real busy sometimes. 6 planes a day. How's that?
Oh, not bad. The one in England got 8, so I beat you.
I guess you do at that. But did you ever get a real way-out emergency happen up there?
Well, not really. Of course, we had the odd excitement now and then, like guiding planes down in a fog, but nothing much else. Something tells me, though, you've had a real weirdie, as I called them back home. Am I right?
Yeah, you sure are, feller. Come on, I'll tell you about it over a cup of coffee. We've got a canteen here. It's not much, but it makes good coffee. Interested?
Well, you bet. I'll be glad to hear anything I can about the place, seeing I'll be working here.
Okay. Hey, take over, Harry. I'm off now. Hey, watch out for Doc Stevens. He's due in any time now. Okay, Ed. You leave it to me. Now we'll take that alcove seat over there. More private. Well, like our coffee?
Yes, it's fine. But it's rather different from what I drank back home.
You bet it is. I was always telling my old ma she hadn't a clue how to make coffee, well, Canadian style. Well, she learned, bless her, in the end. Now about the story. Once in a while, exciting things did happen, in spite of me calling the airport a one-eyed dump. Like guiding planes down in snowstorms, but nothing so odd as this story I'm going to tell you.
Why so odd?
Well, a life hung in the balance, and a plane, too. And all because of a fishbone.
Fishbone? Oh, sounds really intriguing and nothing like we had back home. Well, go on. I'm all ears, as they say.
Okay. Now, this story began about 5 years ago in the backwoods. Doc Stevens could have told it better, but seeing he's not here and sort of touchy about it, I'll do my best. He's a flying doctor around these parts.
I've met him. A nice bloke, but very quiet. He doesn't have much to say.
Yeah, he's been like that ever since this incident happened. Sort of blames himself. Not true, of course. I mean, it wasn't his fault, no, sir. It was the cussed weather and this fishbone. You see, it was a call he should have made earlier, but he couldn't make it. Even though he knew all about it, so did I. I was on duty at the time. It began simple enough. The Moran family, they're Irish trappers about 100 miles from here. They were having their breakfast.
Can I come with you today, Pa? Now finish your porridge, son, and we'll see.
Not today, son. The heavy snows are due any time now, and the going will be rough.
Must you go, dear? Can't the traps wait till tomorrow? The radio said the weather would be clear by then.
No, Lena, I got to go. Those darn wild dogs will ruin the fur if I don't. I won't be away for long, and the sooner I start, the better. Gosh darn it, it's after 6 now. Where's my rifle?
Here, dear.
Thanks, dear. Now, where's that Ted? He promised to be here by 6.
Oh, it's starting to snow real bad, Ken. Maybe you won't come.
He's got to come. Darn it, those skins will be ruined if we don't get to him in time.
You said that before, dear. You always repeat yourself when you're worried. So why go?
I'm worried about my furs, Lena, not the blasted weather. I must make up for last month. I lost some fine skins.
Oh, I think he's coming now. Oh, yes, it's him.
Oh, good.
Now, do finish up your breakfast, Larry, or you won't grow up big and strong like your pa.
Gee, Ma. Can I go with Pa? I won't get in the way.
I said no, son. Maybe next time.
It's starting to snow fits a blind a mule, Kean. You think we should go?
There's a sensible man. Hiya, Ted.
Hi, Alina. And how's young Larry?
Fine, Uncle Ted. Pa says I can't come with you.
Your pa's right, young feller. It's too windy out there. Not to mention the snowdrifts that'll be forming. You'll get swallowed up in no time.
Gee, Uncle Ted, you're as bad as Pa.
Now, that's enough, young man, or I'll send you to your room. Now, give me your plate. I bet your porridge is stone cold.
No, it isn't, Ma. It's just fine.
Now, let me see. Of course it's cold. I'll warm it up and you can finish it when your Pa and Uncle Ted have left.
Are you ready, Ted?
Yeah, let's go.
Goodbye, honey. I'll see you later. Look after Larry.
I will, dear. Hurry back.
I hate these snowstorms. Makes one feel so cut off. Thank heavens we got Doc Stevens when we need him.
Yeah, but if the weather gets any worse, a bird wouldn't get through, let alone a plane. But as you say, thank heavens for the doc and the radio.
Did you check it was working okay before you left?
Heck no. Oh, it'll be okay. I used it yesterday and it was all right. Now, where shall we make for first? Beechwood?
I'm easy. We might as well. We usually get our best catches there.
If it gets any worse, though, I reckon we'll skip the traps by the river. Okay with you?
Okay by me. Now, let's move it while we can. I don't like the look of those clouds over there.
You're right. Let's hurry it up and get back.
Is lunch ready, Ma? I'm hungry.
Go and sit at the table. It's ready now. And don't let it get cold like your breakfast.
Gee, Ma, I ate it, didn't I?
Yes, dear. Eventually. Now, sit down.
Oh, sure tasty, Ma.
Good boy. Eat it all up. It'll do you a power of good. Makes brain, they say.
Ah, gee, Ma, you're kidding.
No, I'm not, son. True is true. I read it in a book someplace. What's wrong, Larry?
I think I've got something stuck in my throat, Ma.
Here, quick. Eat some bread. That better? Is it gone?
Oh, no, Ma. It's made it worse. I think it's a fish bone.
Oh, but it can't be, son. I filleted the fish real careful like.
It is a fish bone, Ma. I can feel it. Oh, it hurts awful, Ma.
Let me look. Open your mouth. Oh, I can't see anything. No, keep still, son, while I try and get it out.
Oh, it's gone further down, Ma. I can't breathe so good. I want my paw. I want my paw.
Oh, heavens. Oh, dear heavens. Don't worry, son. I'll radio for Doc Stevens. He'll know what to do. This is WXY4 calling Hayward Airport. WXY4 calling Hayward Airport. Doc Stevens, please. This is an emergency. WXY4 calling Hayward Airport. Do you read me? Over.
More. I can't breathe. It hurts. I can't breathe.
Try and remain calm, son. I'll try again. This is WXY4 calling Hayward Airport. WXY4 calling Hayward Airport. Do you read me? This is an emergency. Over.
Help me, Ma. I'm choking. I'm choking.
I'll get help for you, Larry, son. Just hold on a little longer.
I can't hold on much longer, Ma. I want my paw.
WXY calling Hayward Airport. WXY calling Hayward Airport. Do you read me? Do you read me? What is wrong? Answer me, please. Oh, please answer me. Over. Oh, Larry. Larry! Oh, no. He's unconscious and his face is tinged with blue. He's dying. I know it. I know it.
Well, that's the lot in Beechwood Grove. Good catch, Keen.
Yeah, but let's go back, Ted.
Why? We're doing fine.
Don't laugh, Ted, but I've a feeling that something's wrong back home. Come on, we must turn back.
Now, hold on, fella. Me and young Larry are okay. It's just your superstitious Irish blood running wild.
I tell you it's not. You go on ahead if you want to, but I'm turning back, and now.
Okay, fella, calm down. We'll go back.
Hurry up, Ted. We must go faster.
All right. I'm going as fast as I can. Look out, Keen!
Oh.
You okay, Keen?
Yeah, I think so. I busted my ankle in this dratted snowdrift. Help me out, Ted.
Hold on. Careful now. Grab my rifle. You got it?
Yeah.
Right. Okay, here goes. Is the ankle broken?
No, I don't think so. Just badly sprained by the feel of it. But look, you go on ahead.
Not on your life, pal. You'll freeze to death if I leave you here. Come on now, come on. Lean on my shoulder.
Thanks. I'm leaving the furs. They're too heavy to carry. Hurry, Ted! Hurry!
Flower Connection has just opened their flagship store in Linden, Johannesburg, at 65 on 4th, situated in 4th Avenue. For fresh cut flowers, plants and florist accessories at wholesale prices, come to Flower Connection. Call Jenny on 076 951 9449 or visit our website at www.flowerconnection.com.
Looking for space to hang and dry your washing? Washline distributors have the solution.
Their rotating and fold-down wash lines take up the smallest spaces. Ideal for townhouses, simplexes and balconies at affordable prices. Galvanized or powder-coated and available in 5 different colors. For 24-hour delivery, installation, reliable and friendly service, phone Washline Distributors on 011 792 2486. That's 011 792 2486. Wash lines for every space and need.
WXY4 calling Haven Airport. WXY4 calling Haven Airport. This is an emergency. I repeat, an emergency. I want the flying doctor. Can you read me? Over. WXY4 calling. WXY4 calling. Why can you answer me, Haven Airport? This is an emergency. I repeat.
Who are you? You're jamming my frequency. Please get off the air. I repeat, please get off the air.
I can't get off the air. My son is dying and needs a doctor. I'm trying to get in touch with the flying doctor at Haven Airport.
Dr. Stevens?
Yes, now please get off the air. This is an emergency.
I can't. For some reason we're locked in each other's frequency. Doc Stevens couldn't help you anyway. The weather's too bad. I can't see a yard in front of you. Oh, it's snowing something shocking. Hey, wait a minute. Aren't you Lena Moran? I recognize your call sign.
Yes, I'm Lena Moran. Who are you?
I'm Art Linton. Remember me? I know you have me.
Oh, yes, I do. And you know about first aid. Oh, you must tell me what to do. My Larry is dying.
And so will I if I don't get in touch with the airport. My landing gear won't work and I must be guided in.
It won't take long for you to tell me what to do. Oh, please, Art. I've no one else to help me. Cian is out seeing to his traps. Oh, for heaven's sake, help me, Art!
Oh, all right. Now, what's the trouble, Lena?
Larry's got a fishbowl stuck in his throat and he can hardly breathe.
Well, that needs a doctor. Oh, for pity's sake, not a guy who only knows first aid. The trachea is a dicey thing to operate on.
What's the trachea, Art?
The throat, Lena. I'm sorry, but I can't help you.
Oh, but you must. Larry is dying. I tell you, he's choking to death.
And I tell you, he needs a doctor. You'd never be able to do the operation. One mistake and you'd kill him for sure. Now, I'm sorry to be so brutal, Lena, but it's the truth. Now, get off the air. My fuel's running out.
I won't get off the air until you tell me what to do. You saved little Robbie Watson who was run over by a car.
That was different, Lena. And you know it. For one thing, I was on the spot, not 100 miles away in a crippled plane. No, Lena, I can't help you. Oh, the blasted, I'd be helping you to commit darn near murder.
Do you want his death on your conscience because you refuse to help? That's darn near murder to me, Art.
He'll bleed to death if you cut an artery by mistake. Operations on throats don't come under first aid, Lena. Can't you see that?
Oh, I can't. Oh, please, Art, help me. Help me. Did you hear that, Art? Did you?
All right, Lena. Now, calm down. Getting hysterical won't help. I'll do my best to help you. Now, for a start, is his face turning blue?
Yes, a little.
Yeah, well, that's something. If it was really blue, we wouldn't stand a chance. How's his breathing? Is it wheezy, rapid, and shallow?
Yes. Now, what shall I do? Oh, hurry, Art, oh, please, hurry.
I said calm down, Lena. You'll not save Larry if you panic and get hysterical. Now, this will need real calm nerves.
Yes, I'm sorry, Art. I'm calm now. Please go on.
Good. Now, have you a sharp knife? And I mean sharp.
Yes, the one I use for cutting vegetables. I always keep it clean. Will that do?
It'll have to, Lena. But first, sterilize it in boiling water. When you've done that, come back to me. But hurry, Lena. My fuel is running out fast.
Bless you, Art. I'll hurry, I promise. I put the knife in boiling water. Thank heavens the water was already on the stove.
Right. Now go and pull back the skin on his throat until you can see the ridges. Now come back to me when you've done that.
Art?
Well, Lena, done it?
Yes, I could see the ridges. But his face is becoming real blue now, Art.
We must hurry, but still remain calm. Do you remember seeing a ridge just below the Adam's apple?
Yes, I did.
Right. We'll just have to hope that the fishbone will be above that. Now pull the skin tight again and carefully cut along that ridge below the Adam's apple. You'll be able to breathe then.
Won't he bleed a lot and choke?
No, not a lot. You must cut across the throat. If he does bleed a lot, press on the area where the blood is. That should slow it down. Okay? Now, go and make the incision, Lena. Now, remain calm, but hurry back when you've done it.
I will, Art. I will. I promise. Oh, dear heavens, let me do this right. Oh, dear, I can't hold the knife. It's too hot. Where's the clean bandages? You got to calm, Lena. Calm. Remember what Art said. Remain calm. Got them. Now, cover the knife handle. That's better. Pull the skin back. Yes. There's the ridge. I can't do it. I can't do it. But I must. I must. Do you want Larry to die, you little fool? For pity's sake, no. Oh, you do it. I will. Do it. I've done it. His face is regaining its color. Oh, heaven be praised. He's bleeding heavily. Oh, no, he's choking. Oh, I must stop it. I must. Oh, what did Art say? Oh, yes, press around the wound. The bleeding's stopping. Oh, heavens. The wound is closing up. Oh. Art! Art! The wound's closing up! He can't breathe properly again!
The snowstorm's getting worse, Ted. We'll never make it in time.
We will, feller, we will.
I hope you're right.
I am. Now cool off.
Cool off? I'm darn near frozen walking at this speed. I must try and go a little faster.
Now ease off, Kean. You'll only stumble and maybe break your ankle. Then we will be in a real fix. How is it, by the way? Any worse?
It's not too good, Ted. But walk faster. I'll keep up somehow. I know something's wrong back at home. The feeling is overwhelming me now.
Easy, feller, easy. We're making good time. It's only a few more miles to go.
A few more miles? We haven't a hope then, unless we move faster. It's Larry. I know it. Something's happened to him.
Now calm down, Kean. You're making yourself ill with needless worry. They'll both be okay, I tell you.
You're wrong, Ted. Lena, me, and Larry are a pretty close family. I've had this feeling before, you know.
When?
Last August, when Larry cut his face under his left eye.
Yeah, I remember. It was a pretty close thing.
It sure was. Another fraction of an inch, and it would have been a main artery. Doc Stevens fixed him up real good. No scar.
Don't tell me you knew about that.
I sure did. Buried the furs and went back home like a scalded wildcat. Of course, I wasn't needed. Doc Stevens had already left. But the feeling of disaster was there, Ted, all the same. And this time there'll be no Doc Stevens on account of this blasted weather.
I see what you mean. Maybe you've got second sight or something.
I think I have. I know my old ma had, way back in Ireland. Folks would come for miles to have their future read. Of course, she never told them the bad things. Like when she knew young Kevin O'Connor was going to die. Kept that to herself. Told me about it years later. Ah!
Are you all right?
I think so. Are you sure we're going the right way? I can't see a yard in front of me with this blasted snow.
We're going the right way. Leave it to your old pal.
Yeah, like last time. We got lost, remember?
Ah, gee, Kean, I only did it once.
Yeah, but this time, I tell you, it'll be once too many.
We'll be too late to
Now,
save
don't
Larry.
say that. You make me feel real bad. I tell you, you're dreaming it all up, in spite of your ma's talents. You'll see. We'll get to your place to find them snug around the fire. Lena drinking coffee. Young Larry having a hot chocolate the way he likes it. You want to bet?
No, Ted. This time I'll not take up your offer. I know you're wrong. Now let me try and move faster.
I tell you, it was pretty horrible for me, Mr. Bush.
Call me Ray. In what way was it horrible?
Well, Ray, I could hear Lena talking to Art and couldn't do a cussed thing about it. The frequencies were good and proper locked into each other. Never known it happen before.
Couldn't you tell Doc Stevens to get over to the Moran home?
You gotta be kidding, feller. The snow was coming down like a solid wall. I mean, couldn't see a darn thing. I sweated, I can tell you. Knowing I was going to have one real bad time getting Art down when he stopped circling the airfield.
How long had he got before his fuel gave out?
Oh, by my reckoning, about 10 minutes, maybe less. Certainly not long enough to get guided down and make a belly landing. I just listened to it all. Horrified. There was nothing else I could do. Of course, we'd cleared the airfield, waiting.
What should I do, Art? The wound's closing up again.
Calm down, Lena. You just have to open it up again. But a bit more this time. You find it easy to do. It's cartilage, not bone.
Oh, all right. I'll do it.
Hurry, Lena. My fuel's just about all gone.
Okay, I won't be long. I've done it. But I'm sure it'll close up again.
Have you any plastic tubing?
I think so. Yes, we have. Kian bought some for the car for petrol.
Is it clean and unused?
Yes.
Right. Now put it in the boiling water and then carefully insert the tubing into the wound. Not too far, Lena. You may do more harm than good.
What was that noise?
You're on your own, Lena. That was my engine. I'm out of fuel. Goodbye.
Goodbye, Art. And bless you for all you've done.
Is Larry dead?
Did Larry die?
No. That tubing kept him going until Doc Stevens got over there. The snow cleared a couple of hours later.
And Art Linton?
He died, Ray. Crashed 100 yards from the airfield. The Morans named their second child after him. Art Linton Moran. Didn't help Doc Stevens, though. No, sir, he never got over it.
But it wasn't his fault.
No, we all know that, and so does he. But it makes no difference. You see, Art Linton was his half-brother who was coming to see him. They were like twins, as they say.
High Adventure is produced by Henry Diffenthal.
adventure.
Tonight's story by Terence Kerwin is entitled The Amateur.
Excuse me. Are you Derek West?
Yes.
Will you come with me, please? I have a car waiting.
Who are you?
A branch of Scotland Yard. This way, please, sir.
Now, look here, what's the game? I have a plane to catch and have nothing to say to the police, now or later.
I know that, sir. We'll see you catch your plane. It doesn't leave for 2 hours. Now, sir, I must ask you to accompany me. Here's my authority.
That could be a fake.
Look, sir, that's a police car, isn't it? And a police driver.
I suppose so.
Well, then, we're not trying to kidnap you or anything. But if you don't come peacefully, I have instructions to force you. Well?
Okay, I'll come. But you better have a darn good reason.
Threats mean nothing to me, sir. This way.
What's your name and rank?
You can call me Regan. It's a name. As regards my rank, I have no rank.
Now, just a minute, Regan. You said you were a policeman. Policemen have ranks, like the army.
I said I was attached to Scotland Yard. I didn't say I was a policeman.
And what the blazes are you?
Just a civil servant picking up an awkward customer.
I don't see anything to chuckle about. I'm due on the 4 o'clock flight to West Germany.
I know, sir. You'll catch the plane, or a later one if need be.
What else do you know about me?
You're not married, live at Wembley, and you're a research chemist. You're 26 years old, won a blue at Oxford and speak German fluently. Right?
Yes. For the love of Mike, who are you? And what do you want with me?
I prefer to leave that to my chief to explain. We'll be there in a few minutes.
Yes, and not Scotland Yard either. We left it behind there. I'm getting out. This is a snatch if ever there was one.
Stay where you are, Mr. West, or I'll knock you out.
A gun? So you are a crook.
Now, don't be ridiculous. Calm down. We're here. The chief doesn't like men who can't keep their cool. And you can. Now get out. I don't advise you to make a dash for it, Mr. West. This is a dart gun I'm carrying. The after effects are not pleasant. Now, in you go. That door on your right.
This is no police department. It's just a block of offices.
That's right. We go to the 5th floor.
Are you mad or something? There is no 5th floor.
Right again, West. I push 2 and 3 together. That takes us to the 5th floor. Rather cunning.
Darn dramatic and corny, if you ask me.
I didn't. And it's a good safety measure.
I can't see how. I know now, and I could talk.
You won't do that, Mr. West, I assure you. You might stop breathing if you did. Now, come on. We're here. Here we are.
Mr. West, how nice of you to come. Any trouble, Regan?
Not really, sir. Mr. West saw reason in the end.
Yes, of course.
The reason was a gun.
But not a lethal one, Mr. West, just a dart gun. I believe something similar is used in big game hunting. However, we don't kill unless it's absolutely necessary.
Kill? What the blazes is this place? And who are you? I demand an explanation, and now.
Sit down, Mr. West. All in good time. I hear you're a research chemist going to a conference in East Berlin, right?
Right. I can't see why it concerns you.
Now, hold on now. Why aren't you flying direct to East Berlin instead of getting off at West Berlin?
West Berlin is the meeting place. We're all picking up a bus there. Not myself, though. I'm going by car with a friend of mine.
I know. That's what interests us. Your friend's name?
What's it to do with you?
Now, don't stall, Mr. West. It's Frank Nash, isn't it?
If you know, why ask?
Just checking. We want the truth from you. This conference is being held by a Professor Stern on some new drug he's developed, correct?
Yes. But how do you know all this?
The conference is common knowledge. Of course, we've checked up on you. Part of our job, you might say.
Just what is your job, Mr.
Tudor's the name.
Your real one? Or just a fake, like your gunman here, Regan?
Now, Mr. West, please, not a gunman. Just my faithful assistant. Granted, he does get a little over-enthusiastic at times, but only in the course of duty, let me assure you. Oh, yes, duty.
You still haven't answered my question. What is your job, and what is this place?
You could call it one of the offices used by MI5. And me? I'm in charge of the betterment of Britain. Yes, indeed.
Stop that double talk. You're spies, aren't you?
Oh, we don't use that word nowadays, Mr. West. We prefer to call ourselves civil servants.
Excuse me, Chief. It's about time.
Ah, yes. Show the gentleman in. There's a good chap.
Hello, Derek. Frank Nash! For the love of Mike, what are you doing here? You should be on that plane with me if it wasn't... if it wasn't...
For MI5?
Yes, and... hold on. You're not Frank Nash. You look like him, I'll grant you that, but... close up, you're a blasted fraud. Who the blazes are you?
Let's just say he is your friend and chemist colleague for this conference you're going to. It's safer for you to know no more, Mr. West. Now, do sit down again. There's a good chap. Smoke? Drink?
No.
As you wish. Now, let's get down to why you're here, Mr. West.
About ruddy time,
now,
too.
Be quiet, West, and listen. You'll both get the 4 o'clock plane to West Germany as planned. To remind you again, my agent here is Frank Nash to you for this operation. His name is false, as you know, like mine and Regan's. Got that?
I promise nothing. Go on.
Oh, you'll do as you're told, Mr. West. If not, I assure you I and my department could cook up a nice little crime against you that carries 5 years in prison. Shall I go on?
Yes.
Splendid. You and Nash will go to this conference, but afterwards Nash will leave you. He will be replaced by another man who will also look like your friend Nash. Beards are so easy to duplicate. That's why we picked him. We picked you because you've got steady nerves and are not likely to lose your cool, as the youngsters say, in a tight corner. Secondly, you speak fluent German. And lastly, you dashed to save a man who was trying to reach West Berlin in safety. Oh, yes, you've got nerve enough for this operation.
How did you find out all this?
Simple, my dear fellow. You gave your name to the man you rescued. He was impressed by any man who'd run into a darn near hail of bullets from Russian machine guns. Lucky you didn't die. Ah, well, maybe you will this time.
What does that crack mean?
Just a joke, my dear chap.
Some ruddy joke. Anyway, why pick on me? I'm no trained spy.
You are expected in East Berlin and will check off against their list, and so will Nash.
And what happened to the real Nash?
Shall we say he's a little indisposed?
Dead?
Don't be foolish. We don't kill for the sake of it. He's holidaying in Spain as our guest, as a matter of fact. Minus his beard, of course. He looks like a plucked chicken. Now, enough of small talk. Regan will drive you both to the airport. Please see that you brush up with Nash any awkward questions he might be asked by your fellow travelers. He's no chemist, you know. Now, Mr. West, Her Majesty's government will repay you handsomely if you carry this off all right. If not, she'll pay for your funeral.
Well, thanks. Nice to know. And nice to know we won't be attempting to get over the wall. I must have been mad to have run for that wounded man.
I'm glad you were mad then, my dear chap. That man was one of my best agents. Nash here will be taking his place. You take in an operator and bring out a defector. So simple and double-saving, wouldn't you agree? As regards the wall, you'd never make it today, Mr. West. I can't have you attempting that. There's not only the wall to consider. There are guards by the dozen, and all with Doberman pinchers as guard dogs. Not to mention anti-personnel mines. Oh, no, you'd both be walking to a certain grave. The legal way through is the answer, and you'll carry it out. Nash will brief you how the switch is made. Now, good day to you.
Not so fast. If I'm to be paid for this, when do I collect and how much? I'm not a wealthy man. I need the money.
Dear me, so many money grabbers these days. Come here when you return from Germany. I'll have £4,000 waiting for you. That suit you?
It'll do.
It'll have to. I'm stretching the budget as it is. Now again, good day and good luck. Ah, Regan, see them off all right?
Yes, Chief.
Like little lambs to the... I won't say slaughter, except for West. He'll never make it, Chief.
He'll have to, up to a point, as you well know.
Forgive me for disagreeing, Chief, but he'll bungle it. This is no game for amateurs.
You're wrong, Regan. Only an amateur can get away with it. He was a pro, and it would be curtains for him. The Russians are not fools. They'd spot a pro a mile off. But an amateur with a cool nerve might. All right, I admit it. Might get away with it.
Talking of spotting, Chief, think the Russians will spot the switch? Their heights are not quite the same, you know.
I know, but it'll never be noticed in the confusion. Oh, blast, this new scramble is really deafening. Sorry, sir, what did you say? Oh, yes, West swallowed it. Hook, line, and sinker, as they say. Make it, sir? He's as much chance as me selling fridges to the Eskimos. Yes, sir, it's all arranged. The switch takes place at 38 Wilhelmstrasse. Yes, I'd like that. The club at 7. I'll order you your usual whiskey, but a double this time. After all, this department is celebrating in a way, killing 3 birds with 1 stone. Yes, Minister, I thought you'd like that.
Leave this to me, West. I've had a lot more experience with these commies than you have.
That's not much, then. I've had none. Marvelous, isn't it? Saddled with the right green shot.
You'll be okay. Just don't panic. Try and imagine I am your friend Nash going to a conference. You're innocent, West. Know nothing. Keep thinking that way.
And that's all right for you. You didn't see those guards shoot at that poor devil I saved. It was a miracle we weren't both riddled with bullets.
Don't kid yourself. I've seen what you nearly did, and many times. In other words, the poor devil didn't make it. I've also seen a man deliberately entombed alive in the tunnel he dug under the wall.
Do you mean they really do dig tunnels as a means of escape?
Yes. Sometimes even better than many prisoner of war efforts. Now, quiet. The guards are eyeing us suspiciously.
Achtung! Achtung! Your business in Berlin, comrades.
We're research chemists due at Professor Stern's conference.
Ah, yes. The good Comrade Stern. Your passports, please. I wish to check them against the list.
Here.
Thank you, comrades. Please to wait. I will not be long. The list is in the hut. All is in order, comrades. You may proceed. May you enjoy your stay in the true Berlin.
Yes, of course. The one true Berlin.
Ah, an English humorist. Yeah, comrade?
Yes, yes. And goodbye.
Auf Wiedersehen, comrade. Until later.
You fool, West. You aren't expected to reply to that crazy humor. Makes you look as if you've something to hide.
Well, I'm sorry, I didn't know. I thought it was the right answer.
Thought. Just watch it on the way back with my replacement, that's all. The guard will go over you both with a flea comb, inch by ruddy inch. Forget it. We'll be late for the conference.
Well, did you enjoy the talk by the professor?
What I could understand of it. I'm no chemist, but at times it didn't seem to make sense. As though we were holding something back.
My thoughts exactly, and I am a chemist. I'm sure he'd been warned not to give away too much. He barely mentioned the new drug he'd developed. Darn it, Nash, that's what we all came here for, to hear about it. It would be a boon in wartime. At least I gathered that from the little he did say about it.
I'm not surprised he hedged about the drug if it would be useful in wartime. Makes me think the Russians wanted the Allies there to show off their power. Just let the professor say so much and no more. Sort of whetting our appetites and frightening us at the same time. Huh?
That makes sense.
It makes sense, all right. You see, I noticed quite a few of the KGB blokes mixing with the audience.
You mean the Russian secret police?
That's one way of describing them. I prefer to use the word killers. Now, let's move. The switch takes place at 38 Wilhelmstrasse. It's not far from here, but we'll have to take a devious route in case of a tail.
Are you expecting one?
Not really, but I'm taking no chances. You see, West, it's often standard procedure for visitors to East Berlin. It all depends on how much they suspect us.
And after your little effort with that guard, forget it. Let's go. I'll drive.
I hope this defector looks like you after saying that guard would remember me.
He'll pass if you don't mess it up.
Oh, thanks. What are you going to do after the switch?
Haven't a clue until I get my orders from our top agent here. Tudor, the wily devil, always tells an agent as little as possible in case he gets caught going in. If I don't know, I can't talk. This agent will fill the details in of my operations. At the moment, I know as much as you. Take you to the rendezvous, change places with the defector, and fade. Ah, here's the turning.
Yeah, looks a dingy street. Half the buildings are in ruins.
Well, what did you expect? Oxford Street on a sunny day?
Oh, that'd be stupid, of course not. But all the same, it's some dirty street. And that's saying something, even for East Berlin.
Quiet. Keep it cool from now on. Wrong move, and it could mean a bullet. The defector's a nervous blighter at the best of times, and this one's going out the easy, yet dangerous way.
Come again?
I mean, Checkpoint Charlie is the legal way, but it's not easy. The wall? You stand the chance of getting blown up. Checkpoint Charlie? You're back, riddled with machine gun bullets if the guards get the slightest suspicions. It all adds up to the same in the end. Very dead. Now quiet. Here. Follow me. That's the first signal. The simpler the better in these kind of capers.
Who is it?
Your cousin Frank. For Pete's sake, is that him?
Yes.
Oh, blast it, Nash. He can't even speak English without a heavy German accent. How the heck can he pass for you, an Englishman?
You'll just have to do the talking. Now be quiet.
What time is it?
Oh, I don't know. I have no watch.
At last. Pleased to come in, gentlemen.
Oh, you're a fool, Hoffman. You should have asked me that before you opened the door. It could have been the KGB. Berlin's swarming with them, all looking for you.
I'm so sorry, Herr...
Nash will do. This is your escort, West. He's a genuine research chemist and will see you through Checkpoint Charlie.
Yeah. Professor Stern's conference, yeah?
Yes, and you leave the talking to me. We won't get a yard with your accent, even if you are made up to look like Nash.
I understand. When do we leave? I'm tired of being here. It is days since I arrived. It is a filthy hole, only fit for rats. And there are plenty of them, my friends.
Better them than being interrogated by the KGB, Hoffman.
Do not mention that name, my friend. My flesh creeps at the very thought of it, as you English say.
Well, you and West will leave 15 minutes after I do. Here are the keys, West.
Mm-hmm. Thanks. Can I have a gun? I see you're carrying one.
Are you mad? Find a gun on you and you've had it. Kaput. Hey, Hoffman?
Yeah, kaput. Just a bullet. That's after they've trained you of dry of information you do not have, my friend. So please, no guns.
Okay. I can take a hint, but...
Open the door! Police!
Hey, you've been blown, Hoffman.
No one knows. I'm here. It must have been just a routine check. Please, come with me. I hide you.
Where?
Upstairs. The bed's still unmade. You both get under the pile of blankets at the foot of the bed. I'm coming. Please to wait. I get the key. This way. Hurry.
Okay, Hoffman, you go and let them in. We'll hide here. No tricks. You're the first to get a bullet.
I will not give you away, Mr. Nash.
Open the door and break it down.
Go, man, go. Yeah. Come on, West. Under the blankets, quick. You okay? Nothing showing?
No.
And keep dead still or we're dead. If they find us, I'm going to shoot it out. Quiet. They're coming.
I see you sleep late, comrade.
Yeah, comrade Colonel. I have the bad headache.
I see. Here's your papers. They seem to be in order. Now let us check downstairs. I always like to check upstairs first, Comrade.
Yeah, boy.
Stay here, West. I'm going to check if I can hear what's going on.
Why?
We're safe enough. Possibly, but if they torture Hoffman, he could tell them he's a defector. The KGB wouldn't interfere, of course. They don't work that way. They'd let us take Hoffman, but force him to become a double agent by threats to his family. It's been done before. Defectors worth having are high-ranking boffins who usually get top-secret jobs. Hoffman was Professor Stern's assistant, so you see that... They've started. Wait here. If Hoffman begins to cough up his guts, I'm going to shoot the KGB men. Let's hope there are only two of them. They usually go in pairs.
Who are you expecting here, Comrade?
Nobody, Comrade Colonel, I swear.
You're far from your home, Comrade. Why?
I came to see my sister.
She lives here?
Yeah, but she's out.
Very well. We'll return when she returns. Do not attempt to leave the house in the meantime, Comrade, under any circumstances. Is that understood?
Yeah, Comrade Colonel.
Stop calling me Colonel! I'm a captain. Come, Ivan. We'll check elsewhere until this sniveling Comrade sister returns.
Come on, West, they've gone. One hasn't given anything away, but he's been tortured all right. Usual KGB stuff. It's quick and brings results if one's in a hurry.
What have they done to him?
I think we'll find his fingers bleeding. They drive a sharp instrument up under the nails. Extremely painful.
They have gone. My hands. My hands.
Here, take this.
What is it?
A pill to ease the pain.
Oh, yeah.
I'm leaving now. Wait 15 minutes, no longer. Then leave yourselves.
Good night. I do not think we are going to make it, Herr West. Now that Nash is gone, he's a pro, not amateurs like you and me. Is my disguise all right?
It's done here perfect. You and Nash can pass as twins. Talking of disguises, what does Nash look like without his?
I have no idea, my friend. Now let's go. The KGB will soon be back.
Now you leave the talking to me, Hoffman. Now quiet. We're approaching checkpoint Charlie.
Yeah.
My good English humorist and Comrade Nash. Please to step out of the car. We wish to check it. And you. Come into the hut, comrades.
That man with a beard is an imposter. His beard isn't straight.
What is this? Let me look closer, Comrade Nash. So! It is a false beard. You two are under arrest. Please to come with me.
Good heavens. Our friend West. You actually made it.
Yes, but I'm afraid your defector didn't, Tudor. They took him at checkpoint Charlie. My credentials proved I was innocent, and so they let me go. But it took some proving.
Splendid, West. It all worked out better than even I realized. You see, this is one time the KGB should have tipped off the guards to let Hoffman go.
Let him go? I'm afraid I don't understand.
Hoffman was no defector. He was a double agent still working for the Russians.
He couldn't be. He was tortured.
But they would do that part of his cover to impress Nash. Knowing all this, we used you and Hoffman to cause a confusion at checkpoint Charlie so that we could get the real defector out. He was right behind you. Remember that voice who called out that Hoffman's beard wasn't straight?
Yes, I wondered about him.
I'll bet you did. That was Nash without his disguise.
You sure play a double game, Tudor.
We have to. It's the only thing that works these days. Come from behind that screen, my dear chap, and meet the man who made it all possible.
Well, for the love of Mike, Professor Stern.
But of course, who else would be worth having as a defector?
High Adventure is produced by Henry Diffenthal. Adventure. Tonight, Ron Evans takes us back to the First World War in his story called Another Kind of Courage.
The ugly trenches of the First World War scarred the marched countryside of France as far as the eye could see. Heavy rains had turned the earthworks into dark, clinging mud, and the war-weary soldiers who manned them had become more like dull, unthinking robots. There was no glamour here, no bands and parades. Even heroism was rarely recognized, and that was because most of the combatants were heroes in this never-ending struggle for survival. It was a battlefront where 1,000 men could die in an afternoon in a vain attempt to gain an area no bigger than a soccer field. It was also a battlefield where almost as many died from disease as from enemy bullets. Some reinforcements arrived from Britain early in the month, a happening which allowed some of the men to take leave. A long lull in the fighting gave one the impression that the British and French high commands on the one side and the German high command on the other were at a loss as to how to gain the initiative, and this was partly true. There was a German plan, though, which certain officials reckoned would hasten the end of the war, but its implementation was a source of hot dispute before being passed for use. At that time there arrived in the British trenches a soldier, a small, bespectacled man of 30, with a shy, retiring disposition. His name was Private Cyril Corby, who before being called up for military service had been a clerk in a coal yard. He first came to the notice of Sergeant George Brewer on the day a frontal attack was made on 3 German machine gun posts. Many of his company were cut down by heavy fire. But before then, Cyril Corby was already running back, white and shaking with terror. Luckily for Corby, all the officers commanding his company were killed, and only Sergeant Brewer saw his act of cowardice.
Hey, Corby, come over here.
Yes, Sergeant.
I saw what you did.
I don't quite understand.
You ran away, Corby. Halfway across, you turned your back and ran like a scalded cat.
I was frightened. The noise, the scream.
Cowardice in the face of the enemy is a capital offence. At least when you go over the top, you have some chance. A fighting squad gives you none. Thank your lucky stars nobody else noticed what you did, as well as the fact that we had to withdraw.
I might have been dead out there with all the others, sir.
You're a soldier, Corby. That's what your king and country pay you for.
Yes, Sergeant, but It's no good to me when I'm dead, is it?
I hope you're not back-chatting me, because if you are, I'll break your scraggy neck.
No, Sergeant, I was only trying to point out that...
Shut up! I know what you mean. I've heard it all before. But you've got to think of the people back in Blighty. That's who you're fighting for. You want to see them dominated by a bunch of Jerrys under Willie Coisier, do you?
I never knew they wanted to.
Well, they do, see. Anyway, the next time we go over the top, I'll be watching you close. And be thankful you're not on the other side. When they make a charge, the officers follow behind and shoot the first man they see what turns his back. You'd have been as dead as your mates now if you'd been a Jerry.
Look, I don't want to go over the top again, Sergeant. I just couldn't do it.
You've got to. Time and time again, it's orders. And you'll get court-martialed and shot if you don't. Where's your courage, man? If all Englishmen were like you, the country would have been a Spanish, French or German colony by now.
I even have to close my eyes when I fire a gun. I can't stand the bang.
There followed another lull in the fighting. 2 weeks passed, without Corby's unit being called on to do anything more than man the muddy trenches. Corby made no secret of his fear, but of all the men in his company, only Private Eddie Watkins would bother to talk or sympathise with him.
Brewer's got his eye on you, Cyril. You'd better watch it.
Yes, I know. But there's nothing that I can do about it.
He's given you just about every dirty job there is to do.
Yeah, says it will harden me up. Instead, it just makes me feel sick.
I've been over the top 6 times, Cyril.
Yes, I know, you told me.
What I'm trying to say is, I'll look after you when we go next time.
Look, there won't be a next time, Eddie. I won't go.
You'll have to. The lads know all about you, and they say they're going to push you to the front. They'll shoot you if you don't keep going on. Nobody will ask any questions after.
Then they'll have to shoot me.
You're making it worse in your mind, thinking too much about it. You see, it'll be all right once we start out. Mind you, it's been quiet. 3 days now, and not a shot from the Jerry trenches. It's like they're not there no more.
I've told the Colonel what I think, and he's passed it on, Lieutenant Hawker.
Well, I'd like to go and take a look for myself.
I know you would. But have you thought that it might be a trap?
Well, it's worth the risk. All I need is Sergeant Brewer and 6 men.
Once you've passed our own barbed wire defences, there's 500 yards of open ground followed by 3 lines of German barbed wire fences to cross. And if those trenches happen to be manned, you'll be cut up like yesterday's mince.
We could go at night. Cloudy, no moon.
You'd be taking a gamble against enormous odds, Lieutenant. There's no logical reason in the world for the Germans to abandon their front-line trenches. It just wouldn't make sense.
Now, this is the 5th day that no attempt has been made to return our small arms fire. Previous to that, there were constant sniping duels. Now, why has it stopped?
Well, perhaps the enemy have had orders to conserve ammunition. Could be a dozen similar explanations.
Well, I'd still like to go, sir.
All right. All right, Lieutenant. I'll see if I can clear it with the Colonel. Just yourself, Brewer, and 6 men, you say?
That's enough, sir.
I don't think he'll make any objection.
All right. Stop chattering there now. You, Addison, shut up. There's a little job the Lieutenant and me are doing tonight, and I want 6 men to come with us. I won't be asking for no volunteers, because I know you're all fed up and won't. Let me see now. Yes, you with a big mouth, Addison. Come and stand here with me.
Sergeant.
And your pal Reed, he can come along too. Phillips and Watkins. And Milligan. It's no good trying to make yourself look smaller. That leaves 1 more. Who'd enjoy the party most? Oh, yes, of course, little Cyril Corby. You can come and join our merry group.
But, Sergeant...
That's an order, Private Soldier Corby. Over here at the double. I think this little sortie will do you more good than most, if you live through it. All right, you lot, report to the mess. I'll be there to brief you in 5 minutes.
I won't do it, Eddie. Honest, I won't. Just the thought of it makes me feel quite...
All right. Shut up now while I do the talking. At midnight tonight, we're going over the top. Just the 8 of us. There'll be no noise, no shouting, no shooting. Just fixed bayonets and creeping through the mud. Is that much clear?
Yeah, that's right. All right, Sergeant. Yeah.
The Lieutenant has reason to believe that Jerry's abandoned his front-line trenches, and we're going over to take a gander. If they have, that's fine. If they ain't, We're in it, up to our eyeballs.
Why would they give up their trenches, Sarge?
Search me, son. But the fact is, they ain't done no shooting back at us for a couple of days, have they? Now then, if we get there and find no one, what we do is fire a flare and the rest of the lads will come across and occupy the trenches. If the Jerrys are there, well, it's simply we scarber back here as quick as our legs can make it. You'll be cutting as little as possible and nothing that rattle.
This is where we wait. The Sarge will be along in a tick.
Shaking all over us, Eddie.
Oh, you'll get over it. Once we're out, the time will pass like magic. Don't have second thoughts, Cyril. You know what'll happen if you don't come with us.
It's a few weeks extra life while waiting for the court-martial.
And then 6 bullets from a firing squad. Oh, that's no way to go, Cyril. This way we've got a chance. Perhaps the lieutenant's right and the Jerrys have moved out.
All here for the party, eh? Even you, eh, Corby? So you've decided to face it out after all, eh? Good. I don't like to court-martial someone. Too much paperwork to do. Anyway, I'll be right behind you, Private Corby, just in case you decide to change your mind. In fact, I think I'm right in saying that we'll all be keeping an eye on you.
All present, Sergeant.
And correct, sir.
Well, I trust the Sergeant's properly briefed you, men. I'll go over first. Sergeant, you take up the rear. Righto. Over we go, chaps. With bayonets fixed, the small group of men picked their way through the mud and barbed wire towards the silenced German trenches. On one occasion, when Cyril Corby tried to fall back in the darkness, one of his fellows pushed him on. It took half an hour to reach the German barbed wire defences, and another 15 minutes for them to cut their way through. Then, cautiously, they approached the earthworks. So far, not a shot had been fired. They grouped together, now positive that the trenches were deserted, and Lieutenant Hawker led them down onto the wooden boards which formed the floor of the trench. It was dark and eerily quiet. Right, Harrison, Phillips, Milligan, you go along that way. Be as quiet as you can. Report back along here if you see something of interest. Sergeant, you, Watkins, and Corby come with me. There should be some kind of a command post somewhere along here. About 50 yards along the trench, the lieutenant stopped before a short flight of crudely made steps which led down to a closed wooden door. Either side of me, you fire at any living thing inside. You ready?
Yes, sir.
Harrison! It's all right, chaps. Place is empty. All right, close the door behind you, Corby. Light those 2 oil lamps, Sergeant, will you? Ah, well. You see the mystery, isn't it? A line of perfectly good trenches and not a soul manning them. Now, I wonder why.
Strategic withdrawal, perhaps, sir.
I find that hard to believe, Sergeant. Jerry won't give a foot of ground without losing 1,000 men for it. There's some other reason.
What's these under the tarpaulin, sir?
Shells? No. Cylinders.
They got all German writing over them, sir. Can you read German, sir?
No, I can't, Sergeant, unfortunately. Well, we're going to have a job finding someone who can, unless we can catch a prisoner who speaks English.
Excuse me, sir. I can speak German, sir.
Can you, Corby? Well, that's a useful achievement in this war. All right, then take a look at this. What does all this jumble mean?
It's a kind of gas, sir.
No, it's just for heating, lighting, I suppose.
It's called mustard gas, sir.
Hmm?
To be handled with great care and only in the presence of a senior officer.
So, they are going to use it. Now, rumours have been rife that the Germans intend to use gas, and this is it. It's nasty stuff, too. It burns the skin off your body, so I'm told.
Well, it says here that before releasing, it must be ensured that there is a breeze blowing directly towards the enemy lines, sir.
That makes sense. Wonder why it's been left here like this.
30 cylinders there are, sir.
Watkins, wait outside. Keep an eye open for the others coming back, will you?
Yes, sir.
I make a suggestion, sir?
Go right ahead, Corby. You're welcome.
The Germans aren't likely to have their front-line trenches manned if they're ready to release this gas, sir. Wouldn't it be more likely that they've left here just enough men to do the job?
That's good thinking, Corby. Yeah, but if that's so, where are these men?
Oh, somewhere close by, sir, I'll bet.
And why leave this stuff unguarded? That's damn careless of them.
At a guess, I'd say that they intend to release this gas at the first sign of an easterly breeze. Tonight or tomorrow, if the conditions are right.
There's a westerly blowing at the moment, sir.
Well, it doesn't answer the question of why it's been left unguarded like this, does it?
Well, say 6 to 10 men to release the gas, and possibly half a dozen similar dugouts, sir. They could be working together at some point along this trench. The cylinders are heavy, and would have to be taken out one at a time and placed on top of the earthworks.
He could be right, sir.
They back, sir.
Huh?
They say there's a group of men working on something about 200 yards down the line, sir.
How many are there?
8, sir. Well, that's how many they've seen, anyways.
All right. Now keep it quiet. Get your bayonets. Take one of them prisoner, but only if it's feasible. All right, come on. We'll take them from both sides at once. Lieutenant Hawker separated his small group and attacked the toiling men at the soft note from his whistle. It was quick, silent, and deadly. In a few seconds, the Germans lay dead, and Watkins was the only British casualty, having cut his thumb on a German belt buckle. Well, that's that. Pity we didn't have the chance to take a prisoner. Corby could have asked him a few leading questions. Still, it's pretty obvious what they were up to, lining the trenches with gas cylinders.
One of these jellies was an officer, sir.
Good. Well, search his clothing, see if he's carrying any orders. Corby, look over anything of interest, will you? There's a good chap.
Shall I find the very pistol and bring the lads over, sir?
Well, now, that's something of a poser, Sergeant. Just hold it. It's difficult to say where the concentrations of German troops are. You've been using your eyes, you'll have noticed that this line of trenches is linked with those in the rear. Our chaps could be overwhelmed by a strong counterattack. No. I think we'd better find out more before we bring them over here.
It's darker than Satan's eyeballs, sir. We'll need some daylight to find out how the jellies are placed.
Yeah, exactly. In fact, our own position could be precarious. These men we've killed could be getting relieved, which means we can expect trouble shortly. And that, in turn, could lead to an alarm being given along the whole German line. Yes, Sergeant. I think we'd better do it hush-hush and just hope for the best. You got anything of interest there, Corby?
Oh, only his identity documents, sir. Oberleutnant Hermann Wasser.
Oh, where have you been to, Watkins?
Just wanted to see how many of them cylinders they took out, sir. More than 50 there is, sir.
Well, it's a lot, but it's not enough for what they were obviously planning. What with killing this work party, I don't think they'll have a chance to use this stuff tomorrow. If conditions are right, High Command will no doubt launch an attack tomorrow to prevent its use. All right, there's nothing much more we can do here.
Somebody's coming, sir.
Damn it all! All right, we'll have to take them on and hope for the best. Now, no shooting unless necessary. Milligan, Phillips, Watkins, get over there and wait till you hear my signal. If we're heavily outnumbered and you hear me blow twice, make your own way back across no man's land. Right, we'll climb over here. Where's Corby?
He was here a second ago, sir. Blast that man. Please, has done a bunk. I should have kept an eye on him.
All right, never mind, Sergeant. Come on, follow me. All the waiting soldiers could see and hear of the approaching enemy was a dim, shaded light and the guttural murmur of voices. When close enough, Lieutenant Hawker raised the whistle to his lips. The Germans had been walking two abreast up the length of the trench, and the British had to fire almost blindly. Their enemy reacted quickly and returned the fire as they scattered up the inclines on either side of the trench. It was then that Lieutenant Hawker realized how many men there were. Certainly no less than 30. He blew his whistle again. The British soldiers quickly broke off the engagement and withdrew as best they could. Knowing they'd be trying to make their way back to their own lines, the Germans lined their trench and kept up a fusillade of rifle fire over an arc of 120 degrees. Private Watkins was killed instantly as he tried to get through the barbed wire, and another of his companions, Private Phillips, caught a bullet in the leg on the far side of the wire. He sank down to the mud, but later succeeded in crawling to his own lines before daylight turned him into a helpless target. Of Private Corby, nothing was seen. Once safe, Sergeant Brewer waxed brutally eloquent on what he'd do to the little man if he'd survived the engagement.
I'll turn him inside out and spill the blood as guts all along the front line. Just when we needed him most, he does a bunk. Ha! Talks German, does he, eh? Wouldn't surprise me none if he hasn't been secretly on their bleeding side all along, the little swine. Probably over there now, swigging schnapps and eating their stinking black bread.
All right, Sergeant. You've let off steam. Calm down. Well, I'll have to report his desertion. Of course, it'll be a court-martial if he does come back. He'll be made an example of as a warning to others like him. The army can't afford cowards in its ranks. I'm off to see the colonel. I suggest you get some sleep. It's possible we might be making a frontal assault during the day in view of my reports.
You! Why, you measly little rat! What are you doing in there?
I was waiting for you, Sergeant. I wanted to tell you that...
Shut up! Do you know what I'm going to do with you, eh? I'm going to break every bone in your miserable yellow body. While your mates are getting shot down, what are you doing, eh? Crawling like a pig across no man's land.
Sergeant...
You ain't going to get away with it, Corby, I swear it. The lieutenant's reporting what you did. But you're going to be in no physical condition to attend a court-martial for some time to come.
Please, Sergeant,
There's
please.
nothing to explain. Yellow-bellied rats don't have to explain. Their actions speak for themselves.
Sergeant, I want to tell you that I was...
Shut up! I'll break every bone in your body twice. You've got a choice, Corby. Put up your hands to defend yourself or stand there and get broken peacefully. Look at you. Look at you. Hell, it's sickening as kicking a lamb to death.
Help me, sir. Please.
You've found Corby, have you?
Help me, sir, please.
He's asked for what I'm giving him, sir.
Yes, I dare say, but there are official ways of dealing with this man's behaviour. I thought you were merely giving way to fancy when you said you were going to hurt him. You realise what this could mean, don't you?
I don't care, sir.
All right, I'll overlook what I saw when I came in, but by doing that, I'll also have to see what I can do to help Corby out of his mess.
You mean let the little rat get away with it?
No, not necessarily, Sergeant. What I came to see you about was a report I've just received from the Colonel. We can't yet identify the cause, but apparently there's pandemonium all along the length of the German lines. Lights have been seen, a lot of shouting heard. Oh, as far as 10 miles north of here. It's most odd and it's quite inexplicable.
Maybe they're pulling out, sir.
There's not much reason for them to do that, is there, sir? Even if it were true. Why'd they make such a ruddy awful noise about it?
Well, they foreigners, sir, and you know yourself there's no accounting for the things they get up to.
If I might say something...
Shut up, Corby. Nobody wants to hear from a little squirt like you.
That's a bit harsh, Sergeant. We can't be arrogant and pig-headed like those Jerrys over there, now can we? Just let the little fella talk.
After what he done, letting the side down and all.
Well, he helped with the German translation. It was pretty useful. Right, Corby, what did you want to say?
Well, I just wanted to mention the gas, sir.
Yeah? What about it?
It explains the panic over there, sir.
Oh, I see. Hardly, though. I mean, it's quite safe inside those steel cylinders. You saw that for yourself, didn't you?
Well, the sergeant didn't give me a chance to explain my absence when we fell back, sir. I went back along the trench and read in full the instructions for its use. I released as many as I could before I made my way back here, sir.
You did what, Corby?
Damn it, all man, are you serious?
Well, you said that there was a westerly wind blowing, so I thought it might be a good idea to let them have a dose of their own medicine, sir.
How many did you release?
Something between 60 and 70 cylinders.
As many as that? But why didn't you tell me what your intentions were while we were over there?
Well, sir, I was too scared to.
Scared?
In case you said no, sir.
He was scared. Would you believe that, Sergeant?
I'm flabbergasted, sir. The Jerrys must be running eastwards like bunnies with their tails on fire.
Excuse me, sir.
Yes, Corby?
Will I still get it in the neck, sir?
In the neck, Corby? Of course not. We pin medals on a man's chest, not on his neck. You come along with me. We'd all better pay a visit to the command post.
High Adventure is produced by Henry Diffenthal.
Adventure.
Tonight, Ron Evans takes us on a terrifying adventure to seek a monster of the deep in his story called Baxter's Run.
If I wasn't seeing it here with my own eyes, I'd say it's impossible.
Well, there it is, Mr. Merrick. All 145 feet of it.
One single tentacle. That's incredible.
I've worked out the creature's size as being over 200 feet long.
That's some squid, Paul.
Yeah.
Wonder what happened to the rest of it.
My guess is it was old. Perhaps died and the sharks took the body. Now, look here. See how chunks have been ripped off the tentacle?
Yeah, that's right. I see what you mean. When did you find it?
2 days ago. One of the local fishermen spotted it lying on the beach as he was passing and came ashore to investigate. When he got back to Port Hampton, he phoned me. I took a few photos and measurements and then called you.
What was its condition when you first saw it?
Just beginning to putrefy.
Well, I've seen enough here. Let's go back to your place and talk it over.
All right.
I'd like to see the pictures and the tissue samples you took.
What you're hearing is an incident that happened a couple of years ago. My name's Paul Steadley, and I'm a South African. At the time, I was working as an observer for the Australian Oceanographic Institute. I lived in a small house provided by them, a few miles north of the small fishing town of Port Hampton. The man I'd called up from Sydney to see the great tentacle was John Merrick, the director of the Institute. He had been astounded to see the massive, rotting squid tentacle lying there on the beach of a remote barrier reef island, and our minds boggled at the thought of how massive the creature had been. Back at my house, I made coffee and showed Merrick the notes I'd made.
Yes. Do you mind if I take these back to Sydney with me?
No, not at all.
I'll send photocopies back to you.
Oh, thanks.
You know, about 20 years ago, a similar tentacle was found washed up on the beach in New Zealand.
Mm-hmm.
It was only half the size of this one. But it led to a lot of speculation at the time. The old mariners who sailed the southern seas told tales of giant squid. There are even stories of ships being overwhelmed and sunk by a giant squid.
Which were merely regarded as sailors' tall stories, huh?
Yes, until the New Zealand find. While we accept there is such a creature as the giant squid, we don't know its habitat or what its average size would be. It was thought they might inhabit the deep, cold waters of Antarctica. But finding this evidence so far north means we must have a rethink.
Rather frightening to think that a monster like this could attack a...
Yes? What were you going to say, Paul?
Carter. A man called Harry Carter.
What about him?
He and his boat disappeared without trace only 3 weeks ago.
Yes, I seem to remember something about it in the papers. It was thought he went on a reef and found it.
Yeah, but nothing was found. Not even a splinter of wood from his boat. And then there was Peter Kane about 6 months ago. He disappeared while fishing over by Carver's Reef.
His boat, too?
No, the boat was undamaged. It was thought he'd fallen overboard in a squall.
Of course, one could go on attributing every incident to a confrontation with the giant squid, but it would be meaningless.
Well, 2 deaths in 6 months is unusual, Mr. Merrick. The fatality previous to Peter Kane was about 15 years ago.
Yeah, all right, but let's not let our imagination run away with our senses of logic. Could be coincidental.
Incidents like these do tend to run in batches. How's the fishing been along the coast?
Oh, very good. Plenty of game fish in particular. The hire boats are booked solid with game fishermen coming up from Brisbane.
No unusual changes in sea temperatures?
No, I'd have reported it.
Yeah. Well, I'd better be on my way back, I suppose. Oh, by the way, I've heard you're planning to return to South Africa after Christmas.
I haven't been home in 6 years.
Will you be staying there?
Well, that depends on whether I get a good job.
Well, if you can't, come back to me. There are a few promotions in the offing. You know?
I'm tempted, Mr. Merrick. I love the Great Barrier Reef. There's always something new and strange happening here.
Yeah, like the giant squid.
A week later, Merrick called me from Sydney.
We've had a meeting and come to a decision. I'm sending a man called Mark Bedford to you. He'll be followed by Errol Dixon with a large quantity of equipment. What we've decided is to search your part of the barrier reef for further evidence of giant squid. And I can tell you, Paul, what we saw on that beach has set the whole world buzzing with speculation.
What kind of equipment, Mr. Merrick?
Dixon will be arriving by sea on a specially equipped research vessel. It's called the Sea Leopard. On board will be a miniature submarine and a diving bell, both equipped with all the latest underwater gadgetry.
Sounds like it'll be an expensive and serious operation.
It will be, Paul. We're getting donations from all over the world. Anyhow, Bedford should arrive there tomorrow. He'll fill you in on the finer details. What I'd like you to do in the meantime is look up some of the local history as far back as you can. See if any other lives have been mysteriously lost.
All right.
Pinpoint them on a chart and see if some kind of a pattern emerges. You know, it's just a shot in the dark, I know.
That day, I drove 30 miles either side of Port Hampton, questioning and buying drinks for the old-timers. I was surprised by the results. Between 1895 and 1980, there were 38 deaths reported, but not witnessed. First thing next morning, I visited Port Hampton Library and worked my way through the official records. Took a long time. It was the middle of the afternoon when I got back to my cottage. I began marking up a chart as Merrick had suggested. And that was when Mark Bedford arrived.
Hello. Paul Steadley.
How do you do? You must be Mark. Come on in.
Oh, thanks.
Leave the door open, will you? Keeps the place cool. Something to drink?
Thanks. Long and cold. It's been a long, hot drive.
Right.
You been living here long?
Yeah, 3 years.
You find it lonely?
Oh, peaceful. I can always run into town if I feel like whooping it up.
That accent, South African, isn't it?
Yeah, not many people recognize it.
Well, I spent 2 years in Durban during my wild and misspent youth. Mainly surfing.
Oh, I'm from Durban. I'm going back there at the end of the year.
Oh, yeah? For good?
Maybe. I'm not sure. Take a look at this, Mark.
Is this the chart? Merrick said you were making one up. Hey, all these dots are fatalities?
Yeah, a lot, aren't there? And these are only deaths of people who've gone missing. Those lost due to bad weather and witnessed mishaps aren't included.
They talk about the Bermuda Triangle having a bad reputation.
There was a long lull between 1925 and 1980. Only 4 deaths in that period.
Yeah.
But the heaviest loss of life occurred between 1911 and 1915. 22 deaths. But now we've had 2 unexplained deaths in 6 months.
And the possibility of a giant squid in the area?
Yeah, well, look at the chart. Now, nearly all the deaths occurred in Baxter's Run. See, that's this area bounded by these 3 islands. Deep water, as you can see. Yeah, I've counted them already. 29 of the 38 disappearances happened there.
Why is it called Baxter's Run?
It's named after a pioneer fisherman at the end of last century. He always used it as a shortcut home when the weather turned against him. At that time, the other fishermen wouldn't use it because it hadn't been charted for reefs. And he's the one who went missing. Yeah. Alfred Baxter, January 1903.
You know, this is damned exciting stuff, Paul. When the Sea Leopard gets here, we could search the entire area in a month. We'll know every damn fish by its first name. Where was the squid's tentacle found?
Here, on one of the islands bounding Baxter's Run. But I'll tell you one thing, Mark. I'm glad it's you going down there and not me.
Don't be, Paul. Merrick said you and I would make the preliminary dives together.
What? The next morning, rigged in our scuba gear, we set out in the Institute's motor launch for Baxter's Run. It was a fine day, and the water was like glass as we cut our way through it. First, I took Mark Bedford to the beach where the remains of the tentacle still lay putrefying in the hot sun. Then we took the launch 100 yards off the beach and made our first dive into the majestic underwater world of the coral. I was scared sick, believe me. So was Mark, but neither of us was admitting it to the other.
Well, nothing exciting to see down there.
Plenty of small fish, nothing bigger than a foot long.
Yeah. Well, we'll take one more dive and call it a day.
What, here?
No. Take the boat about half a mile out that way.
Right. It's pretty deep there.
Oh, how deep?
50 to 80 fathoms.
Yeah, that's too deep. Keep closer inshore, Paul. Somewhere along there.
Yeah, well, I'll have to be careful of submerged reefs.
I got a feeling you don't want to go diving again.
Yeah, you could be right. But if it has to be done...
Yeah, it has to be done. Merrick will be expecting a report from me tomorrow.
Yeah, well, the sooner the sea leopard arrives, the happier I'll be.
Hey, stop. What? Cut the engine.
What is it?
Over there. Can you see where the water's been disturbed?
Yeah. Oh, it could have been caused by a porpoise.
Like hell was it a porpoise. It was something a lot bigger. A white shape lying along the surface, about 50 feet of it. And it suddenly went under.
Yeah, well, whales have been known to...
That was no bloody whale, Paul. Wrong colour for a start. And a whale doesn't have suckers along its side.
What? You mean that...
You're damn right, I mean. That was one bloody great tentacle lying along the surface.
Well, I can steer over and take a closer look.
Are you kidding? I've seen all I need to. Besides, this scuba deer is as much use to us as a pair of white fronts in a gas attack.
Well, do we just sit here, then?
I've seen enough to report back to Merrick, so let's clear out. Skirt along the shore. Keep it to the shallow water. If that thing took a grip of this boat, it'd turn it into splinters with one squeeze.
That's great news, Mark. Good work. So, you're satisfied there is a giant squid there?
Oh, yeah, absolutely, Mr. Merrick.
Well, I'll keep the news under wraps for a while until we found something substantial.
Right.
Oh, I had a call from the sea leopard earlier. She'll be arriving at Port Hampton Lake tomorrow afternoon.
Oh, yeah?
You can brief Errol Dixon and the skipper and then start diving at the weekend.
Right.